Part.1. Present day. 1. Lars. Second chances. We all want them. In life. Family. Money. Love. Some of us have a whole list of if-onlys that we wish we could go back and change. I certainly did. But here's the thing about second chances. Even if you get it, the outcome isn't guaranteed. And if the thing you want nearly destroyed you the first time, there's a good chance it'll finish the job the second time around. I should know. Losing her the first time nearly killed me. And now that she's back in my life, I might have to kill her. 2. I stared at the pictures on my phone, close-ups of 5 dead men on the ground. Most were vaguely Slavic-looking. A couple had bullet holes in their foreheads. All of them stared out into nothingness, their eyes defocused and their features slack. I knew the look. I'd certainly seen it enough over the years. Massimo had sent the pictures along with the text, just attacked by these assholes. Can you find out who they are? He had left just that morning to meet with the widow, the head of the Cosa Nostra family that ran Venice. And already things had gone sideways. Bad shit happened fast in the Mafia. That had been one of the very first things I'd learned. I texted back, "Are you okay?" The extra question marks were an uncharacteristic flourish on my part, but I was legitimately shocked, which didn't happen often. About 15 seconds later, I got a reply. "Yes, not hurt, widow okay. Pretty sure Fausto sent them." Fausto. The motherfucker behind all our problems. Too bad he was Massimo's uncle, or I would have just gone and shot the asshole. Actually, that option was probably still on the table. At least the widow was safe. But I knew that if Massimo was texting and not calling, he probably had his hands full at the moment. I texted back, "Call when you can. I'll run these guys down in the meantime and let you know." First, I had to inform Dario and Niccolo, my best friend and his brother, Mafia Don and Consigliere. Maybe Massimo had texted them the pictures separately, but I doubted that. After I looped them in, I would call Gunnar. If there was anybody I could count on besides Dario and his brothers, it was Gunnar. But I wasn't looking forward to the conversation. It wasn't about speaking with Gunnar. That part I always enjoyed. It was Dario and Niccolo's reactions I was dreading. 3. 5 minutes later, I was in the parlor with Dario and Niccolo. All of us hunched grimly over my cell, which lay on Dario's desk. As we listened to the dial tone, Niccolo asked me in Italian, "You're sure you can trust this guy?" "With my life." Niccolo wasn't convinced. "I'm not." "Lars vouches for him," Dario interrupted. "That's good enough for me." Niccolo didn't look happy, but the finality in Dario's voice settled the matter. Suddenly, a stoner's voice erupted in Swedish over the speakerphone. "Lars, hur går det, brorson? Jag har inte hört från dig sedan." "Lars, how's it goin', brother? I haven't heard from you since." I interrupted him in English. "Hey Gunnar, I'd love to chat, but some bad shit went down and I need your help. I'm here with some business associates who don't speak Swedish. Can you?" "For sure, my dude, for sure," Gunnar answered cheerfully in heavily accented English. "Hello, Lars's friends." Then he gave a guffaw that suggested he'd smoked a bowl in the last few minutes. Niccolo gave me a look both incredulous and irritated. "This is the guy you're entrusting Massimo's safety to?" I ignored Niccolo and said to Gunnar, "For reasons I'm sure you can understand, they'd like to remain anonymous so they won't be talking." "Okay, my dude, copy that," he said, using military lingo for received and heard. "What's up?" "I need to identify some guys in some photos. Can I text you the pictures?" "For sure, my brother. Just to warn you, they're dead." "Oh, so it's like that. Just kidding, no problem. Send 'em over." As I sent him the photos, Gunnar chattered on. Hey, so, are these associates, those guys you were talking about last time I saw you? The Italian dudes? Niccolo stared at me again with increased agitation. Gunnar, I warned. Right, anonymous, gotcha. I could almost see him giving me an exaggerated wink on the other end of the line. Oh, the photos just came in, let me see. Oh yeah, not good, my dude, not good. What are you thinking? 99% sure they're Wagner. Shit, Wagner was a paramilitary organization for hire. Mercenaries. They had been fighting in Ukraine on behalf of Russia and leaving huge numbers of war crimes in their wake. But they'd recently started freelancing after the leader of their organization got himself blown up after making Vladimir Putin look bad. I was worried they might be, I said glumly. What makes you so sure, other than they look Russian? See those 2 tattoos on the bald guy's neck? They're mostly covered up, so you might have to zoom in. One tattoo looked like the tip of an upward-pointing arrow. The other was the upper half of a diamond-shaped square. I see them. I'd bet you good money those are runes, Tiwaz and Othala. Wagner dudes are freaks for Norse mythology, like a cult of Odin or some shit. They put those runes all over their vehicles and weapons in Ukraine, for good luck. I saw the confusion on Dario and Niccolo's faces. They were both fluent in English, but the Tiwaz and Othala stuff lay beyond their normal vocabulary. Not to mention that Gunnar's Swedish accent was probably borderline incomprehensible to them. I'll explain later, I reassured them, then turned back to the phone. Can you do your thing and confirm your suspicions? Do your thing was shorthand for, can you verify it through the various intelligence agencies? After Gunnar left Special Forces, he'd become a freelance consultant for Swedish military contractors, which meant he was dialed in. If any civilian could track down a bunch of international mercenaries, he could. Oh yeah, if these guys are in the system, I'll find M. Did you tangle with M, or? Another one of my associates did. I just want to know what he's dealing with. And the quicker you can confirm, the better. All right, I'll get on it and text you soon as I know something. But when shit settles down, we gotta catch up, brother. Definitely, thanks, Gunnar. No problem, peace out, my dude. I hung up the phone. My dude, Niccolo asked. Don't start, I warned him. 4. We went to the kitchen to grab a snack while I waited for Gunnar to get back to me. Niccolo cleared the room of servants so we could talk in private. The last to leave was the woman Valentino was sleeping with Katerina. I could see why he liked her. Beautiful face, expressive eyes, always smiling, and very curvy. Valentino thought they were being sly, but it was the worst-kept secret in the household. Everybody knew about them. Niccolo had told him to cut it out, that it was bad for the servants' morale and a disaster waiting to happen, but Val just became slightly more discreet, like fucking her in a bedroom instead of the kitchen pantry. Niccolo asked Dario to get involved, knowing that Valentino would heed a direct order from his Don. But Dario reminded Niccolo of their own youthful indiscretions and refused to do anything about it until it became absolutely necessary. Why steal his happiness? Was the way Dario put it. On a purely logical level, I agreed with Niccolo. It was bad for morale, and it was a ticking time bomb. But I found myself coming down on Dario's side. Valentino and Katerina both seemed happy, and I didn't have the heart to watch the destruction of anyone else's love life, especially considering what a royal fuck-up I'd made of my own. We just finished our food when Gunnar got back to me. His text identified 2 of the men as Alexei Kuznetsov and Dmitry Stepanov, both veterans of the Russian military and former members of the Wagner Group. Former, seeing as they were dead. Gunnar hadn't the other 3 men yet, but I was already convinced. How bad is this, exactly? Dario asked. Bad, I answered. Wagner's known for their brutality. When Fausto decided to hire extra help, he went with the worst of the worst, mercenaries with no regard for the normal rules of warfare. We don't know for certain that Fausto hired them, Niccolo pointed out. Dario and I both looked at him. But we should assume it, yes, he added grudgingly. Call Massimo so we can tell him. I texted him first. Can you talk? He called a few seconds later. As soon as I answered, I said, Hey, Mass, I'm here with Dario and Niccolo. Then I put the phone down on the counter and stepped back. Massimo's end of the call was noisy as hell, like he was standing right next to a revving motorcycle. Where the hell are you? Niccolo asked. Massimo shouted over the noise. On a boat in the canals with the, Signora Fioretti's men going to get her granddaughter at her university. So he was standing next to a motor, just one on a boat, not a motorcycle. Scoring brownie points, I see, Niccolo said approvingly. I'm trying. Dario hunched down over the counter so he didn't have to shout into the phone. Are you all right? You weren't hurt in the attack. No, I'm fine. More importantly, Niccolo joked, is the widow all right? Thanks, he replied sarcastically. And yes, she's fine. Did you happen to save her bony ass in a grand display of heroics? I'd say that's a fair assessment. Massimo's answers were vague and cagey, which meant he was probably sitting right next to the widow's men. Then, I hope she's suitably grateful, Niccolo continued. That part's going well. Excellent, Dario said. Any word on the attackers? My source has identified 2 of them, I said. He's still checking on the others. And they're Wagner Group. Shit. Massimo apparently knew what that meant. Yeah, I agreed. You think it was a coincidence they attacked her when I was there? Niccolo laughed bitterly. I think you mean, how the fuck did they know I was in Venice? It was either a bug in the house or moles. We're looking into it. We weren't, not yet, but I knew that would be the next thing on my to-do list. Okay, so what do we do? Deliver the widow's granddaughter to her safely, then get back home, Dario said. We're figuring out the rest right now. All right. Watch your back, I said. If they went after the widow, they might not be finished. Massimo sounded dejected as he replied, That's what I was thinking. Keep safe, Dario ordered, and let us know when you're on the way back. What's going on? A familiar voice asked a second after we ended the call. We turned to see Adriano and Bianca walking into the kitchen. They had just gotten married the day before on the mansion's grounds. It had been a small wedding because virtually no representatives from the other Italian Mafia families had attended. That was because the entire Cosa Nostra was under the false impression that the Rossellinis had murdered their longtime business partners in Florence. A false impression crafted by the man who had actually engineered their deaths, their Uncle Fausto. Like I said, the motherfucker behind all our problems. Out of fear for their safety, Dario had ordered Adriano and Bianca to take their honeymoon here at home instead of somewhere like the Amalfi Coast or Bali. Not to mention that Adriano was still recovering from injuries he'd suffered during an epic shootout in Florence, a gun battle I'd been part of. I glanced out the bulletproof French windows that lined the kitchen. Outside, rolling green lawns stretched to the swimming pool, and beyond that were the gardens, olive groves, and vineyards covering the property. Not a bad place to honeymoon. Adriano and Bianca had gone out earlier for a picnic lunch, but the rumpled state of Bianca's hair suggested they'd been doing something besides just picnicking. Good for them. Massimo got attacked in Florence, Dario said. Adriano froze. What? Is he okay? Dario was just about to answer when the first bullet hit the window pane. 5. There was a loud crack, as something exploded against one of the bulletproof French windows. I didn't look or think, I just reacted on pure instinct. DOWN, I roared as I tackled Dario to the kitchen floor. Niccolo ducked down. Adriano threw Bianca to the floor and covered her body with his. Glass shattered, and a second bullet slammed into the wall over our heads. My mind raced through the facts at lightning speed. Sniper. No audible gunshots, which meant a suppressor. The glass was bulletproof, up to a point. The first shot weakened the glass but didn't break it. Probably an explosive-tipped bullet. The second one was the kill shot. Given my earlier conversation with Massimo, it all led to one conclusion. Wagner, are you okay? I yelled at Dario. The shouting was unnecessary since he was a foot away, but my adrenaline was pumping. Yes, he said, though he looked stunned. Everyone else, I called out. I'm fine, Niccolo replied nervously. We're okay, Adriano yelled on behalf of himself and Bianca. Stay down, I shouted, then pulled out the handheld radio I kept in my jacket. Control, what the fuck is going on? Shortly after starting my job 9 months before, I had made Niccolo install 150 surveillance cameras inside the mansion and across the grounds. All of them were linked to a central command center on the second floor. It had paid off the night that the Turk had invaded the compound, and we had advance warning. And it paid off now. Whoever was in the command center answered immediately. We've got movement on camera 86. They're running through the olive groves on the south side of the property. Do not engage, I snapped. Repeat, do not engage. Alessandra, Dario cried out in panic. Eyes on Falcon, I shouted into the radio, using the code name for Alessandra. Another voice radioed back. We've got her 3rd floor. Get her to the safe room now, and somebody meet me at exit 12 with a scoped rifle. Copy that. I looked at Dario. Stay down, I ordered. Then I scrambled across the kitchen on all fours, heading for the hallway. Where are you going? Adriano yelled. To kill the asshole who shot at us, I snarled. 6. As I raced down the hallway, I pictured the faces of the dead mercenaries in Massimo's photos. A single word echoed in my mind. Wagner. I reached the exit in seconds. One of my men, Rocco, was waiting for me at the door with an MK-13 sniper rifle. I had a pistol on me. I always had a pistol on me. But the shooter already had a massive head start, and I needed to be able to take him out from a distance. I grabbed the rifle from Rocco and flung open the door. You need backup? Rocco asked. No, stay close to the house and make sure nobody gets in. Got it, he said, then shut and locked the door behind me as I dashed out onto the lawn. I drilled my men for months for this very scenario. Now we would see if all that preparation paid off. Control, what's the shooter's position? I yelled into my radio as I ran. Approaching the south wall, near camera 107. I knew exactly where he meant. There was no way I could catch up to the gunman. But a bullet could. The mansion sat atop a ridge. The olive groves to the south were at a slightly lower elevation, which meant that I was already at the optimal place to take a shot. The target would be over 2,000 feet away, and I would be standing instead of lying down. But ID made longer shots under worse conditions. I stopped, raised the rifle to my shoulder, and looked through the scope. It took me several seconds of scanning the olive grove, but I finally detected movement through the tree limbs. The stone wall surrounding the property was 10 feet tall. If the shooter was going to go over it, he would have to use a ladder or a grappling rig. There. A rope ladder with jagged hooks on the end sailed into the air and caught the top of the wall on the first try. I watched through the scope as the shooter started climbing the ladder and I paused, momentarily thrown. T. Or SHE. The shooter was wearing a tan helmet that disguised their face. They also wore camo, matching the silvery green leaves and dusty browns of the olive trees. The camo was form-fitting, spandex tights on the legs and a tight jacket for the torso. But the shooter's body, It was too slender. Too feminine. A slim waist, feminine hips. And not to be crude, but the shooter had a great ass under those tight leggings. There was no doubt. The sniper was a woman, and the way she moved was uncomfortably familiar. No. No. That's impossible. I stared in shock as the shooter scaled the ladder and rolled over the top of the wall, out of sight. "Boss," one of my men asked over the radio, "do you see him?" "Get the Bugatti ready," I said in a daze. "I'm going to have to chase her down." There was a pause. Did you say her?" I ignored the question as I raced back for the house. It couldn't be her. It couldn't be. Part.1. 7. Lars. My first memories are vague, hazy snapshots, really. Ducks in the canals of Stockholm, Sweden. Beautiful pastries stacked behind glass in a bakery. Puddles on cobblestone walkways after it rained. But the first truly vivid memory I have is my mother screaming, and me running into the room to protect her. My father was an alcoholic. He used to go out drinking with his buddies after work ended at the factory, then come home in a terrible mood. That's something my mother told me when I was older, not something I can recall. I don't remember anything specific until the night I heard her screaming, and I ran into the room. She was sitting on the bed, hunched over and shielding her head with her hands. My father stood above her menacingly, his hand balled into a fist. I was only 4 years old, but I flung myself between them, looked up at my father, and screamed at the top of my lungs, "Don't you hurt her." I remember the stink of liquor on him. I remember the rage in his eyes, and I remember bracing myself as he pulled back his arm to strike me. When my mother's arms wrapped around me from behind and pulled me onto her lap. "Stop it, He as a child," she shrieked. The rage in my father's eyes turned to shame, then back to anger. But the spell was broken. He turned away, cursing my mother with words I'd never heard before and didn't know the meaning of. He swiped his arm across the top of the dresser and dashed a ceramic music box of hers against the wall, shattering it into pieces. Then he stomped out of the room. A few seconds later, we heard the front door slam. My mother cradled me in her arms and rocked us both back and forth. In retrospect, I think she was trying to calm herself as much as comfort me. "Are you okay, Mama?" I remember asking. She pulled back far enough that I could see her face. A red mark was starting to swell on her cheek, and there was a smear of blood in the corner of her mouth. Tears streaked down the sides of her face, but she smiled at me. "I am my brave little man," she whispered, then kissed my forehead. "I want you to go to your room and choose your favorite toy, just one. I'll come in and help you pack, and then we're going to leave." I remember her voice on the phone, murmuring from her bedroom, as I tried to choose one stuffed animal. I remember it being the most agonizing choice I'd ever had to make. Then my mother came into the room with a suitcase. She grabbed things out of my drawers and stuffed them inside the suitcase with her own clothes, and she let me take 2 stuffed animals. I can still remember my relief and joy. Minutes later, a taxi pulled up. We got inside and went to the bus station. And I never saw my father again. 8. We went to go live with my Aunt Ingrid in Gothenburg, a small, beautiful city on the western side of Sweden, across the country from Stockholm. I remember she met us at the bus station very early in the morning when it was still pitch black. I was half asleep as I got off the bus, but I remember Aunt Ingrid hugging my mother for a long, long time. When Aunt Ingrid knelt down and hugged me, there were tears on her cheeks. I remember she kissed the top of my head, then took my hand and asked about my stuffed animals as she led us to a waiting taxi. Aunt Ingrid was smart and funny. I liked her because she always talked to me like an adult, even at 4 years old, but she also joked with me constantly. We lived with her for 6 months in her tiny rented apartment. She and my mother slept in the same bed while I got the sofa. We moved out after my mother got a job and saved up enough money for us to get our own place. However, our new apartment was only a mile away from Aunt Ingrid's, so we still ate dinner with her at least 3 nights a week. That continued until she got married and moved to the suburbs, but even then we ate Sunday dinner with her and her husband for years. I liked her husband, but it felt weird calling him uncle, so he let me call him by his first name, Leif. He and Aunt Ingrid never had children, so I didn't have any cousins. My mother never dated anyone, ever. I think that after my father, she was through with men. I only occasionally missed my father, mostly when I saw other boys playing sports with their dads. Even then, I mostly missed the idea of having a father rather than my actual father. Any time I thought of him, I pictured the enraged man standing over at me, stinking of liquor, his hand raised in the air to strike me. That usually cured any desire I had to get a new father. The one thing that made me sad, though, was I always wanted a brother. I would have liked a couple of them, actually, and a little sister. It was a feeling that never went away. Growing up in Gothenburg was nice enough. I liked the city, but I hated school. I thought it was boring, and I never did very well. It wasn't that I was dumb, I just thought everything other than reading, writing, and basic math was pointless. "He's just not living up to his full potential" was a constant refrain from my teachers. I didn't care. I figured I didn't need history, biology, or algebra to become a soldier, which is what I wanted to be when I grew up. Maybe it was all the American movies I watched as a kid. In American movies, the military were usually the good guys, and the good guys always kicked the bad guys' ass. Considering my first and last memory of my father, and how terrifying it was, the idea of being able to kick the bad guy's ass was extremely appealing. When I was 6 or 7, my mother supported my notion of being a soldier in the same way other parents supported their kids when they said they wanted to be an astronaut or a cop. As I became a teenager, though, and my intentions never waned, I could tell she was nervous about me getting hurt in the military, but she was still supportive. "Just as long as you stay kind and good and you protect women, like you did that night when you were 4 years old," she would say as she kissed my cheek. She wasn't happy, though, when I actually enlisted, mostly because I did it the morning I turned 18. I skipped school and went straight to the Gothenburg enlistment office, and only told her that afternoon when I got home. That was not a pleasant scene. She liked it even less that I didn't bother to graduate from high school. I signed up for the earliest basic training camp I could get and never looked back. But my mother had to admit that the Swedish armed forces had a profound and positive effect on my life. First and foremost, the discipline did wonders for me. With my superiors more than willing to put me on latrine duty for the slightest infraction, I quickly realized I'd better get my shit together, or I would be scrubbing shit for the next 4 years. I buckled down and took my time in the service seriously. As a result, I rose quickly through the ranks of enlisted men. As far as relationships, they were limited to flings with women who lived near the bases where I was stationed. While most of the women I dated were fun, I never met anybody I wanted to stay with for the long term. My focus was on my career in the military. Everything else was a distraction. At 21, I applied for and was accepted into the Särskilda Operationsgruppen, the Swedish Special Operations Task Group, or SOG for short. It was the equivalent of the special forces in the U.S. military, very much like the Green Berets. A week after I got my notice, I shipped out to the base at Linköping, a small city 2 hours away from Stockholm, and the headquarters for the Special Forces Division. I'd done poorly in school as a kid, but it was because I'd been bored and unchallenged. Special Forces piled on new challenges left and right. I underwent intensive battleground training above and beyond what I'd received as a regular soldier. I excelled in marksmanship and trained as a sniper. I learned hand-to-hand combat and became one of the Special Forces' best unarmed combatants. I took leadership classes and learned how to command others in combat situations, and I was required to study 2 foreign languages. I chose English and Arabic. I had flunked all of my English classes in school, but I'd grown up watching American movies in English, so I had a grasp of the basics. I picked it up quickly once I applied myself. I chose American English because I wanted to sound like Tom Cruise or Vin Diesel, not Daniel Craig or Jason Statham. With the ongoing global war on terror, Arabic seemed like a good bet, so I chose it as my second language. Within 2 years, I became fluent in English with very little trace of a Swedish accent. I also became proficient in both reading and speaking Arabic. At the time, Sweden wasn't a member of NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, but our military still worked closely with the US and NATO. That's how I got sent to Afghanistan. There were 2 distinct phases to the war in Afghanistan. One was the initial US invasion after 9/11, with the goal to remove the Taliban from power and eradicate al-Qaeda. That phase was called Operation Enduring Freedom, and it lasted until December 31, 2014. Then came Operation Freedom's Sentinel, which was supposed to train the Afghan army to fight against the Taliban. I was deployed to Afghanistan during this second phase. Officially, it was because I knew Arabic. But only a small percentage of Afghans speak Arabic. The 2 most common languages are Dari Persian and Pashto. Officially, Sweden was there to train the Afghan army. Unofficially, our Special Forces unit did whatever the Americans and NATO needed us to. If that meant fighting the Taliban and other terrorists in the region, then we fought. We ended up fighting a lot. I spent my entire deployment at Bagram Airfield, the U.S. military's biggest base, about 25 miles north of the capital, Kabul. 3 incredibly important things happened while I was in Afghanistan. The first was a near tragedy. The second was a tragedy. And the third was the best thing that had ever happened to me, but it eventually turned into a tragedy, too. 9. The near tragedy occurred in the first 2 weeks of my deployment. It followed a horrific truck bombing by the Taliban in Kabul. 10 people were killed, hundreds were wounded, and the explosion severely damaged over 50 homes and apartment buildings. In the immediate aftermath, NATO decided to send in soldiers to check the buildings for survivors. However, the soldiers were actually special forces from several different countries, including Sweden. The search and rescue was a convenient excuse to do a sweep for bad guys without infuriating the local populace, who had grown sick and tired of our presence. I was put on overwatch, the term for when a sniper supports ground troops in the line of fire. I went up on the roof of a 4-story building so I could watch over the other guys as they went door to door. My job was to protect the soldiers, no matter what. It didn't quite work out that way. The street was basically deserted. When NATO troops came around, the locals tended to scatter. I was looking through my rifle scope for threats when I saw a woman exiting a doorway in one of the ruined buildings. She was in her late teens, maybe early 20s. She wore a long, flowing black robe with a black hijab or headscarf. At that point in Afghanistan, the government was secular, and the dress codes weren't rigidly enforced. So while you saw plenty of hijabs, they tended to be colorful, red, light blue, purple, and women's robes were generally more form-fitting. A young woman wearing severe black clothing was a potential red flag. It suggested fundamentalist, possibly extremist beliefs. Plus, her robe was so tent-like that it could have easily concealed a gun or a bomb. The key words, though, were potential red flag suggested, possibly extremist beliefs, and could have concealed a gun or bomb. Nothing was conclusive. "This is Overwatch 1, I said into my radio. "I have a young woman on the street, 200 yards from the convoy." I focused on her face through my scope. She looked terrified. Then she moved beneath her robes. In the slits for her arms, I caught a half-second glimpse of what I thought was a dull green cylinder. Then it disappeared again under the black cloth. "She's got something," I said, my heart suddenly thudding twice as fast. Might be an RKG Russian grenade. RKGs were handheld cylinders about 2 feet long. They were designed to be anti-tank weapons, but they could just as easily wipe out a squad of soldiers. "You said an RKG?" a voice asked over the radio. I recognized it as the NATO commanding officer of the mission, a Brit. "Yes, can you see her? Can anyone confirm the RKG?" I asked. "Negative." Despite the blazing hot sun, cold sweat beaded on my back as I continued to watch her through the scope. She wasn't moving. Her face was terrified, and she was frozen in place. I silently pleaded with her to turn around and walk away. The officer's voice spoke over the radio again. "Take her down." Shit. It wasn't that I hadn't killed before. I'd already shot a Taliban firing mortars at the base on my second day in country. And 6 months before I'd deployed, I'd killed a neo-Nazi extremist back in Sweden after he stabbed 5 people and threatened to blow up a bank. It had happened in the next town over from Linköping, where Special Forces was headquartered. The police in the small town hadn't been equipped to handle the situation, so they'd called us in. Both deaths had been entirely warranted and just part of my job, but the first time I'd killed someone, it had fucked me up for a couple of weeks. The second time was easier. It only messed with me for a day or two. So it wasn't the killing that gave me pause. It was the fact that the target was a woman. And that I wasn't 100% sure of what I'd seen. "Sir, I only got a brief glimpse. An RKG could kill a dozen men. It's not worth the risk. Do it." He was right about the grenade's potential for destruction. But I wasn't even sure it was an RKG. And even if it was, there wasn't any immediate intent on her part to throw it. She was still frozen in the street like a deer in headlights. "It might have been something else," I said. "You just said." "I can't be sure, sir. I could be wrong." "I'll take responsibility. Fire when." "Sir." "Do it. That's a direct order." "Fuck." I lowered my sights and pulled the trigger. Crack! The ground right in front of the woman erupted in a cloud of dust and rocks. The explosion at her feet broke her out of her paralysis. She turned and fled, her black robes fluttering behind her. If she had a grenade, she never threw it. If she had a grenade. I breathed a sigh of relief as she darted down an alleyway and ran far away from the soldiers. "Overwatch 1, said the NATO officer's voice, cold as the Arctic. "You are relieved of duty." "Officer Benton, get the fuck up there now." 10. Back at the base, I got ripped a new asshole by my squad's commanding officer. "You fucking idiot," he roared in Swedish as I stood at attention in his office. "Do you know how many men could have died today because of what you did?" "Sir." "Shut the fuck up, HENRIKSSON. Your actions today made our entire outfit look bad in front of the Americans and NATO. You've embarrassed me, your squad mates, and your country." I knew for a fact that most of my squad didn't blame me at all. "Tough call, man," several of them had told me later. Lucky nothing happened. They were right. I'd been very lucky that nothing had happened. But in the end, nothing had happened. "If I'd shot her, sir," I asked with my eyes staring straight ahead, "and it turned out that she didn't have a grenade, how would that have made us look?" The officer glared at me like he wanted to kill me. "You said you saw an RKG." "Thought I saw, sir." "Do not interrupt me." I stood there in silence. Now that grenade is still out there, just waiting to be used to kill other soldiers. Good fucking job, Henriksen. "Sir, I don't know that she had a." From now on, when you're given an order, you follow the fucking order. For the first time, I dared look him in the eyes. "She was a woman, sir," I said coldly. "I don't kill women." A vein popped out so far on his forehead that I thought he might have a coronary right in front of me. He leaned in 2 inches from my face and said in a low, vicious voice, "Well, you can think that one over while you're in the brig for the next 2 weeks, Corporal Henriksen." Before I'd walked into his office, I'd been a sergeant. He just busted me back down 3 ranks, a serious demotion. Not to mention 2 weeks in the on-base prison. I didn't care. I would have gladly served my entire tour of duty in prison and been busted back down to a private. In fact, you could even say I was lucky. I could have been court-martialed and drummed out of the military or been sent to prison for much longer. But we were in an active war zone, and they needed warm bodies on the front lines. Plus, there was the minor detail that I'd actually taken the shot and just missed. All of that caused my commanding officer to limit my punishment. Besides, he wanted me back out on the front lines as soon as possible. Serving in Afghanistan was a far harsher sentence than sending me back to a cushy prison in Sweden. The jail time didn't faze me, nor did the demotion or the black mark on my record. I was just relieved I hadn't killed the woman. But the episode with my commanding officer left a bitter taste in my mouth. His words kept ringing in my head. Your actions today made our entire outfit look bad in front of the Americans and NATO. That was the thing he was most upset about. Not that I could have killed an innocent person. That moment in his office was the first time I hated being in the military. It wasn't the last. But at least no one had died. Not the soldiers. And not the woman I'd been ordered to kill. One more thing. The entire time I served at Bagram, there were never any reports of anyone using a Russian anti-tank grenade against US or NATO troops. And certainly not by a woman. 11. The tragedy occurred 2 months into my deployment, although it happened in Sweden. A week before I got shipped out to Afghanistan, my mother was diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma, a type of cancer. As soon as I heard, I took a short leave to go back to Gothenburg to be with her before leaving the country. The moment I saw her, I was struck by how tired she looked, how pale her face was, and the dark circles under her eyes. "How bad is it?" I asked, dreading the answer. She smiled. "It's not that bad." Hodgkin's lymphoma usually responds well to chemotherapy. I start treatment on Monday. Sweden's healthcare system was socialized, so I knew she would be all right as far as money went. But the physical toll. "How will you get back and forth between the appointments?" I asked. "What about eating? What about SHH?" She took my hands in hers. "I'm going to move in with Ingrid and Leif for a few months. She's going to take care of me and drive me wherever I need to go." "What about your job?" "They've given me medical leave." "What about Aunt Ingrid's job?" "They're going to let her arrange her schedule around my chemotherapy. It's all right, Lars, plenty of people have to deal with this. I'll be fine." "But I'm going to be halfway across the world." "Afghanistan is only a few thousand miles away from Sweden," she said with a slight smile. "That's not halfway across the world." "It might as well be. If something happens, I can't just leave and come back." "Nothing's going to happen, darling," she said comfortingly. "Nothing's going to happen except I'm going to get well, and you'll come back from deployment, and life will go on exactly as it always has." Later, I felt bad that my mother was the one dealing with cancer, and yet she was the one who comforted me. But that was my mother for you. We spent 2 days together, going out to eat and reminiscing about the old times. She laughed a lot and was in good spirits, which relieved me. As I said goodbye to her, I hugged her close and prayed that everything would be all right and that the cancer wouldn't take her. Half of my prayer was answered. It wasn't the cancer that took her. I'd been out of the brig for a month and was back to the daily grind at Bagram when I got the call from Leif. I was sitting on my cot in the bunk room when I saw his number appear on my cell. My stomach immediately twisted with fear. Leif never called me. My fear grew 10 times worse when I answered and heard him crying. "Leif, what happened?" "Lars," he choked out, "your mother." I felt like I might vomit. "Was it the cancer?" I asked frantically. No, the treatment was going fine, but on the way back from the doctors, they got into a car crash. Ingrid was driving, and a man ran a red light. "I'm so sorry, Lars, but your mother and Ingrid, they're dead." I wasn't allowed to go back home for their funerals. Even under the best conditions, leave might not have been granted, but I also had a black mark on my record for disobeying a direct order. That's why my commanding officer refused my petition to fly back to bury my mother. Leif sent me pictures of the funeral. They held it for both my mother and Aunt Ingrid at the same time. They even buried them side by side in the cemetery. All I know is that a bleak depression swallowed me whole. For months, I went through the motions like a robot. Get up, eat, train, go on patrol if that's what I had to do that day. Do my job, come back, shower, eat, go to bed, sleep, get up and do it all over again. Strangely enough, it wasn't their deaths that haunted me. Not really. The thing that hurt the most was that I never got the chance to say goodbye. It was only around my 6th month in Afghanistan that the depression lifted, and it felt like I was actually human again. I still grieved for my mother and my aunt, but the pain wasn't as sharp. It faded to a low-level hum in the background, enough that I could even forget about it for hours at a time. In the 9th month, I was almost healed, or as much as I could be. That was when I met Rachel. The United States was the main force at Bagram Air Base. Still, every member of NATO and every non-NATO European ally sent soldiers to fight alongside them. Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Poland, Spain, Italy, France, Germany, Croatia, Romania. And the UK, obviously. England was one of the most powerful members of NATO. They gave us a lot of intel about international terrorists working with the Taliban. That was how Rachel entered my life. She was the best thing that ever happened to me, and eventually, the most heartbreaking. Part.1. 12. Rachel. I have a lot of memories of my father. When I was 3 or 4, he would put me on his lap and move his knees up and down like I was riding a horse. He would chant, little girls, goin' downtown. Take care of little girl. Don't you fall down. Boojity 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 boo. On boo, he would part his legs, and I would fall through to the floor, giggling and screaming with both fright and joy. He would usually say boojity boojity for at least 5 seconds. But sometimes it was only 1 or 2 seconds, and you fell before you even knew what was happening. Once in a while, the chanting would go on for half a minute. The entire time, you waited and waited, knowing what was coming, the dread building the longer it went on. But either way, your world always dropped out from under you. Always. I have other memories of my father. Some of them good, others not so good. I remember he was handsome. I thought he looked like a movie star. I remember that I hated the way his whiskers felt when he didn't shave and he kissed me. So every time he shaved, he would take my hand, put it on his cheek, and say, "Just for you, Rachel, just for you." I remember the way he ran hot and cold. Sometimes he was affectionate and would hug and kiss me. Then the next day he would act distracted when he came home from work, barely bothering to pat me on the head. And when he was in a bad mood, he would yell at me to be quiet. I remember that he drank a lot in the evenings. I actually liked it when he drank because he smelled like vanilla, the scent of his expensive whiskey. He laughed more when he drank, and he would play little girl whenever I asked. I remember that there was a lot of shouting and screaming between my father and mother, usually not when he was drinking, funnily enough. It was when he was sober and moody that the fighting would start. I remember hiding in my room under the covers when it got particularly bad. I hid a lot as a child. There are the things you remember, and there are the things you know because someone else told you about them. Here, what my mother told me. They met while he was on vacation in Italy. He was from London. She was born and raised in a beach resort town named Pescara. She was very beautiful and worked at a hotel as a waitress from the time she turned 18. A few months after she turned 20, she served drinks to a funny, handsome Englishman while he was lounging by the pool. She knew a little English, he knew a little Italian, and combined, it was enough for him to flirt with her and make her laugh. She finally agreed to go dancing with him that night, which began a passionate fling that ended when he left to go back to London. He gave her his phone number, though. Mama said that they talked every day at first, then every other day, and finally once a week, if that. My father told her he was busy with work. About a month after he left, my mother found out she was pregnant. When she told my father over the phone, he tried to convince her to get an abortion. When she refused, he flew her to London and eventually married her. At least he tried to do the right thing. I have to give him credit for that. But there were many times I wished he hadn't, and that Mama had stayed in Pescara. Because the single most powerful memory I have of my father is of the day he was no longer there. 13. I was 7 years old the Saturday morning when my mother told me in Italian, "Rachel, come out to the kitchen. There's something I need to tell you." My father called me Rachel, which was my legal name. My mother had wanted to call me Rachel before I was born, but my father had absolutely forbidden it. He thought it sounded too ethnic, too non-British. My mother had gone along with naming me Rachel because he insisted, but she had retaliated in her passive-aggressive way by only speaking Italian to me, never English. My mother never called me Rachel when my father was around, so I knew something was wrong. It was a Saturday morning. He should have been there. The fact that he wasn't filled me with dread. She sat me down on the other side of the kitchen table and said, "Your father won't be living with us anymore." I stared at her in shock, unable to believe what I was hearing. Why? I remember she looked exhausted and hurt. She took a drag on her cigarette before she answered bitterly, "Your father decided he wanted to go live with another woman from his work, so we won't be seeing him anymore." "Never?" I asked, my eyes filling with tears. "I don't know," she snarled. "I have no idea what that son of a bitch is going to do. All I know is he's a bastard, and I'm glad he's gone." I had never heard my mother use those words before, and I didn't recognize the string of Italian profanities she used as she went on a 5-minute-long rant. I didn't listen to her. All I could think was, my daddy left me. He left me. And he never even said goodbye. 14. I saw my father a couple of times after that. Once before Christmas, and once right after my birthday. Looking back on it as an adult, and after a lot of therapy sessions, I think that he was too ashamed to face me. I think that he left in the middle of the night and didn't tell me to my face because he couldn't bear to see my reaction. Because he was a coward. At least, that's what I think, which was preferable to he didn't care enough about me to make the effort. He probably never wanted to be with my mother in the first place. She tells it another way, that he seduced her when she was only 20 and he was 28, and that he professed his undying love to her. But it makes a lot more sense that she was a fun holiday fling, not the woman he wanted to spend the rest of his life with. I think that trying to do the right thing had made him resentful and bitter, and he eventually came to hate my mother. However, I think he loved me. I hope. But what kind of a man would leave his 7-year-old daughter in the middle of the night and never even say goodbye? When I saw him at Christmas, he said he was sorry in a half-hearted way. The last time I saw him, he promised it would all work out. You'll see, it was all for the best. That was all the explanation I ever got. Because once the woman he left us for got pregnant, I never saw him again. 15. My relationship with men was fraught from the beginning, to say the least. It didn't help that my mother was a broken record, always complaining that men were dogs and not to be trusted. My father had hurt her deeply, and her reaction was to stew in her bitterness and refuse to move on. She never dated again. She blamed it on having to find work and raise me, but the truth was a lot simpler. My father broke her heart, like he broke mine, and she never recovered. With me, things got a lot more complicated. As I got older and started to develop, I began to draw a lot of unwanted attention from males. All women do, but my situation was complicated by the fact that I had inherited both my father's and my mother's good looks. I looked older and more worldly than I actually was. Or maybe my situation wasn't complicated at all. Maybe men were just dogs like my mother said, and I would have gotten the attention no matter what I looked like. It's not that I wasn't interested in the opposite sex. Actually, I was obsessed. Cute boys a few years older than me in school, Backstreet Boys, and NSYNC. But not the grown adults who catcalled me from the street. Not the creepy older men whose eyes crawled over my body. I remember one overwhelming feeling from that period of my life. I never felt safe, ever. I lived in a rough area of London. Lots of crime, lots of poverty. There was a martial arts dojo near my home, and whenever I walked by it, I stopped at the window and watched the people train inside. The place taught Krav Maga, a form of hand-to-hand combat used by the Israeli military, and I remembered watching in wonder as women fought and trained side by side with the men. I wanted to be like those women. I wanted to have that power to hurt or even kill anyone who tried to harm me. I begged my mother repeatedly to let me take classes. "It's too expensive," she said, without even asking how much it cost. "We barely have enough to live on, and you want to spend money to learn how to get into fights?" No. Eventually, I stopped asking. But every time I passed the dojo, I stopped and watched through the window, but that was the closest I ever thought I would get. Until the night it happened. I was 14 years old. I was over at a friend's house studying for school and it got late, so I said goodbye and took the bus back to my neighborhood. As I got off the bus and headed for my apartment building, a group of teenage boys started catcalling me. I say boys, but they might have been as old as 20. They were much older than me, that was for certain. I kept my head down and walked faster. They started following me. They yelled out obscenities about my body, what they wanted to do to me. I tried to shut it out and just walk faster. But they kept getting closer. I passed by the Krav Maga dojo and glanced into the window. There was a single light shining in a back room of the studio, but I didn't see anyone inside. I turned the corner and started to run down the alley towards my building. But the boys ran faster. They caught me by my backpack and used it to throw me to the ground. They laughed and circled around me like wolves. One held me down as another pulled up my skirt. I screamed, but a dirty hand covered my mouth. And then I heard a voice yell out of the darkness, "Oi, get the fuck off of her, you pieces of shite." A man came striding up, the head instructor from the Krav Maga studio. He was still wearing his black martial arts outfit. The boys cursed at him and told him to fuck off. One even pulled out a knife and threatened to kill him. The 20 seconds that followed were the most amazing thing I'd ever seen in my life. The man tore into the group of thugs, kicking them in the side of their knees, punching their faces, ramming his knee into their crotches. The guy with the knife lunged at him. The man dodged, then swung the point of his elbow into the asshole's nose with a loud crack. Seconds later, all the boys scrambled off into the night, bleeding and shrieking in pain. The man waited until they had fled, then looked down at me. "You all right?" he asked gruffly. I nodded in fear. He extended his hand to me as I lay on the ground. "Let's get you inside and get you cleaned up." He took me back to his office, sat me down in a chair, and used alcohol to disinfect the cuts on my knees and hands. He was in his 40s with buzz-cut gray hair. The framed certificates on his wall told me his name was John Morris. "You sure you're all right?" he asked. I nodded silently. "Fucking animals gets worse out here every fucking year. 'Scuse my French, est-il vous plate?" After he finished cleaning my wounds, he said, "I think I better walk you back home. Just in case." I nodded but didn't say anything. After he locked up the dojo, Mr. Morris walked with me through the dark streets towards home. He asked me questions about school and my home life. I gave the shortest answers I could, mostly because I was utterly cowed by such a powerful man who could fight off 5 other people at one time. But by the time the walk was over, he knew my name, that I lived with my mother, and that my father was no longer in the picture. We finally reached the apartment building where I lived. "Well, Rachel," he said, "take care. Just a word of advice. Probably best if you get home before dark from now on." I nodded, "Thank you." Think nothing of it. As he started to walk away, all my desperation rose up inside me, and I blurted out, "I want to learn how to do what you did." He stopped and looked back at me. "All right, well, just have your mother come by and—" "She won't pay for it," I said. "I asked her over and over. She says she doesn't have any money." He peered at me for a long moment. Finally, he said, "Not a problem. After you get out of school tomorrow, come by and see me." Then he turned and walked off into the night. The next day began my 4-year-long tutelage in Krav Maga. I went every day after school and all day on weekends. I learned everything Mr. Morris showed me. I practiced and sparred until I was black and blue, and still I forced myself to keep going. I became good. Very good. In my first 2 years, I progressed further and faster than any other student he'd ever had. I paid my way, if that's what you can call it, by sweeping up and keeping the dojo clean. When I turned 16, I got a part-time job at McDonald's without telling him. I wanted to make enough money so I could start paying for classes. I remember when I held out the money from my first paycheck, enough for a month's worth of classes. He just stared at. "Where'd this come from?" he finally asked. I told him about my new job. "Is that why you haven't been common to classes as often?" I confirmed it was. "The next time you go into work, quit," he ordered me. "As far as I'm concerned, your only fucking job from now on is to be the best fucking fighter you can be." And that was the end of my short-lived career at McDonald's. I progressed even quicker through the ranks. I started teaching beginners classes. By the time I turned 18, I was a degree black belt. When I wasn't doing Krav Maga, I was studying or going to school. I did well enough that I got a scholarship to Aston University, 2.5 hours from London. On the day before I left, I hugged John and told him he was like the father I'd never had. He held back his tears, the only time in my life I'd seen him come close to crying, and hugged me. "No matter what you end up doing in life, Rachel, give 'em hell." And that's exactly what I did. While I was at Aston, there weren't any Krav Maga dojos, so I took judo and Brazilian jiu-jitsu classes instead. I had a few relationships with guys at university. Nothing serious, though. I had fun, but I never fell in love. That was good, because I was on an accelerated schedule where I went to classes over the summers, too. Between school and martial arts, I had very little time for relationship drama. 2 weeks before I graduated at the top of my class in economics, I still hadn't figured out what I wanted to do with my life. The obvious choice for my degree was a job in government, but frankly, the idea of sitting behind a desk and dealing with bureaucrats bored me to tears. I was also weighing the possibility of joining the armed services. I was in peak physical shape. I loved martial arts, and part of me wondered if the military might be something I'd enjoy. Then my favorite professor in economics asked me if I wouldn't mind meeting an old colleague of his about a job. "A fellow I know from the bad old days," he joked. I was immediately intrigued. Dr. Bradwell was around 60 years old. On several occasions, he had alluded to working for British intelligence after the fall of the Soviet Union. What did I have to lose? So I said yes. I went to meet the man in Dr. Bradwell's office. My professor introduced us, then excused himself so we could speak in private. James Farragut was in his 50s, with a crisp gray suit and a military haircut. He never said specifically whom he worked for, just the government. "Bradwell says you're one of the brightest he's ever taught," Farragut said. I modestly replied that Dr. Bradwell was very kind to say that. Farragut peered at me closely. "I also understand you have extensive training in martial arts. Krav Maga, in particular, although you also know judo and Brazilian jiu-jitsu." I frowned. I'd told Dr. Bradwell about the last two, but I'd never mentioned Krav Maga. "How did you know that?" I asked. "I looked into you a bit," he said casually. "Bradwell said you're not going into postgraduate studies, so what kind of jobs are you looking at?" "I'm not sure. I'm considering the military. All I know is that I don't want to be stuck behind a desk, that would bore me to tears. What is it about the military that appeals to you? I shrugged, being in the outdoors, traveling. Farragut gave me the barest hint of a smile. Fighting. Probably. You already do that with your martial arts studies. That's hand-to-hand combat. I'd like to know how to shoot a gun. Farragut's smile broadened. Oh, we can train you at that. We have some of the best in the world. Before I could ask who we was in, we have some of the best in the world, he asked me a startling question. Do you think you could kill someone? After my initial surprise, I thought back to the men who had tried to rape me when I was 14 years old. I looked Farragut straight in the eye. Absolutely. He seemed pleased with my answer. That's when he finally told me where he was from and why he'd come to see me. 2 minutes later, he offered me a job. I accepted. I would be trained as a junior field agent for SIS, more commonly known as MI6, British Secret Intelligence. After I graduated, I spent a year in training, then 3 years in the field doing all sorts of James Bond-style undercover ops, which is how I found myself in Afghanistan, where I met Lars. Up until that point, my father was the only man who had ever broken my heart, so Lars wasn't the first man who hurt me. But he definitely hurt me the worst, by far. Part IV. 16. Lars. Bagram Airfield, Afghanistan. 6 years ago. My Special Forces unit was standing in a windowless briefing room, surrounded by Special Forces guys from 5 other countries, when Gunnar whispered to me in Swedish. We often spoke in our native tongue when we wanted to keep it between us. Anybody who knows Spanish, Italian, or French can get the gist of something said in one of the other languages. And everybody at Bagram understood English. But Swedish, it was like our own private code. Hedgebror, vad fan tror du att det här handlar om? Hey, brother, what the fuck do you think this is all about? In Jen Anning, I replied, no idea. Gunnar was a fellow Special Forces member and the most unusual guy I'd met in the military. At 62 and 240 pounds, he was powerfully built, but he had the friendliest, most easygoing personality of anyone I knew. There was always a smile on his bushy bearded face. Maybe it was all the weed. He'd smoked out frequently when we were stationed back in Sweden, and he'd continued his habit in Afghanistan. Despite his love for the herb, Gunnar was brilliant. He'd been a computer hacker as a teenager and had broken into several major corporations' databases just for fun. I had a hard time wrapping my head around it. A 62, burly computer nerd. But apparently, it was the truth. When he was 18, he hacked the Swedish equivalent of the Pentagon and got caught. They gave him 2 choices, a criminal trial and jail time, or he could go to work for the military. He chose the latter. The thing was, Gunnar was an anti-establishment type through and through. He hated being forced to hack, especially by the man. When he intentionally failed out of the military's computer countermeasures training program, they threatened him with placement in the infantry. He called their bluff and immediately got shipped off to boot camp. Weirdly enough, Gunnar took to being a soldier like a duck to water. After getting into superb physical shape, he eventually tried out for Special Forces and made it in. He studied Pashto as one of his languages when he joined Special Forces. I asked him why once. "'Cause it sounds cool," he told me. That was reason enough for Gunnar. Pashto was one of Afghanistan's most widely used languages, which was the official reason why he got sent there. Like me, the unofficial reason was that he was exceptionally good in a firefight. As soon as we arrived at Bagram, Gunnar started talking to the locals who did the support roles on base. Kitchen staff, groundskeepers, janitors. Within a few days, he'd gotten hooked up with a steady supply of what he called bra grejer, Swedish for the good stuff. I warned him repeatedly to knock that shit off. Recreational marijuana use was illegal in Sweden and was even more strictly prohibited in the Swedish military. It was 1,000 times worse in Afghanistan. They gave the death penalty to any Afghan caught selling or cultivating weed, so I was pretty sure the government wouldn't take kindly to foreign nationals possessing it, either. But Gunnar ignored me. A lot of botanists believe Afghanistan is where cannabis originally came from, he said earnestly, as though that would keep him out of trouble if he got caught. That was the thing about Gunnar that was both exasperating and admirable. He was going to do whatever he wanted, and nobody would ever be able to talk him out of it. But he'd still be cheerful and friendly to you the entire time, no matter how much he disagreed with you. At the moment, Gunnar and I were awaiting a briefing on a mission nobody knew anything about. There were special ops guys from the US, England, France, Spain, Italy, and Sweden, of course. All in all, there were 25 of us. Whatever the mission was, it was going to be a big fucking deal. One of the American soldiers stepped up to the podium at the front of the room. All right, listen up. The briefing today is from a UK intelligence operative who just flew in. She'll tell you everything you need to know. That caused a bit of a stir. And then she walked into the room and created an even bigger stir. There were relatively few females serving at Bagram, so the presence of one was always notable, especially when she was as gorgeous as this woman. She was tall and athletic, probably 5'11", with dark hair pulled back into a bun. Flawless skin, brown eyes, and sensual lips. The camo pants didn't reveal much, but her legs were incredibly long, and she wore a tight-fitting t-shirt that hugged her graceful curves. The movie Wonder Woman had just come out and made the actress Gal Gadot an international star. This woman could have been her sister. Even without a speck of makeup, she was more beautiful than 99% of the women I'd seen in my life. She stood at the podium, confident but unsmiling, and looked out at all of us. Hello, my name is Rachel Bauer. She sounded almost as alluring as she looked, with a posh British accent and a low, smoky voice. I listened, entranced, as she continued talking. I'm from SIS, the UK's secret intelligence service. Most of you are probably more familiar with the older name for the agency, MI6, so I'll just use that instead. James Bond, one of the Americans called out, and there was some scattered laughter from the soldiers. She smiled politely like she'd heard it 1,000 times before. Exactly. Now, if you'll direct your attention to the monitor, I'll show you our target for the mission. A high-resolution screen hung on the wall at the front of the room. Several pictures appeared, all of the same Afghani male. In one of them, he was dressed in an expensive Western-style suit and looked like a rich playboy. In two other photos, he was dressed like the Taliban in a turban and robes with an AK-47 slung over his shoulder. Rachel continued. The United Kingdom's Domestic Security Service, otherwise known as MI5, foiled a bombing plot in London last week. MI6 discovered that the funding ran through Abdullah Shah Massoud, seen here on screen, a former al-Qaeda operative now working with the Taliban. Al-Qaeda was the terrorist group responsible for the attacks on 9/11. Their leader was Osama bin Laden, a Saudi national who had used his inherited wealth to fund global terrorism. The Taliban was the Islamist group that ruled Afghanistan from 1996 to 2001. Extreme Islamic fundamentalists, they outlawed education for girls. They were also infamous for beating women who went out in public without wearing a burqa, a full-body dress that hid everything, including a mesh screen over their eyes. After 9/11, the United States determined that Osama bin Laden was hiding out in Afghanistan and demanded the Taliban turn him over. The Taliban not only refused, they helped bin Laden escape into neighboring Pakistan. The Taliban's refusal, and their implicit support for terrorism against the West, was what prompted the American invasion of Afghanistan. In 2011, an American SEAL team killed bin Laden during a secret raid inside Pakistan, only a few hundred miles away from where we now stood. Rachel continued her briefing. MI6 has determined that Abdullah Shah Massoud arrived in Kabul 24 hours ago. We believe he's plotting a new series of attacks against Western countries. Our mission is to go into Kabul, root out the terrorist cell he's visiting, and take Massoud down. Preferably alive, but dead works just fine. Now. Excuse me, a Spanish-accented voice spoke up. We all turned to look at one of the guys from Grupos de Operations Especials, GOE, ACA Spain's Special Forces. They were one of the countries participating in the raid. I was vaguely acquainted with the guy speaking. Jorge Delgado. He was an asshole and not well liked by any of the other countries' Special Forces units. I don't think his own men cared for him much, either. Rachel looked annoyed at the interruption. Yes. Why are you giving this briefing? She narrowed her eyes. Because MI6 retrieved the intel, and I work for MI6. Respectfully, Delgado said, without any respect in his voice whatsoever. I think someone who is going on the mission should be giving the briefing. Well then, you're in luck, she said coldly, because I am. Which surprised me, I'll admit. It surprised Delgado even more. You, he scoffed. There's a fair amount of misogyny in special forces. Not against women in general, but against women serving in the military. Not me. I figure if you want to fight, you go through the training, and you qualify, then you've earned your place. I'd served with plenty of good female soldiers in the regular Swedish military, and I knew an outstanding female helicopter pilot. But special forces is typically full of a bunch of tough guys who think that women shouldn't set foot anywhere near a battlefield. Even then, Delgado was in a class by himself. It wasn't just the stereotypical Latin machismo or locker room attitudes towards sexual conquests. He honestly seemed to think women were good for nothing more than sex and cooking him meals. Which is probably why a woman briefing him on a mission raised his hackles. And why he felt entitled to be openly disrespectful to her. To the credit of the other Spaniards in his unit, they all glanced at each other like what a fucking tool. But every guy in the room was highly interested in seeing how Rachel Bauer would handle herself. Yes, me, she said in an even colder voice. Do you have a problem with that? Delgado smirked like he was hitting on her at a bar. I think such a pretty lady should not be endangering herself. That's not your call, she glanced back at the monitor. Now, as I was saying. If I'm going into battle with a woman, Delgado interrupted, I'd say it is my call. The look Rachel gave him was pure contempt. Your name is Delgado, correct? She'd obviously read our files in preparation for the briefing. He raised his chin cockily. Sargento Primero Jorge Delgado, GOE. Well, Delgado, if you have an issue with my inclusion in the mission, you're welcome to sit this one out. She swept her gaze across the rest of the room. That goes for anyone else who agrees with Sergeant Delgado. I won't complain to your superiors, I won't make an issue of it, and you won't be penalized. I'll see to that personally. She looked back at Delgado with a vicious glare. But I don't want anyone on my team who doesn't want to be there. It was a command performance on her part, self-assured, powerful, and take no shit. You could feel the room's level of respect for her go up several notches. Not from Delgado, though. I could see the wheels in his head spinning, gearing up for the next assault. His Spanish buddies glared at him like, quiet, you idiot. But the asshole couldn't help himself. He said with a smirk, if there is anyone who should withdraw from the... If you're going to leave, Rachel interrupted, then do it now. Otherwise, shut up. Either way, stop wasting my fucking time. Every man in the room stifled a laugh. Every man except Delgado, that is. He kept a smile plastered on his face, but it didn't reach his eyes. I could tell from how the corner of his mouth twitched that he was pissed. Is there anything else, Sergeant? She said sergeant like she was saying shithead. No, he finally answered. Good, she snapped, then continued the briefing. As far as the men in that room were concerned, Rachel Bauer had passed the test, but she'd made an enemy in doing so. Wow, hun er naget Annette, Gunnar whispered. Wow, she's something else. Ja det är hun, I murmured back. Yes, she is. 17. The briefing lasted another 10 minutes. After Rachel gave some more info on Massoud, one of the American Special Forces guys took over and ran through the details. We would leave for Kabul at 1600, 4 p.m. local time, 7 hours from now, with a convoy of regular soldiers as camouflage. It was pretty routine for a bunch of Humvees to drive through Kabul on patrol. Nobody would suspect there were a bunch of Special Forces operatives with them. Once we reached the target, Special Forces would detach from the regular troops. I would set up shop on a nearby rooftop and act as overwatch to guard everybody's backs. Gunnar would be my spotter, the guy entrusted with making sure no hostiles snuck up behind me to take me out. The Special Forces guys on the ground would breach Massoud's safe house and either capture or kill him. After the briefing was over, everyone started filing out, except for me. Aren't you coming? Gunnar asked me in Swedish. Go on, I'll catch up. He glanced over at Rachel, who was still speaking with the head of the American Special Forces unit, then looked back at me. Aha, he said with a big grin like he had me all figured out. Good luck, brother. Get out of here, I said affectionately. Gunnar laughed and left with the others. I waited until Rachel ended her conversation with the American. As soon as he left, I walked over. She was still packing up some files in a briefcase when I said, hello. She looked up at me as though trying to place me, like she'd read about me in her files. Henriksen, right. Call me Lars. She didn't give me even a hint of a smile. What can I do for you, Henriksen? Okay, so it was going to be purely professional. Not a problem. You might want to take Delgado off the team. And why is that? One of the guys in Delgado's unit warned me that if you get on his bad side, you don't want him backing you up in the field. Because if he has a problem with you, he'll let the Taliban take care of it. Rachel narrowed her eyes. Delgado has intentionally left other soldiers unprotected so that they're injured or killed by the enemy. That's what the guy said. Which guy? Just a guy. There was no way I was going to give up the soldier's name, and she knew it. Have you reported this? She asked. No. Why not? I shrugged. There's no proof. It's just something he heard from someone back in Spain. That's a serious charge. Yes, it is. But you're not going to report it, she said accusatorily. If I go to command, they'll ask for proof. I don't have any. Then they'll bring in the guy who told me. He'll deny he said anything. And even if he doesn't deny it, he doesn't have any proof either. And if it gets back to Delgado, then we're both on his shit list. Rachel smiled in a decidedly unfriendly manner. So, you decided to spread a little gossip instead. That annoyed me. I was just trying to help, I said coolly. Like Delgado was trying to help by suggesting I stand down. My voice became even colder. I came to you in private. I guess I should thank you for trying to undermine me in private, then, instead of in public, she said sarcastically. I frowned. I'm not trying to undermine you, I'm trying to warn you. You just publicly humiliated a man known for stabbing other people in the back. I can handle Delgado Henriksen, she said curtly, but thank you for your input. She turned away, effectively dismissing me. Now I was irritated. How much combat have you seen? I asked. She looked back at me with a flash of anger. Oh, so now you're questioning my credentials? You're right, you're not like Delgado at all. I'm wondering if you know how important it is to thoroughly trust the men you go into battle with. I know this. I'm tired of men presuming to know what's best for me. I was just trying to help. Don't you worry about yourself. I'll handle Delgado. You stay out of it. I clenched my jaw. Fine. Then I turned and walked out of the room. 18. Rachel. The briefing was like the other 60 I'd given over the years. Cut and dried. Just the facts. And like at least a third of those other briefings, I had to deal with an asshole who thought I didn't belong in the room. He was part of the Spanish Special Forces, but blatant disrespect wasn't a phenomenon limited to Spaniards, Latins, or even Europeans. The last time it had happened, it had been a South Korean colonel. Before that, a South African. And before that, it had been one of my colleagues at MI6. But it was always a man. Always. I dealt with it in the usual way. I told him that if he didn't want to be in the room, he could leave. I set my boundaries very clearly, and when he pushed back, I pushed back harder. Most of the time, they swallowed their pride and went along to get along. Sometimes they didn't. I could tell Delgado was going to be one of the latter. He put on a smile and said yes, but I could see the desire for payback in his eyes. If a man had chewed him out, he would have taken his lumps and retreated with his tail behind his legs. But I was a woman, and what I'd done to him was unforgivable. I told myself I would figure out what to do about him later. Then I went on with the briefing. The good news was that I seemed to have won over the rest of the group. At least, I didn't sense any outright hostility, which I regarded as a win. After the briefing was over, I discussed logistics with the American in charge of the op. As I started to pack up my things, I pondered what I should do about Delgado. When the sexiest voice I'd ever heard jolted me out of my thoughts. Hello. I looked up at a face that was even hotter than the voice. He was tall, probably 64, and broad-shouldered with dark blonde hair. Lots of muscles stretched out his olive gray t-shirt, a powerful chest, huge biceps, and a flat stomach. I'd noticed him as soon as I'd walked into the briefing, and I'd had to avert my eyes. He was so attractive that it was distracting. It took me a second to place him. The photo I'd seen in his file was clean-shaven, taken back when he was still in Sweden. Like most Special Forces guys who deployed to Afghanistan, he'd grown a beard. Unlike other Special Forces guys, though, his was neatly trimmed and made him 10 times hotter. I couldn't recall his name at first, but those crystal blue eyes jogged my memory. Henriksen, right. Call me Lars. His voice was deep, but not too deepy, more a rich bass than a basso profondo. The oral equivalent of the smoothest whiskey you've ever tasted. His accent was American, and he spoke with only the tiniest trace of a Swedish accent. Looked hot, sounded hot. Hot, hot, hot. However, I put my physical attraction aside and remained 100% business. There had been one occasion in the distant past where I'd returned a colleague's flirtations, and I had paid for it when he turned into a chauvinist pig. Unfortunately, letting a man know you fancy him tends to undermine his professional respect for you. Never again. What can I do for you, Henriksen? He seemed slightly disappointed, like he was hoping I might be a bit friendlier. He's attracted to you, a little voice whispered in my ear. I ignored it. There were very few women in my line of work, so you got used to men being constantly attracted to you. Just not ones this hot. But Henriksen got the hint and remained 100% business, too. You might want to take Delgado off the team. I'd been considering that very same thing. What I didn't know yet was whether Henriksen was a good guy. Or whether he thought I couldn't handle an asshole. And why is that? I asked, reserving judgment until I heard more. One of the guys in his unit warned me that if you get on Delgado's bad side, you don't want him backing you up in the field. Because if he has a problem with you, he'll let the Taliban take care of it. Delgado has intentionally left other soldiers unprotected, so that they're injured or killed by the enemy. That's what the guy said. Which guy? I knew he wouldn't tell me. He didn't disappoint. Just a guy. Have you reported this? No. Why not? Henriksen shrugged. There's no proof. It's just something he heard from someone back in Spain. That's a serious charge, I pointed out. Yes, it is. But you're not going to report it. I'll admit I was irritated. He wouldn't go tell his superiors that a backstabber was putting other soldiers in danger, but he'd warn the frail, defenseless little girl that she was in over her head. If I go to command, they'll ask for proof, he explained. I don't have any. Then they'll bring in the guy who told me. He'll deny he said anything. And even if he doesn't deny it, he doesn't have any proof either. And if it gets back to Delgado, then we're both on his shit list. His logic was sound, but there was a hint of condescension in his voice, like I should have figured all that out on my own. Little did he know, I already had long before he opened his mouth. I just wanted to see how well he would communicate his thoughts, not as well as I would have liked. The more generous part of me whispered, "You do realize English isn't his native language, right? He might be fluent, but maybe he's not the world's greatest expert in the intricacies of tone." However, the irritated part of me, the one that had dealt with dozens of other chauvinist pigs over the years, that part won out. "So, you decided to spread a little gossip instead," I said. Henriksen's demeanor immediately cooled off several degrees. "I was just trying to help." "Oh, you were just trying to help. Now I see, my bad. Like Delgado was trying to help by suggesting I stand down." He seemed to take real offense to that. "I came to you in private," he said coldly. "I guess I should thank you for trying to undermine me in private, then, instead of in public." Now he looked downright irritated. "I'm not trying to undermine you, I'm trying to warn you. You just publicly humiliated a man known for stabbing other people in the back." "I can handle Delgado Henriksen," I said brusquely, "but thank you for your input." Then I handled him the way I handled every other man who thought I didn't belong in the room. I turned away and ignored him. That was when he showed his true colors. "How much combat have you seen?" he asked in a snotty voice. I have to admit, that got my hackles up. "Oh, so now you're questioning my credentials?" I snapped. "You're right, you're not like Delgado at all." He glowered at me. "I'm wondering if you know how important it is to thoroughly trust the men you go into battle with." "The men you go into battle with, not the people. Not the soldiers. Definitely not the women. The men," I fixed him with a "don't fuck with me" stare. "I know this. I'm tired of men presuming to know what's best for me. I was just trying to help. Don't you worry about yourself. I'll handle Delgado. You stay out of it." I saw the muscles in his jaw tense up. "Fine." Then he turned around and walked out of the room. "Okay." I'll admit, even though I was irritated with the guy, I checked out his ass as he left. Bloody hell, it was just as hot as the rest of him. Muscular and firm, and it definitely filled out his pants. Then I reprimanded myself. "Cut it out, you're doing the same thing you hate when men do it to you." Still, I cut myself a little slack. It was hard not to ogle a man when he was as scorching hot as Lars Henriksen, but he'd still made me angry. So now I was angry and turned on. Not a good combination before a dangerous mission. I decided to go find the base gym and work out some of my frustration on a punching bag. A little violence had always been effective therapy for me. More effective than real therapy, anyway. But Henriksen's words served as a troubling reminder. I had to figure out what to do about Delgado, and fast. Or it might not just be the Taliban I had to worry about. 19. Lars. I found Gunnar outside the building smoking a cigarette. Just a regular one, not weed. He wasn't that reckless. As soon as he saw my face, he grinned and asked in Swedish, "Oh, didn't go so well getting into the hot lady's pants, huh?" I glared at him. That wasn't what it was about. "What was it about then?" he asked cheerfully. "I warned her about Delgado." "Oh." Gunnar knew all about Delgado. I'd told him as soon as I'd found out. I'd warned all the other Swedish guys in my unit too, but they were the only people I'd told. Until 3 minutes ago, anyway. "And she didn't take it as your opening gambit at getting into her pants." Gunnar continued with a smile. "Or she did take it that way, and that's the problem. She took it as me questioning her competence." "Oh, well, that's no good. You're gonna have to do some serious damage control, my brother, if you want to get in her pants." "What? No, I'm not trying to get into her pants. Why not? Because not everything is about. I trailed off. Delgado was walking back into the building, 70 feet away. As the Spaniard disappeared inside, I asked Gunnar, "You came out with the other guys, right? Did anybody else stick around after the briefing?" "I don't think so. They all went to the chow hall. Everybody except you and the hot soldier lady, that is." Rachel hadn't left yet. Everyone else in the briefing had come out. But Delgado was the only one going back in. I started to get a bad feeling. "See you in a minute," I said as I headed back into the building. "Gonna try for round 2. Something like that. "Go get brother," Gunnar called after me. 20. I walked past a half-dozen offices. When I got to where Delgado had entered the building, I turned a corner and saw him at the far end of the hallway, exiting through another door. Rachel was nowhere in sight. Maybe I'd gotten it all wrong. Maybe I was being paranoid. But I didn't think so. I jogged down the hall and cracked the door to look out. Delgado was crossing the commons area. 200 feet ahead of him, I saw Rachel entering the building that housed the gym and sparring facilities. My stomach twisted as I realized I'd been right. I followed Delgado across the courtyard, ducked behind a jeep, and watched through the windows. He glanced over his shoulder before entering the gym. He hadn't seen me. At this hour, the weight room and boxing ring would be empty, since most of the guys were in the chow hall for lunch. I had no idea why Rachel was going inside. But I had a pretty good idea why Delgado was following her. As I entered the building and crept down the hallway, I heard the whap, whap, whap of someone punching a leather bag. That was when I figured out why Rachel was there. One man had disrespected her in front of a group she had to lead. And then another guy had suggested in private that she couldn't handle the situation. At least, that's probably how she saw it. She was blowing off steam. Couldn't say I blamed her. The training room was the size of a small gymnasium, with lots of weightlifting equipment, punching bags, and floor mats for sparring. When I opened the door, Delgado was walking through the dimly lit room about 30 feet in front of me. Just like I'd thought, the place was empty. Except for Rachel. She was at the far end of the room, fucking up a punching bag. Whap, 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 whap. I walked in and shut the door quietly behind me. Then pulled out my pistol and hid in the shadows. A few minutes ago, Rachel had accused me of not thinking she could handle things, so I decided to give her a chance to handle it now. Unless shit got out of control, then I'd step in. Delgado strolled up the center of the room like he owned all of Afghanistan. Rachel stopped punching the bag and looked over. "Sergeant Delgado," she said, like he was something nasty she'd found on the bottom of her shoe. "Come to apologize for your conduct during the briefing." "No, I came to get an apology from you," Delgado said, half amused, half menacing. "Well, you're going to be waiting a long fucking time." I couldn't see Delgado's face, but I could hear the smirk in his voice. "You really shouldn't be cursing with a mouth that pretty, señorita. And you really shouldn't be so confident with a dick that small, yet here we are," she said matter-of-factly. Great. She was blatantly provoking him. Interestingly enough, she didn't seem scared of him in the slightest, even though Delgado had at least 6 inches in height and 90 pounds on her. And he was a Special Forces operative who killed people as part of his job. Delgado laughed nastily as he stopped about 10 feet away from her. "Since you seem so interested in my dick, puta, maybe I'll whip it out and you can suck it." "I doubt I'd be able to find it, Sergeant." Rachel held up one hand in the air and put her thumb and forefinger about an inch apart, like she was pinching the air. So tiny, she mouthed silently. "We'll see if you still think that after I shove it up your ass," Delgado snarled. That's when I stepped out of the shadows, directly in Rachel's eyeline, and put one finger to my lips. SHHHHH. Her eyes flicked over in my direction, then immediately returned to Delgado. She'd seen me, I was sure of it. "No," she snarled as she shook her head. She was looking at Delgado. But she was talking to me. Delgado didn't realize it because he didn't know I was there. But I was absolutely sure that her message was aimed at me, not him. "No," Delgado sneered, "like you have a choice." "Last chance to walk away, Sergeant," Rachel said as she squared up in a fighting stance, fists in the air. Delgado laughed. "I ain't walkin' away from shit." "Let's settle it then," she said in a neutral voice. God damn it, I wanted to step in. Everything inside me screamed out to protect her. But she'd already chewed me out for questioning her ability to protect herself. And 10 seconds ago, she had told me not to get involved. I fought every instinct I had to beat Delgado into a pulp. Instead, I stepped back into the shadows and waited to see how it would all play out. I just prayed Rachel knew what she was doing. Turns out, she did. 21. Rachel. It was blowing off steam in the gym, punching the bag and visualizing Delgado's face when I caught movement in my peripheral vision. I turned and saw Delgado strolling towards me across the dimly lit room. Well, well, well. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. He wasn't being shy about it, either. He had a smirk on his face and a swagger in his walk more like a rapper than a soldier. In my experience, that's the way most assholes acted, supremely confident and obnoxiously arrogant, whether they could back it up or not. Unfortunately, this asshole seemed intent on taking it to a whole new level. Whatever he had planned, I knew it wasn't good. I also knew he wouldn't be here if the gym were full of witnesses. That thought alone kept me on full alert. "Sergeant Delgado, come to apologize for your conduct during the briefing." He thought that was funny. "No, I came to get an apology from you." "Well, you're going to be waiting a long fucking time. You really shouldn't be cursing with a mouth that pretty, señorita." I bet he talked to a lot of women that way, reduced them to their looks, told them what they should and shouldn't do. I'd had a lot of men treat me like that. Usually I just brushed it off. But not today. Today I wanted to hit back. Do I go there? I asked myself. Yeah, let's go fucking there, to hell with it. And you really shouldn't be so confident with a dick that small, yet here we are, I said. Several emotions flashed over his face in rapid succession. First, shock that I would dare insult his manhood. Second, extreme anger. Who the fuck do you think you are? And finally, disdain, to show me you ain't shit, bitch. Not to mention the threat of sexual violence as the cherry on top. Since you seem so interested in my dick, puta, maybe I'll whip it out and you can suck it. Of course he went there. Of course he did. So unoriginal, so not clever. Just an asshole who liked to threaten women who made him feel small. Speaking of feeling small, I already knew how to hit back. He telegraphed his weak spot, so I just pressed on it a little more. "I doubt I'd be able to find it, Sergeant," I said, then held my finger and thumb in the air to suggest how small his penis was. And just to twist the knife, I silently mouthed, "So tiny." I was provoking him, obviously, which was probably not wise. No, scratch that, definitely not wise, but seriously, fuck this guy. I got exactly the reaction I was expecting. Delgado's face darkened with rage, and he turned up the sexual threats to 11. "We'll see if you still think that after I shove it up your ass." And then, everything changed. 30 feet behind Delgado, Henriksen stepped out of the shadows. At first I was shocked. Henriksen was a jerk, but more of the "I'm here to save you" little girl variety. I hadn't pegged him as a violent asshole like Delgado. I definitely hadn't thought they were buddies working in tandem. Then I saw Henriksen's pistol. A bolt of adrenaline surged through me. Until I realized the gun was aimed at Delgado, not at me. Everything clicked into place when Henriksen put his finger to his lips to shush me. Ah, now it all made sense. "I'm here to save you, little girl." Exactly the way he'd acted back in the briefing room. The one man in my life who'd ever truly saved me was John Morris, on that terrible night when I was 14 years old and powerless. Then he became my Krav Maga sensei, my mentor, and my friend. John hadn't condescended to me when he saved me. And he sure as hell didn't act like he was doing me a favor. And afterwards, he'd taught me everything he knew so that no one ever had to save me again. Except for me, I was tired of men assuming I was weak, thinking they had to protect me just because I was a woman, just like Henriksen had, just like he was doing right now. Anger welled up inside me, and I snarled, "No." I stared at Delgado when I said it, knowing that he wouldn't realize who the no was intended for. He didn't. He obviously had no idea what was going on directly behind him. "No," he sneered, "like you have a choice." Though I kept my eyes focused on Delgado, I kept my attention on Henriksen. The Swede stopped in his tracks and lowered his guns slightly. He'd gotten the message. Well, at least he wasn't dumb. Hot and reasonably intelligent. Damn, too bad he's kind of a jerk. But right now, I had bigger fish to fry. Time to deal with Delgado. I figured it either ended here and now, or it would end in a couple of hours on the streets of Kabul. "Last chance to walk away, Sergeant," I said. It sounded like a warning, but I did the one thing I knew would ensure he wouldn't walk away. I stepped into a combat stance. Delgado took it exactly the way I thought he would, as a challenge and an invitation to do what he'd wanted to do all along. He laughed. "I ain't walkin' away from shit." "Let's settle it then." "Your funeral, bitch," he growled. And then he attacked. As he came at me, I flashed back to that night when I was 14 years old and those boys attacked me. Except this time I knew Krav Maga, and Judo, and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. And unlike back then, I knew I could save myself, so I did. 22. "Lars." "Your funeral, bitch," Delgado growled, and sprinted at Rachel in a surprise attack. My heart leapt into my throat. Delgado had height, weight, and more physical power. A 230-pound guy against a 140-pound woman. The deck was stacked in his favor. The only things that could counteract his natural advantages were speed, accuracy, and better training. Rachel quickly demonstrated that she had all three. She sidestepped him at the last second and kicked out sideways as hard as possible. Her foot connected with the side of Delgado's leg. And I heard a dull snap as his knee bent inwards at an angle nature never intended. He screamed in agony as he collapsed onto the mat. "You fucking bitch," he shrieked. "Fuck." "Stay down, Delgado," she warned. He staggered back to his feet, hopping on his one good leg. "I'm gonna kill you, you fucking whore. Hobble on over here and try." Delgado came at her swinging. But she dodged his punches and kicked his injured leg again. He screamed again as he fell to his knees. But this time, she didn't give him a second chance. She grabbed the back of his head with both her hands and drove her knee into his face. Crack! Blood spattered the mat. Rachel let go of him and backed away. Delgado looked dazed, but before he could collapse, she kicked him hard. The toe of her boot slammed right under his jaw. His head snapped back. And he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Holy shit. I holstered my pistol and jogged over. Rachel was breathing hard, though not as hard as you'd expect after taking down a Special Forces operative. Delgado's eyes were closed. Blood streamed out of his broken nose and spread in a puddle across the mat. "Jesus," I muttered. "Do we have a problem, Henriksen?" she asked, eyeing me like I might attack her next. "Not at all." "Then why are you here?" "I saw him stalking you, so I followed him in. I was worried what he might do, but you indicated you wanted to handle it yourself. After our talk earlier, I figured I should give you the chance." I raised my eyebrows as I peered down at Delgado's unconscious form. "You handled it, all right." "Yes, I did," she said defiantly. "You realize he'll probably never walk the same after this, even with surgery." "Then maybe he shouldn't have threatened to rape me," she snarled. When I didn't answer immediately, she snapped, "What are you going to cover for him?" She said it like I was a would-be rapist, too. "No," I replied. "I'll tell them he threatened you with sexual assault, that he initiated the attack, and you defended yourself. That's it." Rachel frowned. What about some of the things I said? What about them? They might come across as inflammatory, she said, choosing her words judiciously. Unfortunately, I didn't hear most of your conversation, I said with a fake smile. It was a lie, and I made sure she knew it. She raised one eyebrow. Nothing. I'll leave it up to you what you want to say. Just keep in mind that when Delgado wakes up, he's going to tell them everything you said, while leaving out 90% of what he said. She gave me the barest hint of a smile. If you didn't hear the conversation, how would you know what he said? I don't. Then I turned and headed for the door. Where are you going? She called out. To call the medics. They need to get him to the infirmary. That's it? She asked in disbelief. That's it, I said without looking back at her. You don't have anything else to say about what just happened? I paused and finally turned around. Actually, I do. And in the most sincere and admiring tone I could convey, I said, well done. Then I walked out of the room. 23. Rachel. Well done, Lars said, then walked out of the gym. I stared after him in stunned silence. He seemed sincere. Like I'd earned his respect. Maybe he's not so bad after all. I looked down at where Delgado lay, crumpled on the mat. Now that my anger had subsided, I could accurately assess what I'd done. What a lot of men might call post-nut clarity. I checked out the crooked angle of his leg and winced. Shit, I might have gone a little overboard. However, I reminded myself that if Delgado had had his way, I would have ended up on the ground where he was now. And probably with my pants down around my knees. Or maybe face down in the streets of Kabul, with a bullet in my back. I didn't feel sorry for Delgado at all. If he hadn't walked into the gym, if he hadn't stalked me, as Henriksen had put it, he wouldn't be where he was right now. But I was intrigued by the other man. The one who'd come in to save me. And then listened to me. And let me save myself. 24. Lars. The medics rushed Delgado to the infirmary. There was a brief commotion when the commanding officers learned what had happened, but Delgado was still unconscious, so there was only Rachel's account and mine to go off of. Seeing as the incident included the threat of sexual assault, the intended victim was a VIP from British intelligence. And there were 24 witnesses from the briefing who could attest that Delgado had disrespected Rachel, then grown angry when she cut him off at the knees. Everything got swept under the rug fairly quickly. It didn't hurt that it was general knowledge that Delgado was a piece of shit. Even the guys from his own unit didn't stick up for him. Besides, there was a mission coming up in 3 hours. And command wasn't about to derail everything just because Delgado had fucked around and found out. At 15:30, everyone from the briefing suited up, minus Delgado, of course. At 1600, we piled into armored transports. Rachel got into the same transport as me, Gunnar, and the other Swedish guys in my unit. It was odd seeing her in a helmet and camo that hid everything but her face. It was even more surprising seeing what she planned to do on the mission, given that she was carrying a PSG-90, a rifle used by both the UK and Sweden. You're a sniper? I asked in surprise. I don't like to fight up close if I can afford not to, she said as she sat down opposite me and Gunnar. Could have fooled me, I replied. She just smiled wryly as the transport started and we moved down the road. So you're going to be on Overwatch with us? I asked, jerking my head towards Gunnar. I am, she confirmed. Who's going to be your spotter? I asked. She looked at the other guys in the transport. Anybody want to volunteer? I do, Gunnar said happily as he raised his hand. You're already my spotter, I said. Aw, he pouted playfully, which was about as close as he ever came to an actual bad mood. I'll do it, offered Ingmar, one of the other guys in my unit. I didn't know him that well, just that he was a competent soldier. Rachel nodded at him. Thanks. Why didn't you mention in the briefing about you being on Overwatch? I asked. I don't know if you noticed, but I kind of had my hands full with Delgado. You fucked him up good, my dude, Gunnar told her enthusiastically. Rachel gave him a half frown, half smile. She couldn't tell if he was trolling her or actually complimenting her. Gunnar was always sincere, but most people couldn't tell because of his over-the-top cheerfulness and eccentric choice of words. No one says my dude, I told Gunnar for the 1,000th time. At least, not unironically. He beamed, I do. And a dude is a man, I said. She's not a dude. Obviously, he said happily. Rachel looked at him sideways, but there wasn't a trace of leering in Gunnar's voice, so she let it pass. You look like the dude, she said to Gunnar. Thank you, he said with a big grin, then announced to the rest of the guys in the transport. I am the dude. No, Rachel said, I meant the Big Lebowski. The Coen brothers movie, Jeff Bridges. Oh yes, even better, Gunnar said brightly, then quoted in Swedish, Försiktigt man, det finns en drick här. She looked at me in bewilderment. Careful man, there's a beverage here, I translated. Rachel burst out laughing. It was one of the most beautiful sounds I'd ever heard. I've never heard the dude in Swedish before, she said to Gunnar. He beamed. Now you have. Now I have, she agreed. So, I asked, how did you wind up as a sniper with deadly hand-to-hand combat skills? She smiled and answered in her charming British accent, I could tell you, but then I'd have to kill you. I smiled back. Is that the standard MI6 reply? Yes, but just because it's the standard reply doesn't mean it's not true. I'll keep that in mind. 25. 4 blocks from the target, the transport stopped and the rear door opened. Gunnar jumped out, rifle at the ready. See you soon, I said to Rachel, then turned to follow Gunnar. Henriksen, she said. I turned back to her. Yeah. Take care of yourself. You too. Then I jumped out, slammed the door shut, and the transport drove on. A Humvee was already parked nearby. 5 regular infantry stood in the street, waiting for the order to move. I took a second to get my bearings as the convoy of transports and Humvees moved on. Kabul was a dense metropolis of over 4 million people. Most of the fighting in the city had taken place well over a decade ago, after which the war had transferred to the surrounding hills and deserts. Since then, life had mostly returned to the way it was before the American invasion. But that didn't mean danger wasn't around every corner. The Taliban still had plenty of operatives in Kabul, so I kept my eyes and ears open. We were currently standing on a street filled with cinderblock buildings. The level of poverty was bad by Swedish standards, but there were still plenty of cars driving down the road and a lot of pedestrians. As soon as they saw us, they turned around and walked in the opposite direction. Couldn't say I blamed them. When NATO troops came knocking, it usually wasn't good for the person whose door they knocked on. The apartment building we'd been dropped off at belonged to a friendly, a local who had pledged cooperation with the Americans. The infantry guys had a translator who spoke the landlord's language, Dari Persian. If it had been Pashto, Gunnar could have talked to him instead. Once the interpreter got the landlord to open the stairwell, Gunnar and I ran up the steps to the roof of the 4-story building. I set up shop while Gunnar guarded the stairs. Within 30 seconds, I had my rifle out and was scanning the sidewalks and buildings around the Humvees and transports. The convoy had come to a halt outside a crumbling building. The pockmarked walls looked like they had sustained damage from the invasion a decade ago and had never been repaired. There were still people living in the building, though. I could see curtains in some of the windows. Squatters, maybe, or people too poor to afford anything else. Or maybe terrorists who had taken over the slums for their own purposes. My fellow NATO soldiers were creeping along the front of the building towards the main entrance. Henriksen, you there? A familiar voice crackled over the radio. I smiled. Copy, Bauer. I figured it would be unprofessional to call her Rachel. You set up. Yes, the 5-story red building to the northeast. I swung my scope towards the red building and saw her helmet over the edge of the roof's retaining wall. Her rifle was angled down slightly towards the slums several blocks away. I see you. She was a good 400 feet closer to the target building than I was. I swung my gun back over to the slums. Why don't you handle the street, and I'll watch the windows? Copy that. I slowly panned my scope over the front of the building, moving from window to window, looking for anything suspicious. Nothing on the street. They're preparing to go in. I resisted looking at the soldiers and kept scanning the windows for any sign of. There, movement on the third floor. A shadowy figure pulled back a curtain. A man. There was something in his hand. Grenade, I said calmly and pulled the trigger. Crack, the suppressor on my rifle, what most civilians thought of as a silencer, cut down on the sound and recoil, but the gunshot still echoed back at me from the surrounding buildings. A split second later, blood spattered the curtains as the figure collapsed backwards into the room. As I worked the bolt and ejected the spent shell, an explosion blasted out of the window. Boom! Nice shot, Rachel said. Chaos erupted down in the slums as gunfire chattered out of every street-level door and window. From this far away, it sounded like firecrackers popping off under a heavy blanket. The NATO soldiers took cover behind the Humvees and returned fire. Target-rich environment, Rachel said. I could use a hand. Copy that, I answered and swung my scope down to street level. I had just settled on a robed figure in a doorway. When his chest exploded, at the same instant, I heard the crack of a single gunshot and the echoes amongst the buildings. Nice shot yourself, I said. Thanks. I looked for another target. There, a man peeking over a windowsill, an AK-47 in his hands. I pulled the trigger. Crack, the wall behind him splattered red as he collapsed out of sight. As I ejected the shell and chambered my next round, I heard another distant shot. Crack, followed by echoes from the buildings around me. When I panned my scope over to a doorway, I saw a body slumped on the ground that hadn't been there before. We should have a competition, I said. Loser buys the first round. You're on wait, oh shit. I heard gunfire over the radio, louder than the muffled shots on the street. Bauer, Rachel, I yelled. Bogies on the roof, Rachel shouted over the radio. My spotter's down, my spotter's down. I swung my rifle towards the red building. Rachel was crouched down behind a heavy-duty air conditioning unit. She dropped her rifle and now held a pistol in her hands. Ingmar lay on the opposite side of the roof, his legs spasming as he bled out. Two men in robes and turbans were coming out of the rooftop stairwell 30 feet from Rachel. I aimed. Crack, one of the men collapsed backwards in a cloud of red. The other guy looked around in shock, not sure where the shot had come from. By then, I'd ejected the shell, chambered the next round, and aimed at his chest. Crack! He collapsed backwards next to his companion. Thank you, Rachel gasped. Don't thank me yet. You probably have more coming. I swung my scope over to the open door of Rachel's rooftop stairwell. It was empty, but probably not for long. Gunnar, I shouted without taking my eye off the doorway. What the fuck is going on over there, brother? He yelled back in Swedish. Watch our six, we might have visitors. Got it. Henriksen, Rachel said over the radio, help the soldiers. I can handle this. I know you can, I said, but the whole point is you don't have to. There's somebody who cares about you who's got your back. There was a pause like she was taken aback by that. Then she said, I really appreciate that, I do, but the guys on the ground are the priority. I kept watching the dark stairwell on her roof as I answered. There's 20 Special Forces guys down there, and at least that many regulars. They've got each other. Right now, you've only got me. So you're. A burst of gunfire from inside the stairwell briefly lit up the darkened interior. I saw a figure with an assault rifle and pulled my trigger. Crack, the gunman inside the stairwell toppled out of the doorway and collapsed face first onto the roof. "The new priority," I said as I ejected the shell and chambered a new one. 26. Rachel. Crack. I heard a body fall somewhere behind me as Henriksen finished his sentence. The new priority. Overwhelming relief and gratitude rushed through me as I realized he's not going to leave me. I was used to working alone. Rarely did I have somebody else to rely on. The knowledge that Henriksen had my back, it was a rare luxury. I intended to make the most of it. I'd been in worse situations than this, like when I got shot in Bangkok, or that time I was trapped under the rubble in Tehran. I kept reminding myself of that as I peered around the air conditioning unit and aimed my pistol at the stairwell. In my peripheral vision, I saw Ingmar's body splayed out on the roof. He wasn't moving. The last thing he'd done before he got shot was to scream out a warning to me. Years ago, when I was first starting out, I would have felt overwhelming survivor's guilt. Now, I just focused on staying alive, which meant ignoring Ingmar's body and concentrating on the stairwell. Suddenly, there was movement inside the doorway, the flicker of a shadow. I opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. Another body fell backwards down the stairs, screaming as he went. Another one down, I thought. God knows how many more to go. 27. Lars. It was a hard-fought battle, and an ugly one. Rachel fired her pistol from behind the air conditioning unit, while I took out anybody stupid enough to poke their heads out of the stairwell. I'd been right to warn Gunnar we might have company. At least 5 gunmen came up our stairwell. Gunnar dealt with it by dropping grenades on them. Down on the street, the firefight raged for 15 minutes until special forces breached the building through a side entrance. It took them another 30 minutes to clear out the rooms one by one. By the time they were finished, Abdullah Shah Massoud was dead, along with 37 Taliban operatives. After it was over, I radioed the guys in my unit that some assholes had taken out Ingmar and that Rachel was in trouble. I spoke to them in Swedish, so none of the other NATO troops knew what I was saying. My guys took off at a run for the Red Building. 5 minutes later, any remaining insurgents inside the stairwell were dead, and Rachel was safe. My guys counted 10 corpses on the Red Building's roof and in the stairwell. Of those, I'd killed 5. My unit had killed 2, Rachel had shot another 2 with her sidearm, and Ingmar must have taken down 1 before they got him. Gunnar and I took our time making sure our own stairwell was safe. It was full of body parts and a lot of gore, but no more Taliban. At least, no living ones. When we emerged on the street, my teammates were there with Ingmar's body. They'd carried him back with them. There was no way they were leaving him behind for the enemy to desecrate. Rachel was there too. Her face was caked with sweat and grime, and she stared at me numbly. "Lars," she said softly. It was the first time she'd called me by my first name. "Rachel," I replied. She cracked a weary smile. "I think I owe you a fucking drink." I smiled back. "I think you owe me a couple." The mission was a huge success. That much was apparent from what the ground troops found inside. Besides Massoud's corpse, there was a cache of weapons, including 24 shoulder-fired anti-aircraft missiles. No telling how much damage they would have done if the Taliban had been able to use them. There was also $1.4 million in US dollars, and blueprints for the New York City subway system and the London Underground. Rachel took one look at the markings on the plans and said, "Oh my God." They were going to target the 5 busiest stations in all of London. One of the Americans confirmed it was the same for New York. Times Square, Grand Central, Penn Station. There was no telling how many lives we had saved by taking out Massoud. If only Ingmar hadn't had to pay the price. 28. The celebration didn't start until a couple of hours after we got back to base. And it would have been a far more muted affair if the American brass had their way. The U.S. military didn't allow its service members to drink alcohol at Bagram. Officially, anyway. Their officers tended to turn a blind eye to infractions unless they were particularly egregious. However, the rest of NATO wasn't having it. You try prying a beer out of a thirsty German soldier's hand and see how far that gets you. As a result, European soldiers from NATO countries were allowed to imbibe, which made European soldiers the most popular people on base, especially after a hard day. Following the mission debrief and a shower, the Special Forces guys from the raid crowded into the Swedish barracks. Absolut vodka is from Sweden, and our unit was known for our copious supplies. Rachel was there, too. After showering the grit out of her hair, she'd left it down to dry, and she was absolutely stunning. It fell down to her shoulders in waves of dark brown. "What?" she asked when she caught me staring at her. "I think you need a drink," I said, pouring some vodka into a paper cup. "I thought I was supposed to buy you one," she replied. "A couple, actually." "Can't buy it on base, thanks to the Americans," Gunnar said with a smile. "I officially apologize on behalf of the United States military," shouted one of the Delta Force guys, and everybody from the other countries started razzing him good-naturedly with cries of "fuckin' Americans." I handed Rachel the paper cup. "You can buy me a couple of rounds once I get back from deployment." She smirked at the implication I would see her again. "All right, sure." The mood in general was celebratory, but me, Gunnar, and the other Swedes were thinking of Ingmar, so we were on the somber side. As soon as she had her drink, Rachel cleared her throat. "I'd like to say a few words." The men all grew quiet. I was impressed today by everyone's capability in the field, but there was one member of the Swedish team who didn't make it back tonight, and his sacrifice is the reason I'm standing here right now. That, and because of the tremendous efforts of Lars Henriksen and the rest of the Swedish Special Forces to keep me alive. She looked at me with grateful eyes. "Thank you." I nodded silently. Gunnar and several of the other guys said here. Rachel kept my gaze as she raised her cup. "To Ingmar." "To Ingmar," every person in the room said and drank in his memory. 29. The night started off somber, but became a bit less heavy by the third drink. The other guys were laughing amongst themselves. Rachel, Gunnar, and I had broken off from the main group and were talking in private. We finally got to a subject I'd wanted to ask her about from the very beginning. "That's an interesting last name you have," I said. "What Bauer?" "Yeah, like Jack Bauer." I was referring to the television show 24 with Kiefer Sutherland. It had ended several years earlier, but it had been a hit all over the world, or at least in Europe. Jack Bauer was another one of those American Hollywood heroes who had made me want to join the military. Rachel grinned. "That's why I chose it." Both Gunnar and I did a double take. "You chose it?" Gunnar asked. "So that's not your real name then?" I said. "Nope." "What's your real name?" She just smiled. "What, you can't tell us because of MI6, I asked. "Pretty much." I looked at her sideways. "Is Rachel even your real name?" She smiled some more. I shook my head. "You're an interesting woman, Rachel Bauer." "I try." "I want to name myself something cool," Gunnar said forlornly. I poured him some more vodka. "Once you get out of the service, you can do whatever you want." "I will," he said resolutely. Then he peered into the distance and said earnestly, "Maybe I'll change it to Gunnar Skywalker." Rachel laughed long and loud, again, one of the most beautiful things I'd ever heard. I lifted the bottle of vodka and raised my eyebrows. "Another drink?" "Sure," she said with a grin as she held out her cup. As I poured her some more, I said, "So you named yourself after Jack Bauer?" Better than naming myself after James Bond. Can you imagine? Jane Bond, she said with a derisive snort. I like it, Gunnar protested. Yes, well, I didn't need to be endlessly harassed by my coworkers. In MI6. Yes. Was James Bond in MI6 too? Gunnar asked. Yes, hence the James Bond reference, she said in a deadpan voice. He didn't get that it was a joke. Are you a 7 too? He asked quite seriously. Bond was 7, Rachel explained. The 00 was just a classification. There was a 6, a 8, a 9. So what are you? Gunnar asked. 8 or 9 or? She frowned like she thought he was trolling her again. There's no such thing. It's just something Ian Fleming made up. Who? Ian Fleming, the author of the James Bond stories. Gunnar looked confused. What did he make up? The 00 classification. There's no such thing. Oh, Gunnar said, clearly disappointed. Rachel looked over at me like, is this guy for real? Gunnar was incredibly smart, for instance, his computer hacking, but in other ways he was innocent as a child. Or maybe it was all the weed. Speaking of which. I'm gonna go outside and smoke a bowl, he announced, then looked at Rachel. You want any? She stared at him in disbelief. You mean marijuana? Gunnar smiled. Yep, good shit too. Rachel looked at me. Isn't that punishable by death in Afghanistan? Sometimes they just cut off your hands, I said dryly. They do that off base, Gunnar said cheerfully, like it was no big deal. I can't imagine your superiors condone it, Rachel said, still shocked. Don't worry, I won't get caught, Gunnar said as he stood up. See you soon. Once he lumbered outside, it was just me and Rachel. Is he always that cavalier about things that could get him thrown in prison? She asked. Don't get me started. So, how long are you here for? She sighed. I fly out at 400. Gotta go back to London and report on the mission. 4 in the morning, less than 7 hours from now. Oh. She smiled. You sound disappointed. I am, I said honestly. Why? You wanted to go kill more bad guys with me? She teased right before she took a swig of vodka. Actually, I wanted to sleep with you. She spat out her drink in a spray all over me. I closed my eyes and wiped the vodka off my face. Oh my God, I'm so sorry, she laughed. But Jesus, you're a bit forward, aren't you? That wasn't something I'd heard in my previous conversations in English. Does forward mean assertive? I asked. Or brash, brazen, cheeky, take your pick. I guess I'm forward then. Well, it's not happening. I'm not sleeping with you. I smiled. You absolutely sure? Guitarra la spugna. I frowned. What? She started laughing. Sorry, the Italian part of me comes out when I'm drunk. That was Italian. Yes, she said like duh. What does it mean? Well, literally, it translates as you should throw in the sponge. What? She laughed even harder, which made her even more beautiful. What's the term for it? She said, searching her memory. An idiomatic phrase. It means, stop trying since you have no chance. To throw in the towel, I suggested. There you go, she cheered as she pointed at me. How do you know Italian? Is it part of your job? Knew, she said and took a drink. My mother. Your mother's Italian. Mama. So you're half Italian. Yes, I am. Bauer's not an Italian name. I'm well aware. Why not an Italian code name then? Like Spumoni. She burst out laughing again. What? Agent Spumoni, I said into my watch like I was speaking over a radio. Come in, Agent Spumoni. That's stupid, Rachel said as she laughed her ass off. Next you're going to suggest Agent Spaghetti, or... That's already taken, I said seriously. Oh, really? Yes, just like James Bond was 7, all the half-Italian MI6 agents have food names. Agent Spaghetti is somebody else. I am so glad I have you here to tell me these things. You should be. You can't be Agent Spaghetti, but you can be Agent Zamboni. She burst out laughing again. That's not a food name. That's the machine that goes over the ice in an ice skating rink. It's reserved for the most beautiful agents. Zamboni, she said in playful disbelief. The word for the giant machine that looks like a mechanical hippopotamus is reserved for the most beautiful agents. I shrugged. I don't make the rules. Uh-huh, she looked at me from the corner of her eyes. Ti stai dando la zappa sue pidi. What? In her inebriated state, she struggled to think of the translation. You're throwing the hoe on your own feet. You can throw yourself at my feet if you like, but you really shouldn't call yourself a hoe. She reached over and smacked me on the arm playfully. You bastard. I laughed. So what's this about feet and... A gardening tool. OHHHH, a gardening tool. Yes, it means you're damaging your chances with silly actions. Shooting myself in the foot. Exactly. That's assuming I had a chance to begin with, and you said you weren't sleeping with me. I did, didn't I? She said, an enigmatic smile on her face. In Jen ko pa isen, I said, waving my hand dismissively. She looked at me like I'd just spoken Martian. What? It's Swedish for don't worry, but literally it means there's no cow on the ice. She stared at me, then burst out howling with laughter. What? No cow on the ice, I repeated. I heard you the first time. What the hell does a cow on the ice have to do with? Trust me, if you're out on a frozen lake in Sweden and a cow decides to join you, you're going to start worrying. She laughed silently, so hard that she couldn't speak. You all right? I asked as I laughed too. She nodded, unable to speak, her shoulders heaving up and down. You sure you're all right? In Jen ko pa, she managed to get out. In Jen ko pa isen, I said, realizing what she meant. No cow on the ice, we both said at the same time. Then she doubled over with laughter again. 30. Rachel. I find it very sexy when a man can make me laugh. And Lars made me laugh harder than any man I'd ever met. Add to that the fact he was already mind-blowingly hot. And that he'd saved my life just a few hours earlier. And the vodka, so much vodka. Let's just say my resolve to not sleep with him was fading fast. I wanted to take him to bed. I absolutely did. But I'd seen it destroy other women's careers in MI6. Not to mention, I'd had a terrible experience in the past from merely flirting with a colleague. But he's not a colleague, a little voice whispered in my ear. Plus, he's staying in Afghanistan, and you're leaving in just a few hours. You'll never see him again. I told the little voice to shut up and leave me alone. Unfortunately, all the vodka made the little voice much louder and quite persistent. After another half hour of trading idiomatic phrases in Italian and Swedish, and Lars nearly making me wet my pants with laughter, I knew I had to call an end to it, or I was going to do something I'd regret in the morning. So I put down my paper cup and said, well, this has been absolutely lovely, but I should probably go grab a nap before my flight. You're in the visitor quarters near the main gate, he asked. Yeah. All right, I'll walk you back to your room. So that was how he was going to play it. I can get myself back safely, I said. I know you can, he agreed. But you're also drunk, and this isn't exactly the safest place to be drunk. A bit of unease shot through me as I glanced around the room at the Special Forces soldiers. Are you saying? No, none of these guys are like Delgado. Delgado. What with the terror of nearly dying on the mission, and now the happiness I felt being with Lars, I'd almost forgot about what had happened earlier. I knew I could handle just about any attacker. If I was sober. But I wasn't sober. Lars seemed to know what I was thinking. It's not like that, just trust me, you'll see. I gave him some more side-eye. Maybe walking me back is just a ruse to try to get into my pants again. He smiled. No, you already shot that one down. I playfully raised one eyebrow. You better not try anything, Henriksen. Oh, I know better than that. I saw what you did to Delgado. I thought about saying too soon. But it actually was a bit too soon, and the joke felt forced. So I didn't say anything at all, other than my goodbyes to the other soldiers as we left the Swedish barracks. 31. Lars. As we left the barracks, Rachel said goodbye to the other troops. Several of them looked at me when she had her head turned, raised their eyebrows, and grinned. Attaboy, I just shook my head. It's not like that. I ignored their looks of yeah, right, and walked out of the barracks with Rachel. We found Gunnar outside talking with a couple of other guys as they passed a pipe between them. The smell of pot was thick in the air. The other soldiers immediately turned away, looking guilty as hell, but Gunnar just beamed and held out the pipe. Change your mind. No, Rachel said dryly. You don't know what you're missing. Afghan Kush is the best. I'll have to take your word for it. She stuck out her hand. Gunnar, it was a privilege to meet you. Same here, he said and took her tiny hand in his giant one. Have a safe trip home. Thanks. We left him and began strolling towards the main entrance of the base. So, I said, what's your real name? I can't tell you that. Well, you're half Italian, but your mother's Italian, so it's probably not an Italian name. You see, I shouldn't have even told you that. Why, afraid I'm going to come after you? I teased. No, just a precaution in my line of work. Seriously? I asked, a little surprised. You can't tell me anything. No, so far as you're concerned, I was never here. I looked at her closely. She gazed back straight into my eyes. You're serious, I realized. I am. Well, that's unfortunate. Why? I was hoping to see you again someday. Seeing as you're in the Swedish Special Forces and I'm in British intelligence, I somehow don't think that would. Suddenly, far away in the darkness, there was a muffled boom. What the fuck? Rachel shouted. As she whipped around towards the sound of the explosion, she lost her balance slightly and pressed up against me. Her body was firm and muscular, mostly. But her breasts were soft and feminine as they pressed against my arm. I liked the feeling. A lot. That's why I didn't want you to be out here drunk, I said with a smile. Another boom was followed by the distant chatter of gunfire. Are they attacking the base? She asked. No, mostly just being annoying. She glanced up at me, silently demanding an explanation. They shell the perimeter of the base around the same time every night, I explained. Don't worry, they don't usually get close enough to hit us. Usually. Every so often, a mortar gets through and hits a building, but that's pretty rare. If they come too close, they know the perimeter snipers will shoot them, so mostly it's a bunch of noise and not much else. Boom, brat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat. Rachel stared out into the darkness. Well, I'm glad you were here to tell me what the fuck that was, or I'd have thought we were about to be overrun. Only then did she finally pull away from me. It had been nice while it lasted. If I wasn't going to be able to sleep with her, then it was nice to feel her body against mine, if only for a moment. I'm glad, too, I said. We finally reached the visitors' quarters. I walked her inside and we stopped outside her room. We could still hear mortars exploding in the distance. I extended my arm to shake hands. Nice to meet you, Rachel Bauer, or whatever your real name is. She looked at me and smiled incredulously. You're seriously not going to try anything? It was a statement more than a question. I lowered my hand since she made no effort to take it. You said you weren't going to sleep with me. I did I? She said in amusement, like she was recalling some inconsequential decision from years ago. You did, which is too bad. Is it? It is, actually. I smiled and turned slightly as though I was about to leave. You should get some sleep before your flight leaves." She looked deep into my eyes. Actually, considering jet lag, it would probably be better for me to stay up until the flight leaves. I turned back all the way to face her. "Is that so?" "It is." "I can keep you awake," I murmured. She looked at my lips, then back up at my eyes. "You can you?" "Mum," I said as I took a step forward, circled my arms around her waist, and kissed her. Her lips were soft, just like her breasts as they pressed against my body. She returned my kiss with equal enthusiasm. After a few seconds, she opened her mouth to me all the way, and my tongue gently slid inside her mouth. We French kissed for almost a minute until she broke it off. I figured that was it. Until she fumbled for the key in her pocket, hurriedly unlocked the door, and pulled me into the room after her. As soon as I was inside, she clicked on a bedside lamp and shut the door. "I thought you said you weren't going to sleep with me," I teased her. "Who's planning on sleeping?" she asked, then cupped my face with her hands and kissed me. 32. I hadn't been with anyone since I'd left Sweden, a no-strings-attached fling right before I deployed. That had been 9 months ago, and Rachel was by far the most beautiful woman I'd ever been with. So I took my time and savored every moment. As I kissed her passionately, I put my hands under the edge of her t-shirt and slowly caressed her skin. She arched her back like a cat, pressing her body against mine. I worked my fingers up to where I thought I would find a bra strap, and then realized it was a sports bra with nothing to undo. She pulled back and grinned. Then, staring me in the eyes, pulled her t-shirt over her head. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at her body. The light from the lamp kissed the toned curves of her muscles. She was feminine and graceful, but it was very obvious she was in amazing shape. I ran one finger along her ear, down the side of her neck, across her collarbone, then brushed my entire hand against her breasts beneath the sports bra. Her eyes were half-lidded like she was hypnotized, and she stared at me as I caressed her body. When I traced my fingertips over her flat stomach, her skin got goosebumps beneath my touch. She immediately started to yank my t-shirt up. I raised my arms and let her pull it, then helped her get it completely off me. She stared at my body like she wanted it badly, but was hesitant to touch me. And then she put one hand on my chest and let it trail down to my abs. She looked up at me hungrily. And then we both started unbuckling each other's belts at the same time. I got her pants down first, tugging them past her hips. She had on a tiny bikini bottom, a sexy little black slip of cloth. By then, she'd finished unbuckling my belt and had started pulling down my pants, but they got caught on my erection, which was already hard as a rock. Rather than waste time, she just reached for the band of my boxer briefs, pulled them outward, and slid them down over my cock, which jutted up in the air. She paused for a second as she stared at it. "Fuck," she whispered under her breath. And then she slowly took it in her hand, running her palm down my entire length. I groaned as she cupped my balls and then slid her hand back up my shaft. She looked at me. I looked at her, and we attacked each other's mouths, kissing frantically as we pressed skin against bare skin. Only problem was, we hadn't fully taken off our pants yet. Mine were around my thighs, and hers were around her knees. We both waddled like penguins towards the bed, and then burst out laughing at how ridiculous we looked. In silent but mutual agreement, we both pulled off our own boots and finished undressing ourselves. I was completely naked when she stripped down to just her underwear. I pressed up against her and kissed her, and put my hand on the front of her bikini bottoms. The little black triangle of cloth was soaked. She moaned as I found the cleft beneath the material and slowly slid my fingertip up, following the contour of her lips to a slightly firmer spot, and began to gently rub it. She grabbed onto my arms, and her entire body tensed as I slowly circled the spot. Then she pushed my hand away and hurriedly yanked her underwear down to the floor. My mouth watered as I stared at the thatch of dark hair between her thighs. She immediately tugged at her sports bra, pulling it off her body and over her arms. and I stared again at her perfect breasts, small and round as apples. I reached out and touched one, cupping it in my hand, so soft, my thumb brushing against the dark areola and hard nipple. She moaned and grabbed my cock, running her hand up and down its length. "Condom," she moaned. I nodded and frantically searched my pants on the ground until I found my wallet. I hadn't thought I would need a condom while deployed in Afghanistan, but I figured it was better to be safe than sorry. I'd never been happier to have prepared ahead of time. I tore the foil packet with my fingers, pulled out the latex circle, and rolled it over the head of my cock. Rachel watched, seemingly hypnotized, as I rolled it all the way down my entire length. Then she pulled me urgently towards the bed. It was little more than a cot with a 2-inch thick mattress. As she lay down and pulled me on top of her, the springs creaked and groaned beneath our combined weight. She stared into my eyes as she parted her legs. I reached down, took my shaft between my fingers, and guided my cock to her pussy, and then slowly eased inside her. Her eyes rolled back in her head as my swollen head parted her lips. "Oh my God," she gasped. I couldn't feel her wetness through the condom, obviously, but I could tell she was soaked by how easily I moved inside her. She was fairly tight, though, so I took my time. A couple inches inside her, then I withdrew an inch. A couple more inches, then withdrew again. She was impatient, though. She grabbed my ass with her hands, dug her fingers into my skin, and forced me deep inside her all at once. "Oh, fuck," she whispered. For once, I was glad to have a condom on, otherwise, I might have come too soon. I hadn't had sex in 9 months, and I hadn't jerked off in weeks. Add to that the sounds she made. The sweet, musky scent of her pussy. Her firm, taut body beneath mine. Her dark hair on the pillow, wreathing her gorgeous face. The incredible heat of her pussy as it enveloped my cock. Without a condom, it would have been too much. The physical sensations would have pushed me over the edge. Even with the numbing layer of latex between us, I was still dangerously close. So I stayed still and just kissed her until I was sure the danger was past. Only then did I begin to move inside her. 33. Rachel. Holy shit, was he hot. Without his clothes on, I could see everything, and his body was absolutely mouth-watering. His massive chest. His muscular shoulders and bulging arms. His abs so firm that they felt like stone beneath his skin. And his cock, oh my God, his cock. I couldn't stop touching it. It was so much bigger than anyone else's I'd been with. So much thicker, from the base all the way up to his swollen head. I loved stroking it. I loved feeling how soft the skin was and how rock hard it was underneath as I glided my hand up and down it. I loved cupping his heavy balls in my hand, but I stopped, because I really needed to feel his cock inside me right now. "Condom," I whispered. He squatted down and searched the pockets of his pants, which were lying on the floor. While he was down there, I took the opportunity to just take him in. His back was so muscular, so broad. And his ass, let's just say that when I'd ogled him in the briefing room, I had no idea how perfect it actually was. I stared at its round, muscular perfection. I wanted to clutch it in my hands as he fucked me. Suddenly he stood up, snapping me out of my fantasy. A gold foil packet was clutched between his fingers, a Trojan Magnum XL. I could believe it. I watched as he tore it open and placed the tip of the condom over his swollen head. His fingers rolled the circle of latex down, past the bulging veins on his shaft. Down, down. The condom tighter and tighter around his massive girth, until it unrolled completely. There was still an inch to go above the curly thatch of hair at the base of his cock. Jesus, I wasn't sure I was going to be able to take it all. But I was sure as hell willing to try. I reached out, took his hand, and dragged him towards the cot. I immediately lay on my back and pulled him down on top of me, his weight pressing heavily against my body. God, it felt good. I stroked his soft beard and stared into his crystal blue eyes, and opened my legs to him all the way. I could feel his hands brush against my thighs as he grabbed his cock, guiding it. And then I felt it, a glorious, pleasurable thickness easing inside me. "Oh my God," I gasped. He was big, and he felt amazing. Plus, he was quite the gentleman. He went very slow so I could get used to him. A little bit in, then a little bit out. A little bit more in, then only partially withdrawing. Very considerate of him, but I was hungry to have that gorgeous cock all the way inside me. And I wanted it now. Plus, I wanted to grab his ass, so I clutched it with my hands. So, sunk my fingers into his flesh, and forced all of him inside me. Maybe it was a little too fast. I was drunk, after all, not the best judgment. "Oh fuck," I whispered as his head touched someplace deep inside me that I'd never felt before, and the pressure, stretching me out with the tightest bit of pain, but also the hottest, sexiest sensation I'd ever had of being completely filled up. I didn't love condoms. I would have much preferred it to be skin to skin. But it was already dumb enough to fuck him. Best to limit the amount of stupidity I engaged in tonight. Anyways, the overwhelming pleasure from his size more than made up for it. He didn't move, though. He just stayed still inside me as he kissed me. Softly, sensually. I wondered if he was trying to give me time to get used to how big he was. Or if he was fighting the urge to come. Please, God, please don't let it be over, not this early. I didn't have to worry, though. After a minute of French kissing, Lars began to move inside me. And then the real magic began. 34. Lars. I began rocking inside her, slow, deep movements to go along with our slow, deep kisses. Then I moved my mouth to her ear. I licked along the edges, sucked on her earlobe, and softly whispered, "You feel amazing." Her only response was a muffled cry. But her fingers clawing at my back spoke far louder. I began thrusting a little harder, a little quicker. The squeaking of the cot, though, was distracting. E. So I stopped. She opened her eyes and looked at me. "What's wrong?" "Don't you hear that?" I asked, and I gave a couple of thrusts. She opened her mouth wide and crinkled her brow like she was overwhelmed with pleasure, which I loved seeing. But despite the sensations she was feeling, she knew exactly what I meant. "I didn't even notice it until you said something," she whispered. I gave another couple of thrusts. Then she started laughing, and I could the muscles of her pussy gripping me tighter with every laugh. It felt incredible. Just for emphasis, I gave another couple of thrusts. She put a hand to her mouth and snorted with laughter. Oh God, now I can't not hear it. "What do you want to do?" I asked with a grin. "You better not stop," she said very seriously. "Okay," I agreed. I slid one arm under her back, lifted her body up, and picked us both up off the cot, all with my cock still inside her. "What?" "Just hold on." As I stood up, she wrapped her legs around me and looped her arms around my neck. At the same time, I held her ass cheeks with both hands to support her weight. Gravity did the job of pulling her all the way down on my cock. She stared into my eyes with a look of open-mouthed pleasure. "Oh fuck," she whispered. "That's deep." "Is deep good?" I asked with a smile. She nodded vigorously. "Very good." "Good," I murmured, then pressed my mouth to hers. We stood like that for a moment, kissing. Her suspended midair, her legs and arms encircling me clutching her gorgeous ass in my hands. And then I began to move, rocking my pelvis back and forth. She moaned louder, so I sped up. "Oh my God," she groaned. "Oh yes." I began fucking her in earnest, driving deep inside her, my movements speeding up as I thrust harder and deeper. Oh, she cried out, trying to keep quiet but still making tiny noises of pleasure. I moved one hand to her breast and squeezed it, gently at first, then harder. She arched her spine and leaned all the way back, her long dark hair hanging to the ground. And I bent my head to her nipple and sucked, all while I drove my cock deep inside her. Slap, 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 slap. Oh God, oh God, oh God, she whispered louder and louder. Then she whipped her head up to look at me. Her eyes were wild and huge as she stared deep into my soul. I'm going to come, she whispered harshly. I didn't alter my movements one iota. I just kept thrusting into her with exactly the same speed and intensity. Slap, 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 slap. Oh, I'm coming, oh God, she whisper-shouted. Her face took on the most beautiful look of agony and ecstasy I'd ever seen as her eyes rolled back in her head and her entire body shuddered uncontrollably. It took everything I had not to come right then. Finally, she stopped trembling, and I slowed down my thrusts until I stopped completely. Her eyes focused on mine again. Her breathing was ragged, a fine sheen of perspiration covered her body, and she gave me a look like she wanted to devour me whole. You didn't come, she whispered, panting as she said it. I shook my head no. You didn't, it was, she asked haltingly. I didn't want to, I whispered, in case you wanted to keep going. She stared at me like that was the sweetest thing she'd ever heard. And then she kissed me hard, crushing her mouth against mine. When she finally pulled away, I was breathless. I want you to come, she whispered. Okay, I started to answer. But she started to move her body against mine, undulating her torso in a sensual wave, over and over, working my cock inside her. And I stopped talking because I could barely think. She stared at me with those fuck me eyes, her mouth open, her sensuous lip parted, as she writhed her body against mine. Fuck, I whispered. We stared into each other's eyes, that is, when I wasn't staring at her body. Everything about her was mesmerizing. The muscles of her stomach as she moved, her breasts jiggling slightly. She kept moving up and down like she was giving me a lap dance, except I was standing up and had my cock deep inside her. I want you to come too, I whispered. She laughed, and I felt it in her pussy. Oh, I'm going to eventually. I supported her ass with my left hand, but reached my right hand down between her legs and brushed my thumb through her damp curls. She frowned. What are you? And then I found what I was looking for, and her mouth opened wide as I softly stroked her clit. Oh God, she whispered hoarsely. She sped up her movements and grinded harder on my cock. I stared into her eyes, stroking her clit in time with her movements. Fuck, I'm gonna come, I whispered. Fuck. She nodded frantically, never breaking eye contact. Come for me, Lars. I want you to, oh God. She threw her head back again and arched her body again. I kept rubbing her clit, but I started to thrust into her hard and urgent with need. Her entire body trembled and shook as I pounded inside her. Slap, 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 slap. And then my orgasm crashed through my body. Fuck, I whispered hoarsely. My cock pulsed inside her, her pussy tighter than before. I felt my cum filling up the condom with spurt after spurt. And then I slowed down gradually as my contractions lessened, stopping completely as they finally ebbed away. Rachel lifted her head again to look at me. Her eyes were unfocused, like she was drunk, but not just from the vodka. Sweat dripped from her body, glinting in the lamplight. She stared at my mouth, her full lips parted, inviting me in. And I kissed her, soft and slow. We stayed like that for a long time, my cock still hard inside her. Her legs around my waist, her arms looped round my neck. And our mouths locked in a slow, sensual kiss. 35. Because it was for visitors to the base, Rachel's bedroom had its own bath. After I disposed of the condom and washed up, I came back to bed and lay down with her. The cot was so small that she had to lie at my side with her body pressed against mine. I don't think she minded. I certainly didn't. Hope I succeeded in keeping you awake for a while, I said, smiling as I lay there with my arm around her. That was an incredibly nice way of passing the time before my flight, she murmured. Suddenly, a mortar shell exploded nearby, closer than the others we'd heard on the walkover and close enough to rattle the building slightly. Boom. Rachel's head jerked up off the cot. "It's fine," I said, taking her hand in mine and kissing it. That was still pretty far out. "I don't think I could have slept anyway with all that going on," she muttered. "Then all my efforts were wasted," I joked. "Definitely not wasted," she said right before she kissed me. A second mortar round made her flinch, though. She broke off our kiss and looked around, although there were no windows to see outside. "How do you do it?" she asked. "Do what?" "Keep so calm." "You get used to it." "But how do you sleep with those explosions?" "I didn't at first. I had a really bad week when I first got here, barely slept at all. And then I reached the point of exhaustion and decided that if my number was up, it was up, and there was nothing I could do about it but accept it. After that, I slept like a baby." "I don't know if I could do that." "I've had a lot of experience accepting things I couldn't change," I said quietly. She lifted her head again, not saying anything. It took me a moment to realize she was listening for another explosion, but there wasn't one. "The shelling stopped," she said. "It comes and goes, sort of like you." She frowned quizzically. "You come and then you go," I said, explaining the joke. She rolled her eyes but still gave a tiny snort of a laugh. "Oh my God." "That's what you said when you came. Oh my God." She gave me a real laugh that time. "Well, you said fuck an awful lot when you came." "Did I?" "Yes." "I didn't notice." "I did," she purred, then said with exaggerated helplessness, "Without the explosions, however will I stay awake?" I grinned. "I can think of a way." "You can you?" she murmured back. "Say kosi saducent." The way she said it was like music. "What did that mean?" I asked. "You're quite seductive." Tell me more." "You tell me something in Swedish." "Jag vill ha dig." She frowned. "What?" "It means, I want you." She raised an eyebrow. "I like the sentiment." "Just not in Swedish," I suggested, and we both laughed. "If we're going to keep it sexy, let's stick to Italian." "I agree. Hai glai occhi più bellici abbia mai visto." Her voice was like a velvet glove. "What was that?" "You have the most beautiful eyes I've ever seen," she whispered as she peered at me. "Sounds like something I should say to you, just not in Swedish." She laughed out loud. "Tell me something else," I murmured. Her hand dropped below my waist and softly stroked my cock. It was already getting hard for me hearing her speak Italian, and her touch sped up things considerably. "Hai un cazzo incredible e lo voglio dentro di me adesso." I tilted my head and asked her with my eyes what it meant. "It means," she whispered, "you have the most incredible cock, and I want it inside me right now." Fu wook. I kissed her hard and cupped her breast as she ran her hand up and down my shaft. "Hold on," I said as I turned and reached down for my pants again. "What are you doing?" "Getting another condom." "Have you been tested?" I looked back at her and nodded. "We have to whenever we deploy, and I haven't had sex since I've been here." "I'm on birth control, if you want it without the condom." I looked deep into her eyes. "Are you sure?" She stared at me, then silently nodded yes. I cupped her face in my hands, kissed her, got on top of her, and slowly eased inside her. Her mouth dropped open in that sexy look of surprise. "Oh." I grunted as I slowly slid inside her, inch by inch. Sex with a condom had been very, very good. But being inside her, skin to skin, it was amazing. She was so wet, so soft, so warm. I'd never felt anything as good in my life. From the look on Rachel's face, I was pretty sure she felt the same way. 36. Rachel. I actually was on birth control. My periods were irregular, and with a job that demanded I fly around from country to country all the time, being able to predict my time of the month was a huge benefit. But yes, I know. It was stupid to trust a guy I just met. Especially when unprotected sex, was the reward for telling me what I wanted to hear. I could almost hear my mother's bitter, scolding voice. All men lie, every last one of them. But I believed Lars. I believed that he'd been tested and hadn't had sex since he'd been deployed. I justified my trust with he saved my life today up on the roof. If I could trust him with that, I can trust him with this. Besides, doing stupid stuff seemed to be the theme of the night. But while it might have been stupid, oh my God, was it worth it? The feeling the first time he slipped inside me without a condom on. Jesus. It was the difference between a decadent tiramisu and a really good biscuit. For you Americans, a biscuit is British for cookie. And tiramisu is the quintessential Italian dessert. It's made of ladyfingers soaked in coffee, preferably espresso, layered with a creamy whipped mixture of eggs, sugar, and sweet mascarpone, and dusted with cocoa. A good biscuit can be excellent, crisp, crunchy, a wonderful addition to tea time. But good tiramisu is a world of difference. The way it feels on your tongue and lips, the explosion of flavors in your mouth, the sensual feel of the cream. No biscuit in the world can match it. The only way you prefer a biscuit is if you hate tiramisu. And there are plenty of people who hate tiramisu. Just like there are plenty of lesbians who wouldn't touch a cock with a 10-foot pole. There's a joke in there somewhere about touching his pole with a pole. But I love tiramisu. And while Lars's cock with a condom on was the best goddamn biscuit I'd ever had, his version of tiramisu was absolutely mind-blowing. I could feel every inch of him like a caress, inside my pussy. The difference between satin and plastic wrap. My eyes rolled back in my head, and I let out a little cry just from him slipping inside me. And remember, this was after already having 2 lifetime best orgasms within the last 30 minutes. I should have been sated, not as hungry, less sensitive. But the feeling of him inside me with nothing between us. That long, thick, gorgeous cock filling me up. His incredible hardness covered by the softest of skin, leaving nothing but overwhelming pleasure every place it touched inside me. Best goddamn tiramisu in the world. 37. Lars. There was just one little problem. Once I was inside her and started moving my hips, the same issue as before reared its ugly head. The cot started squeaking, ee. We both burst out laughing. Fuck her pussy felt amazing as she laughed, her muscles gripping my shaft with firm but slippery softness. I didn't want to leave, ever, but I pulled out of her. "What are you doing?" she gasped. "We've got to fix this." "Aw," she pouted in playful disappointment. "Get up for a second," I said, taking her by the hand. Once she was standing, I stripped the mattress off the metal frame and dropped it on the cement floor. "There, that'll be better." I looked over at her and was struck by how lovely she was standing there naked in the lamplight. "My God, you're beautiful," I whispered. She smiled and kissed me. Then I lowered her gently to the ground. And we did it all over again. Without a condom, the sensations were so much more intense, so much more pleasurable. Thankfully, coming 20 minutes earlier gave me just enough control to keep from finishing. Barely. She was gorgeous. I couldn't stop staring at her. And when her eyes weren't rolled back in her head, she gazed deep into mine. Without the creaking cot, and without having to focus on holding her upright, I was able to be a bit more vigorous in my thrusting, which Rachel seemed to enjoy quite a bit. She had to bite down on her lower lip the first time she came, and even then she could barely contain her muffled cries as her entire body trembled with orgasm. I slowed down after that, with slow, long strokes, just enough to keep my cock at its hardest, and we kissed romantically. Then I asked, "Can you get on top?" She grinned and nodded. I quickly pulled out of her, and we exchanged places. She straddled my hips with her legs, took my shaft in her hand, and stared me in the eyes as she guided it between her lips. and gave a look of intense pleasure as she slowly sank down on my cock. "Oh," she moaned. "Fuck," I grunted. I loved this view of her. I loved cupping her breasts in both hands, squeezing them, pinching her nipples. And I loved the way she moved her body, rocking her hips, working my cock like her pussy was devouring it. She looked like she was getting close to coming again, so I licked my thumb, put the pad of it against her clit, and softly rubbed in a circle. "Oh, she choked out in a whisper as she grinded her hips even harder against me. When she came again, her entire body shuddered. 30 seconds later, she collapsed on my chest, my cock still rock hard inside her. "You didn't come?" she asked breathlessly. "I'm trying to hold off." "How long?" "You leave at 400, right?" "Yes." "I'll come at 3:59 then." She laughed, and I felt the tremors through her pussy and around my cock. It was quickly becoming one of my favorite sensations in the world. "I have to take a shower and get dressed," she pointed out. "All right, 3:30 then." She looked up at the clock next to the bed. "It's 1:50. I guess we've got a lot of fucking to do then." She laughed again, then leaned over me, her hair falling around both sides of my face. "Fuck me, Lars," she whispered. "Your wish is my command." I pulled her down on top of me, chest to chest, her breasts crushed against my skin, and began thrusting up inside her. She cried out with little whisper shouts, her eyes half closed in pleasure. We switched positions over and over. Doggy style, with my pelvis slamming into her ass with every thrust and a cry of delight from her every single time. Fucking her against the wall. Fucking her lying down on the mattress again, this time on our sides, me lying behind her, so I could reach around and rub her clit. And back in missionary so we could kiss while I was deep inside her. "I don't think I can hold out much longer," I whispered in her ear. She laughed, although it was tinged with exhaustion. "I lost count of how many times I came a long time ago. Go ahead. Do you want me to come outside you, or?" She stared deep into my eyes. "Inside me." "Fuck." Her saying it almost made me come right then. I nodded and stared back at her as I began moving faster. Thrusting harder. That electric feeling of orgasm building in my cock. Rachel's eyes widened, and her mouth opened in an O as she stared into my eyes. "Oh God, oh God, oh God." The sound of her coming pushed me over the edge. I burst inside her with the most explosive orgasm I'd ever had. "Fuck," I hissed, trying to stop from bellowing and only halfway succeeding. The tendons in her neck stood out beneath her skin as she whisper-screamed one final time, her entire body tensing and shuddering with release. The best part about it was that we stared deeply into each other's eyes the entire time. When it was over, or at least when my orgasm was over, hers seemed to have aftershocks that made her entire body tremble for another minute. I kept slowly moving inside her. And then we kissed. Long, slow, and deep. When we finished, I looked up at the clock. "Made it till 3:15, I said. She laughed long and hard, and I felt every pulse all around my cock. And then we kissed some more. 38. We showered quickly, 60 seconds apiece, just enough to wash away the scent of sex. I went first while Rachel packed what few belongings she'd brought, then we exchanged places. We dressed just as hurriedly as we'd showered. We paused at the door before she opened it. There could be no public displays once we crossed the threshold, so we took a moment before re-entering the everyday world. "This was absolutely amazing," she said with a smile, her arms looped around my neck as she looked up at me. "Absolutely amazing doesn't even begin to describe it for me," I said, and I meant it. The sex had been the best of my life, bar none, but it was more than that, far more emotional and far more intense. I felt like I could lose myself in her eyes forever if I only got the chance. She kissed me again softly, her lips lingering on mine, and then she pulled away. "I have to go." "I know," I said, and kissed her again. Then I pulled away and she opened the door. I escorted her out to the airfield in the early morning darkness. "Are the mortars going to be a problem when the plane takes off?" she asked worriedly. "No," I reassured her. "The airfield's too far away." So, the military makes it a priority to guard the planes, just not the soldiers. "What, you had to ask?" I joked. I didn't tell her about the anti-aircraft missiles, though. They were uncommon, but I didn't want to put ideas in her head. I was silently grateful we'd pulled 24 of them off the market during the raid this afternoon. We got to the main runway, where a C-130 Hercules, a flying mountain of an aircraft, had its gangplank down. Soldiers were busy loading pallets of cargo into the hold. Rachel put out a hand. "Well, Lars, it was a real pleasure." I shook her hand and squeezed it lightly. "I want to see you again." She looked surprised, then she smiled sadly. "Lars, you don't have to pretend this was something it was." "What are you talking about?" She shrugged. "It was fun, we had a great time, but you don't have to say that." "I'm saying it because I mean it. I want to see you again." "That's going to be difficult, given that I'm going back to London and you're here in Afghanistan." "My deployment ends in 3 months. When I go back to Sweden, I'll have some leave accrued. I want to use it to come see you." She looked at me for a long moment before she answered. "I'm not sure that's a good idea." My stomach twisted. "Is there someone else?" I asked, trying to sound as neutral as I could. "No." I immediately felt better. "Then, why isn't it a good idea?" She smiled sadly again. "Because nothing will ever come of it." "You'll probably come," I said in a quiet voice, low enough that none of the nearby soldiers would have a chance of overhearing. She burst out laughing, then nodded. "I'm sure I would. Several times, even." "Oh, way more than several." "So let me come see you, then." I could see her inner struggle playing out on her face. "This is a bad idea." "I think it's an incredible idea." Finally, she gave in and grinned. "All right." "Yeah," I asked happily. "If we're not seeing anyone else in 3 months," she added hastily. I looked around the darkened base. Given my surroundings, I think it's fair to assume I won't be seeing anyone else. She grinned. "All right, if I'm not seeing anyone else." "Fair enough. Can I get your phone number?" "No." She said it so quickly and definitively that it took me by surprise. "No. It changes frequently, part of my job." "All right, how about your email address?" "Give me yours and I'll contact you." I looked at her sideways. "You promise?" She smiled. "Yes." "No, seriously, you promise?" Her smile broke into a full-toothed grin. "Yes, I promise." "All right, got a pen." She produced one from her pack, and I wrote my email address on her hand. "Oh, this doesn't look suspicious at all," she said in a deadpan voice. "It's so you don't lose it," I said, clicking the pen and handing it back to her. "It was a true pleasure, Agent Bauer." "I'm pretty sure the pleasure was mostly mine, Sergeant Henriksen," she said with a naughty smile. "But it was wonderful." We grinned at each other as we shook hands one last time. And then she walked away and went up the gangplank of the C-130. I stood there the entire time and watched. She had a beautiful way of walking, the way her hips swayed back and forth. God, what a woman. When she got up to the top of the ramp, she looked back over her shoulder, flashed me one more smile, and went inside. I walked until I was far enough away to be safe, then waited until the propellers of the C-130 fired up. I watched as it pulled down the runway, gained speed, and took off. And then I watched it disappear into the dark Afghan sky. Only then did I turn and walk back. The barracks were dark as I snuck in. Snoring filled the air. When I sat down on my mattress and the springs creaked, Gunnar rolled over on the cot next to mine. "Lars." "It's me," I whispered in Swedish. "Go back to sleep." "What, before I hear the big news?" he asked sleepily. I could hear the grin in his voice. "Did you get lucky?" "Incredibly lucky." I could hear the slight confusion in his voice. What do you mean? I smiled in the darkness. I think she's the one. 39. Rachel. I sat on a jump seat in the C-130's darkened cargo hull. Ignoring the loud drone of the engines, I recalled everything Lars had said when we'd parted. Absolutely amazing doesn't even begin to describe it for me. I want to see you again. I'm saying it because I mean it. My deployment ends in 3 months. When I go back to Sweden, I'll have some leave accrued. I want to use it to come see you. It was a true pleasure, Agent Bauer. And my final words to him. I'm pretty sure the pleasure was mostly mine, Sergeant Henriksen, but it was wonderful. And it had been wonderful. Honestly, it might just have been the best night of my life. Laughing with him. The sexual tension as we'd walked back to my room. His personality, his handsome face, and his insanely hot body. And the sex. My God, the sex. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I felt the pleasant ache between my legs and closed my eyes, imagining how it had been to have him inside me, his thickness. How he had made me come over and over. And how he had kissed me so romantically. I opened my eyes and forced myself to stop. It was turning me on too much, and it was a long flight back to RAF Bryce Norton, the military air base where we'd be landing. Instead, I went back to our conversation at the airstrip and marveled again at how sincere he had been. And how persistent. Not even the insane barriers required by my job, like not giving him my cell phone number or email address, had deterred him. He really wanted to come see me in London. It was a bad idea. I knew it was a bad idea. I could almost hear my mother's voice yelling, "What are you doing?" To be honest, though, it wasn't even worth worrying about, because it would probably never happen. He would lose interest over the next 3 months, and after a few emails, I would never hear from him again. Or I would get distracted by my job, like I always did, and stop answering, and Lars would just fade away into a memory. That one fantastic night I spent in Afghanistan with a Swedish Special Forces soldier. But for right now, I allowed myself to indulge in fantasy and think about the possibility of sleeping with him in the future and having the best sex of my life again. I pictured those gorgeous blue eyes staring down passionately as he was inside me, and the affection and real emotion in them when he'd said goodbye at the airfield. I grinned like an idiot for over an hour until the need for sleep finally overwhelmed me. And even then, I dreamed of him all the way back to London. 40. Lars. I didn't hear from her until late the next day, almost 40 hours later, but I had expected as much. I had seen her off at 4 a.m. in Afghanistan. Not only did she have to fly 10 hours back to London, but she would have to brief her superiors at MI6. And hopefully, she crashed for a long nap after our night of no sleep. But eventually, I got an email from a strange Gmail account composed of a random jumble of letters and numbers. Lars. I enjoyed our time together. I hope you'll understand if I don't say more than that. Like I said, if we're not seeing anyone else in 3 months, email me and we'll set something up if you still want to visit. Rachel. As I read her email, I had a grin so big it hurt my face. And I didn't take offense at the vagueness of the message. I figured that her job at MI6 was why she was being so coy. Hey, Rachel. I will want to visit. There's absolutely no doubt about that. I truly enjoyed our time together, too. I can't wait for 3 months to pass. Is there another way to talk? A phone number or a Zoom call, maybe? Talk to you soon. Lars. Over the following week, we emailed back and forth dozens of times. Unfortunately, the phone call and Zoom were off the table. She didn't say why, but I assumed it had to do with the secrecy of her job. The good thing was that she returned my emails within hours of me sending them. There were never any games, she seemed as enthusiastic to hear from me as I was from her. And then, a week later, I got an email from a totally different, completely random Gmail address. Lars. It's me. I have to change email accounts every so often, just part of my situation. So be on the lookout for new messages from odd email addresses. Come to think of it, I'll give you a heads up in future emails when I'll be switching. You might not hear from me for a week or so. I have to make a business trip out of town and probably won't be able to contact you. I hope you're doing all right. I think of you all the time. Rachel. If her business trip was anything like her mission to Afghanistan, I was concerned for her safety. I knew she was more than capable of protecting herself and tried not to worry, but I didn't do a very good job of it. Rachel. Thanks for the heads up on the email addresses. I'll keep a close watch. I hope your business trip goes well. Please travel safely and let me know as soon as you can when you're back home. And if you can email me while on the road, I wouldn't say no to hearing from you. But if not, don't worry, there's no cow on the ice. I think of you all the time, too. Talk to you soon. Lars. She wrote back almost immediately. Lars. I'll definitely let you know as soon as I'm back home. Unfortunately, I probably won't be able to contact you during the trip. No internet reception where I'm going. Think of me while I'm gone. I know I'll be thinking of you. Rachel. For most people, our emails would have been laughingly mundane. But for me, this was more passionate than I had ever been in my life, at least in writing. Putting my emotions into words wasn't my strong suit. Add in the fact that these were our first messages after spending only one night together, and that she had to be discreet because of her work. And what probably seemed tame to others felt incredibly intense and personal to me. Then, just as I felt we were getting closer, I didn't hear from her for 2 weeks. The first week wasn't so bad. She said a week or so. But then 7 days became 8, and then 9. I got increasingly nervous every time I checked my laptop and didn't see a message from her. I'll admit, worrying about not getting an email was pretty funny coming from a Special Forces operative who had been in over 40 gunfights. But these were different stakes. I was used to risking my life. I was not used to being this far gone over a woman and not hearing from her. I would be lying if I said I didn't worry that she'd simply stopped emailing me. That she'd grown tired of our interactions and ghosted me. But mostly, I was worried that something had happened to her. I wrote her a couple times when my worry for her became too intense. Hey, Rachel. Just checking in, you okay? Lars. No reply. I even emailed her previous account as a sort of Hail Mary, hoping she would respond. Finally, on day 15, I got a reply from a completely new email address. Lars. I'm so sorry I couldn't contact you sooner. I just got back in town 2 hours ago. My trip was hell, but it's over, and I'm back home safe. I thought about you the entire time I was away. In fact, I repeatedly told myself, I have to get back. Lars is counting on me. Maybe it was silly, but it got me through some rough nights. I hope you're doing well. Love. Rachel. I stared at the screen. There were so many things packed into that one short email. But the most important by far was the closing. Love, Rachel. I reread her message about 100 times. When I typed out my reply, I couldn't stop grinning. Rachel. I'm so glad you're home safe. Thank you for letting me know as soon as you could. I thought about you every hour I was awake, probably way more than that, actually. I'm glad that the thought of me helped you out in trying circumstances. And you're right, I am counting on you, and I'm counting the days until I get to see you. 68 more to go, I can't wait. Love. Lars. I paused. Deleted love. Then retyped it and sent it before I could convince myself to do otherwise. From that point onwards, she continued to reply with Love, Rachel. And I did the same. 41. The next 2 months passed at a snail's pace. Every mission seemed that much more dangerous, that much more likely to go bad. But finally, I got down to my last week in Afghanistan. American soldiers talk about being short when their deployments are close to an end. As in, their time was short. I'm so short I could sit on the edge of a dime and swing my legs. I also heard them talk about I got 10 more wake-ups and a glorious arising. 10 more days in country, followed by the day they woke up and left. I had spent most of my military career not caring where I was stationed or for how long. But now it felt like a matter of life or death. The only thing that kept me going was Rachel's emails. In the final week, we started making specific plans. I told her there was one thing I had to do before I came to see her. Rachel, just to let you know, I'm going to spend as much time with you as possible. But I need to make a stopover in my hometown in Sweden, just for half a day or so. But as soon as that's done, I'm on the next plane out. Love, Lars. Her reply was sweet and considerate. Take as much time as you need to see your family and friends. I'll be here. I told her the truth, although I didn't tell her the details why. I only need half a day. I can't wait more than that to see you. There was one detail that irked me, but it was completely about me, not her. Lars. Unfortunately, I can't have you stay with me. Sorry about that, has to do with my job. However, book a hotel and I'll come stay with you. I'll even pay for it. I'll meet you at the airport. Just send me your flight number and time. I can't wait to see you. Love and kisses. Rachel. Not being able to stay with her at her place seemed a bit suspect. Was her job really so secretive that I couldn't know where she lived? Or was it just that she wanted to have a bit of distance in case things didn't go well, and she wanted to bail? In the end, I got over my petty doubts. Rachel, a hotel is great. Can you recommend one that's near you and very nice? I want our time together to be luxurious. Thank you for the offer to pay for it, but I'll be fine. I've got a lot of combat pay. I can't wait to see you either. Take as much time off as possible. I want you all to myself. Love, Lars. She forwarded me a list of hotels, all near the Vauxhall area in London. Interesting, because Vauxhall was where MI6 headquarters was located, right on the River Thames. I didn't know if that meant she lived nearby, or if she wanted to be close to her office in case she needed to drop in from time to time. It didn't matter. I made a week-long reservation at a suitably nice hotel, not the most expensive on her list, but near the top, and told her I would email my flight info as soon as I booked it. Then I settled in for the interminable wait until I stepped on a plane and flew out of Afghanistan. To her, 42. Gunnar and I flew out together on a military transport departing Bagram at noon. With the time zone differences, we got into Karlsborg, Swedish Special Forces headquarters, at 8 p.m. local time. The plan was to rent a car early the next morning, drive the 3 hours to Gothenburg, do what I needed to do, then drop the rental car at the airport and catch a non-stop flight to London. I used my phone to book the car and plane reservations, then emailed the information about the flight to Rachel. Then I packed my civilian clothes, which I'd left in storage, and crashed in the barracks for the night. Before I went to bed, Gunnar said his goodbyes. While I was gone, he would be on a week-long vacation in Amsterdam for obvious reasons. I don't think you'll need it, but good luck, my brother, he said cheerfully. You need the luck, not me, I retorted. Don't smoke too much weed. He laughed, not possible, and say hi to Rachel for me. Will do. When I woke at 5 the next morning, I checked my email for Rachel's response. Hurry up and get here already. I can't wait to see you. I grinned like an idiot the entire time I dressed. Then I shoved my laptop in my rucksack and ran to catch the bus into town. I picked up a car at the local Hertz outlet and drove 3 hours to Gothenburg. As soon as I arrived, I stopped at a florist and bought 2 bundles of roses, one red, one white. Then I drove to the cemetery where my mother and aunt were buried side by side. It took me a while to find them, but I finally located their graves. I stood there for a long moment, fighting to keep my composure. Everything else in my life was so happy, I hadn't thought I would feel so overwhelmed. But a tidal wave of emotion crashed into me as I stared at the 2 marble tombstones. I laid the red roses on my mother's side. "I love you, Mom," I said softly. "I'm sorry I couldn't be there for you when you needed me." Then I laid the white roses on my aunt's grave. "Thank you for taking care of her, all the way to the end," I whispered. After a few minutes of standing there, I finally walked away. I'd contacted Leif back in Afghanistan and told him my plans. He wanted to see me before I left Gothenburg, so we met for lunch. He looked older, like my aunt's death had prematurely aged him, but he also looked happy. He said he'd started dating again and met someone he really liked. That bothered me a little, though I couldn't say why. It had been nearly a year since my mother and aunt's deaths. It was good that Leif was getting on with his life. Or at least, that's what I told myself. He asked me all about Afghanistan. I told him about the military but didn't tell him about Rachel. That was my own secret, and it felt too personal to share. It was nice to see Leif again, but we'd never been that close, and our brief time together drove home the fact that without Aunt Ingrid, we were essentially 2 men with a connection that no longer existed. I shook his hand and wished him well, and then I left. 30 minutes later, I returned my car at the airport and went to the terminal. An hour and a half later, I was in the sky. 43. The flight to London gave me enough time and space to put Gothenburg behind me and let me look forward to nothing but Rachel. My plane touched down at Heathrow Airport around 6 p.m. local time. My heart thudded in my chest as I walked out to the waiting area, my rucksack slung over my shoulder. What would it be like? Would it be awkward after all this time? Would she still feel the same? Then I saw her in a crowd of civilians waiting for their loved ones. My heart stopped. She was dressed in heels and a black skirt that showed off her legs. A red silk blouse and black leather jacket completed the outfit. Her hair was loose and fell to her shoulders in waves. She had on lipstick and light makeup, the first time I'd seen her wearing any. She was absolutely stunning. A huge smile spread across her face as I walked over to her. She started to say, "Hello, Elle." But I interrupted her by grabbing her around the waist and kissing her passionately. She seemed flustered at first. But then she wrapped her arms around my neck and kissed me back just as hard. It was almost 30 seconds later when we broke apart long enough to speak. I grinned. "Hello, Rachel." "Well, hello," she purred. I pulled her harder against me, nearly crushing her body against mine. I did it so she could feel my raging erection pressing hard against my pants. "OH," she gasped, her eyes suddenly wide. "I need you, right now." She burst out laughing. "Wow, okay, can you at least wait until we get to the hotel?" "No promises." She laughed again. "Then let's get out of here quick. Is that your only luggage?" "Yes." "Then let's go." Somehow I managed to keep my hands to myself as she drove us out of Heathrow in her Audi sedan. Well, mostly to myself. I rubbed my hand along her bare leg almost continuously, as though to reassure myself that she was real, that she was actually here. We exchanged a few pleasantries. She asked me how the flight was, and I told her Gunnar said hello. We just left the airport when she said, "You've got to stop touching me." I looked at her in surprise. "Why?" "Because it's driving me wild, and I can't think straight." I laughed. "Now you know how I've been feeling the last 3 months." "I'm serious. Lars, you've got to stop, or I'm going to pull over the car right now." "Well then, I'm definitely not stopping. In fact, I'm going to go even further." I slid my hand up between her thighs and got quite the shock. My fingers touched bare skin. She wasn't wearing underwear and she was drenched. "Holy shit," I murmured. She grinned. "That was supposed to be your welcome home surprise." Well, it was definitely a surprise, and I definitely feel welcomed home. I let my finger trace across her wet lips, softly searching for. "There, oh fuck," she whispered as I found her clit and lightly stroked it. The car suddenly screeched across 2 lanes of traffic and headed for the nearest exit. "Whoa," I exclaimed with a laugh. "Okay, I'll stop." "Don't you dare stop," she ordered. So I kept lightly caressing her clit as she roared along the street towards a multi-story garage for long-term airport parking. She grabbed the ticket at the automated gate and sped into the building. As she drove up the levels, I continued to stroke her clit, although a little bit firmer and faster now. She held onto the steering wheel with a death grip and stared straight ahead, her face intent and focused. The parking structure was jam-packed with cars, but there was nobody around. We found an empty space on the 5th floor, and she backed into the spot with the assured control of a Hollywood stuntman. Then she reached over, grabbed my shirt, and hauled me close for a deep kiss. 10 seconds later, she broke it off. "Get in the back," she ordered as she opened the driver's side. "We're doing it here," I asked with a grin as I got out. "Fuck yes, we're doing it here. I can't wait for the hotel." We quickly got into the back seat and slammed the doors behind us. And then our hands were all over each other. She bit my lip as we kissed savagely. I pulled her skirt up around her waist as she unbuckled my belt. Seconds later, my pants were down around my thighs and she was lying beneath me on the back seat, her bare legs wrapped around me. I paused just as I was about to enter her, my head barely touching her wet lips. She looked at me like I was about to drive her crazy. "For fuck's sake, put it in." I laughed. I just wanted to check, condom or no condom. She stared deep into my eyes. "Were you with anyone since we saw each other last?" "No, I couldn't even think about anyone but you." "Me neither," she shook her head. "No condom." I grinned, kissed her, and slowly entered her. 44. Rachel. Before I'd picked him up at the airport, I had thought I would drive us to the hotel. We would ditch his luggage in the room, go out and have a nice dinner, get reacquainted, and then go to bed together. Fucking him in the backseat of my car hadn't been part of the plan. But when it came to Lars, nothing was part of the plan. He just stumbled into my life and taken over. I'd thought he was exaggerating at the airport when he said he couldn't wait. Until I'd felt his erection throbbing beneath his pants. It was so long that several inches jutted up over his belt, under his loosely tucked shirt. Everything about our night in Afghanistan flooded back, and I wasn't sure I could wait until the hotel. When he started rubbing my leg in the car, I knew I couldn't wait. And so, like a horny teenage boy, I didn't. I found the nearest parking garage and drove as fast as possible, until I found a spot with no one around. The way he touched me between my legs, using my wetness to caress my hood, and only occasionally stroking my clit. It drove me fucking insane. And all the while, I had to be the responsible one, driving the fucking car up to find a parking spot, ignoring how he was torturing me. He had me on the brink of orgasm, even before we got in the backseat. When I'd returned home to London from Afghanistan, I'd masturbated every single day thinking about our night together. But none of that prepared me for just how intensely I needed him, how much my lust for him consumed me. Before I knew it, I was on my back with my legs wrapped around his ass, staring into his gorgeous face and crystal blue eyes. But he paused right as the tip of his cock touched my lips. What a cruel fucking bastard. "For fuck's sake, put it in," I cried out. He laughed. "I just wanted to check, condom or no condom." "Were you with anyone since we saw each other last?" He stared at me intently. "No, I couldn't even think about anyone but you." Me neither. He had no idea how much I couldn't think of anyone but him. No condom. He grinned, kissed me, And then he slid inside me in one incredible, pleasurable stroke. So deep, so thick, so big, so good. I immediately came. Like I said, best fucking tiramisu in the world. 45. Lars. Oh my God, she cried out as I slid all the way inside her. Then she dug her fingers into my back, and I felt her body trembling underneath me as she came. I nibbled her ear and waited for her moans to subside before I teasingly said, "Wow, that was fast." She glared at me with mock irritation. "It's not like you were rubbing my clit for the last 10 minutes or anything." So that was foreplay," I murmured as I slowly began rocking inside her. "Hell yes, it was foreplay," she moaned. "Then we get straight to the fucking." "Fuck yes." I laughed and began to thrust inside her. She gasped and raked her fingers down my back. Within a couple of minutes, one of her high heels was braced against the ceiling of the car, her other leg was wrapped around my bare ass, and she was coming again. Oh, Lars, oh my God, oh my God. I kept thrusting hard and fast, driving myself into her over and over as her entire body was racked with those tremors I loved so much. "Oh my God, wait, stop," she panted as her trembling subsided. I kissed her again as I slowed down and stopped. I looked down at her dark hair surrounding her face, the flush of color in her cheeks, her beautiful eyes half-lidded with post-orgasmic bliss. "It's been 3 months and you're lasting this long," she gasped. I grinned, barely hanging on. "I want you to come." "Why?" She made a face. "So we can stop fucking in a parking garage and go to the hotel." I burst out laughing, and she laughed too, which I felt through her pussy and all around my cock. The sensation that I absolutely loved. I looked at the fogged-over windows. I don't think anybody can see us. Yeah, I'm sure the rocking car and moans aren't suspicious at all. If we got caught by the cops, I'd never hear the end of it at work. I grinned. That would be pretty bad, huh? It would be awful, so hurry up and come. "Yeah, you want me to come?" I whispered as I stared into her eyes and began to rock back and forth inside her again. She bit her lower lip and nodded silently as she stared back at me. "Tell me," I growled as I began to thrust harder, deeper. Her eyes rolled back in her head for an instant, but then she focused back on me. "I want you to come. Come inside you." "Yes." "Do you know how much that's going to be?" I whispered in her ear. "I've been saving up for months just for you." She gave a guttural moan. "You want my cum inside you?" I whispered softly as I thrust hard inside her. "Yes, yes," she groaned. "You sure?" I murmured. "Yes, I want it all." "Look at me," I growled, pulling back enough to see her eyes. They were wild with lust. "Rachel," I gasped as my face contorted. "Come inside me," she pleaded. And I exploded. "Oh fuck. God," she cried out as her body started trembling again. I felt her sweet little pussy gripping my cock as I spasmed uncontrollably. Both of us coming as we stared into each other's eyes. Finally, I collapsed on top of her, completely spent. Her legs and body trembled for another 10 seconds, then slowed to the occasional shudder. She breathed heavily as she brushed the hair away from my damp forehead. "God, I missed you," she whispered. "I missed you even more," I murmured, and kissed her soft and slow. 46. After our adventure in the backseat, we made it to the hotel without further incident, although I still rubbed Rachel's bare leg the entire way there. The hotel was wonderful. Luxurious by Swedish military standards anyway. It was one of those corporate chains, but the place was new, the rooms were spacious, and the 7th-story view over the River Thames was spectacular. But the bed was the best by far. Soft sheets, lots of pillows, and king-sized, which meant plenty of room to move around in, unlike the car. Rachel grabbed me by the shirt and kissed me hard. "Let's try it again now that we've got a bit more room," she whispered. We hurriedly undressed each other in the glow of the bedside lamp, laughing as we pulled off each other's clothing. Until I unbuttoned Rachel's blouse, and she was standing there in a lace bra. That's when I saw the bruises all along her right arm and right side. They were old, fading to a dull green and purple, but they covered her entire right torso. I hadn't seen them until now because she'd been dressed in the car, and her legs hadn't been hurt. I stopped, shocked, and then volcanic rage built inside me. "Who did this to you?" I hissed. All I knew was that whoever did it, I wanted to kill him. Slowly, painfully. She smiled like she thought my reaction was sweet. "You have your job, I have mine, and they both come with occupational hazards. You know that." "But, SHHH," she whispered as she caressed my beard. "Don't worry, he paid for it." "Did you kill him?" I asked angrily, hoping she would say yes. "Let's just say he won't hurt anybody else ever again," she murmured, then kissed me. I'm not going to lie. The casualness with which she said it was a tiny bit unnerving. But it was also kind of hot. What a fucking woman. 47. Rachel. His worry for me was sweet. It was also a little condescending, like he thought I couldn't handle myself. Like the clusterfuck on the rooftops in Kabul was what always happened on my missions. But I chose to ignore that and instead focus on what I saw in his eyes. Fiery protectiveness and deep concern. He really, truly cared about me. When I realized that, I missed it up a little. Then his concern started to get in the way of our fun. For the first few minutes of sex, he treated me gingerly, like he was afraid I might break. There was no need, the bruises barely hurt anymore. Besides, I was used to much worse. "Lars, I'm not a porcelain doll," I finally said in a deadpan voice. "Fuck me, for God's sake." He grinned and fully obliged. Half an hour and several mind-blowing orgasms later, I lay in his arms, spent. "I am so glad you're finally here." He chuckled, "I am too." I bent my arm and propped up my head on my hand so I could look at him better. "Anything you'd like to do while you're here in London?" "You." I laughed, "Besides me. I don't think we'll have time." I gave him a look like, "Yeah, right. You're going to be here for a whole week, aren't you?" I have a lot to make up for in that 1 week. I still think we'll have plenty of time to do something besides sex. He made a face like, "Don't be so sure." "I don't know." I laughed again. "I know you have amazing powers of stamina, but I'm not sure even you can go that long, that many times a day." "Sounds like a challenge," he growled as he started kissing my neck. "Besides, I'm pretty sure I can last longer than you." "Oh, really?" "Mama." "I highly doubt that." "How about a friendly contest?" he suggested. "First one who can't take any more orgasms taps out." All right, I'll take that challenge," I murmured as I crawled on top and straddled him. I was the one who tapped out. 2 hours later. 48. Lars. After all that sex, I was starving, so we ordered room service. It arrived around 10 p.m. "So," I said as I cut into my ribeye, "are we staying here because it's close to your work?" "Yes," she answered as she took a bite of sole fillet. She looked absolutely lovely in a terracloth robe from the bathroom with nothing beneath it. I had to be close by in case something came up. "You didn't take the week off." "I did, but that means I probably won't get called in. We're monitoring a few situations, so I might get called in for a meeting or two. Not likely, but it's possible. So I can know where you work, but not where you live." Rachel gave me a bit of side-eye. "You know better than to ask that question." I grinned. "Can I finally get a phone number to call you?" "If you're good." I laughed. "Giving you, what was it, a dozen orgasms over the last 2 hours?" I lost count after a dozen. "That's not good enough." She gave me a smile that was both impish and alluring. It's a good start. 49. Rachel had been right, though. As endlessly enthralling as sex with her was, cabin fever set in around day 3. I finally gave in and said I'd like to take a walk. Maybe you could show me around the neighborhood. There's not much here. Let's go to one of the nearby parks instead. Sounds good to me. After we showered and dressed, we took a taxi to St. James's Park. It was across the Thames River, right next to Buckingham Palace. The park was gorgeous, with beautiful views of the palace across a central lake. The May weather was cool but not cold, around 60 degrees Fahrenheit, and the sun peeked out frequently from behind the ever-present clouds. As we walked along, I held Rachel close to me, and she snuggled up under my arm. "I wish you could stay here forever," she murmured. I stopped walking, so she was forced to stop too. She immediately looked afraid, like she wished she hadn't said it. "I'm sorry, that was way too early." "It wasn't too early," I said gently. "It was," she said like she was beating herself up. I put my finger under her chin and tipped her head up so we were looking into each other's eyes. "Rachel." She tried to avert her gaze. "Just forget I love you," I said. She gasped and stared at me in shock. "You don't have to say anything back," I said quietly. "You don't even have to feel the same way, but I love you and I wanted you to know. I fell for you that first night in Afghanistan, and I fell even deeper in love with every word you wrote me over the last 3 months." Her eyes brimmed with tears. I love you too." I leaned down and kissed her soft and slow. When I finally pulled back, I said with a smile, "See, not too early." She exhaled and smiled. "Okay, not too early." "But are you serious? Would you want me to move here if I could?" She smiled sadly. "Yes, I would, but you have another 3 years left in the military, right? And that's if you even wanted to get out. I assumed you intended to make a career out of it." "That was the plans until I met you." There was a hitch in her breathing, and her eyes opened wide. "Is there any chance you could move to Sweden in the meantime?" I asked. "Maybe, I don't know, some kind of international branch. As close of allies as our countries are, I doubt Sweden would take kindly to British intelligence setting up shop in their backyard," she said wryly. "Would you ever consider leaving your job?" She winced. "Please don't ask me to do that." "I won't. I just wanted to know if it was in the realm of possibility." She caressed my beard. Probably not." "Good to know." "I would never ask you to leave your career, either." "I know," I said, and brought her hand to my lips so I could kiss it. She looked conflicted. "Lars, we don't have to figure it out right this instant. Like you said, I've got 3 more years before I even have any options. I love you, and you love me. That's all we need to know right now. Let's just enjoy this week and not worry about the future, okay?" She nodded, and I pulled her to me and kissed her again. 50. Rachel, I love you. Hearing Lars say those words was both thrilling and terrifying. In fact, I would say those 3 little words filled me with more fear than most of the brushes with death I'd had in my job. I'd never said, "I love you" to anyone before, other than my mother. And my father when I was little. Before he left. But it was what Lars said next that broke me. "You don't have to say anything back. You don't even have to feel the same way. But I love you, and I wanted you to know. I fell for you that first night in Afghanistan, and I fell even deeper in love with every word you wrote me over the last 3 months." My heart swelled and nearly burst with emotions I'd never felt before. But I could hear my mother screaming, "Don't believe him. He's a man, and all men lie. They all leave in the end." But Lars was so sweet and earnest that I believed every word he said. And it awoke something overpowering in me. Before I knew what I was doing, I whispered back, "I love you too." And it felt right to say it. It felt like I was finally acknowledging what had been building inside me over the last 3 months, ever since our first night together in Afghanistan, and what had been building inside me even more since he'd arrived in London. But things took a slight turn when he asked if I would ever consider leaving my job. After my father abandoned us, my mother had drilled into me that I must never, ever build my life around a man. That I had to invest in my life and dreams without considering what any man wanted. But for the first time ever, I realized what the cost of that might be. I loved my job, I'd fought for it, I'd sacrificed for it, the idea of giving all that up. Lars said it was good to know about me not leaving my job. He made it sound like just one more piece of information he needed to plan for the future. I tried telling him that I would never ask him to leave his job if he didn't want to. But from how he reacted, I could tell he wanted me more. More than his job. More than anything else. And while it was intoxicating, it was also frightening. To know that after years of keeping men at arm's length, one was so close to me now that he might consider giving up everything just to have me. It was also scary to feel the first faint stirrings of maybe, just maybe, considering doing the same for him. In the end, he said, we don't have to figure it out right this instant. Like you said, I've got 3 more years before I even have any options. I love you, and you love me, that's all we need to know right now. Let's just enjoy this week and not worry about the future, okay? I agreed, and we went back on our walk. Later, I told myself variations on what I'd said when I'd left Afghanistan. That it wasn't worth worrying about because it would probably never happen. That Lars would lose interest over the next 3 years, and everything would fade away. Except this time, I didn't believe it. Not one bit. 51. Lars. We started to get hungry, so we caught a taxi back to Vauxhall, the neighborhood my hotel was located in. There was a cool little Portuguese bar restaurant nearby that Rachel liked, so we walked in to be seated. When I heard a male British voice say, "Rachel," I turned to see a guy in an expensive suit, white shirt, and loosened tie. He was as tall as me, though he was wiry and much lighter. He had neatly trimmed brown hair, a clean-shaven face, and the straightest posture I'd ever seen. "Alistair," Rachel said in a surprised voice, though not exactly pleasantly surprised. "What are you doing here?" A few of us came for drinks after work. I had thought Rachel spoke with an elegant English accent, but Alistair's practically screamed, "Aristocrat." "I thought you were more a fan of Le Gavroche or Club Gascon," Rachel said. "Those sounded like far more expensive restaurants than the one we were in." What with his suit, his accent, and a name like Alistair, it seemed a likely bet. "Yes, well, one doesn't always get to choose," Alistair said with a smile, then looked expectantly at me. "And you are." "I'm sorry, I'm being rude," Rachel said. "Alistair, this is my friend Lars." Considering that we just said, "I love you" a few hours ago, I was a little surprised to be introduced as a friend, but I saved that conversation for later. Rachel continued. "Lars, this is Alistair, a colleague of mine." "Lars Henriksen," I said, offering my hand. "Alistair Webb," he said as we shook. "So, you must be why Rachel's taken a week off from work. How's the trip so far?" I noted the slight discomfort on Rachel's face when he mentioned her vacation time. "Wonderful," I replied. "She's quite the tour guide." Do I detect the slightest hint of Swedish beneath your American accent? "You do." "Charming," he said, and his smile seemed genuine. "How did the two of you meet?" Before I could answer, Rachel grabbed my arm and said, "Dating app." I looked at her in surprise. "Oh, how long ago?" Alistair asked. "A while," Rachel shot back. Alistair gestured towards the bar section of the restaurant. "Well, if the two of you would like to join us for a drink, I'm here with Reginald Blakely and Patricia Leeton. You know both of them, Rachel." She smiled. Thank you for the invitation, Alistair, but we really must be going. But you just arrived, he said, confused. Yes, well, we're late for something. What? Sex, toodaloo, she said as she pulled me towards the door. Oh, Alistair said, a look of shock on his face as he watched us go. As soon as we were outside in the twilight, I asked, what was that all about? Rachel looked grumpy. I don't like mixing my work and private life. I laughed incredulously. If you don't want to mix your work and private life, telling him we were late for sex was a hell of a way to do it. It was the only way to shut him up. Why did you need to shut him up? Why not have a drink with your coworkers? Because I don't want to. I have drinks with the guys in my unit all the time. Your job and my job are very different. I came to an abrupt stop. Rachel was hanging onto my arm, so she got pulled up short, too. Do you not want other people to know about me? I asked, slightly offended. She sighed. No, it's not like that. It's Alistair's job to go poking his nose into things. I don't want my personal life to be one of them. He was just asking normal questions. When someone works in British intelligence, there are no normal questions. Is that why you lied about where we met? Yes, he doesn't need to know that. I frowned, but in my line of work, information is currency. And every piece of information you give away is a little bit of power you lose that they can use against you. They, who ask they? I think you know who they are, she said wryly. I thought they were your bosses. They are, so I know whereof I speak. You sound a little bit paranoid. Maybe I am. Her tone turned jokey as she said, doesn't mean they're not still out to get me. I still didn't understand. You work in intelligence. Yes, and, she replied impatiently. They must do background checks on you all the time. They probably have a dossier on you 2 inches thick. Doesn't mean I have to let them add another inch. She grinned. Besides, you're giving me plenty of inches already. I smiled in amusement. Glad you feel that way. Oh, I definitely feel it. Come on, I want to go feel it some more, she said, tugging at my arm. What about dinner? We'll get room service. I let her pull me along the sidewalk towards my hotel. But the whole incident with Alistair and Rachel's obvious desire for secrecy made me start going back over the entire conversation in my head. That's when I remembered something that had bothered me. By the way, what was that about me being a friend? She looked back at me with a knowing smile. Oh, is that what you're upset about? I'm not upset, I protested. Ma'am, so why bring it up at all? It just seems to me that we're a bit more than friends. We are, she agreed. What are we then? She laughed out loud. You're the girl in this relationship. I am not, I said, incensed. Yes, you are. What are we? What is this? That's a girl thing to ask, she said, finding it hilarious. I stopped and pulled her back into my arms. All right then, just this once, I'll be the girl in the relationship. What are we? She smiled up at me. We're really good together. I smiled back because I agreed, but I wasn't going to let it go at that. Will you be my girlfriend? Just us and no one else. She beamed. Yes. And then we kissed again, long, slow, and romantic. I finally broke off the kiss and playfully looked at my watch. You know, we really do need to get to that sex. Yes, we do, she purred, and pretty much dragged me back to the hotel. 52. We were already kissing and undressing each other as we stumbled through the door of the hotel room. As soon as I shut the door, I said, Get undressed and get on the bed. She looked at me like ooh and said, Yes, sir. I watched her peel her clothes off as I finished pulling off mine. By the time I was standing there naked, my cock was rock hard and jutting up into the air. Rachel couldn't take her eyes off it. She started towards me, her hand out. On the bed, I reminded her. She grinned and lay on her back, legs crossed demurely to one side like a pin-up model. Is this what you had in mind? No, I said as I strode over and pulled her legs open wide. Oh, she said, amused. Going to put it right in, huh? Truthfully, she was wet enough already for me to do it, but that wasn't the plan. One thing I hadn't done much of was go down on her. And what I really wanted to do right now was taste her. I lowered my head between her legs, inhaling her scent, sweet and musky, and gently kissed her exposed lips. Oh, she whispered. This time she wasn't amused, just turned on. I kissed her over and over again, up and down her pussy, just a light press of my lips against hers. But I spent a little more time on her clitoral hood, pressing my lips more firmly against her skin. By the time I was finished, her lips were glistening with her juices, and a drop slowly trickled down towards her ass. She propped herself up on her elbows so she could look at me. Put it in, she begged. No, I murmured. Please. Not yet, I said, then licked her softly in one long stroke, from deep down between her legs all the way up to her clit. As I did it, her arms buckled, and she collapsed back onto the mattress. Oh, she groaned. I began stroking her over and over again with my tongue, parting her lips with the tip, then finally sinking inside her. The heat of her core surrounded my tongue as the taste of her flooded my mouth. Oh, she moaned. I pulled back out and began licking her clit, slowly circling it, as I inserted a finger inside her. Lars, she gasped. Is that okay? I murmured from between her legs. It's more than okay, but don't you want to? SHHH, this is what I want to do. She lay back on the bed and whimpered as I slowly caressed her inside, while I lovingly circled her clit with my tongue. When her whimpers became moans, I couldn't hold back anymore. I promised myself I would go down on her later until she came, but I wanted something else at the moment. I lifted my head, used the bed sheet to wipe her juices from my beard, and then crawled across the mattress above her. I saw her look in my eyes, and then down at my jutting cock. She reached out her hand. 53. Rachel. Fuck, it felt amazing when he went down on me. His finger softly curling inside my pussy. His tongue lapping at my clit. An orgasm was probably still several minutes away, but I was beginning to build towards one when he stopped. I looked up at him as he crawled towards me on all fours, his body suspended above me, and his cock bobbing slightly beneath him, hard and thick. I looked down at it and gasped. He was so turned on that the head of his cock had precum dripping from the tip, with a long, thin strand dangling in the air. I don't know why, but that made me so hot. I mean, you can obviously tell by a guy's erection when he's turned on. But that extra sign of how aroused he was, it made me even wetter, which was pretty amazing considering how drenched I already was. I reached down and grabbed his swollen head, and the hot juices dribbling from his cock made my palms slippery and wet. I began to rub my hand over his crown, swirling my hand over his taut, swollen skin. Oh fuck, he groaned and grabbed my hand to make me stop. What? I asked, a mischievous grin spreading across my face. Too much, he said in his deep voice. Then he placed my hand on the bed, away from his cock. I was so turned on that I licked my palm as I held his gaze. I murmured. He was so salty. He frowned in that oh my god I'm so turned on kind of way as he watched me lick his precum from his hand. Oh fuck, he whispered hoarsely, and then he grasped his cock and positioned the tip between my lips. Oh yes, oh please God, yes. Rachel. Uh-huh, I whispered sexily as I looked into his eyes. All I was thinking about was how good it was going to feel as he slid inside me, filling me up. I love you, he murmured. I froze in panic. I knew we had said it earlier in the park. It had been wonderful after the initial flood of fear I'd felt then. But this was different. I was naked and exposed and vulnerable. We Dee never said anything like that before, not during sex. But all I could do was lie there staring into his blue eyes. And then all of a sudden, his cock slowly entered my body. I gasped as the pleasure of it flooded my pussy. "I love you," he murmured again as he slowly eased inside me. I couldn't say anything, even if I wanted to. The fear in my chest was warring with the pleasure between my legs, and the pleasure was winning. But the fear was still there, growing. And there were other feelings, too, feelings that frightened me. "I love you," he whispered as he sank deeper, deeper. And a moan escaped my lips. Now he was all the way inside me, and he cradled my face with one hand as he stared into my eyes. "I love you," he whispered, then kissed me. I just lay there, paralyzed by my emotions, until he pulled away. He frowned as he peered down at me. "Are you okay?" Only then did I realize that tears were streaming from my eyes and trickling down the sides of my face. "What's wrong?" he whispered. I shook my head, unable to speak. "I don't know," I wanted to say, but my lips wouldn't form the words. "It's okay," he whispered, and he started to pull out. No, all I knew was that I didn't want him to leave. I desperately wanted him inside me. Not just because it felt so good, but because I was afraid if he pulled out of me, I would lose him. Crazy, I know, but I didn't understand anything I was feeling. I was overwhelmed, tossed on a sea of emotion. But I knew I wanted him. I wanted him more than anything. More than everything. I grabbed under his arm and stopped him from pulling out any further. "Don't," I managed to choke out as tears streamed down my face. "Are you sure?" he whispered in concern. I nodded, unable to speak. He slowly eased back all the way, and I closed my eyes with the pure pleasure of feeling him so deep inside me. He gently brushed back the hair from my face. "If this is too much, you don't have to." He trailed off, but I knew the next words. "You don't have to say it back. You don't have to say, 'I love you.'" But I did love him. I did. But it just terrified me to say it. It felt like I was opening myself up in a way I never had. Baring my heart for him to stab me. But I wanted it. I wanted to open myself all the way to him, to let him inside. Past the walls I'd constructed around my heart. I wanted it as much as I wanted him inside me right now. I just couldn't say it yet. "Let's stop," he said. "We can talk about." "Tell me you love me," I whispered through my tears. He looked shocked, but he said, "I love you." I put my hand on his face and gazed deeper into his eyes than ever before. Again. "I love you." Again. He kissed me softly, then pulled away and smiled. "I love you so much." A tremor ran through my chest. "Please again." He smiled even wider. "I love you. Make love to me, please." He nodded silently, and he began to move slowly inside me. "Rachel, I love you." Tears flowed down my face. "I love you more than anyone else in my entire life, ever." His cock inside me felt so good. But it was the look in his eyes, the softness, the gentleness, the sweetness that overwhelmed me. "I love you, baby," he whispered as he began to move faster, harder, deeper. My eyes rolled back in my head from the pleasure, but I forced myself to look at him again. "I love you, I love you, I love you," he whispered as he peered deep into my soul, and as every thrust brought me higher and higher. Something inside me broke wide open, an icy dam in the river that had been there for so long. Whatever it was, a flood of joy and love and sorrow drowned me, and I sobbed like a baby as I climbed up, up, up. And as I reached the peak, I was finally able to say it. "I love you," I whispered. The words must have put him over the edge because he stared into my eyes as his face contorted. "Oh, fuck," he shouted. "Rachel." And it made me so happy, that I said it again. "I love you," I cried out. "I love you," he roared as his cock spasmed bigger and thicker inside me. And suddenly he was coming, and I was coming, and we were both coming together as we stared into each other's eyes, crying out, "I love you," over and over and over. until he collapsed on top of me and I hung onto him for dear life. "I love you," I whispered in his ear, a big smile on my face. He pulled back just enough to look me in the eye again and smiled as he tenderly wiped the tears from my cheek. "I love you," he whispered, then kissed me softly. His cock was still hard in my pussy. And his kiss awoke something deep inside me. I pulled away from his lips, looked into his eyes, and murmured, "I love you." Then I began to rock my hips, moving my pussy just an inch up and down his shaft. He stared down at me, a big grin on his face. And then he said, "I love you," as he began to thrust. This time there were no tears, just joyful smiles and laughter as he fucked me. Until I came again, and he came again too. Both of us crying out, "I love you," together. 54. Lars. It was the best week of my life. The first night we spent together in Afghanistan could have possibly been the best day of my life. Though saying, "I love you" in St. James Park and making love afterwards was probably the winner. But the 7 days I spent with Rachel won out for best week, hands down. There was lots more sex. Sometimes making love, other times fucking each other's brains out. With day trips to some of the most scenic parts of London, followed by more sex when we got back to the hotel at night. When the week finally came to an end, my heart felt extremely heavy. I knew she was feeling the same way, because I could see it in her face. We drove to Heathrow in silence, but held hands the entire way. Inside the airport, she looked like she might cry. "I don't want you to go," she whispered. "I don't want to go either," I said as I brushed her hair away from her face. "But I'll be back." "When do you think you'll be able to get away?" "My leave accrues over time. It'll be 3 months before I can take off a whole week." "I don't know if I can wait that long," she said miserably. "Then I could come sooner for just 3 or 4 days." Her expression grew worried. "What if you're deployed again?" "They won't deploy me again for at least 6 more months, not after being in Afghanistan for so long." I paused. "You know, you can always come to Sweden too, just for a long weekend." She winced. "I think it's best if you come to London. My job," she said, then trailed off. I wasn't happy with her answer, but I nodded. "Whatever you want." She play-scolded me to break the tension. "Remember, you're my boyfriend now, so don't go dating anyone else." I chuckled. "I won't, same goes for you." She buried herself in my arms and squeezed tight. "Long-distance relationships suck," she said miserably. "It'll work." She pulled back her head to look at me. "How do you know?" I smiled, "Because we're going to make it work." Then I kissed her, holding on to her until the last moment I could before I had to hustle through security to make my flight. The last thing I saw as I rounded the corner was her, standing on the other side of the divide, waving to me, tears streaming down her face. My heart ached to see her in such pain. I waved back, then sprinted for my gate. 55. 8 months went by like that. A week together every 3 months, and occasionally a 3-day weekend when we couldn't wait any longer. Despite how much Rachel said she hated it, she still refused to come visit me in Sweden. I told myself it didn't really matter. In the long run, it was probably for the best. If she didn't travel to see me, she could save up vacation days for when I came to visit. But it still felt like she wouldn't compromise. It rankled me a bit, but mostly I just ignored it. At least she finally gave me her phone number. Now I could talk to her every day. The only problem was her phone number changed nearly every month. "That's why I never gave you my number, because I knew it would change so often," she told me after the 3rd time it switched. "Because of your job?" I asked incredulously. "Yup." "I mean, didn't James Bond get to keep one phone number?" "Lars," she warned. References to MI6 were strictly forbidden over the phone. Okay, I muttered. I was intensely curious about her job, but the topic was off limits. That was part of the agreement if I wanted to be with her. Like her refusal to come to Sweden, the secrecy around her career bothered me too, but I swept it under the rug and ignored it. Since we couldn't discuss her job, and since my missions were top secret as well, our conversations revolved around domestic details. The new dishes she was learning to cook, which she promised to prepare for me on my next visit, the stray cat I befriended on base drama with coworkers, all of it carefully crafted to avoid the particulars of our jobs. Best of all, we got to start using video. She never sent me photos of her face, more job secrecy, so I finally got to see her. Zoom calls, FaceTime calls. Which meant sex, or at least being able to get off with each other. Seeing her naked body as she touched herself. Hearing her high-pitched cries as she came. It relieved some of the burden of waiting so long to see her, and it kept the fires burning. Every time we saw each other in London, we nearly tore each other's clothes off. In fact, every time I flew in, we fucked in that parking deck because we couldn't wait to get back to the hotel. Strangely enough, another big plus for me about the video was I finally got to see the inside of her apartment. Rachel still wouldn't invite me over, so I took in every little detail I could whenever we were video conferencing. Another thing that bothered me was when Rachel told me she was estranged from her mother and that they hadn't spoken in years. Seeing how my own mother had been taken from me too soon, Rachel's refusal to even try to patch things up seemed incomprehensible. I suggested that maybe she could introduce me to her mother as a way of bridging the divide. Trust me, you don't want to meet my mother. Why not? She'd probably ask you when you were going to cheat on me, or where you're hiding the wife and kids you ran away from. I stared at her in shock. Seriously? You think I'm joking, I'm not. Okay, but don't you think I should meet her at some point? Are you going to introduce me to your father? She asked sassily. I had already told her about my mother's death and how we had run away from my father when I was only 4 years old. No, I said, but that's different. I haven't spoken to him since I was 4. Trust me, she said grimly. There are times I wish I hadn't spoken to my mother since I was 4. I haven't spoken to my father since he walked out on me and my mother when I was 7. I stared at her. Really? Yeah, I've never told you about my mother, have I? No. She worked as a waitress in the city where she was born, Pescara. It's a beach town on the Adriatic. When she was 20, she was serving drinks to a handsome British guy, and he flirted with her until she agreed to go out dancing with him. They had a fling until he went back to London, and then she found out she was pregnant. She called him and told him. He flew her to London, they got married, and 7 years later, he walked out on us to go live with another woman. Ever since then, my mother hates anybody with a penis, and I'm 100% sure that would include you. So, no, I don't ever intend to introduce you to my mother. Not if I can help it. But, Lars, she said sternly, trust me on this one and drop it. So I dropped it. Like everything else, I swept it under the rug. There were a lot of things under that damn rug. 56. Gunnar left the military 6 months after we got back from Afghanistan. He had finished the full amount of time he'd committed to when he joined Special Forces. Technically, he could still be called back into service at any point over the next decade, but that would only happen if Sweden went to war. What are you going to do? I asked him. Go to Amsterdam and smoke a lot of pot. You know what I mean. You wouldn't become a mercenary, would you? Hell no. If I wanted people to shoot at me, I'd just stay in Special Forces. I dunno, maybe I'll figure out a way to combine hacking with my military clearance. Lots of guys who left Special Forces used their top-secret clearance to get jobs with military contractors. There was an invisible pipeline directly into defense companies throughout Scandinavia. If he could combine his security clearance with his talent for computer hacking, Gunnar could probably write his own ticket. The only problem was that defense companies expected you to not smoke pot, which was a deal-breaker for Gunnar. but maybe he could figure something out. "What about you, brother?" he asked. "How much longer you got on your bid?" "A little more than 2 years." "Oof," he said sympathetically. He knew just how serious it was between me and Rachel. "Can you wait that long, bro?" "I have to," I said quietly. "I have no other choice." 57. Shortly after Gunnar got out, I went to London for another week with Rachel. It was wonderful. Although I still didn't see her apartment, and I couldn't ask about her job, other than that, it was perfect. Until the last night. The night before I left was always the worst. We tried to put on a brave face, but both of us were dreading my departure in the morning. To make it worse, I hadn't deployed since Afghanistan, which meant it was getting more and more likely that I would be sent overseas for the next 12 months. And if I got sent to a combat zone, I wouldn't be able to visit her at all during that time. After making love, we lay on the bed in my hotel room. I stared up at the ceiling, and she snuggled up against my body. "How much longer?" she asked softly. I knew exactly what she meant. 26 months and 5 days. She was quiet for a while before she asked, "Do you really want to leave the military, though?" "So I can be with you, of course." "What if I weren't in the picture?" "But you are." "But what if I were?" I frowned. "Why are you asking that?" "Because I want to know what you'd do if I weren't a factor." I shrugged. "I'd probably stay in." "Do you love it?" I thought about it before answering. "I don't know that I love it, but I'm very good at it." "But you'd keep doing it, so you must love it." I say it's more like it's part of me. I'm not addicted to it. It's not like I chase the rush. But it's a part of me that doesn't come out in any other area of my life. It makes me feel alive. I added with typical Special Forces humor, "You never feel more alive than when you might be dead in the next few seconds." "Stop," she whimpered. For someone who had a very dangerous job, she was extraordinarily sensitive to my jokes about death. "I was kidding," I said. "Yes, but you were serious when you said it makes you feel alive." "But I also feel alive when I'm with you." Her voice grew bitter. "I don't want to be a substitute for something else." "You're not. Where's this coming from?" I asked, both irritated and bewildered. I don't want you to leave something you want to do." I rolled over on my side to face her. "I want you." She gazed at me with pain in her eyes. "But if that means upending your entire life and giving up something you love." A growing fear began to rise in my chest. This sounded suspiciously like she was trying to back out of something. "Do you not want to be with me?" I asked in alarm. "No," she cried out. "I do, I just—" "What?" "I feel guilty that you'd have to give up so much." I caressed her cheek with my hand. "But I'd get you in return. I'd get to have a life with you. That's the best possible trade I could make." She smiled sadly but didn't say anything. "You could always give up your job and come to Sweden," I said with a hint of a smile. She knew I was trying to lighten the mood. "No, thank you," she said archly. "Come on. I'd get you barefoot and pregnant." She laughed and smacked my arm. "No. You could pop out 4, 5, maybe 6 babies." She suddenly looked somber. "I'm not sure I want kids." I shrugged. "That's fine." "You don't want children." "I didn't say that, but I want you more than anything. With kids or without, I don't care as long as I get to have you." I lifted her chin and kissed her. Then I asked, "Why so glum?" "I hate the night before you leave. When you come here, it's like Christmas vacation. Every day is wonderful, but then the last night comes, and I know I have to face reality the next morning." 26 months and 5 days, I said quietly. She closed her eyes as though she were in pain. "I know, I just wish." "What?" "That I could wave a magic wand and make it go by instantly." "Me too, älskling," I murmured, using the Swedish word for darling. I pulled her close to me. "Me too." 58. 6 weeks later, we decided I should come back to London for a shorter trip. 4 days instead of the usual week. 3 months was too damn long to wait. It was a good thing we decided on an earlier trip, because the day before I left for London, I found out I would be deploying to Afghanistan again. Shortly after I returned from my vacation, I would be shipping out for an entire year. As I read the orders, ice-cold dread filled my stomach. An entire year away from Rachel. 3 months seemed like an eternity. And now it was going to be 4 times as long. Something else was adding to my dread. The first time I'd gone to Afghanistan, I'd actually been excited. I'd wanted to see combat. I'd wanted to be thrown into the thick of things. But back then, I didn't have as much to lose. The hardest part had been leaving my mother to deal with her cancer diagnosis alone. Yes, I realized I could have been wounded or killed, but that was just a given. When you joined Special Forces, you had to come to terms with the inherent danger. So besides my fears for my mother, that first deployment felt like I wasn't giving up much. Just a few creature comforts. This time, it felt like I was going to lose everything. I didn't tell Rachel about my orders. I knew it would cast a pall over the entire trip. I had to tell her, of course, but I figured I would break the news to her once I was there, maybe the day before I left. She deserved at least a couple days of happiness before the other shoe dropped. While I was at the airport waiting to board my 8 a.m. flight, I got a text from Rachel. The shit hit the fan at work, and I got called in. I don't think I'll be able to pick you up at the airport. Can you grab a taxi to the hotel instead? I'm so sorry. I'll get out of here as soon as I can, I promise. I texted back, no cow on the ice. See you soon. I got on the plane with a heavy heart, both because of the news about my deployment, and because I was worried that her work emergency might rob us of what precious time we had left. 59. I caught a taxi from Heathrow to Vauxhall and checked into my hotel at 2 p.m. Then I walked down the street to a local cafe to get a bite to eat. Once I was situated, I texted her. Got here safe. At St. George's drinking some coffee. Everything calmed down. 10 seconds later, my phone rang. Hey, babe, I said. Hey, I so wish I was there with you right now. Me too, everything okay? Unfortunately, no, she sighed. I might have to work late tonight. I'm so sorry, Lars. It's okay, shit happens. I'll make it up to you later. I grinned, in bed. Of course, she answered mischievously. Good, then the delay will be worth it. I love you. The feeling is reciprocated. She only talked like that in one particular circumstance. What, are you there with coworkers? I asked. Yes, so I'll see you later. Say it, I teased her. Goodbye. I liu of Yahoo. She snorted and ended the call. I grinned and pocketed the phone. A few minutes later, I just finished my sandwich when I heard a vaguely familiar voice behind me. Excuse me, Lars, isn't it? I looked up and saw a familiar man, tall, wiry, brown hair, aristocratic, carrying a cup of to-go coffee. It was Rachel's colleague from the Portuguese restaurant a year ago. His suit looked just as expensive as last time. Yes, Alistair. Right, Rachel's coworker. Exactly, so is she around? Alistair asked, looking from side to side. No, she got called into work last minute. That tends to happen, he said sympathetically. You weren't called in too. Different divisions, he explained, then gestured to the empty chair across from me. Mind if I sit? Sure, go ahead. Rachel had been eager to get away from Alistair last time, but I had no problem with talking to the guy. If anything, I might be able to find out a few details about her work life. Rachel was notoriously close-lipped about her work at MI6. Alistair sat down across from me and sipped his coffee. So, I never asked, what do you do for a living? SOG, I said automatically, then realized he had no idea what I was talking about. It's Särskilda Operationsgruppen, Alistair said, even pronouncing it correctly. I stared at him in surprise. You know Swedish. I know our NATO partners and their special forces divisions. Part of my job. And what job is that? Let's say I'm in planning and leave it at that. Well, that's more than Rachel's ever told me. She doesn't talk about her job much. Not at all. Our superiors would approve. We're in a rather delicate sector of MI6. Is there anything more you can tell me? If I did, I'd have to kill you, he joked. Or hire someone else to do the job, more likely. I chuckled politely. I'd heard a couple dozen variations of that answer from Rachel. If I told you, Lars, I'd have to kill you only after I fucked you, though. If I told you, I'd have to kill you, which would be a pity. If I told you, I'd have to... You a career man? Alistair asked politely. In the military, I mean. No, actually, I'm leaving at the end of my bid. When's that? 24 months, 2 weeks, and 6 days from now. Alistair laughed and raised his eyebrows. You know it down to the day. And the hour, but I figured that would be overkill. And after you get out? I'll move here. To be with Rachel, he said, nodding. That's the plan. Doesn't Sweden require you to be available for involuntary recall for 10 years after you leave the service? The man knew his NATO partners. I'd give him that. They do, but that usually only gets enforced if they really need warm bodies. Hopefully World War III doesn't break out then, Alistair joked. Hopefully. It must be hard on the two of you. I can't imagine that you have a lot of time off, or as much as you'd like anyway. I don't. If you could get out earlier, would you? In a heartbeat. Alistair looked at me thoughtfully. What if I could help you with that? I laughed. Short of convincing my commanding officers I'm up to something illegal, and they boot me out instead of throwing me in jail, I don't see how that's possible. Well, even though they're not in NATO, Sweden is our close partner. In my job, I have a certain amount of sway. I would almost certainly be able to get you transferred. I frowned to another branch. Let's say, to an organization that lies outside the jurisdiction of the Swedish military. I stared at him. Are you being serious right now? Deadly serious. Whatever the hell he was talking about, it sounded like the answer to my prayers. Let's talk a walk, Alistair suggested. That is, if you're interested. I am, I said, very interested. 60. We strolled through a park called the Vauxhall Pleasure Gardens, though the name was severely misleading. It was basically just a gigantic, grassy field in the middle of the urban sprawl. 2 centuries ago, this was the center of London nightlife, Alistair explained. Gardens everywhere, drinking, eating, and illicit assignations. The epitome of scandal and intrigue, though I suppose we still have the intrigue, just not the scandal. He gestured towards a 9-story building made of cream-colored stone and dark green glass, the headquarters for MI6. I'd seen the building many times before, though always in the distance. Rachel never took me anywhere near it. I wondered if there was any chance she might be gazing down at us right now. Even if she was, the building was so far away that I'd probably look small as an ant. I can't tell you exactly what I do, Alistair continued, but you know I work in MI6. Yes. We have certain objectives that cannot always be achieved through normal channels, so sometimes we have to go outside of them. Color outside the lines, as it were. You're revealing an awful lot to someone you met once in a pub, I said with mild skepticism. Alistair smiled as he began to recite from memory. Oversergeant Lars Henriksen, age 24, member of the Särskilda Operationsgruppen, 3rd year in the Special Forces and 6th in the Swedish military. You were born in Stockholm, but you moved to Gothenburg at the age of 4. You enlisted at 18 without finishing high school. Your mother's name was Annika, maiden name Allstrand. She passed away in a car crash along with her sister Ingrid shortly after you deployed to Afghanistan. Your father's name is Nils Henriksen. Other than the divorce proceedings, there are no records of any interaction with him after you and your mother left Stockholm. You were an only child, and your mother never remarried. When you arrived in Gothenburg as a child, you lived briefly with your aunt. Ingrid eventually married a man named Leif Karlgren but had no children, so you have no cousins. You served a year-long stint in Afghanistan, where you met Rachel, and in 2 weeks, you're slated to return for another tour of duty. I stared at him in shock. You certainly did your homework. It was mostly because we had to check up on Rachel to make sure you weren't a foreign agent. Alistair looked concerned. Does she know about your impending deployment to Afghanistan? No, I haven't told her yet. Good, hold off on telling her for a bit. When did you start looking into me? After we met that night in the bar. When you came to England the first time, yes. That wasn't exactly the answer to what I'd asked. Even before you and I met, I asked in surprise. Yes, Alistair smiled. Our meeting in the restaurant wasn't by chance. So Rachel wasn't paranoid. But now you're recruiting me, I asked. You could say that. Is Rachel involved in this? Did she ask you too? No, Alistair said vehemently. And I must insist you do not tell her. Why not? Because if she were to find out, our superiors would most likely terminate her current position. I was shocked. She'd be fired. Just transferred, but not willingly. She rather likes what she does. I might not have known much about Rachel's job, but I knew she didn't want to leave it, so I couldn't tell her about Alistair. Not unless I wanted to destroy her career. Why would she get transferred? I don't understand. One of our organizational principles is maintaining a firewall between agents. No fraternizing or romantic relationships allowed. Not only does the policy eliminate distractions, it also makes certain that one agent can't be compromised if their significant other is captured in the field. Can you imagine how a man might react if he knew a terrorist was torturing his wife halfway across the world? And what he might do if the terrorist contacted him and threatened to kill his wife, unless he did exactly what the terrorist told him to do? That could happen with a regular husband or wife, I protested. Someone could kidnap them in London and... True, but the odds of it happening increase exponentially if the spouse is constantly going into dangerous situations overseas. Wouldn't you agree? I grunted. He had a point. I'm sure you've noticed the almost obsessive lengths we go towards protecting Rachel's identity, Alistair said. For instance, how often her phone number and email address change. Yes. And I'm assuming she's told you that Bauer is not her real last name. Yes, I said warily, wondering if admitting it might get her in trouble. Alistair narrowed his eyes. She hasn't told you her real last name, has she? No. Good, we take these precautions because we don't want her to be traceable in any way, shape, or form. Otherwise, it might compromise her ability to do her job. I still don't understand why me telling her about you would compromise her ability to do her job. If you accept my offer and she becomes aware of it, then the firewall is breached. Simple as that. But if I accept your offer, the firewall is breached anyway, I pointed out. I'll be working for you, but I'll be involved in a relationship with her. So why is it okay for me to know, but not for her? Number one, because you know next to nothing about her job. The firewall is largely in place because of that. And number two is because I'm willing to make an exception in your case. You would be entirely separate from the main organization, a ghost. No one would know your connection to MI6 except me and my immediate superior. Why make an exception for me? Because a man with your experience would be extraordinarily useful to us. I frowned. Where would I be doing this job? I'm assuming not behind a desk. Heavens, no. Your duties would take you all over the world, although primarily Europe and Eurasia. Maybe the occasional job in North Africa. Look, I've got to tell you right now, if you ever ask me to do something that goes against the Swedish military or government, then. Not at all. We take our relationship with our allies very seriously. We would never do anything to compromise Sweden's government or military. On that, you have my word. What would the job involve? Basically what you do for SOG, in a more focused capacity. Military operations. Of a sort. What sort of military operations? I asked, disliking his vagueness. Your primary job would be to remove certain bad actors from the theater of operations. Assassinations. I looked at Alistair in silence. He just gazed back at me calmly. So you want me to kill people, I finally said. You kill people now, or you did in Afghanistan anyway. I killed Taliban terrorists. You killed whomever Sweden and NATO told you to kill, Alistair pointed out. All that would change is that MI6 will tell you who to target. All to the benefit of Sweden and NATO, I might add. In reality, it wasn't the killing that bothered me. I was a member of special forces and a sniper. I had killed dozens of men during my time in the military. Looking through a scope and pulling the trigger was my job. It was more who I would be killing that gave me pause. What kind of bad actors? I asked. Those acting against the best interests of NATO and Britain. Terrorists, rogue arms dealers, leaders of organized crime, people like that. Alistair could tell I still wasn't entirely sold, so he continued. Think of it this way. You can be deployed back to Afghanistan and target a bunch of low-level combatants who are basically just cannon fodder, or you can go after the people at the top, the ones who fund the terrorism and give the orders for the atrocities, the ones who profit from the death and chaos they sow. This job would allow you to lop off the dragon's head instead of trying to kill it with 1,000 cuts. I had to admit that was appealing. Back in Afghanistan, I'd always felt I was just killing grunts who would be replaced by someone else the next day. Except for the time Rachel came to Bagram and we took out Massoud, we never bagged a big target. Nothing ever seemed to change, or at least nothing that mattered to the big picture. We were just treading water until the day that NATO or the US decided it wasn't worth their while to stick around anymore. The frustration was immense. You felt like you were punching a clock on a job that might kill you, and yet nothing you did would ever make a difference. The only thing you cared about was making sure you and your buddies came back home. Speaking of which, would I be on a team? I asked. No, you would be a one-man operation reporting directly to me. You'll probably interface with other operatives in the field, receiving support from them so you can complete your mission. But otherwise, you'd be a lone wolf. And you think you could get me out of my military service? I do think I know it. I don't want a black mark on my record. Not a problem. You would receive an honorable discharge. If I'm going to be a secret agent, won't it be a problem that they've got my fingerprints and pictures of me on file? If you accept my offer, I'll have them destroy your records and completely erase you from their system. There will be no trace of your time in the military. I stared at him. You can do that. It would astound you, everything I can do. I turned that over in my head for a few seconds before I asked the next question. What's the pay? Given your experience, I think we could start you off at 120,000 per year. Pounds, I asked in shock. He laughed. That was the plan. The military paid me in Swedish krona, but I'd grown used to exchanging my money for pounds every time I came to visit Rachel. So I knew that Alistair was offering me almost 3 times my salary in special forces. In US dollars, it would be about $150,000 a year. That's quite nice, I said, stunned. Good, I'm glad it's to your liking. There would be bonuses and raises, of course, but there are a few caveats before we proceed any further. Like what? My department is ultra-secretive, even by the standards of MI6. Many of the things we do would cause international incidents if it became known we were behind them. Other governments don't take kindly to foreign agents entering their countries for any reason whatsoever, even if they would benefit from the mission's objective. Totally understandable, by the way. We would be outraged if a Swedish operative came into the UK and knocked off a crooked arms dealer, no matter how much the bastard might deserve it. But what this means in practice is that no one can know what you do. No one, not even Rachel. If I get out of the military 2 years early, she's going to want to know why, I pointed out. Does she tell you everything about her job? Alistair challenged me. About her life. She doesn't tell me anything. There you go. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. I frowned. I don't quite understand gander. Sorry, colloquial phrase. A gander is a male goose. Rachel is secretive, so you have every right to be as well. What's good for her is good for you too. I guess. Just tell her that you were hired by an organization that works with the Swedish government and that the military voluntarily let you go work for them. It'll be the truth. She just doesn't need to know that the organization is the same one she works for. Huh, I grunted as I pondered that. Second caveat, you would be a freelancer, and our department has to have complete and total deniability as to our freelance agents' actions. If you're caught by the target or a foreign government, it doesn't matter, you're on your own. You must never try to leverage your connection with MI6 to obtain release. We will categorically deny that we know you. If you get caught, no one is coming to get you. You and you alone will suffer the consequences of failure. I frowned. In the Special Forces, we don't leave anyone behind. This isn't the Special Forces, Alistair said brusquely. When I didn't reply, he said, plausible deniability on MI6's part is the bedrock principle underlying this position. You must accept that condition, or we might as well end the discussion right now. So if I'm on a job for you and I get in trouble, then what, I'm fucked? I asked, unable to hide my irritation. No, of course not. We have operatives all over the globe who can provide support. Plus, there's a phone number for every mission in case you need extraction, if you haven't been captured yet, and if you can be retrieved without implicating MI6. But if you're caught or compromised, you will have to deal with the consequences on your own. I thought about it in silence as I walked alongside Alistair. In a way, it wasn't much different from going behind enemy lines on a special forces operation. There were always inherent dangers. No, actually, it was a whole lot different. The Swedish military would never send me on a mission and then not try to get me back if I was captured. However, if it meant I could get out early and not have to go back to Afghanistan, then Rachel was worth the risk. All right, I said, I'm interested. Interested or in? Before I commit, I'd need to know exactly what I'd be signing up for. Alistair shook his head. I can't tell you any specifics without you signing a mountain of NDAs. Non-disclosure agreements. You'd tell me everything if I signed a bunch of papers. I asked with a give-me-a-fucking-break smile. To cover the legalities. If you break your word and reveal anything, by the way, we won't bother with court. We'll just throw you in solitary confinement for a decade or two. Better than a bullet in the back of the head, I said darkly. Alistair smiled. I immediately got the message. We'll throw you in solitary confinement if we don't kill you. Jesus. All right, I suggested. How about I say something and you react silently? Alistair looked at me with slight disdain. Seriously? Hey, you were the one talking about removing bad actors from the theater of operations. This isn't any different. Fine, Alistair grumbled. Overthrowing governments? I asked. Alistair shook his head no. Political assassinations. Define political. Government officials. There are many corrupt governments in Africa, South America, and Asia. You know, Alistair said breezily, as though he were discussing the weather. Most of them aren't even our allies. Look, I don't. You kill people for a living, do you not? I do a lot more than that, I said in annoyance. But it is an essential and necessary part of your job, is it not? I kill people when I have to, yes. But there, I tried to think of the translation of the Swedish phrase I had in mind. Enemies of the state. It won't be any different in this job. The only difference is that the state will no longer be Sweden, but it will still be Sweden's ally. I don't want to kill anyone or do anything that would go against my country. We would never ask you to do that. I also don't hurt women or children. Alistair gave me a look from the corner of his eyes. You might have to compromise on that one. I gave him a stern look. No. There are female terrorists, you know, Alistair exclaimed in a tone that suggested I was being ridiculous. Female spies, female assassins, you might be called upon to. If hurting women or children is part of the job, then I'm not interested. All right, fine, Alistair huffed. I'll make sure that men are your only targets. That seemed fair enough. Okay. What does okay mean? Alistair asked impatiently. Are you in or not? I'm in, but I need to see something official first, to make sure you are who you say you are. Alistair smiled smugly. Would an honorable discharge from the Swedish military do the trick? Yes, I admitted. So, we are in agreement. If I can obtain an honorable discharge for you, you accept the terms I've set forth in our conversation. I paused. Rachel's worth it. Yes. Alistair frowned. I understand it's a big decision, but I can't have any hesitation on your part. I've made my choice. I'm in. He looked satisfied. All right. The discharge will be in motion by the time you get home. Don't tell Rachel until it's complete. And do not, under any circumstances, reveal that you and I talked or what we talked about. What should I do after I get the discharge? Alistair gave me a white business card with a handwritten phone number and nothing else. Memorize that, then destroy the card. Once you receive word on the discharge, call that number. I'll need some kind of cover story if I'm going to move here, I said. I mean, I have to be able to tell landlords where I work if I want to rent a flat. Don't rent anything just yet. Just continue staying in hotels for now. I'll even throw in a relocation bonus on top of your salary to handle the expenses. But don't worry, we'll have an entire story worked up for you by the time you move to London. Okay. Alistair stuck out his hand. Good to have you on board. I shook his hand. Thanks. Although I couldn't quite bring myself to say, good to be on board. All I knew was that I wouldn't have to go back to Afghanistan. And I could wake up every morning next to the woman I loved. 61. Rachel didn't get off work until 9 p.m. She came directly to my hotel where I had dinner from room service waiting. She kissed me, then saw the table set with food and a bottle of wine. Oh my God, thank you so much, she moaned as she sat down and took a sip of wine. Bad day. Not a good one, she said as she cut into her chicken piccata. But enough about my professional woes. What did you do all day? Talked to one of your fellow spies and accepted a job offer to kill people for a living. Walked around, I said nonchalantly. Sat in a cafe, nothing in particular. I'm sorry, she said, and I could see she meant it. My job. I reached for her hand and held it across the table. It's okay. But you're only here for a few days. And you're here now. That's all that matters. She looked at me searchingly. You're really okay with it? I smiled, more than you know. 62. The remaining time I spent in London was a whirlwind of sex and room service. We didn't even bother to venture outside the hotel. With only limited time, and already having lost one day, every moment together was precious. The only difference for me was that after my conversation with Alistair, I had high hopes that everything would change for the better. Rachel didn't have that reassurance. She was gloomy as usual on our last night and acted a little irritated when she dropped me off at the airport the next day. "I don't understand," she said as we walked up to the security screening area. "You're way more cheerful than usual when you leave." I didn't want to get her hopes up until Alistair came through on his promise, so I kept it vague. "Because I think things are going to go our way very soon." "Based on what?" "A gut feeling," I said and kissed her. She melted into me, and we kissed until I had to go catch my flight. I had just arrived on base via the shuttle from Linköping when I got a text to report to my commanding officer. The secretary for the Urverst, the equivalent of a colonel in the American military, ushered me in to see him as soon as I arrived. Colonel Holmgren was a bulldog of a man, 59, with broad shoulders, a bullet-shaped head, and a perpetual scowl. As soon as I walked in the door, he held up a piece of paper. "Henriksen, what the fuck is this?" My heart leapt in my chest, but I played dumb until I knew for sure what he was talking about. "Sir, Must just sent over an order for your immediate discharge." MUST was an acronym for Militära Underrättelse och Säkerhetstjänsten, the Swedish Military Intelligence and Security Service. It was a division of the military, but served roughly the same purpose as the American CIA, foreign intelligence and counterintelligence. If Alistair wanted to pull strings without leaving any fingerprints, going through MUST was exactly how to do it. He'd actually made good on his promise, and in a miraculously short period of time. "What the fuck are you up to, Henriksen?" Holmgren snarled. I decided I had to be somewhat open. "Sir, I was recruited by an agency that deals with NATO. To work for them, I couldn't remain in SOG any longer." "What agency?" "I can't say, sir. Top secret." "Bullshit, my security clearance is higher than yours." "I can't say, sir. I'm sorry." "Who recruited you?" "I can't say, sir." "Does this have anything to do with your trips to London?" "I can't say, sir." Holmgren narrowed his eyes. "This is suspiciously good timing, considering your deployment to Afghanistan." I stayed quiet. The colonel shook his head as he stared at the paper. 20 years in SOG, and I've never seen anything like this. He glared back up at me. "You sure you know what you're getting yourself into, son?" I decided to be honest. "Not entirely, sir." He sighed and stood up, then walked around the desk with his hand extended. Though he was all angry bluster on the outside, the colonel cared deeply about everyone under his command. "You're a goddamn good soldier, Henriksen. You'll be sorely missed." "Thank you, sir," I said as I shook his hand. Holmgren handed me the paper. I scanned it for a particular phrase and found it, the Swedish term for honorable discharge. Alistair had fulfilled his promise to the letter. "As of this moment, you're a free man," Holmgren said. "Bit of advice." "Yes, sir." "Whatever the fuck it is you've gotten yourself into, watch your fucking back." Dismissed. 63. The first thing I did was call the number I'd memorized, the one on the business card Alistair had given me. A male voice I didn't recognize answered with a British accent. "Name?" "Lars Henriksen." There was a pause as he typed on a keyboard. Then the voice said, "Did the discharge come through?" "Yes, please thank Alistair for me." "I have no idea who that is," the voice said in a bored tone, "and I recommend you never use that name again on future phone calls." Damn, the secrecy was starting right away. "All right," I agreed. "I have you with a Swedbank checking account with the last 4 digits of 7263. Is that correct?" Shit, I hadn't given Alistair that information. His ability to reach every single part of a person's life was scary. "That's correct. I'm wiring £10,000 into your account for relocation expenses." I almost choked. £10,000 was more than I made in 3 months. I also have a note here to remind you to stay in hotels. The voice continued. I remember. Good, settle your affairs in Sweden, then come to London. You'll be expected to report for duty next Thursday at 10 a.m. 1 week from today, things were moving fast. How do I report for duty? Where do I go? Meet your contact at the same place you met him 3 days ago. You recall where that was? The cafe. Yes. Any other questions? What about my cover story? Your contact will have all the pertinent information. Should I tell other people I'm coming? Anyone who needs to know, tell them you're relocating. But stay away from specifics. If you absolutely must, say that you're consulting for a joint UK-Swedish military task force and leave it at that. Understood? Yes. Any other questions? No. All right, goodbye. The man on the other end hung up without waiting for a response. 64. The next thing I did was check the bank account app on my phone. 131,000 Swedish krona had just been deposited into my account. The source was listed as unknown. Even Alistair's money transfers were secretive. 131,000 krona was worth about 10,000 British pounds or $12,500 US. I stared at the number in amazement. The only time I'd had more in my account was when I got back from Afghanistan. I hadn't needed to spend any money while I was away, so it had accrued in my absence, and then I'd spent it on my trips to visit Rachel over the last year. After a moment of daydreaming about what my new life would be like, I finally placed the phone call I'd been wanting to make ever since I'd accepted Alistair's offer. The phone rang a couple of times before Rachel answered. Couldn't even go 8 hours without hearing my voice, could you? She teased. Nope, especially since I have some great news. What? I'm moving to London, permanently. There were a few seconds of silence, followed by Rachel nearly screaming in joy. What? I laughed. I'll be coming to London in the next few days, and this time I won't have to leave. This is, Lars, this is incredible. But what about your military service? I got discharged. There was a longer silence. When she spoke again, she sounded wary. How is that possible? It was part of the agreement for the new job. Now she was downright suspicious. What new job? It's a joint UK-Swedish military task force. Why is this the first I'm hearing of this? I wasn't sure it would go through. I didn't want to get your hopes up if it didn't. How long have you known it might be a possibility? Not long, I said vaguely. What's the name of this joint task force? I can't tell you. She bristled. What, why not? It's classified. I'm not supposed to tell anyone. You're joking. Her tone was obviously displeased. Come on, now, you of all people should understand. Understand what? The need for secrecy in a job. Yes, but this is all a bit sudden. You've been telling me forever that you have another 2 years to go. Then suddenly you call me out of the blue and say, no, just kidding, I'm out. But I'm part of a top-secret task force I can't tell you anything about. I frowned. The conversation wasn't going the way I'd thought it would. You don't let me know anything about your life. I don't even know where you live, for God's sake. And that's been part of the agreement since the very beginning. You signed up knowing that's how it was. But in the last 30 seconds, you've gone and changed everything I thought I knew. Look, there are aspects of your job that are secret. I get that. But in exchange for me being able to live in London, there are aspects of my job that have to remain secret too. I need you to respect that. What was it that Alistair had said? What's good for the goose is good for the gander. She laughed, but not pleasantly. This is more like the gander showing up and saying, by the way, love, that whole thing about me being a gander. I'm actually a duck. I frowned. I had no idea what the fuck she was talking about with ganders and ducks, but I refused to get distracted. I thought you'd be happy about this. I am deliriously happy, but you have to understand, it's a huge change in an extremely short period of time. I'm going to have questions, it's unavoidable. Well, there's nothing I can do about that. I can only tell you so much. You do realize my employer will have questions about this as well, don't you? I'm certain they'll find it highly unusual. I wanted to tell her that we were working for the same people and that I doubted they would care, but I bit my tongue. Let them do whatever they need to do. All right. There was an uncomfortable silence. Rachel finally broke it by asking, "When are you coming?" "I don't know yet," I said brusquely. "I just found out 30 minutes ago. I have to settle some things over here before I can leave." "Okay, you'll let me know, right?" "Yes." Her voice softened. "Lars, please don't be mad at me. It's a lot to take in." I felt dread pull at my guts as another possibility presented itself. "You want me to come to London, don't you?" "Of course I do. This is amazing. I really am thrilled. I'm rather shocked by it too, that's all." "Okay, I can understand that," I said grudgingly. "I feel like everything I thought I knew turned out to be wrong." "Not everything," I said. "I love you. That's why I did this, because I wanted to be with you. I didn't want to ever have to fly back to Sweden and leave you again." "I love you too," she said tenderly, "and thank you." "You're welcome," I said, but I was still too irritated to put much warmth into my words. There was another uncomfortable silence. "Well," I finally said, "I should go. I've got a lot to do in a short amount of time." "Okay, Lars." "Yes." "Thank you, seriously. Whatever you had to do to make this happen, thank you." The thin layer of ice around my heart melted. "I love you." "I love you too. I can't wait to start a new life with you here." I smiled. "Me too, Ajur min elskling." "Goodbye, my darling." "A presto, tesoro mio," she whispered in Italian. "See you soon, my dear." Her words echoed in my ears long after I hung up. 65. The next thing I did was call the housing department. I lived in a furnished apartment administered by the base. Soldiers were always coming and going on deployment, so the apartments were only rented month to month and could be canceled any time someone deployed. Married guys tended to buy houses near the base, which their wives and children stayed in while they were gone, but single guys like me typically took advantage of the short-term accommodations. I let the housing department know I would be leaving in the next couple of days. They told me to remove any furniture I'd bought and throw out everything in the fridge. After I hung up, I stood in my tiny bachelor's apartment and looked around. Table, chairs, wall-mounted TV, desk, and a simple bed and bureau in the bedroom. That was it. None of it was mine, so none of it would go with me. I own next to nothing except clothes, a laptop computer, and an old motorcycle. I would probably have to sell the bike for cheap if not outright give it away. It was like my entire life had been one long waiting period for the next stage to start. And despite the mixed reception I'd gotten from Rachel, I was ready. There was nothing left for me here. Onward to better things, and the woman I love. The news of my departure spread like wildfire through my unit. Correction, my old unit. As soon as the guys found out, they badgered me into going out drinking one last time. Truth be told, I didn't need much convincing. I was happy to start my new life, but I was still leaving behind people I'd fought beside and counted on for the last 2 years. Good friends and fellow soldiers, brothers in arms. I wanted to say goodbye properly, which meant a lot of alcohol would be involved. A dozen of us had dinner at a restaurant, then hit the bars. There were a lot of questions. "How the fuck did you do it, man?" "Can't tell you that, sorry." "What's the job?" "Can't tell you that either, top secret." They tried to get me smashed, so I'd start spilling secrets, but I never let anything slip. What about that hot chick in London? You gonna put a ring on that? I grinned. I'm thinking about it. Seriously, how the fuck did you get out early? Can't tell you. You're bugfuck crazy, right? That's what it is. You like smearing yourself in peanut butter and dancing around in women's underwear under a full moon, right? I laughed. Fuck you. Take us with you, bro. Can't do it. The one thing I did do was ask one of my buddies to borrow his phone for a minute. I figured MI6 might be monitoring mine, but I doubted they were keeping dibs on everybody in my squad. Once I had his phone, I opened the Google app and searched for Alistair Webb. Nothing came up. At least nothing that mentioned MI6, and there were no pictures that looked remotely like the man I'd met. 66. After waking up with a hangover from hell the next morning, I dealt with a few loose ends. I sold my motorcycle to another guy in the unit for $200 and gave away anything I couldn't fit into 2 duffel bags. Then I boarded a bus to the civilian airport at Linköping and got on a plane to Amsterdam. This time, though, I didn't immediately catch another plane to London. Instead, I went to visit Gunnar. As promised, he'd moved to Amsterdam after he got out of the service. I figured I'd hang out with him for a day or two before going to London. He'd been super enthusiastic when I'd called him. Sure, my brother, come stay with me as long as you want. But as soon as I saw him at the airport, I did a double take. Holy shit, had he gone downhill. In the months since I'd seen him, he must have gained 40 pounds of belly fat. Rachel had once said that Gunnar reminded her of the dude from The Big Lebowski, mostly because of his beard. Now, he looked the part even more because of his weight. His clothes added to the effect: zip-up cardigan, dirty t-shirt, and pajama bottoms. Plus his beard had gone wild. Lars, he cried out cheerfully. Good to see you, my brother. Hey, Gunnar, I said, slapping his back as I hugged him. Good to see you too. Any other luggage? This is it. All right then, let's go. We caught a taxi and headed for his place. During the drive, I kept our discussion confined to our former unit and how the guys were all doing. Anytime Gunnar asked how I'd gotten out early, I promised I'd tell him later. I wasn't about to discuss it in front of a taxi driver. The cab dropped us off in front of Gunnar's apartment building, an old stone building near the red light district. As soon as he opened the door to his apartment, the stench of marijuana slammed into me. It permeated the entire room. The place was a disaster, with bongs, plastic baggies full of pot, and greasy fast food wrappers littering every surface. The furniture included a faux leather recliner, a threadbare couch, a couple of end tables with lamps, a rickety wooden table with 2 chairs, and an overstuffed bean bag. One part of the room, though, looked unlike everything else: a computer workstation. 5 monitors sat in a semicircle atop a desk. On the floor was a computer tower with cables spilling out of it. An expensive-looking computer gaming chair sat in front of it all. Throw your bags anywhere, bro, Gunnar said as he cracked open a beer and held it out. After I took it, he grabbed the nearest bong and lighter. You want some? They have the best shit in the world here in Amsterdam. No, I'm good. Could we have a quick discussion before you start smoking out? Sure, what's up? You mentioned you got a job working for a defense contractor. How's that going? It's going great, bro. They let me work from home, and they don't care about my extracurricular activities. He chortled as he gestured to the bong. What do you do for them? I asked. Forensic hacking. What? I try to hack their systems and find weaknesses and shit. Wanna see my rig? He asked as he waddled over to the computer. It's super sweet. Do you only hack the company you work for, or? Nah, my employer works with a bunch of other defense companies, so I'm usually trying to hack them too. Gunnar typed in a password that seemed to be 100 characters long. Suddenly, the monitors flickered to life with a stream of numbers and letters straight out of the matrix. I stared at them, completely unable to comprehend what I was seeing. So, you're pretty good at this, then. Dude, I'm one of the best. When I'm really baked, I'm a freaking genius. Could you hack anybody, like MI6? Gunnar swiveled around slowly in his chair. Why would you want me to hack MI6 exactly? I'm going to tell you something, but I need you to swear that it never leaves this room. Let me see your phone first. What? Gimme your phone. I handed it over. He reached into one of the desk drawers and pulled out a small black bag, unzipped it, placed my phone inside, then zipped it up again. Okay, go ahead, he said cheerfully. What was that about? Faraday pouch, he explained as he held the bag up. Blocks all electromagnetic transmissions. You know they can access your microphones and listen in on everything, right? Even when the phone's off. I stared at him in shock. You're kidding. Nope. The Americans got into trouble for it a few years ago. Spying on their citizens and shit. Sweden's doing it, too, just on a more limited basis. But if you want to talk about hacking MI6, best to use a Faraday bag and make sure nobody's listening. Okay, I said, slightly bewildered. Is this about Rachel? Gunnar asked. She works for MI6, right? Yes. How is that going? Fantastic. That's why I'm moving to London, so I can be with her. That's great, bro, Gunnar said with a gigantic smile. Thanks, but I need you to swear that this conversation won't ever be mentioned anywhere else. Okay, he said cheerfully. I'm serious, Gunnar. He beamed, so am I. I hesitated, then decided that if Swedish defense contractors trusted him with their secrets, I could, too. Either that or the defense contractors and I were both fucked. I got recruited by a guy in MI6 named Alistair Webb. I'm not supposed to tell Rachel or anybody else. And you told me. I'm honored, my dude. You're welcome, I muttered. Anyway, he's the one who got me out with an honorable discharge. Wow, how'd he do that? Through must. Gunnar whistled. He knew the acronym for Swedish intelligence. Everybody who'd served in special forces did. Damn, dude must have some pull. Yeah, but I want to know who I'm getting into bed with. I tried Googling him, but couldn't find anything. Gunnar chuckled good-naturedly. You already made a deal with the devil, but you want to look into him now. Yes, I said, annoyed. Can you do it but keep it quiet? I can't have him find out that we're poking around. You want me to hack into one of the most powerful intelligence agencies in the world, look for dirt on a dude in one of their most classified departments, and do it without anybody finding out. That's what you're asking me to do. When he said it like that, it sounded ridiculous. Yeah, I said hesitantly. Can you do it? Sure, he said brightly. I figure it'll take me, 3 or 4 months to do it right, so neither one of us goes to prison for the rest of our lives. My shoulders sagged. Or, he said as he turned to the monitor, I could just ask my MI6 homies if they know about this Alistair dude. I stared at him in shock, unsure I'd heard him correctly. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, man. I got homies in all the major agencies in the world, Gunnar said as he banged on the keyboard at 1,000,000 miles an hour. They all talk to each other, you know. I met most of them in cannabis chatrooms. How is that even remotely safe? What, you mean like if there was a North Korean mole or something? After you work in intel for a while, you kind of learn the secret handshake. You do the little dance, you feel each other out, you double-check each other's bona fides, and if everything's kosher, you're all good. But you met them in cannabis chatrooms. He chuckled. You wouldn't believe how many potheads there are in the intelligence community. Chills am out enough to deal with all the fucked up shit. I shook my head at the sheer bizarreness of what Gunnar was telling me. Hundreds of people smoking out and acting as back channels to the most powerful government agencies in the world? Insane. But it was a hell of a lot quicker than 3 or 4 months of hacking. There was just one problem. You've got to keep this incredibly quiet, though, I insisted. Okay, Gunnar answered nonchalantly. These MI6 homies of yours, they can't let Alistair know that they're. I think you need some bong time, dude, Gunnar said cheerfully. You want a hit? No. Then drink some beer, because you're stressing the fuck out over nothing. Gunnar smiled as he continued to type. We help each other out on stuff all the time, bro, shit that could start World War III if anybody knew about it. Has World War III started yet? No. Exactly, so chill out. Almost as an afterthought, he asked, what's the job you're gonna do for this Alistair guy? I hesitated about telling him, then decided he'd seen enough combat not to be shocked. Assassinations. Gunnar stopped typing, paused for a couple of seconds, then slowly looked over at me. It was the first time I'd seen true shock on his face in a long, long time. It's what I do now, I pointed out. It's what you did in Afghanistan. I killed terrorists, bro. He was no longer cheerful. You killed whoever the military told you to kill, I said, then realized I was basically just parroting Alistair. I killed people who were shooting at me, dude, Gunnar said with a slight scowl. Are the people you kill gonna be shooting back? If command told us to take out the leader of a Taliban cell without anybody knowing we were there, and nobody was shooting at us, would you do it? Gunnar grumbled a little. Are you gonna kill bad guys at least? Of course. Arms dealers, terrorists, organized crime figures. I kinda work for an arms dealer, dude. Rogue arms dealers. Kind of depends on who's defining the rogue part, Gunnar muttered. Which is why I want more information on this Alistair guy. I need to know what I'm getting myself into without him knowing about it. All right, let me see what my homies in MI6 can tell us. Gunnar. On the down low, yes, he said, his voice finally becoming cheerful again as he turned back to his keyboard. Calm down, Grandma, it's gonna be fine. 67. I sat in the recliner, drank a couple of beers, and tried to keep my nervousness under control as Gunnar talked to his network. Entrusting my safety to a bunch of strangers was not in my nature, especially pothead strangers. Plus, I really didn't want to antagonize the man who'd gotten me out of the military 2 years early. If Alistair found out about my snooping, there was always the chance he could stick me right back where he'd found me, with a brand new deployment to Afghanistan. Or he might just have me killed. That was a joke. Or at least, I hoped it was a joke. But I didn't have much of a choice. I had to know what I was dealing with. After 15 minutes of banging away on his keyboard, Gunnar stopped typing. What? I asked, leaning forward in the recliner. What does mean? Is this your guy? Gunnar rolled his chair aside, revealing an official-looking picture of Alistair. Underneath were the words, Assistant Director of Operations, Europe Division. That certainly sounded like the title of someone who could get you out of military service. That's him, I confirmed. That's from internal records at MI6. My homies came through, Gunnar said proudly. Why couldn't I find anything about him online? I asked about that. Apparently, you stay in the shadows at MI6 until they absolutely have to out you. Like once you start working with politicians and shit. All right, at least we know he's legit. Thanks for looking. By the way, I also asked about Rachel. What? I was alarmed, but also intensely curious. Yeah, Gunnar said, and there's no record of her, anywhere. What does that mean? According to my guy, it means that Rachel is deep in the shadows, bro, Gunnar said in a wary voice. Like a ghost. Alistair's words came back to me. You would be entirely separate from the main organization, a ghost. The fact that Rachel wasn't in the databases made sense. But Gunnar's contact had gone looking for both Rachel and Alistair at the same time. Could looking for Rachel have triggered any sort of alarm? I asked nervously. No. How do you know? 'Cause my homie wrote the alarms. He'd know if somebody set a trap. Okay, I said, relieved. Tell your guy thanks for me. Already did, Gunnar said cheerfully. Sent him a nice package of Bubba Kush for his help. You sent him marijuana. Relax, dude, I ordered it off the dark web. He's got a private mail drop that can't be traced back to him. It's cool. I shook my head. If international security was actually in the hands of these people. But then I remembered everything Gunnar had just done for me. Thanks again, I really appreciate it. No problem, my brother, happy to help. So, what do you want to do now? Well, if you were single, I'd say we could go to the red light district and spend some time with a couple of beautiful ladies. No, I'm not going to cheat on Rachel. Yeah, I figured. How about a pot brownie in one of the cafes then? No, thank you. Gunnar sighed. All right, I guess we just go get drunk. 68. Gunnar and I hit a nearby bar where we drank and talked about our days together in Special Forces. I finally called it a night around 11 p.m. No pot brownies, Gunnar asked, disappointed. No pot brownies. Oh. When we returned to his apartment, I told him I was going to grab my things and get a hotel room. Dude, you can totally crash out on the couch, he offered. I thought of all the greasy fast food wrappers and bong juice stains and shook my head. Thanks, but I'm good. You can have the bed, I'll take the couch. I appreciate the offer, but no. Come on. When was the last time you washed your sheets? Gunnar looked up in the sky as though the answer was written in the stars. Do you have any other sheets? He looked at me blankly. Other sheets? I smiled grimly. I'll just go to a hotel. I grabbed my stuff and called an Uber, then used my phone to scan Hotels.com for vacancies. I'm gonna see you again before you go, aren't I? Gunnar asked sadly. Of course. I'll come by tomorrow morning and we can grab breakfast before I leave. What time tomorrow morning? He asked warily. How about 8? That way I can get a flight to London around noon. Gunnar made a face. Could you come back around noon and book the flight for 3 or 4 o'clock? I stared at him, seriously. Dude, I never get up before 11 anymore. I stopped that shit as soon as I left the military. Fine, I said. I figured it was the least I could do after he'd researched Alistair for me. See you at noon. All right, buddy, he grinned and gave me a bear hug. See you tomorrow. Just then, the Uber arrived. I waved goodbye and got in the back seat. As we drove away, I sniffed my clothes. I stunk like weed just from hanging out in Gunnar's apartment for a couple of hours. No telling what I would smell like after an entire night. I just sighed and chuckled as the Uber sped away into the night. 69. Icco's a 5-star hotel. I figured I could afford it, given the bonus sitting in my bank account. It was a wise choice. Despite it being after midnight, I got the desk clerk to have my clothes dry cleaned and returned by 11 a.m. the next morning. It would be well worth the extra €60 just so the rest of my clothes wouldn't smell like Gunnar's apartment. The next morning, I woke at 5 a.m., a habit drilled into me from years in the military. After a round of calisthenics to start the day, I showered and went to a nearby cafe for a quick bite. Then I checked flights out of Amsterdam and called Rachel. I knew she would already be up. Good morning, international man of mystery, she said cheerily. Good morning, equally mysterious woman, I said with a smile. Could you pick me up at Heathrow at 5 p.m.? I should be able to manage that, you connecting through Amsterdam. Actually, coming from there, I flew in yesterday to see Gunnar. Ria Ali, she said with fake suspicion. Anything you want to get off your chest? Nope, I was good, no sex workers or pot brownies. Well, you still have time, she teased. No, thank you. I'll have lunch with Gunnar before I go, then see you at 5. I'll text you the flight info. And you won't need to fly back, she said, almost giddy with happiness. No, I said with a smile. This time I'm coming to stay. 70. I returned to Gunnar's around noon, and we went out for lunch. He didn't mention Alistair again, and I certainly didn't revisit the subject. We just talked about the old times. Then I hugged him and left to catch my plane. When Rachel met me at the airport, we kissed. Welcome home, she said with a big smile. Welcome home. It had a nice ring to it. I noticed that she drove past the parking garage, though. No sex in the back seat of the car anymore, I asked. She smiled. I figured you're here to stay, so we can do it any time we want. Plus, you were just here a week ago. I didn't know why, but her answer made me a little sad. Like we'd lost some of the spark that had made things so passionate. Then things got slightly strained when I realized we were heading for the hotel I'd always stayed at. I didn't make a reservation, I said. I'm sure they've got room. Her answer irked me, though I played it off with a joke. When I get my own place, you're not invited over either. She gave me a sharp look. Nothing has changed about my job just because you moved here. That just irritated me more. I realize that, but... Look, she sighed, I don't want to fight, especially not on your first night. I just want to pop some champagne, have amazing sex, and go to sleep knowing you don't ever have to leave again. Same here, I said grudgingly. When she stopped at a light, she gave me an impish smile. Even if you never invite me over to your place, we'll still go to hotels to have sex, right? I was still feeling grumpy. I guess we'll have to. Good, she whispered as she leaned over and kissed me. As long as we have someplace to fuck. All was forgiven after that. Especially once we got to the hotel room. 71. Rachel. I felt bad about our tiff in the car, so I wanted to make it up to him. That's why I did something I didn't ordinarily do. I went down on him. It's not that I didn't enjoy doing it. It's just that his cock was so big it wasn't exactly easy for me, but it always turned me on. When we got to the hotel room, I kissed him. I could tell he was still a little grumpy when he didn't reciprocate as warmly. I could have gotten pissed off, but I really didn't want to fight. And if I'm being honest, a tiny part of me wanted it to just go back to how happy we'd been on past trips. And I was willing to do whatever it took to get that feeling back. So I took a pillow from the bed, dropped it on the floor, got down on my knees, and unbuckled his belt. What about the champagne? He asked. I made eye contact with him as I pulled down his pants. I want this more. His cock was still soft, another departure from usual. Normally when we started kissing, he was raring to go. But I kind of liked that he wasn't turned on yet. I didn't get to play with him often when he was soft. His cock was lovely, not as huge as usual obviously, but still big and thick. It hung pendulously from his body, swaying slightly with every movement. I took it lightly in my hand and felt how heavy it was. Then I kissed it. He grunted as he watched me intently. I closed my eyes and brushed my cheek against it like I was caressing myself with the softest silk. That's what it felt like, except that it was also warm and soft against my skin. He grunted again. I could feel his cock starting to grow. I had to act quickly before it got too big. I pulled it away from his body, opened my mouth, and slowly ran my lips over the side of his shaft, moving from his base to the head and then back again. It started to swell even more, gently lifting up, not just dangling limply anymore. That's when I looked up at him. Gave him the most seductive doe eyes I could. And took him all the way into my mouth. When he was soft, I could do it, and I took full advantage of that. I sucked softly, wetly, as I gazed up into his eyes. At the same time, I fondled his balls with my right hand, feeling the heaviness of them on my palm. I used the tips of my fingers to tickle his sack lightly with my fingers. Fuck, he groaned quietly as he stared back at me. All his grumpiness was gone, replaced by a look of surprise and desire. His cock started getting a lot bigger, a lot faster. I felt it swell in my mouth, pressing against my tongue, the back of my throat, the roof of my mouth. And as it did, I got wetter and wetter. MMMMMM, I moaned as his cock filled up my mouth. Oh fuck, he groaned again. I could hear the desperation and need in his voice. It was so big that it wasn't comfortable anymore, so I pulled back and focused on just half of it. It was only about 3/4 hard and wasn't jutting up into the air just yet, so the angle was still manageable. I kept slowly moving my head back and forth, caressing his balls with my right hand and gripping his shaft lightly with my left. Within seconds, his cock was jutting up at a steep angle, so I switched to licking the underside as I moved my hand up and down his shaft and squeezed his balls. Suddenly, his hands grabbed my arms and pulled me to my feet. What? And then he kissed me roughly. I looped my arms around his neck and kissed him back, feeling his cock pressing against my belly. He stopped kissing me, bent over, and lifted the edge of my skirt up around my waist. One hand clutched my bare ass, and his other ran over my front, his fingers caressing my pubic hair. You didn't wear any underwear, he whispered huskily. I never do the first night you come see me. He grunted, then moved his other hand to my ass and lifted me effortlessly up in the air. Oh, I exclaimed in surprise and wrapped my legs around his waist. Do you want to undress first? I was still wearing all my clothes, even if my skirt was bunched up around my waist. His pants were down around his ankles, but he still had on his shirt and jacket. No, I need you now. The urgency in his voice turned me on even more, and I let him do whatever he wanted. He positioned me just right, supported me with one hand while reaching for his cock with the other, and put his dripping wet head between my drenched lips. Then he let me sink down on him. Oh, Lars, I moaned as his cock slid all the way inside me. Rachel, he groaned, then started kissing me passionately. I started to rock my hips, grinding him inside me, luxuriating in his length and size. Then he began to draw back his pelvis and thrust, hard, fast, deep. Slap, slap, slap. OHLARS, I gasped as intense pleasure bloomed deep within my body. Rachel, he grunted with his face buried in my neck. His hands were kneading my ass, his fingertips caressing my lips as his cock slammed into me over and over. The frenetic energy of his movements, the crazy abandon of his fucking. It got me drunker than any champagne ever could. My fingernails scraped down his back as pleasure built up inside me, taking me higher and higher. Oh God, I cried out as I hit the point of no return. LARS, I'm coming. Rachel, he grunted into my tousled hair, his fingertips touching my ass, my pussy, and everything in between as his soaking wet cock slammed inside me over and over. Oh fuck. And then he was coming, his cock spasming in waves as jets of hot cum spurted inside me. LARS, I screamed, my pussy throbbing with waves of pleasure as his cock rammed inside me. He eventually slowed down and finally stopped. He still held me suspended in the air, my legs wrapped around him as my own waves of bliss ebbed away. Rachel, he whispered into my ear. I pulled away so I could look him in the eyes. I'm sorry about earlier, he said earnestly. I smiled. Fuck me some more, and maybe I'll forgive you, I whispered. He grinned, shuffled towards the bed, his cock still deep inside me, and proceeded to fuck me silly for the next half hour. 72. Lars. The next morning, everything between us was back to normal. Rachel kissed me goodbye, then left to go home and get ready for work. I didn't mind. I had my own job to get to. I was sitting outside the cafe at 10 a.m. sharp when Alistair walked up. I searched his face for an indication that he knew about Gunnar's snooping, but I couldn't detect anything unusual in his expression. You want a coffee? I asked as he sat down opposite me. I won't be here that long, he said as he pulled a bulky manila envelope out of his jacket and slid it across the table. I took it from him. Right out here in the open, huh? It would be far more suspicious if we met in some darkened back alley. What about at your workplace? Alistair smiled without humor. That will never happen. Aren't you worried somebody could take photos of us? Not particularly. Okay then, open it now, I asked as I tapped the envelope. Go ahead. Inside, I found a sheaf of papers, a cheap cell phone, and a UK passport. I opened the passport and saw my picture staring back at me, but with a new name beside it. Lars Kinberg, I asked. Just for this job, you'll get a new identity for each assignment. There was also a driver's license and credit card with Lars Kinberg on them, along with a stack of 50,000 Norwegian krone, roughly 4,400 euros or $4,700 US. Use the credit card only if it would raise suspicion not to, Alistair instructed. Hotels, that sort of thing. Pay cash for everything else. Whatever you don't use, I'm going to need back. Where am I going? Kirkenes, Norway, up in the Arctic Circle. Sounds cold. It's freezing. Appropriate gear will be provided for you when you arrive, but take some warm clothes anyways. What about a car? Am I supposed to rent one? A man will meet you at the airport with your name on a piece of paper, your new name. He's one of ours. He'll take you to a car and give you the keys. I flipped through the passport. The pages were filled with stamps from other countries: Sweden, Greece, Norway, Spain. Impressive. It looks like I actually went to these places. You did, Alistair said with a slight smile. If anyone checks, they'll find airline records with Lars Kinberg listed as a passenger on those dates. The reasons for your travel are in your dossier. Memorize them. Your dossier? I thumbed through the sheaf of papers. Your cover story is all there, Alistair said. After you've memorized it, destroy it. Along with the papers, I found a surveillance photo of a 50-something man in an expensive suit. He had curly gray hair and a worried-looking face. Your target is a Norwegian national named Hans Solner, Alistair said. He'll be on vacation at his estate near Kirkenes for the next 3 days. He likes to ice fish. That's where we suggest you take him. He'll have a bodyguard with him, maybe 2. I glanced around. No one else was sitting outside the cafe, but I couldn't help but check that no one had overheard. Don't look around like that, Alistair scolded me. It makes you look suspicious. I was just making sure. I wouldn't have met you here if it was unsafe, he said coldly. You do your job, I'll do mine. Now that he was my employer, Alistair was starting to turn into a real dick. Study the photo, he ordered. I'm going to need it back when I leave. As I stared into the eyes of the man I was going to kill, I asked, what did he do? He's the CEO of a company that makes munitions for NATO. Because of that, he's privy to some rather sensitive information, which he gave to the Chinese after they blackmailed him over his 20-year-old mistress, who's on their payroll. Rather than lose half his fortune in a divorce, Solner decided to commit treason. That sounded like a good enough reason to kill somebody. I'm going to need a gun, I said. A .300 Win Mag with a suppressor and Bushnell scope will be in the vehicle. There will also be a suppressed Glock 22 for any close-up work. I raised my eyebrows. Everything Alistair had mentioned was top-flight quality. I'll need to shoot the rifle a couple times to adjust the scope to my liking, I said. Kirkenes is extremely remote. Just drive 10 miles in any direction and have at it. What do I do with everything after I finish? Just put them back in the car. Our agent will take care of it when you drop off the car. I picked up the cell phone. The screen was locked. What's the password? I asked. 546,237. The phone pad numbers for Kinberg, just without the G. I entered the password and opened the phone. There were only a few apps installed, including Google Maps. I checked the contact list. There was only one number programmed in. "Do not contact Rachel on that phone," Alistair warned me. "In fact, don't make any calls unless it's to that number. Memorize it just in case you lose the phone and call it when you're done or if you get in trouble." How's cellular reception in Kirkines? The phone has satellite connectivity. It'll work even out in the middle of nowhere. All the other pertinent information, your tickets, hotel, and itinerary, are in that packet. Memorize and destroy everything but your tickets and hotel reservations. Your flight is tomorrow evening. You'll have to spend the night in Oslo and catch a morning flight to Kirkines. Alistair cleared his throat. "I know we discussed this already, but it bears repeating. If you get caught by the Norwegians or Solner's men, you cannot rely on us. You cannot call Rachel, your friends, or anyone you know. You cannot contact the Swedish or the British embassy. You'll have to deal with the mess yourself. Do you understand? What if I'm wounded? If you get hurt but are otherwise uncompromised, call the number in the phone. They'll arrange extraction." Alistair stared me dead in the eyes. "Do you understand?" "Yes." "Good, I need the photograph back." I handed it to him, and he tucked it inside his jacket. "What about renting a place to live here in London?" I asked. "Don't worry about that until you get back. In fact, keep things as they are for at least a month. I might be able to arrange a flat for you under a shell company." "What do I do when I get back home?" "Relax, enjoy time with your girlfriend." "No, I meant, will there be a debrief?" Alistair shook his head. "Not unless something goes wrong, so make sure nothing goes wrong." "When do I see you next?" "When I need you, I'll contact you. We'll meet at this same spot unless I tell you otherwise. Any questions?" I shook my head. Alistair stood up and smiled wryly. "Godspeed, Mr. Kinberg." Then he turned and walked off down the street. 73. Rachel and I went out to dinner that night at our favorite restaurant. When I told her I would be out of town for 3 or 4 days, she did not take it well, especially when I told her I wouldn't be in contact. "I can't even call you," she exclaimed. "There have been lots of times when you were off on some mission, and I couldn't call you." "Again, something you knew about from the very beginning," she snapped. "It feels like you keep springing something new on me every time I turn around." "Well, there's nothing I can do about that. I just found out myself." "Can you at least say where you're going?" she pleaded. "No, I'm sorry." She could tell by my voice that I wasn't sorry at all. I'd put up with all sorts of restrictions because of her job, including not even being allowed to know where she lived. It seemed to me the least she could do was admit my situation wasn't any different from her own and accept it gracefully. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Of course, that wasn't how she saw it, not at all. Dinner continued with an atmosphere of tension hanging over every word. When we returned to the hotel, I reached for her, but she forcefully pulled away from me. I was on the verge of getting angry when she turned and looked up at me with frightened eyes. "Will you please let me know as soon as you can that you're safe? Please." "Yes, of course," I said, suddenly realizing that maybe her reactions were coming from a place of fear and not some double standard. "As soon I can, I'll call you, I promise." "Okay," she whispered as she melted into my chest. When we made love, it was slow and soft, and she seemed almost frightened to break eye contact with me, as though I might disappear if she looked away for even an instant. 74. Rachel. I knew it was irrational, but I was frightened about Lars's new job. The secrecy, his refusal to provide any details, the bizarre circumstances of the Swedish military letting him out 2 years early. And now he wouldn't be able to contact me while he was away for the next several days. Yes, I knew that he'd had to put up with much of the same from me, as he kept incessantly reminding me. But like I'd said, he'd known about all of that from the very beginning, and he had never seemed afraid about my job, but I was definitely nervous about his. When I kissed him goodbye the next morning, I reminded him of his promise. "You'll call me as soon as you can, right?" "Yes," he said, trying to repress a smile. "I'm serious, Lars." "I am too," he said as his smile disappeared. "Everything's fine, you have nothing to worry about, and I'll call you as soon as I possibly can." "All right," I said grudgingly, but it wasn't all right. It wasn't even halfway close to all right. So I took matters into my own hands. When I got into work, I went to Sean Cooper in operations. He was the research guy for all my missions and got me intel I needed on the fly when I was in the field. "Good morning," he greeted me when I appeared at his cubicle. "Wasn't expecting to see you today. I haven't got the report for Jakarta ready yet." "Don't worry about that. I have a request that's a bit outside the norm." He arched one eyebrow. "Do tell." "I need you to do some research on my boyfriend." He closed his eyes as though in pain. "Rachel. It's not what you think. He's former Swedish Special Forces, but they let him out 2 years early so he could take a job with a private contractor." Sean opened his eyes in astonishment. "Is that normal?" "I don't think so." "What's the job?" "He won't tell me." Sean's eyes widened, and he looked all around us nervously. Is this a conversation you really want to have here?" "No, it was, but I didn't really see any alternative. I just need you to do a search on him, that's all. In particular, see if you can find out what he's been up to the last couple of weeks." "That's really Background's purview," he pointed out. Background was the division within MI6 that researched non-essential targets. Like the romantic relationships of agents. "I know, and I'm sure they're already looking into him, but I'd like you to take a crack at it." "On the books or off?" Sean was asking me if he needed to keep it secret, so if something unsavory came up, my bosses wouldn't know about it. But if something did come up and it looked like I was trying to hide it, then Sean and I were both fucked. I swallowed hard. "On the books is fine." "All right, what's his name?" "Lars Henriksen," I said and spelled it out. "He's in the report I filed on Kabul. He was the sniper who saved me on the rooftop." "Ah, now I remember. Okay, give me a couple of hours and I'll get back to you." "Thanks, Sean." "I owe you." "More than you can possibly repay," he said with a smirk, then went back to his computer screen. A couple of hours later, Sean surprised me by knocking on the door of my temporary office. As a field agent, I didn't spend much time at headquarters, so I grabbed a temporary room whenever I needed one. "Hi, love," he said brightly as I looked up from my laptop. "Fancy a bite to eat?" "No, I'm good. Did you find out about?" "I'm simply famished," he interrupted, then said forcefully, "How about you join me for lunch?" "Sure," I said, finally getting the message. "Let's go." We took a taxi so traffic cameras couldn't track our car's license plates. Sean didn't say anything until we were sitting in a deserted pub 10 miles from MI6. Even then, he kept glancing around like he was afraid the boogeyman would pop out of the shadows any second. "How well do you know this guy?" he asked. "Pretty well. Or at least I thought I did." "Why? What did you find?" "Are you sure he was in the Swedish military?" I frowned. Yes, that's where I met him. In Kabul, remember? I told you it's in the report." Which is what I went back to when I started the search. His name's not in there anymore. It was redacted. Redacted meant blacked out so that only someone with a higher security clearance could see it. No, it wasn't redacted. It's just not there anymore. Now all it says is a sniper in Special Forces. Nothing about a Lars Henriksen. "But that's very strange," Sean finished. "It would take somebody way above our pay grades to alter a field agent's report after it had been finalized and entered into the system." My stomach churned with fear. I felt like I had walked out into the middle of a field, and someone from the sidelines had screamed that there were landmines all around me. Sean continued. When I couldn't find him in the report, I went looking in the Swedish military databases, and there's no record of a Lars Henriksen for the last 25 years. What? I checked the NATO databases as well. Nothing. How is that possible? It's not, or it shouldn't be. It's like somebody erased him completely from the record. No pictures, no fingerprints, no record, nothing. It's like he never existed. I sat there stunned, but... Sean leaned forward. You need to go to background with this. He meant the department responsible for checking up on agents' significant others. Why didn't you? I asked. I wanted to tell you first. Sean shifted uncomfortably in his seat. In case background had to. He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to, I knew what came next. In case background had to bring Lars in for questioning, and then he mysteriously disappeared, never to be heard from again. I nodded numbly. Right. But we have to let them know, Sean said urgently. I winced. Can you at least hold off for a few days? Sean frowned. Rachel, if there's a fire here, and there's a fuck-ton of smoke, so it's looking like there's a goddamn fire, you can't tip him off. If he gets spooked and runs, you're looking at a Section 36. Section 36 was the part of the penal code that dealt with high treason, like informing an agent of a foreign power that he was under investigation, giving him time to flee the country. I felt absolutely sick, but I knew my duty. Go ahead and file the report. Sean raised his eyebrows. You're sure? First you tell me I'm committing treason if I say anything to him, I snapped. And now you want to talk me out of it. Sean held up his hands like please don't hurt me. Okay. I'll do it when we get back to the office. I nodded in silence. Out of curiosity, why'd you ask me to wait a few days? Sean asked. Why not just a couple of hours so you could talk to him? Because, I said miserably, he had to go out of town, and I can't contact him while he's gone. Sean stared at me. Where did he go? I don't know, he wouldn't tell me. I knew exactly how bad that sounded. Sean's eyes bugged out. Rachel. I gave him a warning look, and he dropped it. When our food came, we ate in silence. After a couple of hours trying to concentrate on my work and failing miserably, I decided to leave early. I had no idea what I would do to take my mind off Sean's discovery, but I figured it would probably involve getting blackout drunk. I was packing up my laptop when Sean rapped on the door again. He looked absolutely bewildered. What happened? I asked nervously. After I filed the report, I went to background and asked to speak to a division chief. Said it was a matter of utmost urgency. When I went into his office, I laid it all out while he looked at the report. After about 30 seconds, he cuts me off, smiles, and says, Great, we'll take it from here. And that was that. I stared at Sean. What? I know. Given the possibility that my boyfriend might be a foreign agent, Sean's report was the equivalent of a 4-alarm fire. And yet the division chief had treated it like a memo about casual Friday. Did you mention my name? I asked, stunned. Yes. And he knows. Everything S in the report, which he totally ignored. I stared at Sean, unable to figure out what was going on. Does this mean that Lars could be one of ours? MI6's, Sean whispered. If he is, then why the fuck don't we know about him? I didn't have an answer for that. Sean shook his head. It's far more likely he's with somebody else. I knew exactly who he meant, Russia or China. Then why was the division chief so blasé about it? I shot back. I don't know. Maybe your boyfriend's already in their sights and they're getting ready to pick him up, and they don't want us mucking it up for them. My stomach churned as I realized that was a definite possibility. All I know is, Sean continued, if they don't come to you with questions, then don't bring it up. Ever. Because I'm getting the feeling we stumbled onto something we weren't supposed to know about. I was quiet for a few seconds. Then I managed to say, "Okay, thanks, Sean. I'm sorry I got you wrapped up in this." He gave me a sympathetic look. "Whatever it is, good luck." Then he walked away. I sat there in stunned silence. "Lars, what the fuck have you gotten yourself into?" 75. Lars. The first mission went off without a hitch. I left Heathrow at 5:30 p.m. and flew into Oslo at 8:40 p.m. with only a carry-on duffel bag. From there, I caught a cab to a nearby hotel. I ate a late dinner delivered by room service, then went to bed early. The next morning, I grabbed breakfast at the Oslo airport before boarding my flight to Kirkenes at 8:10 a.m. 2.5 hours later, we arrived. Kirkenes was located within the Arctic Circle at the northernmost tip of Norway, on a narrow strip of land that curved around the top of Scandinavia. The Finnish border lay 15 miles to the west, and the Russian border was only 3 miles to the east. It was a tiny town with only 3,500 residents. However, it was a kind of mecca for ice fishing from February to May, when the weather warmed up after the worst of the brutal winter. The airport consisted of a single runway 9 miles from town. Having grown up in Sweden, I was used to cold weather, but it was still a chilly 12 degrees Fahrenheit when we landed. I was thankful for my leather jacket, gloves, and the thermal underwear beneath my jeans. When I reached the baggage claim, I saw him. A man holding up a sign with Kinberg written in black marker. He wore a heavy parka and a fur-lined trapper hat, the kind with 2 flaps that hang down on the sides like a basset hound's ears. When I walked up to him, he looked at me with dead, emotionless eyes. "You Kinberg?" he asked in English with a heavy Norwegian accent. "Yes." "First name?" he asked, checking that I wasn't just some random asshole trying to get a free ride. "Lars." "Come with me." I followed him out to a battered blue Toyota pickup truck, and he drove us down the narrow highway leading towards town. I didn't ask any questions, and he didn't volunteer any information. About 10 minutes later, we reached a tiny town called Heseng. He drove to a small grocery store, parked beside a white BMW X3 SUV, and dropped a car remote in my hand. There is cold weather gear in the vehicle. "Where are the guns?" "In the back, under a blanket." As soon as I got out of the pickup truck, he drove off. I opened the rear passenger door of the BMW and looked inside. There was a white parka on the back seat, white snow pants, a pair of white boots, white gloves, and a white trapper hat lined with white fur. Perfect for a sniper trying to blend in with the snow. A grocery store parking lot wasn't the best place to check the guns, so I decided to wait. When I got behind the wheel, the interior was cold as an icebox. I cranked the engine and turned on the heater. It blew cold as an Arctic wind until the engine heated up, which took almost 5 minutes. In the meantime, I searched Google Maps for an isolated field to test the guns and found a dead-end road about 7 miles away. When I reached my destination, a snow-covered field, it had been several miles since I'd passed a house and 3 minutes since I'd seen another car. Perfect. I got out and opened the back door of the SUV. Inside was a retractable cargo cover meant to conceal items from thieves. I unclipped it and let it wind back into its housing. Underneath a black blanket was a padded gun bag, and inside that was a beauty of a sniper rifle. The suppressor was already threaded onto the barrel, the scope was brand new, and there were 12 magazines with 60 total rounds of ammunition. Everything was white so it wouldn't stand out against the snow. In another bag was a Glock with a suppressor and 7 magazines full of ammo, all white too. To top it all off, there was a digital rangefinder to determine distance, a good tool if you were shooting from further than 100 yards away. I trudged out into the field with both bags and made sure there was no one around. When I saw no signs of life, I decided to proceed with my tests. I made a dozen large snowballs, then arranged them into 4 very short snowmen, each about a foot tall. Then I trudged about 300 feet away, lay down in the snow, and sighted on the first snowman. I made the necessary adjustments with the scope and took my first shot. The suppressor couldn't completely silence the gunshot, but it did an excellent job of diminishing the loudness. Crack! The first snowman's head exploded into a shower of white chunks. I ejected the brass casing and put it in my pocket so I wouldn't leave it behind for some nosy policeman to find. Then I walked another 300 feet, so I was 600 feet away from my targets. I lay down and made my adjustments. Crack, the second snowman disintegrated. I repeated the process at 1,000 and 2,500 feet. At those distances, I had to use the range finder. Both snowmen exploded on my first shot. Once I was satisfied with the rifle's accuracy, I shot off a few rounds with the Glock just to make sure it was functioning properly. The suppressor worked nicely, muffling the gunshots to a dull pop. After I was finished, I gathered all the brass casings and trudged back to the BMW, where I hid the casings under a floor mat. I carefully stowed the guns and replaced the cargo cover. My guess was that the guns weren't licensed to Lars Kinberg, so if the police caught me with them, I would be in big trouble. Best to keep everything out of sight. It was starting to get dark. This far north, the light began to fade around 1 p.m., and the overcast sky wasn't helping matters. So I called it a day and drove 30 minutes north to Kirkenes. The town was small, with maybe 100 houses almost identical in construction, 2 stories with symmetrical sloped roofs. They all appeared to be at least 50 years old and varied in color, from white to red to bright yellow. Everything sat on a bay, with snowy mountains and pine forests flanking the water. The best part about it, though, was how the lights glowed in the windows of the houses like beacons of warmth in the twilight. It would have been pretty as a postcard. If I weren't there to kill someone. I checked into my hotel, one of the town's few modern buildings, all glass and boxy lines, and left the guns in the SUV. I doubted anyone would break in and steal them. I also figured I would attract far more attention by trying to transport the rifle bag, which looked very much like a gun was inside it. After I dropped off my duffel bag in my room, I walked down the street to find a restaurant. After freezing my ass off for 5 minutes, I chose a mom-and-pop diner and enjoyed a meal of hearty stew. If you weren't in Kirkenes to ice fish, there were only a couple of other attractions, the Northern Lights and ice hotels. The Northern Lights were only visible when the weather was clear, so the overcast sky ruled that out. Ice hotels were entire buildings built from blocks of ice, with elaborate ice sculptures in the lobby and luxurious furs to sleep on in the rooms. Since ice hotels were a tourist attraction, and not really conducive to keeping a low profile, I could see why Alistair hadn't booked me a room in one. Instead, I retired early to my hotel room, where I stared at my cell phone and wished I could talk to Rachel. I watched a bad action movie on TV and fell asleep around 10. I woke at 5 a.m., did my calisthenics, and showered. Then I walked through the cold and dark to the same restaurant from the night before and loaded up on a breakfast of porridge and fried eggs. Back in the hotel room, I packed my clothes in case I got lucky and finished the job on the first day. Then I carried my bag to the BMW, checked the guns were still there, and headed out. According to the dossier, Hans Sahlberg had a vacation home on the outskirts of Kirkenes. The mansion sat on 100 acres of land and was bordered by a dense forest of pine trees. Rather than attack the house and face God knows how many armed bodyguards, I decided to lie in wait. I parked on a service road that bordered the property, dressed in the white snow gear, and pulled out the rifle bag and Glock. Then I trudged through the snowy woods until I reached the frozen shore. Kirkenes was about 10 miles inland from the Barents Sea, the last major body of water before you reach the Arctic Ocean. The area around Kirkenes included a series of fjords, long, deep, narrow bodies of water that extended far inland from the coast. In the winter and early spring, the surface of the fjords froze to a depth of 5 to 7 inches. That much ice was considered safe for snowmobiles, so I wasn't worried about it supporting my weight. I walked along the frozen shore until I saw the mansion in the distance. Then I lay down in a snowbank, arranged my rifle, and settled in to wait. I looked through my scope at the 3-story house. A long wooden walkway led from the rear doors down to the frozen lake. About 50 feet from the shore stood a large plastic hut to shelter fishermen from the worst of the cold. A lot of people used portable heaters to warm up the interior. Though I had zero interest in ice fishing, I could vaguely understand the appeal. It was a meditative experience, calming, a way to disconnect from the stress of everyday life. Unfortunately for Solberg, today's ice fishing session was going to be extremely stressful. I could shoot him at any point, but the natural choice was to wait until he reached the hut, came to a halt, and opened the shack's door. Even though he wouldn't be facing me, a single shot to his back would do the trick. If I missed, he would either hide inside the hut or run back towards the house. If he ran for the house, I'd have a second chance to nail him as he scrambled across the ice. If he got inside the hut, I would have to go out there to finish the job, which would expose me to anybody in the house with a gun. Extra incentive not to miss. I used the range finder and made all the necessary adjustments to my scope. Then I settled in for a long wait. According to the dossier, Solberg had arrived 3 days ago. When he vacationed in Kirkines, he usually stayed for a week, sometimes with his family, sometimes with his mistress, the one on the Chinese government's payroll. In the winter, he only came out of the main house to fish. Now I just had to see if this was a fishing day. I lay still as a statue as the sun rose across the mountains. The sky was overcast, which I was thankful for. Too much light glittering off the ice would have made it blinding to look through the scope for an extended period of time. Around 9 a.m., Solberg emerged from the house dressed in a heavy gray parka. I could see his worried face outlined by the furry hood over his head. A bodyguard walked behind him, a tall, Nordic-looking guy about 30 years old, dressed in an orange padded jacket. He probably thought he was going to have a shit day because he had to go wait out on the ice while his boss fished. Unfortunately for him, it was going to be a shit day for a much worse reason. It was one thing to die because you turned traitor and given secrets to a foreign government. It was quite another to die because you worked for the asshole who gave the secrets away. The bodyguard probably didn't even know what his boss had done, although he might. Didn't matter. Either way, he was going to die. Not your lucky day, my friend. Sorry about that. Solberg tottered unsteadily across the ice. The bodyguard stopped at the shore and just watched. Lazy. I was confident the bodyguard couldn't see me in my hiding place, but the guy didn't even try. I focused my scope on the hut and waited for Solberg to walk into my line of fire. As expected, he paused in front of the door to open it. I couldn't see his head because of the hood covering it, but I didn't need to. The back of the parka was a perfect target. I breathed out and pulled the trigger. Crack. Before Solberg could get the door open, blood spattered across the side of the hut. Half-second later, he collapsed against the shack, and his body slid down face first on the ice. I immediately ejected the spent shell onto the snow and swung my rifle over to the bodyguard. Mr. Nordic was standing on the shoreline, staring at his boss in shock. I could have let him go, but if I did, he might figure out where the shot had originated and come after me. Best to avoid complications. By the time the bodyguard had pulled out his pistol, my crosshairs were lined up on his head. Crack! The back of his head exploded in a gout of red, and he collapsed backwards in the snow. I ejected the shell and turned the scope towards the house, watching for anyone else who might come out with a gun. No one did. Either there wasn't anyone inside, or they were being smart and had decided not to risk it. If anybody else was in the house, they were calling the cops right about now. Although that probably meant a patrol car driven by the chief of police, the sole law enforcement officer for 50 miles. Still, I didn't want to tangle with law enforcement. I was not going to kill a cop, not unless it was a choice between me and him, which meant I needed to confirm the kill and get the hell out of there. I swung the gun back over to Solberg. He wasn't moving, and his head was unnaturally angled upwards against the base of the hut's door. Not to mention a puddle of blood lay thick on the ice. There was a 99.9% chance he was dead. but I still couldn't see his face because of the parka hood, and I couldn't leave without confirmation. So I centered the crosshairs on the hood, breathed out, and pulled the trigger. Crack. Direct hit. I could see the entrance hole the bullet had ripped through the hood. But his body didn't move in the slightest. He was dead, no question about it. He would have at least twitched if he was still alive. I took one more look at the house. No movement. I grabbed the 3 spent casings, gathered up my things, and quickly walked back along the icy shore. When I reached the BMW, I stowed the guns so they couldn't be seen, hid the brass casings under the floor mat, and drove out of the forest. Once I reached Heseng, I wiped down the guns to remove any fingerprints, just in case. Then I called the number pre-programmed into the phone. A male voice I didn't recognize answered. "Is it done?" "Yes." "You confirmed it?" "Yes." "Any difficulties?" "No." "Good." There was the sound of a keyboard clacking. "You still have time to catch the noon flight to Oslo and a connecting flight back to London. Any reason not to fly back today?" "No." More clacking on the keyboard. "All right, it's booked. Just talk to the reservations desk when you get there and tell them your assistant changed the reservation. Call if you have any problems. You'll have a 4-hour layover in Oslo and you'll be back in London by 9 p.m. "What about the hotel?" "I was booked for 3 nights. You have your things with you?" "Yes." "Nothing left in the room?" "No." "I'll cancel the reservation after we get off the phone." "What about the vehicle, guns, and shell casings?" "We'll have our guy take care of it. He'll be waiting for you at the airport." "Same guy as before?" "Yes." "Anything else?" "What about my cell phone?" "Give it back to your contact at your next meeting. Anything else?" "No." "Then safe travels." The line disconnected. I put the BMW into gear and drove to the airport. 76. When I reached the airport, I saw the same blue Toyota pickup truck from earlier. I parked the BMW a few spots away. I considered taking the Glock with me in case they were planning on double-crossing me, then decided I was being paranoid. If they wanted to kill me, they would have sent me to a remote location, not the airport. As soon as I got out, the dead-eyed man hopped out of the pickup. "Keys." I handed them over. "Anything I need to know?" he asked. "The spent shells are under the floor mats. Everything else is in the bags." "Okay." He got into the BMW without so much as a goodbye. And I carried my duffel bag across the icy parking lot to the airport. My flight out of Kirkenes was completely uneventful. I arrived in Oslo at 3:25. After a 4-hour layover, I caught the 7:30 flight back to London and arrived at Heathrow just before 9. I wanted to call Rachel, but knew I couldn't do it from the burner, so I waited until I got back to my hotel room. I arrived just after 10 o'clock and called her as soon as I walked in the door. "Lars." I could hear the fear in her voice. "Everything's fine," I reassured her. "I just got back early." "Okay." Something was still slightly off in her tone. "Is everything all right?" There was a slight pause. It's a lot. I'm worried about you." "I know," I said gently. "Why don't you come over?" After a slight hesitation, she answered, "Okay. I'll be there in 20 minutes. I'll have the champagne waiting." So, it was a successful trip. She sounded almost wary. "It was fine, but the champagne's for you. We never quite got around to it that first night I moved here." She chuckled, "I'll see you in 20. After she hung up, I called room service and had them deliver a chilled bottle with 2 champagne flutes. When Rachel walked in the door, I swept her up into my arms and kissed her. She seemed a little stiff at first, but she eventually melted into the kiss. I pulled back to smile at her. "It's good to see you." "It's good to see you too," she said, but her face looked more worried than happy. "What's wrong?" I asked as I pushed back a strand of hair from her face. She took several seconds to answer. If you were in trouble, you'd tell me, right? I frowned. Yes, of course. And this new job of yours, you wouldn't ever let it affect our future together, right? Now I felt uneasy. It was like she knew something, or at least suspected. Not that it took that big a leap of deduction. I'd been in special forces. Then I told her I'd taken a job with an organization that worked with the Swedish government. Now I was jetting off for days at a time, unable to be reached by phone. The obvious conclusion was either mercenary or spy. Though hopefully not assassin. I wanted to tell her where I'd been and what I'd done, but it would destroy her career if I did. Alistair had warned me of that numerous times, and Rachel had made it clear that her career was incredibly important to her. In some ways, it was more important to her than I was. After all, she still didn't trust me enough to tell me where she lived or what her real last name was. I was trying to keep her job safe and make it so we could be together. And yet she couldn't give me the fucking benefit of the doubt. And this new job of yours, you wouldn't ever let it affect our future together, right? Of course not, I said. I tried to conceal it, but my irritation seeped into my voice. Rachel looked up at me with tearful eyes. I don't want to fight. I'm just really worried. I smiled down at her, all my irritation gone. I love you. I promise you, this new job will never come between us. A sigh escaped her lips like she'd been holding in tension for days and could finally exhale. Okay, she said with a smile. We kissed again, and this time it felt back to normal. I popped the bottle of champagne. She gulped down the first glass and only began to truly relax as she sipped at the second. We began to kiss, which eventually led to sex. As I was making love to her, as I was inside her and listening to her moans of pleasure, I thought, this is why I took the job. SHES why I did it. And she's completely worth it, no matter what. 77. Rachel. During the drive to the hotel, my conversation with Sean replayed in my head on a loop. Does this mean that Lars could be one of ours? MI6's? If he is, then why the fuck don't we know about him? It's far more likely he's with somebody else. Then why was the division chief so blasé about it? I don't know. Maybe your boyfriend's already in their sights and they're getting ready to pick him up, and they don't want us mucking it up for them. All I know is, if they don't come to you with questions, then don't bring it up. Ever. Because I'm getting the feeling we stumbled onto something we weren't supposed to know about. I wanted to ask Lars point blank. But then I recalled the other thing Sean had said. Rachel, if there's a fire here and there's a fuck ton of smoke, so it's looking like there's a goddamn fire, you can't tip him off. If he gets spooked and runs, you're looking at a Section 36. Treason. No matter what Lars was mixed up in, the situation was bad, but I was supposed to pretend I didn't know anything about it. I wasn't sure if I could. Then he opened the door and I saw his smiling face. The face that I loved. And all my fears began to thaw the slightest. He kissed me, and my fears began to thaw even more as I drank him in. He pulled back and smiled. It's good to see you. It's good to see you too, I said, trying to hold back my worries. He pushed back a strand of hair from my face. What's wrong? Should I ask him what he's doing? Should I tell him what we found? Sean's voice answered, you can't tip him off. If he gets spooked and runs, you're looking at a Section 36. But I had to say something. I had to let him know that I was here for him. If that meant he got spooked and ran, so be it. I'd deal with the fallout later. If you were in trouble, you'd tell me, right? I asked. He frowned. Yes, of course. He didn't take the bait. Time to be a little more on the nose. And this new job of yours, you wouldn't ever let it affect our future together, right? When he answered, he sounded angry. Of course not. I'd had the exact opposite effect I'd intended. I don't want to fight, I pleaded with him. I'm just really worried. His anger dissipated almost immediately, and he smiled. I love you. I promise you, this new job will never come between us. I exhaled deeply. I hadn't realized how stressed I'd been until he said that. Okay, I said, and gave him a shaky smile. I had to bolt a glass of champagne to calm down. It was actually kind of funny. The badass field agent with nerves of steel, who'd killed men with her bare hands, acting like a nervous schoolgirl because her boyfriend might be up to some shady shit. Part of me hated that. It made me feel weak. I'd never been afraid before, except in moments where I could have literally died. Why was I so afraid now? Then I realized that before I'd met Lars, I'd never really had anything to lose. Now it felt like I had everything to lose. And that terrified me. I can't lose this. I can't lose him. I can't. When we started having sex, those thoughts were interfering with my ability to lose myself in the lovemaking. I finally just had to push them out of my mind and focus on the feeling of his gorgeous cock inside me, the sensations in my body. It worked. For a while, pleasure was able to blot out the thoughts. But as we lay in the darkness afterwards, and I heard his soft breathing as he slept, all the fear came back, and this time there was nowhere to hide. 78. Lars. I'd decided to ask Rachel to marry me. I'd been thinking about it for months, back when I was still in Special Forces. I loved imagining our future together. I pictured us in a house in the suburbs outside London, a 2-story cottage on a tree-lined street, a 4-year-old girl with Rachel's dark hair playing out back, while Rachel and I watched from the big bay window in the kitchen, me standing behind her, nuzzling her neck, my arms around her waist. It was a daydream I slipped into often, but before Alistair approached me, it was all just hypothetical. Now it was a possibility, and it became even more of a possibility when I checked my bank account the day after I got back from Norway. I saw that I'd received another deposit from unknown, this time for 2 weeks' salary, £46.15. With what I had left from the relocation funds, plus my final paycheck from Special Forces, that made £9,000, or around $11,500 US. When I saw I had the money, I made my decision. It was time to get the ring. I figured I could buy a decent one for less than £9,000, or I hoped I could anyway. A sneaky little voice whispered in my ear, if you include the money you didn't spend in Norway, you could afford almost £14,000. I ignored the voice and decided to stick with $9,000. After Rachel left for work, I looked on my phone and found a place near my hotel. I walked over and found a charming shop with long glass counters filled with trays of velvet cloth and glittering rings. I had to be buzzed in through 2 doors. Once inside, it was just me and the salesman, who was dressed in an expensive suit. "Good day, sir," he said with a posh British accent. "How might I help you?" I told him I wanted an engagement ring, but I knew nothing about diamonds. "That's perfectly all right, sir. That's what I'm here for." He rattled off a bunch of information about cut, clarity, color, and carats while I inspected trays he set out on the counter. I must have looked at 6 dozen rings before I finally saw it. It was a beautiful silver band with tiny whorls of filigree and a diamond held in place by delicate prongs. It was unlike any of the other rings I'd seen so far. "Ah, that's one of my favorites in the shop," the salesman said when I picked it up. "It's supposedly 120 years old." I looked up at him in surprise. "It's used." "It has a past, sir," the salesman said with a smile. "The man who sold it to us said it belonged to his great-grandparents. A family heirloom. Why did he sell it?" The salesman shrugged. "He needed the money, I suppose. I didn't ask." "How much is it?" "I can let you have it for £7,500, sir." The price was certainly right. "Why does it look so different from everything else?" I asked. "Well, there's the age. In my opinion, they had a superior level of craftsmanship back then. Plus, most of the other rings are of British provenance. This ring supposedly came from Italy." I looked up at him. "Really?" "That's what the gentleman said who sold it to me." Rachel was half Italian. I took the ring being Italian as a good omen. What if she doesn't like it, though? I asked hesitantly. I was mostly worried that the ring wouldn't be her style. But it was possible she might say no. The man smiled. He probably got the question a lot. You can return it at any point over the next 30 days for a full refund. After 30 days, we'll provide store credit towards anything else in the store. That was all I needed to hear. I paid for it with my bank debit card. Afterwards, the salesman placed the ring in a tiny black box with a velvet interior. Would you like it in a bag, or? I'll just carry it in my pocket. Good luck, sir, he said as he handed it to me. Thank you. As I left the shop, I felt like I was walking on cloud 9. The sunshine seemed brighter and the air seemed sweeter than when I'd entered the store. When I returned to my hotel room, I placed the box in my room safe and started wondering about when I should ask her. I needed to do it within the next 30 days, just in case. Suddenly, my cell phone buzzed. When I checked it, I saw a text message from unknown. Meet me at our normal spot tomorrow at 10 a.m. Bring the phone, leftover money, and documents from your trip. Documents meant the passport and driver's license. I made a mental note to get them out of my room safe before I went to meet him. I pocketed my phone and went about the rest of my day, my head filled with visions of a cottage and a little girl with black hair. And the ring glittering on Rachel's hand as she held onto my arms around her. 79. When Saturday morning came, I told Rachel I had to run an errand and let her sleep in. I was a little concerned she might try to follow me, so I walked aimlessly for an hour before arriving at my destination. At 10 a.m., I was sitting outside the cafe, bundled up in a pea coat and sipping a cup of coffee. The weather was cold and drizzly. No one else was around because no one else was stupid enough to be sitting outside. Alistair walked over in a tan trench coat and took the seat opposite me. Good job in Norway, he said by way of greeting. Thank you. Phone, please, he said as he extended his hand. I gave him the burner. He checked it was powered off, then put it inside his jacket. Do you have the money and passports? He asked. I handed them over. We've got something else for you, he said as he pulled out a manila envelope and pushed it across the table. I frowned as I picked it up. Is the turnaround normally this quick? No, the first mission was a test run to make sure you could handle yourself. This one is the priority. I opened the envelope and found a new burner phone, along with a passport, driver's license, and credit card with the name Lars Anderson. Why don't you ever give me a fake first name? I asked. If you're in a situation where your last name is called and you don't react, the other person chalks it up to you being distracted. But if they call you by your first name and you don't respond, it makes them suspicious. We don't need to make anyone unnecessarily suspicious, so you'll continue to be Lars for the foreseeable future. Among the papers was a photo of a 40-something man with slicked-back blonde hair and a wart on his cheek. He wore an expensive suit and a scowl. Jan van der Linden, Dutch arms merchant, Alistair said. He's selling weapons under the table to North Korea in exchange for enriched plutonium, enough to make a small nuclear bomb. From what we know, there will be an auction in 5 weeks. Iran is said to be the favorite with a rumored opening bid of $500 million. That auction obviously must not happen, and we can't depend on diplomacy to stop it. Which is why you're being sent in. Seems like a pretty important job for the new guy. I think Van der Linden has highly placed moles and knows the identities of most of our top agents, but he doesn't know about you yet. This job is precisely why you were recruited in the first place. I have to warn you, though, this outing will be much more difficult than your last. His security detail is far more extensive than Solberg's, and they'll be extremely cautious. Van der Linden has dodged several attempts on his life over the years, rivals, and angry ex-clients, so he's very careful. You should be, too. We have word that he's going to his house at Lake Como, north of Milan. We've arranged a chateau for you across the water from his residence. You'll need to do your own reconnaissance. We don't have anyone on the inside who can give us details about his routine." Alistair leaned forward, his face grim. "This mission is incredibly important, but you should not make an attempt unless you're sure it will succeed." I raised one eyebrow. "You can't ever be 100% sure, not even at point-blank range." "I know that," Alistair said testily. "The point is, we don't want you rushing into it. You have 3 weeks to get it done. If you can't complete the mission within that time frame, we'll need to figure out something else." 3 weeks? I asked in shock. Rachel wasn't going to like that. I already didn't like it. "If you can get it done sooner, excellent, but if you can't, we'd rather you not take the shot. If you miss, Van der Linden will go underground, and we won't get another chance before the auction." "Understood." "Understood." "Good, you leave Monday morning for Milan. Your ticket is in the envelope, as well as the location where you'll pick up your car. The chateau has been rented for a month. You'll purchase your return plane ticket when the mission is either completed or aborted. Any questions?" "No." "Good, photograph, please." I handed over Van der Linden's picture, which Alistair slid inside his trench coat. "Knock this one out," he said, "and I'll give you a month off." "Sounds good." "One last thing. We noticed that you made a rather large purchase yesterday from a jeweler." I looked at him in alarm. "You're monitoring my bank account." "You're a new employee, and trust has to be earned. Until it is, we monitor everything." I was just curious. Was it an engagement ring for Rachel? "Why does that violate the firewall?" I asked sarcastically. "Is it forbidden under company policy?" "As long as she never finds out who you work for, I can live with it. So, did you buy an engagement ring?" "Yes." Alistair gave me the barest hint of a smile. "Good luck. I hope she says yes." "Thanks," I muttered. "Just be sure to make it back for the wedding," he said as he stood up and walked away. 80. It didn't have much time. I wanted to propose before I left for Milan, but that left me only 36 hours. I knew I could propose to her after I returned from Italy, but part of me didn't want to put it off any longer. I had the ring, I'd made the decision to pop the question, and I was excited to do it. So I planned a romantic outing to St. James Park, the spot where I'd told her I loved her the first time. The plan was to take her to that exact spot, get down on one knee, and tell her I wanted to spend the rest of my life with her. Then we'd go for dinner at a fancy restaurant in the middle of London. And come back to the hotel and make love. Things didn't exactly go the way I'd planned. The rain got worse Saturday afternoon. There was no way I was going to propose to her in a downpour, so I checked my weather app. Sunday was supposed to be cold but sunny, so I put it off until then. I made the dinner reservations for 6 p.m. and told them to have a bottle of champagne ready. Sunday morning, Rachel told me she had to go home to do some work for the upcoming week. "Could we go out a little bit later in the day?" I asked. "I guess." She sounded more like she was placating me than interested in doing anything. "Can you be back here around 2 o'clock?" Sure." She kissed my cheek, then left for her flat, or house, or wherever the fuck it was she lived. I was a little unsettled by how unenthusiastic she was, but I told myself it was because she had no idea what I had planned. For her, it was just a regular Sunday afternoon. At 1:45 p.m., I got the ring box out of my safe and nervously put it into my pocket. I paced back and forth, practicing what I would say to her once we got to St. James Park. "Rachel, it was right on this spot that I told you I loved you the first time. So I wanted it to be here that I told you I want to spend the rest of my life with you. I love you more than anything. Will you marry me?" I thought I only had 10 minutes or so to practice my speech. Turns out, I had almost 45. Rachel showed up late at 2:30 with no apology or explanation. We had until 6 to get to the restaurant, so I refused to let it bother me. Instead, I ordered an Uber on my phone. I can drive, she said. It's okay. My car's right there. I want to use an Uber. I didn't want to tell her where we were going. Okay, whatever. I still didn't let it get to me. We didn't talk much on the drive over. I tried chatting her up, but she mostly replied with one-word sentences. When we got out at St. James Park, she looked around. Why'd we come here? I didn't want to tell her it was because it was the first place I'd said I love you, so I replied, I don't know, we hadn't been here in a while. I kind of wanted to come back. If she recognized the significance of the place, she didn't let on. She just walked next to me, hands shoved in the pockets of her camel hair coat. Not holding mine, St. James Park was mostly empty. People with good sense had stayed inside where it was warm. Not me. No, I was going to propose to a woman in a bad mood. I looked at her searchingly. What's going on? I was about to ask the same of you, she said dourly. What are you talking about? She looked like someone who was psyching themselves up to jump into freezing cold water and didn't want to do it. But then she took the plunge. How did you get out of the military 2 years early? She asked. My frown deepened. I told you I took a new job. They work with the Swedish military and… What exactly is this new job? I stopped in my tracks. She stopped a few steps later and turned around to look at me. Her expression was defiant and angry. I could feel all my plans slowly slipping away, but I did my best to keep my voice neutral. You know I can't tell you that. I know you told me you can't tell me that, she snapped. Rachel. Lars, I'm being serious when I say that I really need you to tell me what's going on, because it feels shady as fuck. My temper got the best of me. That's pretty rich, considering you've been secretive and shady for as long as I've known you. You knew what you were getting into when you got involved with me, she retorted. I, on the other hand, didn't sign up for this. Oh, you didn't sign up for it? I snarled. She closed her eyes. That's not what I meant. Look, all you need to know is that I'm doing it for us, so we can be together. She looked at me coldly without answering. What? I demanded. I need you to give me a straight answer, she said. About what? She glanced around to make sure no one was close enough to hear, and then she said, Are you working for Russia or China? What? Or someone else, a foreign power? No. Then who are you working for? I wanted to throw it back in her face by yelling, the same fucking people you are. But I knew if I did that, she could lose the job she loved so much. So I simply said, I can't tell you that. She scowled at me in return. I couldn't tell her directly, but I figured I might assuage her fears if I gave her a roundabout answer. If I was working for Russia or China, or whatever country you think I am, how would I have gotten out of my military service early? I don't know, she snapped. That's what disturbs me. Well, think about it for a minute. She glared at me, then finally answered, NATO. NATO could have gotten you out. She paused. Maybe. I just looked at her. So you're working with NATO? She asked crossly. I can neither confirm nor deny, I said, attempting a joke. I wasn't working with NATO, but I hoped she might accept that as a possibility and move on. She didn't. Then why haven't I heard about it through work? She demanded. Maybe because they don't tell you everything, I said, letting my irritation get the best of me. That made her even colder. They tell me a hell of a lot more than you are right now. Go ahead and report me then, I snapped. I knew that Alistair would squelch any inquiries she made, so I wasn't worried. The fact that I was so confident threw her. She looked uncomfortable, like I was calling her bluff. I will. Good, I snapped. Maybe then you'll stop hounding me about this. She just glared at me. I shook my head in irritation. You don't trust me at all, do you? I don't trust anybody, she said coldly. That was like a punch to the gut. For a second, I felt desperate to connect with her, and I let down my guard. I love you, Rachel, I said quietly. And I love you too, she said, just as chilly as before. But a week ago, you were a soldier in the Swedish military. Now I have no idea what the fuck you are now. I'd let myself be vulnerable, and she'd thrown it back in my face. I began to get angry again. I've never known what you do, some spy shit. That was it. But you told me I couldn't ask, so I didn't. Yeah, but as I keep reminding you, you knew what you were getting into from the very beginning. You had to agree to it up front for our relationship to go anywhere. I never signed up for you lying to me. I'm not lying to you. Okay, then, withholding information. This is so like you, I snarled. You can do whatever you want, and I have to trust you 100%, but it doesn't go both ways, does it? I told you, I don't trust anyone. You have too, I shouted. Then I got a hold of myself. At some point, if we're going to make a life together, you have to trust me. Then maybe we shouldn't, she snapped. I stared at her in horror. Shouldn't what? Make a life together. I stood there, slightly swaying on my feet. If her comment about not trusting anybody had been a punch to the gut, this was a knife to my heart. I didn't say anything for what seemed like an eternity. Neither did she. Finally, I spoke. Look, can we not do this right now? Can we just have a nice day together? What's one day matter? She asked coldly. You live here now. I've got to go out of town tomorrow. I might be gone a while. Her eyes opened wide in surprise. How long? I don't know, maybe 3 weeks. 3 weeks? I don't know, it might be 1, it might be 2. Where are you going? I can't tell you that. And I'll bet you can't tell me anything else either, she said angrily, then shook her head in disgust. You want to build a life together, but you won't tell me anything about this other life you have. I'm just doing what you've been doing all along, I shot back. What's good for the goose is good for the gander, right? Whatever, she said contemptuously. We stood there in awkward silence. I looked past her towards the spot where I had told her I loved her. And where I'd planned to propose. It was only 400 feet away. But it might as well have been 4,000 miles. Everything was ruined. Let's just go back to the hotel, I said wearily. We're here, she snapped. We might as well. Let's just go back to the fucking hotel, please, I snarled. She glared at me hatefully, then walked beside me in silence as I called an Uber. I didn't think it was possible, but things got worse when we reached the hotel. I'm going to go home, she said coldly. I'm leaving tomorrow morning, I said, astonished at her attitude. I might be gone for 3 weeks. I'll see you when you get back. Rachel. What do you want to do, lie around watching movies? You think we're going to have sex? No. I just want to be near you before I leave. Well, I don't want to be miserable, so I'm going home. I stood there in shock. She looked at me uncertainly, like she was expecting me to say something more, to fight for her to stay. When I didn't, she said, I hope you have a good trip, wherever it is you're going. I just stared at her. Goodbye, she said simply and walked away. I stood there a long time in the cold. Finally, I went up to my room, put the engagement ring back in the safe, and called up the restaurant and canceled the reservation. Then I raided the minibar in my room, got drunk, and passed out so I didn't have to think about what might have been. 81. Rachel. I burst into tears as soon as I got behind the wheel of my car. I hated the way I'd acted towards him. I hated that I'd been such a bitch. Basically, I hated that I'd acted like my mother. I wanted desperately to go knock on his hotel room door, tell him I was sorry and that I was just scared, and make him fuck me into oblivion. But I held back. Maybe it was my pride. Maybe it was because I wanted him so desperately to tell me the truth, and his refusal felt like a betrayal. I knew it was. A betrayal, I mean. As he was so fond of reminding me, he'd had to deal with the secrecy around my own job ever since we met. But it still felt like he was lying to me, and I absolutely hated it. So instead, I went home, put on some music, opened a bottle of wine, and got drunk. Then I opened another bottle, and another one, and got obliterated. I passed out early. When I woke in the morning, I felt like I was about to die, and not just from the hangover. I checked my phone. 6:45 a.m. I had no idea when he was flying out, but 6:45 would have been early enough to catch him before he left. I could have called him. I could have apologized. I could have at least said goodbye. But I didn't. Maybe it was my pride. Maybe it was my resentment. Maybe it was the hangxiety from all the wine I'd drunk. Whatever the reason, I didn't call. It turned out to be the worst mistake I'd ever made in my life. Because when I finally did call him, he was gone. Forever. 82. Lars. When I was about to leave my hotel room the next morning, I put my regular phone in the room's safe. I could only take the burner to Italy. When I opened the door to the safe, I stared at the box for the ring. I didn't want to leave it, but I didn't want to take it either. Mostly because I didn't want to lose it, but also because I still had a bad taste in my mouth from the day before. However, I was afraid to leave it, and not because a cleaning maid might steal it. No, it was something verging on the superstitious. Like something awful would happen. No matter how angry I was with Rachel, I still believed in us. I believed in our future together. The ring symbolized that, and I didn't want to leave it behind. So I shoved it in my pocket right before I closed the safe and walked out. I stopped at the front desk, informed them I would be away on business, and prepaid for 3 weeks. Then I called an Uber for the airport. By the time I got through security at Heathrow, I realized that carrying the ring everywhere was going to be a pain in the ass. When I put it through the X-ray machine and waited for it to come out the other side, I had a mini panic attack that someone was going to steal it. The box itself was a problem, bulky and tight in my pants pocket. Plus, I had no idea if leaving it in the house at Lake Como was safe. I mean, I assumed it was. But I'd also assumed I would be engaged before I left for Italy. I was trying to figure out what to do when I passed a gift shop and saw the perfect solution. A bunch of silver chains were on display near the register, nothing expensive. I realized one of them would be perfect for carrying the ring. I could wear it around my neck and never have to worry about it being lost or stolen. I quickly paid for a necklace, unclasped it, and slipped the chain through the ring. Then I put it around my neck and fastened it back together. Perfect. The metal was cold at first, but after a few seconds, it warmed up and I barely noticed it. Even when I did, if the necklace shifted and the ring moved against my skin, it was a comforting presence. A reminder of what I had waiting for me when I came home. I shoved the ring box into my carry-on bag and boarded my flight, finally feeling better about what had happened yesterday. And the unfinished business I had when I got home. I would ask Rachel to marry me as soon as I returned. I didn't know how we would get around her distrust of my job, but I knew we would figure it out. Before the plane took off, I wished to God I could have texted her. I even considered breaking the rules and calling her from the burner. But I stopped myself. I told myself I wouldn't be gone that long. 3 weeks was nothing. Little did I know. 83. The second mission did not go as planned. I flew into Milan at 12:20 p.m. Milan Malpensa Airport was the biggest in northern Italy and had a large short-term parking deck. I went to the top level and found the dark blue Fiat 500X mini SUV with the license plate listed in the dossier. As promised, the keys were sitting on top of the left front tire. The engine was still hot despite the cold day, so the car likely had just been parked a few minutes before. Rather than inspect the guns where witnesses could see, I got behind the wheel. The parking lot ticket was sitting on the dash, and it was just as I had thought. The car had only entered the garage 10 minutes ago. I drove to the exit and paid the €3 fee. Then I drove for 10 minutes until I hit a stretch of forested highway. I pulled onto the grassy side of the road, got out, and went to the hatchback to check on the guns. They were hidden in the back, in the spare tire well. They were the same as last time. A .300 Win Mag with a suppressor and scope, and a suppressed Glock 22. The only difference from the ones in Norway was that these were standard black. The others had been white to camouflage them against the snow. I only looked at the guns in their hiding place. I certainly didn't remove them so passing motorists could see. I would drive to an isolated area and double-check the guns' accuracy later. Once I was satisfied everything was there, I replaced the panel, closed the rear door, got back behind the wheel, and set off for Lake Como using Google Maps to guide me. Van der Linden had his estate on the eastern side of Lake Como, near a town called Lizino. I would be staying on the western side of the lake near the town of Salakomakina, about an hour from the airport. As I drove, I pondered the difficult job ahead of me. Though my rental house was almost directly across the lake from Van der Linden's estate, the distance across the water was a full mile. I was a good sniper, but not that good. 1609 meters, 1760 yards, 5280 feet. No matter how you measured it, a mile was a long fucking way. The longest confirmed sniper kill was a 79-yard shot by an Australian sniper in Afghanistan in 2012. But even at 1,700 yards, we were talking about the 11th longest confirmed kill in the last 100 years. An American sniper had done it in Iraq back in 2004. There was no way I was that good. Not top 20 in recorded military history, good. Which meant I was going to have to get in closer, and that meant even more difficulties. You might be thinking, just take a boat out on the lake and shoot from there, but the lapping waves make it nigh impossible. A tiny shift of just a centimeter could make a shot go wide by several feet. The only way it would work was if the surface of Lake Como was as smooth as glass, and I didn't anticipate that happening. The next option was infiltrating Van der Linden's estate and taking the shot from land. The problem there was that the property extended for 1,000 feet on either side of the villa. I could get within 350 yards of the house, an excellent distance, but there were state-of-the-art surveillance systems all along the perimeter. His security team would see me coming, so I would have to stay 500 yards back to remain hidden. And at that distance, you had to factor in the foliage between me and the target, the uphill slant, the wind coming in off the lake. It was a logistical nightmare. I could potentially find a position in the hills on the other side of Van der Linden's property, farther from the water, but then my window of opportunity would be limited to him walking in or out of his front door. Unless he liked to hang out in his front yard, which I figured was unlikely. I was still pondering the intricacies of the job as I left Rovana, the town at the southernmost tip of Lake Como, and started driving up the 2-lane road that led to my rented chateau. Shortly after that, everything went to shit. As I drove, I pulled the necklace and engagement ring out of my shirt and rubbed it absent-mindedly between my forefinger and thumb like a rosary. I decided I would find a way to contact Rachel when I got to the house, either by buying a burner phone at a store or finding a pay phone. Fuck Alistair. He could chew me out as much as he liked, but I wanted to talk to her. I couldn't leave things like they were yesterday. It was a beautiful day. The sky was clear, the sun was shining bright, and there is no better scenery for a drive than along Lake Como. The sparkling water, the charming Italian towns along the shores of the lake, the beautiful mountains with their old-growth forests, the entire place was enchanting. Even if I'd been paying attention, I don't think I could have avoided my fate. I went through a long tunnel carved through the granite mountains that surrounded the lake. When I emerged on the other side into daylight, I immediately saw a line of 4 cars stopped ahead of me. At a police barricade, My heart stopped. My immediate impulse was to turn around, but the two-lane road was so narrow that I couldn't do it in one single motion. It would require me to turn, back up, turn again, back up, which would put me in the path of oncoming traffic and would surely draw the attention of the police. I reminded myself that it's fine, no one knows who you are, you're just a tourist on vacation, stay calm. I slowed to a stop behind the last car and waited. Fear gnawed at my gut, but I did my best to keep my outward appearance calm. I slipped the ring and necklace inside my shirt without consciously thinking about it. The Glock was in the rear with the rifle. There was no way I could get it out before I reached the police, not without being noticed anyway. I grabbed my passport license and the car's registration out of the glove box. I saw that the car was registered to a rental company, and there was a receipt for when I had rented it 2 hours before. Everything was in order. You're going to be fine. One car drove past the blockade, and everyone else in line crept forward. A car in the opposite lane drove past me into the tunnel. The second car ahead of me went, and I inched forward a bit more. I analyzed the situation. There were 2 police cruisers, one on either side of the road, and 2 officers, one checking the traffic coming to Lake Como, the other checking the cars heading back towards Milan. The third car was let through, and I moved up some more. One vehicle left before I reached the cops. The policemen were about my age. They seemed to be bored as they talked to the drivers. They weren't paying much attention. The cop on my side of the road waved the last car through, and I rolled down the window as I pulled up next to him. "Hello," I said in English as I held out my passport. He narrowed his eyes as he said, "Medi la macchina nel parcheggio." I had no idea what he was saying. Parler Inglese?" I asked, trying to ask if he spoke English. I had probably butchered the phrase horribly. "No," he snapped and pointed at the steering wheel. "Parcheggia la macchina, parcheggia la machina." I finally realized what he meant and put the car into park. "Scusi," I said. "I c'ho documenti," he said as he held out his hand. Documenti was easy enough, documents. I handed him my passport, license, and registration. He only took the passport and flipped it open. His eyes suddenly widened, then flitted up to my face and back down to the picture. Shit, I knew a look of suspicion when I saw it. His right hand flew to his holster, and he pulled his pistol and pointed it at my face. "Spegni il motor e scendi dall'auto." Shit. He was too far away for me to grab the gun, and if I moved too quickly, I might startle him and get shot in the head. My mind raced. Did someone double-cross me? Did Van der Linden get tipped off I was coming? "SBGNI ILMOTORESCNDI dell'auto," the cop roared. "Auto, the car, he wants me to get out of the car." The second cop on the far side of the road looked at us in alarm, then pulled his gun and ran over. I put my hands up slowly in the air as I said, "I don't know what you're saying." "Out," he screamed in heavily accented English. "Out." I slowly reached for the car door handle and opened it even slower, careful not to spook him. He backed up 3 feet as I did so. I might have been able to lunge at him and grab his gun, but not before the other cop shot me. And even if I somehow disarmed them both, I would have 2 witnesses, unless I killed them. And I wasn't going to kill a cop. Not to mention the motorists behind me, more witnesses. And I would be on the run in a foreign country, where I didn't speak the language. "Mettiti a terra con le mani in testa," the cop screamed. "Ter. Earth, DOWN," the second cop yelled. Get on the ground." I slowly got to my knees and lay on the asphalt with my face turned to the side. While the second cop covered me with his gun, the first cop came over, savagely yanked my hands behind my back, and cuffed me. Shit. I had no idea what the fuck was happening. But I knew my only chance at getting out of this was if they didn't search the Fiat. They searched the Fiat, and they found the guns. 5 minutes later, I was in the backseat of one of the cruisers as it raced through the tunnel back towards Milan. My heart sank in my chest as I realized I wasn't going to make it back to Rachel. Not in the next 3 weeks. And maybe not for a lot longer than that. 84. We only drove 15 minutes, which wasn't nearly long enough to get us back to Milan. From the street signs, I deduced that the town we wound up in was Como, hence the name of the lake. The policeman parked near a 4-story building with the word Questura on it. The place was ugly as could be. It looked like it had been built in the 1970s, with a red brick facade framed by pale stone columns. Small glass windows dotted the upper stories, and the glass entrance looked like it had once been a post office. The officer pulled me out of the cruiser with my hands still cuffed behind me and marched me into the building. He took me to the back of the building, amongst a bunch of wooden desks and ancient computers, and pushed me forcefully down into a chair. Another cop kept watch over me while the first went back outside, then returned with the Glock and rifle. The second cop whistled when he saw the guns, like damn. Then the two of them jabbered back and forth in Italian. I couldn't understand any of it. "I need to make a phone call," I said. They ignored me and kept talking amongst themselves. "I said I need to make a phone call," I shouted. Both men turned and looked at me like they wanted to kill me, but the guy who had arrested me finally uncuffed me. He reached across the desk, grabbed an ancient office telephone complete with faux wood paneling and clear plastic buttons, and set it in front of me. "I'll use my cell phone," I said as I pulled it out of my pocket. "No," he shouted as he pointed at the landline. I cursed under my breath and dialed the extraction number. I had it memorized, so that wasn't the problem. I was just afraid they might not answer once they saw where I was calling from. I was in luck. Someone did answer, a male voice, although this one had a vaguely Eastern European accent. "Who is this?" the voice asked. "Lars Anderson," I said, giving him my name for the mission. "You appear to be calling from a police station in Como, Italy." "Yes, I've had a bit of a problem." "Are you under arrest?" "Yes." "For what?" "I don't know." "Why do you think you're under arrest?" I hesitated, then answered. "They found guns in my car." "What was your name again?" the voice interrupted. "Lars Anderson." "I don't know any Lars Anderson. Don't call this number again." And he hung up. I felt absolutely sick to my stomach. Not because I was surprised, but because the conversation had gone exactly as I feared it would. Alistair's warning echoed in my head. If you're caught by the target or a foreign government, it doesn't matter, you're on your own. You must never try to leverage your connection with MI6 to obtain release. We will categorically deny that we know you. If you get caught, no one is coming to get you. You and you alone will suffer the consequences of failure. The phone call just confirmed my greatest fear. I was well and truly fucked. 85. The cops put me through the booking process. When they asked me my name and address, I gave them the name on the passport and the made-up address listed in the dossier. Then came the fingerprinting and photographs. As they inked my fingers and pressed them onto cards, I wondered if Alistair had actually been able to remove my prints from Swedish military records, and if not, whether they would show up in a background search. They took my phone and wallet. The other cop back at the roadblock already had my car keys. I assumed he had moved the Fiat off the narrow 2-lane road until a tow truck could arrive to impound it. Then they took my necklace and Rachel's engagement ring. The cop who'd arrested me pulled it roughly from around my head. I was handcuffed, so there was nothing I could do to stop him. "Hey," I snapped. The cop looked at the ring, laughed, and showed it to the clerk behind the desk. They jabbered back and forth in Italian. "Hey," I yelled at him. The cop sneered at me as he handed the jewelry to the clerk, who wrote something down on a piece of paper and then dropped the ring and necklace into a big yellow envelope. "I want that back, motherfucker," I snarled at the clerk. "If anyone steals it, I will fucking hunt them down. Do you understand me?" Of course, he didn't understand the words. He didn't speak English well enough, but he looked frightened enough by my tone of voice that I figured I'd made my point. The arresting cop hoisted me roughly to my feet, marched me into a cramped interrogation room, and handcuffed me to a desk that was bolted to the concrete floor. "Lawyer," I snapped. Actually, I also said avocat. I had no idea if that was the Italian word for lawyer, but I vaguely remembered it from a high school French course I'd failed. It must have meant something, because the cop looked at me in disgust before he left. I waited for 3 hours. No water, no bathroom breaks, no food. Finally, the door opened, and a guy in glasses and a cheap suit walked through the door with a briefcase. He probably wasn't much younger than I was, but his baby face and wisps of facial hair made him look like a goddamn teenager. Tu say Lars Anderson?" he asked as he peered down at a file in his hand. "Yes, I'm Lars Anderson, but I don't speak Italian." The lawyer sank down in the chair opposite me and smiled apologetically. "My English, not so good," he said in a thick Italian accent. "Are you a public defender?" I asked. He stared at me like he didn't understand. Jesus Christ, this was a fucking nightmare. "The court sent you." Me, I am avocado." So I'd been close when I'd said avocat. "Why was I arrested?" I asked. He gave me a confused look. I pointed down. "Why am I here?" "Ah, guns." He pointed his forefinger and cocked his thumb like a pistol. "Why was I stopped, though?" "They didn't know I had the guns." He fumbled through his papers, then showed me a picture. A scowling mugshot of a blonde man who looked nothing like me. "Look for you." "That's not me," I snapped. The lawyer gave me a shit-eating grin like, "Yeah, ain't that a bitch?" "Yes, but they stop. You have guns. Bad, very bad." Between the guns not being registered to me and the suppressors, I figured it would be very bad indeed. But it also seemed like a search based on mistaken identity shouldn't hold up in court. "They made a mistake," I said, pointing at the photograph. "They searched the wrong man." The lawyer smiled apologetically and shrugged. "Es fortuna, bad luck." "Yeah, the very worst luck imaginable." If it was a case of luck at all. I kept turning it over and over in my head. Had someone at MI6 double-crossed me? Did Alistair have a mole he didn't know about? Maybe someone on the Dutch arms merchant's payroll. He'd mentioned that Van der Linden probably knew about other MI6 field agents, which was why I'd been selected. Had Van der Linden found out about me too? "How bad is it?" I asked the lawyer. The guns, no record, He clenched his left hand into a fist, made his right hand into a gun, and stuck the tip of his forefinger into the hole of his fist. Someone else might have mistaken it for an obscene gesture, but I knew exactly what he meant. "The suppressors," I suggested. "Si, suppressors. Illegal, molto illegal." "Illegal, very illegal. How long in jail?" I asked. He shrugged. 5. 5 months, that wasn't so bad, but he wasn't finished. With suppressors, 6, 7 years. I stared at him in horror. Years. He winced sympathetically. "Molto illegal." "Fuck me." 86. My court-appointed lawyer wasn't good for much, but at least he got me a couple more phone calls. The first one was to Rachel. I dreaded it, but it couldn't be helped. She worked at MI6. If anyone could get me out of this, she could. Even if that wasn't an option, she could still wire me the money to get a better lawyer, one who spoke English. I'd made it a habit to memorize her phone numbers as they changed from month to month. It was standard practice in special forces when given info you could not afford to lose. Memorizing her number had been a pain in the ass since it changed every 4 to 6 weeks, but at least I knew it. So I was beyond horrified when I dialed the number and heard the recorded message. "The number you have called has been disconnected. If you believe this is in error, please hang up and try again." No, I whispered. I hung up and called again. Maybe I had misdialed, maybe my fingers had slipped. "The number you have called has been disconnected. If you believe this is in. No, I yelled as I slammed down the receiver. Every cop in the room turned towards me with their hands on their pistols. "Scusey," I said hoarsely, then set about dialing every number she'd had over the last 12 months. Almost every single one of them was disconnected. The two that weren't disconnected were answered by people who told me, wrong number. Shit, Rachel's cell number had only changed 3 weeks ago. She wasn't due for another one for at least a week. If she'd known her phone number was about to be changed, she would have told me before I left. Had Alistair changed it so I couldn't reach her, because of his goddamn firewall, he decided to burn me, to make sure there was no one I could turn to. Little did he know there was still one person I could count on. I dialed and prayed that I wasn't about to get fucked on this one, too. A cheerful pothead's voice answered, "Hello." "Thank God. Gunnar, this is Lars," I said in Swedish. I figured the cops were probably taping the phone call so they would figure out what I said eventually, but I didn't have to make it easy for them. "Hey ye, my brother, are you in Italy right now? 'Cause on caller ID it says." "Yes, I am. And I got arrested for having some guns, so now I'm looking at 6 or 7 years in the slammer." "Oh shit." "Yeah, listen, man, I need your help in a big way. Anything I can do for you, brother, I'll do. I need you to find an attorney in Como, Italy, near Lake Como, who speaks English. Or a lawyer in Milan, that'll do fine. I need you to hire them to represent me, Lars Anderson." Got that? Lars Andersen. Gunnar knew something was up, but he didn't say anything. "Okay. And can you please front me the money? I'll pay you back, I hate to ask, but..." "No problem, brother, I got you. One other thing, I need you to find Rachel. I need you to track her down." Yeah. Remember I tried to do that one time, and it was impossible." "Gunnar, I need you to find her and let her know what's happening. Please, can you do that for me?" "I can try. That's all I can ask." The cop sitting near me made a circling motion with his finger like wrap it up. "They're telling me I've got to go, Gunnar, so please find that lawyer. And Rachel, I really need your help, man." "I got you, bro. It's gonna be okay." "Thank you." The cop tapped the phone like he was going to press the receiver down and end the call. "I've got to go, thanks again, Gunnar. I owe you my life." "Sure thing, Lars, stay strong." The cop pressed the button and hung up the call. 87. Gunnar came through for me, at least on the lawyer. Silvia Altamura was around 50 and had a successful career as a defense attorney in Milan. She explained that the gun laws in Italy were extremely strict because of the anti-mafia code that had been enacted 40 years ago. In my case, the suppressors on the guns made everything much worse. Suppressors were restricted accessories that could only lawfully be sold to the armed forces, police, and government agencies. Possession of an unregistered suppressor would double or triple my jail time if I was found guilty. In Italy, people believed that only assassins used suppressors. In my case, they weren't wrong. The good news: Silvia had an excellent working relationship with the district prosecutor for Milan, which is where I would be tried if the case went to trial. At Silvia's urging, the prosecutor had agreed to drop the suppressor's charge. The bad news: in order for the charge to be dropped, I had to plead guilty to possession of unregistered guns, which meant I was looking at 5 years in jail. When she came to visit me in my temporary holding cell, I asked, "What are the chances of you being able to get me a not guilty verdict if we go to trial?" "Do you have a better reason than you didn't know the guns were there?" she asked with mild amusement. "No. When I was first caught, I had called MI6 to see if they would extract me, yes, but once they refused, I accepted my fate as gracefully as I could. I wasn't going to rat them out to keep myself out of jail. First and foremost, I was a soldier. I had taken the mission knowing the risks. Alistair had repeatedly warned me what would happen if I got caught. Just because things hadn't gone my way didn't mean I was going to go back on my word to keep MI6 out of it. Because of that, I had steadfastly maintained that the guns weren't mine, that they were there when I rented the car. However, it didn't help that the cops couldn't locate the company that had rented me the car, which made sense since it didn't exist, which I'm sure the prosecutor would use as the final nail to pound into my coffin. Unless you come up with a better explanation, then your chances are very bad, Sylvia explained. In Italy, there is no jury, there is a panel of judges. This is a problem. There was recently a scandal where a member of the Cosa Nostra pled guilty to bribing judges, so public sentiment is very strong against the judiciary at the moment. As a result, judges are giving harsh sentences and trying to avoid any appearance of corruption. You really should take the plea deal. If the judges convict you with the suppressor's charge attached, you could potentially serve 15 years. Jesus, but I grabbed onto something she'd said like a drowning man grasping at straws. Judges can be bribed? I asked. Sylvia got a steely look in her eyes. They could before, but this is the realm of the Mafia, and I am not that kind of lawyer. If that is something you wish to consider, you need to find someone else to represent you. How much would you charge if we went to trial? You were caught with the guns. You have not given a compelling reason why you had them. It's a, how do you say, open and shut case. You would be wasting your money to pay me to go to trial. Just tell me how much. An additional 15,000 euros to prepare the case, plus 1 day of trial. It will be more if the case goes longer than 1 day, although I don't think it will. Gunnar had already paid Sylvia 5,000 euros. I couldn't ask him to front me another 15 grand. Hypothetically, how much would it cost to bribe a judge? I asked. Sylvia looked irritated at the question, but she at least gave me an answer. Before the scandal, 50,000 euros. Now, triple that. And if you are caught trying to bribe a judge, if the attorney is caught trying to bribe the judge, it is an automatic 20-year sentence. That is why I will not risk it. And it is 20 years for the judge, too, which is why none of them will risk it, unless they are paid extreme amounts of money. Fuck, I wouldn't feel bad about bribing a judge. After all, I was here at the behest of the United Kingdom and Her Majesty's Secret Service. I just didn't have anywhere near that kind of money. I stared down at the floor and ran the calculations in my head. In the end, there was only one answer. All right, take the plea deal, I muttered. Very wise. She sounded relieved, but it was quickly replaced by worry. There is one more thing I should tell you. I looked up at her and waited for the other shoe to drop. What? Because this will be viewed as a mafia-style crime, and because judges are trying to appear tough, you will likely be sentenced to a prison full of mafiosos. Which means what exactly? There will be very dangerous men in prison with you. Great, but the odds of me getting a not guilty verdict are incredibly low, right? I asked. Correct. Practically non-existent. I leaned back in my chair. I can handle dangerous men. You just get me the smallest amount of time in prison that you can. She nodded. I will do my best. 88. Sylvia pled guilty on my behalf. 2 days later, I appeared in court in shackles to hear my sentence. 5 years in San Vitor, a prison in Milan. Sylvia looked unhappy after the sentence was handed down. What's wrong? I whispered before the bailiff came to take me away. San Vitor is a very bad place, she said. Many mafiosos. It's all right. You did your best, and I'm grateful, but I need one more thing. What? She asked, probably wondering if I would ask her to bribe a prison official. I need one last phone call before I go to prison. That I can do, she replied. As far as I was concerned, Gunnar had really come through for me. Hiring Sylvia had allowed me to sidestep the worst of the charges and turn a 15-year sentence into 5. Not the best situation possible, but it was one I could live with. Unfortunately, there was one place where Gunnar hadn't come through for me: finding Rachel. I'm sorry, man, he said miserably. I've hacked everything I could think of: property records, traffic court, marriage and divorce records, the postal service. There's no mention of her anywhere. I've done scans on the deep web. It's okay, I said. Just keep looking. Please. I need her to know that I didn't just disappear. I need her to know what happened to me. I'll try, but don't worry about that right now. I want you to know you're the best friend I ever had. You really came through for me with that lawyer. I'll pay you back the money someday, I swear. Bro, don't even worry about the money. I'd pay a whole lot more if I could get you out. It's okay, Gunnar, I'll be fine. But you're going in there with some real sharks, bro. Yeah, but I'm the Great White. You and me, we fought the Taliban. These Mafia motherfuckers, they better be frightened of me. Gunnar laughed, then turned somber. Give hell my brother. I will. While you're in there, call me collect if you need anything. Money for the commissary, if I need to pay somebody off to keep you safe. I'll be fine, I promised him. I can do the time standing on my head, just find Rachel. That's all I care about, find Rachel. I will. He was silent for a second, then said, You take care of yourself, brother. You too, man, and thanks again. When I hung up the phone, it felt like a huge stone slab had slammed down, severing my only connection to the outside world, cutting off all light and hope. 89. Rachel. The evening after Lars left, I finally texted him. I'm sorry for yesterday. Can you please call me when you get this? I didn't hear from him. 3 days went by without a single word. I was furious, even though I knew it was illogical. I reminded myself that he'd told me he would be out of contact every time he went out of town, and that this time it might be as long as 3 weeks. But I was still angry at him. More than that, though, I missed him horribly. I went through the motions of daily life, getting up, going to work, coming back home, but all I could think about was him. I could barely sleep, I was so miserable. 7 days later, I got a work assignment. I had to go to Argentina to take care of a suspected terrorist in Buenos Aires, so I called Lars. It went straight to voicemail, indicating that his phone was shut off. Hey, it's been almost a week since you left. I know you might not get this message for another week or two, but I wanted to let you know I've been called out of town unexpectedly. I'll probably be gone for 3 or 4 days and out of contact. Yes, I'm aware of the irony, I said wryly, but I didn't want you to think I was ignoring your calls if you tried to reach me and couldn't. I'll call you as soon as I get back into town. I paused. I love you, I miss you. Another pause. Call me, I said, then hung up the phone. He didn't call before I left. Argentina was a clusterfuck and took twice as long as expected. I flew back into London 8 days after I'd left, a full 19 days after our fight in St. James Park. The first thing I did when I got back to my house was check my personal phone, which I'd left at home. Nothing. Oh, there were plenty of voicemails from work, and even a vicious one from my mother, you ungrateful brat, you never call. But nothing from Lars. I phoned him and immediately got sent to voicemail. Hey, babe, I just got back into town, I said with a false breeziness. I still haven't heard from you. Call me. Another 2 days went by without hearing from him. Then 4. Then 6. When I reached the 3-week mark, the longest he said he'd be gone, I called him again. Hey, I know you might still be out of town, but I'm starting to get really worried. Please call me, okay? I paced nervously for hours and chewed my fingernails, something I hadn't done since I was 7 years old. Then I started calling all the hospitals in Greater London, asking if a Lars Henriksen had been admitted in the last 3 weeks. No one had any information whatsoever. When I still hadn't heard from Lars the next morning, I decided to take matters into my own hands. When I went into work, I made a beeline for Sean. You look like shit, he said as soon as he saw me. Thanks, I snapped, but I knew it was true. I'd lost several pounds from not eating, and I had dark circles under my eyes from insomnia. Was Buenos Aires really that rough? He asked. I know it was bad, but Buenos Aires isn't the problem. He realized exactly what I meant and physically recoiled from me. No. Sean, please, I begged, just do a trace on his phone. No, he hissed, then looked around again like he was afraid of being overheard. Did he bolt? I don't know, which is why I need you to. If you don't know whether he bolted, that means he's not around, which means he probably bolted, Sean said sardonically. Which means you really don't want people asking if you tipped him off, even accidentally. Sean, did you, he asked, peering at me intently, tip him off? I hadn't intended to warn Lars. Although some of the things I'd said could have possibly been construed that way. Are you working for Russia or China or someone else, a foreign power? Okay. I totally could have tipped him off, not that I was going to admit that to Sean. No, I said forcefully. He looked at me like, don't bullshit me. I didn't. I'm just worried that. You should be worried about yourself, not your boyfriend, Sean hissed. Sean. No, Rachel. Stop turning over rocks. You might not like what you find underneath them. Sean, please. I'm sorry, I can't help you. He put on his noise-canceling headphones and turned back to his screen, so he didn't have to look at me anymore. When Sean wouldn't help me, I left work and went straight to Lars's hotel. The desk clerk recognized me immediately. I'd spent enough nights at the hotel that I recognized all the staff, so most of them knew me, too. Hi, the clerk said brightly. Hi, I replied with a tense smile. I was wondering if you could help me. My boyfriend, Lars Henriksen, he's in room 708, he's been away on a business trip, and I wanted to know if he's back in town. The woman winced apologetically. I'm sorry, ma'am, I'm not allowed to give out that information. I understand, but I'm afraid something might have happened to him. He went away on a business trip, and I haven't heard from him in 3 weeks. She kept wincing. I'm just not authorized to. Well then, can I speak to someone who is? I sounded angrier than I meant to be. Misery and insomnia will do that to you. But as a result, she immediately called the hotel manager and talked to him in hushed tones. The manager came down the hall 60 seconds later and smiled politely. We can go talk in my office if you like. Thank you, I turned back to the girl. I'm sorry I was short with you, I'm just horribly worried. I understand, she said, though I thought I detected more pity in her voice than anything. She knows he cheated on you? My mother's voice screamed in my head. That's ridiculous, I argued back silently. Lars would never cheat on me. I followed the manager to his office. Once inside, I took a chair, and he sat on the other side of his desk. Now, I understand you're inquiring about a guest of the hotel. I explained again how I was worried that something might have happened to him. I understand, he said, but if you believe that he might be in danger, the best course of action is probably to file a missing persons report with the police. All I need to know is if he's checked back into his room yet, I said icily. That's what the police would ask you. Yes, but that would be the authorities asking for the information. As you can understand, the hotel values the privacy of its guests. We can't give out information to anyone who asks for it. I'd anticipated this might happen, so I devised an alternate strategy. I didn't like doing it, and I knew it could potentially come back to bite me in the ass. But I was desperate. I grabbed a pen and notepad on his desk, wrote on it, and slid it over to him. I want you to call that number. He sighed, ma'am. Just call the number. He gave me a wary look, then picked up the handset on his landline and dialed. A few seconds later, his eyes went wide. I knew it was because he'd gotten reception at my work. And they had identified themselves as the Secret Intelligence Service. Ask for Sean Cooper in operations, I said. Sean Cooper in operations, he repeated into the phone. Then he frowned at me. They're asking for authorization. Tell them 297 Griffin. He repeated the low-level clearance code and was impressed when the operator patched him through. I heard Sean's muffled voice a few seconds later. "Tell him there's a woman in your office named Rachel Bauer," I said. "Ask him to describe her to you." There's a woman in my office who says she's Rachel Bauer. Could you, describe her to me?" There was an angry exclamation on the other end, and the manager held out the phone to me. "He says he wants to speak with you." I grabbed the phone from him. "Hello, Sean." "Rachel, what the fuck are you doing?" "You couldn't help me, so I'm doing what I can. Will you please just—" "This is insane. What do you think you're going to?" "SCAN," I shouted into the phone. "Will you please just do this one fucking thing for me?" Silence on the other end. Then, "Hand it back to him," he snarled. "Thank you," I snapped. I gave the phone back to the manager, who seemed terrified after my outburst. He listened to Sean for about 15 seconds, then said, "Oh, okay, that's her." "You can hang up now," I told him. Thank you, goodbye," he said to Sean, then hung up the phone. "Do you know why we just went through that dog and pony show?" I asked. The manager shook his head no. "Because now you know I have a connection with SIS, or MI6, as you probably know it. You called the main switchboard and spoke to someone who accurately identified me. You see, I don't have identification or a badge, because I'm the kind of person who doesn't get identification or a badge. Feel free to interpret that however you choose. I am gathering intelligence on Lars Henriksen's whereabouts, and I would greatly appreciate your cooperation. Am I understood?" "Perfectly, ma'am," he said as he started typing on his computer keyboard. It would appear that Lars Henriksen is no longer a guest at this hotel." "As of when?" I asked suspiciously. "It says in his file that he prepaid for 3 weeks, which ended yesterday." "Did he check out at the front desk?" "No, I don't think so. No, he didn't. The billing department called and left a message on his phone, but he never got back to them." "Then how do you know he just never came back?" The manager peered closely at the screen. "It says here that when housekeeping went to clean the room, they didn't find any belongings." "Nothing, no clothes, no shoes." "Nothing." That was odd. Even if he'd been packing for 3 weeks, Lars wouldn't have taken everything he owned. "What about the room safe?" I asked. "It says our maintenance worker had to reset the safe so housekeeping could get the room ready, but there was nothing inside." "You're sure?" "Quite sure. I have the report right here. Safe was empty." "Is it possible that the maintenance worker isn't telling the truth?" The manager drew himself up in indignation. "I assure you, ma'am, our staff does not steal from our guests." "Can I talk to the maintenance worker?" "No, you may not," the manager said in irritation. I leaned forward threateningly. "Do we need to call that phone number again?" The manager swallowed. I'll see if he's available." I ended up talking to both the maintenance worker who had reset the safe and the maid who had cleaned the room. I believed both of them when they told me there hadn't been any clothes or belongings in the room. Everything was gone. I thanked them, then walked out of the hotel in a daze. The awful truth crashed down on me. Lars had left the hotel and taken everything with him. His clothes, his laptop, and his phone, which meant he was intentionally avoiding my calls. He had ghosted me. I sank down on a bus stop bench and burst into tears. He left me. He told me he loved me, and he left me. And he never even said goodbye. Part V. 90. Lars. 4 weeks after I was stopped by the police. Several hours after I received my sentence. And 30 minutes after I talked to Gunnar. I left the purgatory of the jailhouse and started my official descent into hell. The cops led me in shackles to a prison bus. Inside was a door made of metal bars to separate the prisoners from the guards. I didn't know why the guards were so concerned. They were the ones with shotguns. There was only one other guy on the transport with me, a hulking brute with a shaved head and a bloody skull tattooed on the back of his neck. Charming. The bus drove us to San Vitor, the prison in the center of Milan where I would spend the next 5 years. I found out later by walking its halls, but Sandvitter was like a monstrous octopus with only 6 arms. Multi-story wings radiated out from the central hub. From a distance, though, it was just an ugly collection of yellow buildings behind a 20-foot-tall wall topped with barbed wire. The bus passed through a heavily guarded gate and parked near the hub of the prison. Then the brute and I were escorted at gunpoint to a processing station. One of the conditions I asked for in exchange for my guilty plea, which the court agreed to, was I got to witness Rachel's engagement ring being put into Sandvitter's storage vault. I watched like a hawk as the property guy cataloged all my belongings on an official list. Wallet, burner phone, passport, 5,000 in euros, all the clothes from my duffel bag, and the necklace and ring. I doubted the money would still be there when I got out, but the ring had better be, or I was going to immediately go back to prison for murdering the son of a bitch who stole it. I made a promise to myself. Once I got out, I was going to find Rachel. I didn't hold out a lot of hope that Gunnar would find her in a database somewhere, but I figured I might have better luck in person. Once I returned to London, I would stake out every restaurant and cafe we ever went to until she showed up. And then, if she hadn't already moved on with her life, I would get down on one knee and propose. I'd had a shot the Sunday before I'd left, and I'd blown it with a pointless fight. As a result, I'd waited. And now I might never get another chance. Always take the shot, I repeated in my head like a mantra. If you've got the shot, always take the shot. If I ever got another chance, I swore it would be different. Even if she said no, at least I would ask. I would take the shot, no matter what. I saw the prison clerk write down Anelo di Diamanti after he inspected the ring. When he finished cataloging everything, he gave me the paper and a pencil. I circled Anelo di Diamanti 3 times, staring at him menacingly as I did it, then signed my name at the bottom of the list and slid it back across the counter. The clerk swallowed, put all the smaller items into a manila envelope with the cash, and stowed them and the clothes in a cardboard box he carried into the back. The box, like me, was going into a tomb, but 5 years from now, we would both emerge. And I would go back and propose to the woman I loved. No matter what the fuck I had to do to make it happen. 91. After the property room, guards marched me into a room where I was ordered to strip. Once I was naked, they hit me with scoops of some kind of powder all over my body. I found out later that it was a delousing agent. At the time, I just closed my eyes against the clouds of acrid powder, and then braced myself as they washed me off with a blast of ice-cold water from a fire hose. I dried myself with a towel that smelled like bleach and felt like sandpaper. I was given white boxers, a white undershirt Americans call a wife beater, black slip-on shoes, beige pants, and a beige short-sleeved shirt. Once I was dressed, I was buzzed through a metal door as armed guards escorted me into the bowels of the prison. The interior of Sandvitter was the ugliest I'd ever seen, and I'd served in Afghanistan, so the ugliest I'd ever seen was saying something. Everything was stained concrete, peeling paint, and dull fluorescent lighting. And the smell, a fetid mix of body odor, sweat, bleach, and stale cigarette smoke, with a hint of urine and shit. The stench of violence and despair. The guards marched me down a corridor of cells. The barred doors were all open, and the inhabitants lounged on beds or walked around freely. As soon as they saw me, they started jabbering at me in Italian. It was like a chorus out of hell, swearing, catcalls, threats. The words were unintelligible to me, but I had a pretty good idea of the intent just from their tone of voice. Some of them wanted to rape me. Some of them wanted to kill me. And some of them wanted to do both, not necessarily in that order. All of them wanted to intimidate me. I stared ahead stonily as I walked past them. I wasn't afraid. Tense, yes, but not afraid. I'd been in combat over 60 times, I'd been shot and stabbed, and I'd been in more fistfights than I could count. I'd met enough violent, stupid men to know that if I showed any weakness, they'd be on me like wolves, so I resolved to show no weakness. The first man who attacked me, I was going to put him down. I might kill him, I might not, but whoever was first, he was going to serve as an example to the rest. Do not fuck with me. The biggest source of tension, other than being trapped in a shithole with a bunch of murderers, was that I didn't speak the language, which meant it was going to be even harder to anticipate the first attack. Not understanding Italian was a severe disadvantage, and one that could prove deadly if I didn't address it as soon as possible. The guard stopped in front of a cell. Inside was a metal bunk bed, a toilet, and a grimy sink at the far end of the room. Sitting on the bottom bed was a burly guy with shitty prison tats on his neck and face. When he saw me, he scowled, probably because he'd had a private room until I showed up. He yelled something at the guards. They yelled back and threatened to beat him with a nightstick. He shut up and sulked, but as soon as the guards were gone, he snarled something at me in Italian. Non parlo italiano, I said. That much I knew, I don't speak Italian. The burly guy smirked and said something I didn't understand. I just watched him emotionlessly, refusing to turn my back on him. He yelled something, and two guys in the hallway strolled over to the door of the cell. One had muscular arms and pecs from lifting weights, but he'd apparently forgotten leg day. His quads and calves were comically underdeveloped compared to the rest of him. The other guy had a massive gut. He kept watch outside as his muscular friend stepped inside the cell. My new roommate stepped slightly to my side, trying to flank me. I could see where this was heading. Time to nip it in the bud. I jabbed my fist at my cellmate's face with no warning and broke his nose with a wet crunch. He stumbled backwards, stunned. At which point, I took him by the back of the neck and slammed his face repeatedly into the metal frame of the bunk bed. Wham, 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 wham. He dropped to his knees on the concrete floor, his face a bloody mess. Time to drive home the message. I grabbed the back of my cellmate's head with both hands, pulled down, and simultaneously swung my knee upward as hard as I could. Crack! My cellmate collapsed backwards on the ground. The muscular guy froze, looked down at the bloody pulp that had once been his friend's face, and slowly backed out of the cell. Then he and the guy with the gut beat a hasty retreat. I waited to see if they would return with reinforcements, but they never did. And everyone else who'd been watching gave my cell a wide berth. After a couple of minutes, I dragged my cellmate's limp body out into the hallway and dumped him onto the concrete floor. Then I went back inside my cell to wait. A few minutes later, 5 guards came racing up. One of them yelled at me and banged his nightstick on the bars. Non parlo italiano, I said calmly. The guard shouted a few more angry phrases, then his buddies grabbed the body by the arms and legs and carried him away. Guess he wasn't my cellmate anymore. I had the guy's blood all over my knee, but I figured it was a small price to pay, especially when I didn't hear any more catcalls or threats. 92. It quickly settled into a routine. Lights on and wake up at 6 am calisthenics and bodyweight training for an hour in my cell, breakfast at 7 morning roll call, free time, lunch, work duty, dinner, more free time, lights out at 10 p.m. I got assigned to laundry duty, which was bad but not horrible. The overpowering stench of industrial bleach, the filth and blood on the sheets, the heat and humidity. It was bad, but not nearly as bad as cleaning the toilets, so I had that much to be grateful for. The food was absolute shit. Military food isn't the greatest in the world by any stretch, but the meals at San Vitter made the cafeteria at Bagram Air Base look like a Michelin-starred restaurant. Then there was the constant stress of being on high alert 24 hours a day. Even though I was the only person in my cell now, I didn't have a reprieve at night, because I found out that an inmate's cell could be opened at any point by crooked guards. My 3rd night in prison, I heard a cell door clanking open in the middle of the night, followed by the muffled cries of a man being stabbed to death. The next morning, the occupant of the cell was found dead and taken to the morgue. His cellmate claimed he hadn't heard a thing. I didn't know whether he was complicit in the murder or just didn't want to anger the killers, but it didn't matter. The message was clear: you were never safe, even behind locked doors. My situation was infinitely worse because I didn't speak Italian. I had no idea if people were plotting against me when they whispered to others in my presence. I constantly ran afoul of the guards and got clubbed several times when I didn't comply with their orders fast enough. And everywhere I looked, people stared me down and gave me murderous stares. A simple bump against someone in the hallway was an invitation to be shivved or beaten to a pulp. I think the only reason I wasn't challenged that first week was because I'd put my former cellmate in the infirmary. Word spread fast, and people left me alone, but that wouldn't protect me forever. Sooner or later, I would run afoul of someone. It was only a matter of time. I quickly realized there were divisions within the prison, and that being on one side or another gave you some degree of protection. But I had no idea what those divisions were. 95% of the prisoners were white, so it had nothing to do with race, and I was quickly coming to realize that not understanding those fault lines could be deadly. I wasn't worried about beating anyone in hand-to-hand combat. Most of my fellow prisoners were street brawlers, no technique, sloppy, all brawn and no brain. The problem was, if 8 inmates came at me at once, virtually nothing I could do would save me. I had no weapons, no alliances, and no way of obtaining either as long as I couldn't communicate. I had told my lawyer not to worry, that I would do whatever it took to survive my 5-year sentence. But as the days wore on, it became clear that it was going to be much more difficult than I'd thought. And then, everything changed virtually overnight. 93. A week after my arrival, I accidentally bumped into a prisoner. It was in a narrow corridor between the cell block and the laundry. I was walking to my job when I heard a man muttering angrily in Italian behind me. I was concerned he might jump me, so I turned to glare at him, when my shoulder bumped into someone walking in the opposite direction. Normally, this was an opportunity for 2 assholes to get into a shoving match to establish who was the alpha. You could not afford to show weakness in prison, and tolerating even a hint of disrespect was interpreted as weakness. Which is why an innocent bump in the hallway could quickly spiral into a fist fight. I spun around, ready to throw a punch. And I saw the most extraordinary man. Unlike the other prisoners I'd encountered, he was incredibly handsome. His mustache and short beard were perfectly trimmed, his hair immaculately in place. Though he wore the same beige uniform I did, he looked more like a model in a photo shoot than an inmate in one of the most dangerous prisons in Italy. But though he was handsome, there was something cruel and dangerous about his face. His dark eyes were piercing and intelligent, and his gaze carried the implied threat of violence. Not hot violence, born of rage, but the kind of cold cunning where a man would slit your throat when you least expected it. There were tattoos visible at the open neck of his shirt, but unlike the shitty prison tats I'd seen on 90% of the inmates, crude pictures and words made with sewing needles and homemade ink. His tattoos were amazing, like they'd been done by a skilled artist. There was also a quiet confidence to him, something like nobility, as crazy as that sounds. Most inmates projected outsized swagger to intimidate everyone, but it was based on the fear of appearing weak. A few of the older silver-haired inmates had the quiet confidence of the man in front of me, but it was obvious they were bosses in control of gangs. This guy was my age, and yet he carried himself with the gravitas of someone 30 years older. He was like a prince amongst savages. He looked at me with cold, appraising eyes, but didn't say anything. Almost as though he was waiting for me to make my intentions clear. I didn't know exactly why, but something told me it would be foolish to pick a fight with him, so I simply said, "Scusi." He looked deep into my eyes, and after half a second, he nodded slightly and answered in a deep, resonant voice, "Di niente." I had no idea what the words meant, but his tone sounded like no worries. Then he simply kept walking. I turned and watched him pass, and that's when I noticed something. The angry guy who'd been muttering behind me looked like he'd just seen a ghost. His face was pale, and his eyes were wide as he watched the handsome stranger walk past. I figured I had brushed up against someone dark and dangerous and lived to tell the tale. Like encountering the Grim Reaper on a midnight stroll past the graveyard. Little did I know how accurate that assessment was. Or how quickly we would meet again. 94. A day later, I was in the East Yard soaking up some sunshine. A yard in prison is an outside area where prisoners can congregate. With 6 massive wings radiating from a central hub, Sandvitter had multiple yards between its buildings. The East Yard was a patch of concrete and asphalt the size of a small football field. Most of the prisoners in my cell block congregated there during free time. Some lifted weights, others played football, soccer to you Americans. Old-timers played bocce, an Italian version of horseshoes where wooden balls were tossed into a patch of sand. There were old wooden bleachers against one wall, where the most powerful men sat, silver-haired mafiosos in their 50s or 60s. They were surrounded by younger bodyguards, and they watched everything that went on in the yard like kings lording over a court. A lot of inmates were smoking cigarettes. A few were probably conducting surreptitious drug deals, using handshakes to transfer baggies of cocaine and meth that had been smuggled into the prison. The weakest and most pitiful inmates skulked in the shadows, trying not to draw anyone's attention. I was thinking of Rachel, and wondering if I should call Gunnar to see if he had made any progress finding her, when the handsome stranger from the other day walked into the yard. He was alone, but he walked with the calm assurance of a man who knew he was absolutely safe. The actions of the other inmates seemed to confirm it. Most of them scuttled out of his way or threw furtive glances in his direction. No one dared stare him in the eye for longer than a second. The handsome man walked past the wooden bleachers. One of the old-timers, from what I could tell, one of the most powerful men in the yard, said something, and the younger man paused to talk. The younger man said something that made the older man laugh, not in a fake or threatening way, but like he was sincerely amused. They exchanged a few pleasantries, and then the stranger moved on. I was watching him and trying to figure out who the hell he was when I saw someone sneaking up behind him. The guy was stocky and tattooed. He was walking too fast for a casual stroll, and I saw that his right hand was cupped inwards like he was concealing something, probably a shiv. Shivs were improvised weapons for stabbing. They were long and sharp stilettos rather than blades. They were made for puncturing, not cutting. They could be fashioned from anything, although some of the more common materials were plastic toothbrushes whose handles had been whittled down to a savage point, or metal bolts that had been filed to a wicked tip. The purpose of a shiv was to poke so many holes in a man's body that he would bleed to death before the guards could get him to the infirmary. The kidneys were a favorite target, although occasionally attackers went for the belly or throat. The stocky man was about to shiv the handsome stranger in the back. I was sure of it. I don't know why I reacted the way I did. Maybe it was because the stranger had treated me with dignity. Or maybe it was his aura of nobility, that charisma he had that stood out from all the other bastards in Sandvitter. Whatever the reason, I sprinted towards him as I screamed in English, "Watch out." The handsome stranger glanced at me, then whipped around to look behind him. The thug realized he had lost the element of surprise and only had a second to act. He lunged forward and stabbed the stranger in the stomach. I expected to see surprise or pain on the stranger's face. But there was neither. Instead, I only saw cold, vicious anger. The thug was shocked. He looked like he didn't understand what had happened. That's when I reached him. I slammed my fist into his face and felt his nose give way in a hot spray of blood. As the would-be killer collapsed on the ground, I glanced over at the handsome stranger, expecting to see him staggering backwards with his shirt stained crimson. But miraculously, he was still upright with not even a spot of red on his clothes. "Behind you," he roared in English. I turned and saw 2 more men rushing towards me, chains wrapped around their fists in improvised brass knuckles. One was bald, the other had long hair. Without warning, the handsome stranger bolted past me and slammed his fist into the bald thug's solar plexus. The guy doubled over and fell to his knees. The stranger's technique was sloppy, but he was strong and fearless. I'd give him that. And he was more than willing to throw himself into the fray. I launched myself at the long-haired attacker and hit him with a vicious undercut that lifted him 2 inches off the ground. If he wasn't unconscious after I punched him, he definitely was when his head slammed into the concrete. The entire yard erupted in chaos. People were shouting. Men were rushing old-timers to safety like bodyguards, protecting heads of state. And dozens of fistfights broke out everywhere. I turned around just as the handsome stranger kneed the bald guy in the face. Crack! Come on, let us go, I yelled. Hold on, the handsome stranger replied calmly, then turned to the man who had tried to shiv him. The thug was on his back and holding his hands to his bloody face. The handsome stranger lifted up his foot and slammed his heel into the man's throat. Crunch! The man on the ground went from moaning loudly to writhing in silence as he clutched his crushed windpipe. All right, the handsome stranger said, and we took off running, pushing, and punching our way through the chaos. We fought our way to a door to the prison. Just as a dozen guards appeared on the other side of the yard and started clubbing inmates and cracking skulls. The stranger and I dashed inside and took refuge behind a corner as we caught our breath. I looked behind us to make sure we weren't being pursued, then turned back to the stranger. Thank you, he said gratefully. His English was perfect, just the slightest hint of a European accent, not even identifiable as Italian. You speak English, I said in shock. He chuckled. So do you. I looked down at his beige uniform. There was a small hole torn in the front. How are you not dead? I exclaimed as I pointed at the rip. He smiled and lifted the hem of his shirt. Underneath were several thick phone books duct-taped in a cylinder around his abdomen. A jagged rip in the duct tape showed exactly how bad the shiv would have injured him if he hadn't been wearing the improvised body armor. Holy shit, I said with a laugh. It was the cleverest thing I'd seen in years. I had some help from connections on the outside, he explained as he dropped his shirt back into place. And from you, again, thank you. I didn't do much, I said, then pointed at his stomach. That's what saved you. It only saved me because he didn't have time to stab me in the throat, which he would have done next. I owe you my life. Happy to help, I'm Lars. As I extended my hand, I remembered I should use the name I was convicted under, not my real name. Lars Anderson. The handsome stranger shook my hand. Dario Rossellini. 95. After we retreated to the relative safety of the inner depths of the prison, Dario explained what the hell had just happened. The 3 men who attacked us were hired to kill me, but the rest of the fights that broke out, that was just people taking advantage of an opportunity. There are many bitter enemies in San Vitor. Some hated each other before they went to prison, while others came to hate each other after they arrived. Either way, what you just saw was widespread revenge. Either that or boardroom decisions being carried out. Boardroom decisions. Business competitors removing their rivals, probably on orders from the top. Who hired those guys to kill you? Most likely the Camorra. He pronounced it Camorra. The man who tried to stab me was definitely Camorra. The other 2 were probably hired soldiers from other factions. The Camorra. There are many organized crime groups in Italy, Dario explained. Some are big, many are small. The Camorra is one of the largest. They control Naples and the surrounding area. Or rather, they used to control Naples. They've had some competition in recent years. But why would they come after you? Dario hesitated for a split second. I have friends in the most powerful group of all, the Cosa Nostra. The Mafia, I said. Yes and no. Mafia is a term for all organized crime in Italy. The Cosa Nostra was originally founded in Sicily, but they've slowly expanded their reach over the last 40 years. And you're friends with them, I said carefully, not wanting to alienate the new ally I'd made. Dario gave me a slight smile. A business associate. I didn't believe for a second that he was just a business associate. Everyone in the yard had been too frightened or too deferential for him to be a bit player. But if he had reasons to hide his true affiliations, well, I had reasons to not tell him about my past, too. But I did want to know one thing. Why did the Camorra want you dead? I asked. Probably to send a message to my friends in the Cosa Nostra. Why didn't the guards step in earlier? It was bewildering. Guard towers lined the prison walls, and the men inside them had rifles. At any point, they could have fired their guns. A single shot probably would have stopped the fighting, since people would have been afraid the next bullet would be aimed at them. Dario smiled grimly. Because the Camorra paid the guards to stay out of it. I stared at him, seriously. It's the only explanation. Don't tell me you haven't noticed the corruption here in San Vitor. I thought of the jail door I'd heard open in the middle of the night, and the dead man I'd seen dragged out the next morning. I thought so, but I wasn't sure. Now you know. When the attempt on my life didn't go as planned, and the rest of the men realized that the guards were not going to intervene, they took the opportunity to settle some scores. The guards only showed up to prevent it from becoming absolute chaos. I shook my head in amazement. It's like a fucking sewer full of alligators in here. You're not wrong. San Vitor is a dangerous place. I'm starting to realize that. You know, I could use a man like you, Dario said. After a second's pause, he added, as an ally. I tried to be as diplomatic as possible. I'd like that, but I don't want to get involved in a mafia war. I'm sorry to tell you, my friend, but you're in the thick of it now, whether you like it or not. By intervening in the attempt on my life, you made an enemy of the Camorra. Great, I muttered. He smiled in amusement. How long are you in for? 5 years. And you don't speak Italian. No. How long did you think you would last in here before you stepped on the wrong toes? Not 5 years, I can assure you of that. He had me there. Look it this way, Dario continued. I have powerful friends on the outside, plus I know all the players in here. I know who's dangerous, who's all talk, and who can be trusted. You, well, you're excellent in a fight. I need someone to watch my back like you did just a few minutes ago, and you could use a guide in here. Like Virgil showing Dante around hell. I recognized the reference to Dante, the Italian poet who wrote the Inferno, but I wasn't sure about Virgil. I didn't want to look stupid, though, so I didn't ask. Instead, I said, I need to know something, and I'd like a straight answer. If you and I are friends, will I be making things worse for myself? Dario looked at me for several seconds before he answered. I won't lie to you. You'll be making new enemies by becoming my ally, but you'll also be making new and powerful friends. Friends who can keep you safe and help you pass your sentence in far greater comfort. Unfortunately, you made some extremely powerful enemies today when you saved my life. There is no going back from that. They will come after you, that I can promise you. However, I owe you my life. After what you did for me today, it would be the height of ingratitude for me to insist you do what I want. I promise I will not take it personally if you go your own way. Even if you decide not to align yourself with me, I will do my best to make sure you're left in peace, but there is only so much I can do. The simple truth is that alone, we are weaker and more susceptible to attack. Together, we are strong enough to fight back against the Camorra and quite possibly win. But whatever you decide, I will honor your decision. It wasn't much of a choice. The die had already been cast when I stopped the Camorra from killing him. I hadn't known it when it happened, but even if I could have gone back in time, I wouldn't have changed what I'd done. If I refused his offer, I could go it alone and probably die. Or I could have an ally, and a powerful one at that. I made my decision. I could definitely use a friend in here, I said. Dario broke into a huge smile. You have one for life. And he reached out and hugged me like a brother. 96. A few minutes later, a voice in Italian blared over the loudspeakers. I didn't understand a word of it. They're telling us to return to our cells, Dario translated. They'll probably put the entire prison on lockdown in retaliation for what happened. Great, I muttered. Don't worry, Dario reassured me. I'll tell them to leave you alone. I cocked one eyebrow. Why would they listen to you? The Camorra aren't the only ones who can pay off the guards. I wanted to say, just a humble business associate of the Cosa Nostra, huh? But common sense made me hold my tongue. When we reached the cell block, Dario said, Don't worry, everything will be fine. Try to get some rest. Then he slapped me on the shoulder and walked off. I returned to my cell and waited tensely for a member of the Camorra to show up with a shiv. It was a relief when the guards came and locked my door. Just as Dario had said, we were put on lockdown for 24 hours. We weren't given any food, although at least we had water from the sinks in our cells, even if it was yellow and tasted like metal. The next morning, I was lying on the top bunk thinking about Rachel when someone started shouting in Italian outside my cell. I looked up to see a guard unlocking my door. Another guard stood behind him. I jumped off the top bunk, half expecting them to rush in and beat me. But the guards stood back from the door as though they expected me to walk through it. When I didn't move, one of the guards shouted, Andiamo, non abbiamo tutto il giorno. I hesitantly exited. Once I was in the hall, both guards pointed down the hallway. I started walking. We exited my old cell block and entered a wing I had never been in before. There were cells here, too, but they were larger than my old one, and every cell only had one occupant. Most of them were the silver-haired men who held court out on the bleachers. Suddenly, a voice spoke up in flawless English. Ah, good you're here. I looked over and saw Dario standing inside a cell. One of the guards unlocked the door and pulled it open. Dario said something to the guard in Italian, his voice calm and pleasant. The guard said something back in a respectful tone. Then they all stood around looking at me. Come on, Dario said, motioning me inside. I hesitantly stepped inside and was amazed. His cell was 4 times the size of mine. Not only that, but there was furniture. A chair with cushions, a table with a lamp, and a laundry line strung across the room with a curtain on it that could be drawn back over the toilet area for privacy. There was a bunk bed, but the mattresses were plush, unlike the ragged inch-thick pallets back in my room. There were art prints on the wall, old paintings by Renaissance masters. A thick rug covered most of the concrete floor. There was also a small table with an electric hot plate for cooking. There were several pots, pans, dishes, some jars of pasta, boxes of noodles, and a bottle of wine. I took the liberty of having you move to my quarters, Dario said. I know you have your own room, but you wouldn't have it to yourself for long. They would give you a new cellmate sooner or later. Oh, that's fine, I said as I looked around me in shock. Dario said something to the 2 guards. They shut the door, locked it, and left. Care for a drink? Dario asked. Sure, I said, stunned. He poured 2 glasses of red wine into clear plastic goblets. They only allow me plastic cups, unfortunately. I also have to turn in the bottle when it's empty so it can't be used as a weapon, but it's a reasonable compromise. And they give me a new bottle as soon as I turn in the old one. He handed me a cup and held up his for a toast. To new allies. He tapped his plastic goblet against mine with a dull clunk, then sipped. I just stood there in shock. You don't drink? He asked. No, I do, I stared all around me, then looked back at Dario. What the fuck? I asked. He chuckled. If you want someone killed in Sandvitter, you can pay off the prison guards to look the other way. You can also pay a tidy sum to the warden if you want a few creature comforts. Okay. Try the wine, it's excellent. It's from my family's vineyard. I sipped the wine. He was right, it was amazing. Sit down, he said. He gestured towards the chair as he sat on the lower bunk of the bed. I didn't move. Yes. I just need to clarify something. Dario raised his eyebrows as he waited. I cleared my throat. I'm flattered, but I'm only interested in women. Dario stared at me, and then roared with laughter. In fact, he laughed so hard he had to wipe tears from the corners of his eyes. I can assure you, Lars, my interest in you does not extend to that particular area, he said, still laughing. Oh, good, I said in relief. Then I sat down. I merely thought my quarters would be more suitable than yours. Not only that, but I figured it would be better if you were in here so we could watch each other's backs. No, it's a great idea, I said as I sipped my wine. After a week of garbage food from the prison cafeteria, it was the most delicious thing I'd ever tasted. Also, I would like to ask you a favor, Dario said. What? I asked warily. I would very much appreciate it if you would teach me to fight like you did. I also figured it would be easier to train in here than out in the yard, in private, away from prying eyes. Ah, I said, understanding a bit more why my situation had so vastly improved in the last 5 minutes. I can do that, sure. Were you a soldier, by any chance? Yes. But not just any soldier. You fought with a speed and brutality I've never seen before, not outside of movies. Were you in the Special Forces, or whatever your country's version is called? I was, I admitted. I wasn't about to tell him about MI6, but I figured revealing my military background couldn't hurt. I thought so, Dario said. I've been in a few fights myself, but you, my friend, are in an entirely different league. I wanted to say, considering I saw you kill a man yesterday by stomping on his windpipe, I'd say that's high praise. But instead, I just nodded and sipped my wine. Are you Swedish? Dario asked. Is my accent that obvious? No, he said with a smile. I could only detect the smallest hint of it, mostly because I've dated a couple of Swedish girls in the past. Interesting, I was surprised you spoke English, I said. He laughed. I could tell. I thought nobody in here spoke English, not even the guards. They offer it in every school in Italy, but our fellow inmates aren't exactly scholars. The same goes for most of the guards. But your accent is flawless. I never would have guessed you were Italian. I have my father to thank for that. He insisted that my brothers and I have the best English tutors money could buy. So you were well off, I said diplomatically. Dario smiled. You could say that. I looked around the room and wondered how much money it took to bribe a warden for this kind of setup. In return for teaching me to defend myself, Dario said, I can offer you wine, good food, and better accommodations. But is there anything else you want? Well, there is one thing. Name it. I'd like to learn Italian. Dario nodded. It would be beneficial to know it in here. Yes, but there's another reason. Dario gave me a quizzical look. I thought of Rachel and how she whispered to me in bed. Se così seducent, higlai occhi, più belli ci abbia mai visto. Well, there's this woman. Dario grinned. If there's a better reason to learn Italian, I've never found it. They say that French is the language of love, but I say that Italian is the language of passion. The language of passion, I like that. You can teach me to speak it. How long are you in for? 5 years. Yes. You turn me into a fighter, and I'll turn you into a master of the spoken word. It's a deal, I said. And we lifted our glasses in a toast. 97. I began to train Dario immediately. First, I had him demonstrate what he knew. He explained that he'd boxed a little as a teenager. Some of his technique was good, but most of it was sloppy. I told him he would have to unlearn most of what he already knew. He was a good student, neither arrogant nor defensive. He didn't protest when I told him to change something. He accepted that I was better than him at hand-to-hand combat, and he listened to what I said and immediately implemented it. We started with balance first, then footwork. That alone took weeks. He had an impressive physique, but it was mostly from weightlifting for aesthetics. He lacked strength in his core and leg muscles, so I put him through a punishing regime of calisthenics and bodyweight exercises. The first day, he could barely do a handstand. 5 months later, he could kick up in a handstand against the wall and do 100 vertical push-ups in a row. I taught him how to channel all of his energy into a punch by using his hips as the driving force. We got an extra mattress and hung it on the cinderblock wall, and he hit it like he would a punching bag. We started with a plush mattress like the kind we had in our bunks. After 6 months, we exchanged it for one of the inch-thick pads most prisoners slept on. After a couple of years, he graduated to punching the bare wall with his hands wrapped to keep him from bloodying his knuckles. Eventually, I took away even the hand wraps. I taught him how to block, but I also taught him that the best way to deal with a punch was to move out of the way so he couldn't be hit in the first place. We eventually moved on to kicks, then ground fighting, then fighting with and against weapons like knives and shivs. Speaking of shivs, he gave me some of his improvised body armor on day 1, phone books secured with duct tape around my stomach and lower back. I have to say, I felt a lot more confident walking around with the knowledge that no one could stab me in the gut or kidneys. Slit my throat, yes. Stab me in the eye, maybe. But 50% protection was better than none, and none was what I had before. As for teaching me Italian, Dario was relentless. He was a good teacher, constantly drilling me and making me perfect my pronunciation. He would force me to say a line 100 times until it rolled off my tongue like I was a native. And he didn't just teach me polite conversation either. Va a fardi fodder pezzo di merda, I repeated for the 50th time. Ci significa, he asked, which means, go fuck yourself, you piece of shit. Questa I grav la miglir traduzione in inglese. Sai, ma letteralmente significa. That's the best translation in English, yes, but it literally means, go get fucked, you piece of shit. He laughed, excellent. He schooled me in the use of Italian profanity, which was an art form all its own, full of nuance and musicality. I learned that Madon was a shortening of Madonna, the Italian term my lady, which was used to refer to the mother of Jesus, as in Madonna and Child. Madon was used as an expression of shock or surprise. After I found out what it meant, I realized I heard it quite often amongst the prisoners of San Vitor. The more Dario taught me, the less hostile and incomprehensible the prison became. It was still an environment full of danger, but also humor and small kindnesses. When you can't understand what someone's saying, and they get frustrated, a common occurrence with Italian males who wore their emotions on their sleeves, unlike Swedes, everything sounds hostile, even when it's not. He also taught me to pay attention to tonality, speed, and hand gestures. Those 3 things were often more important than the words themselves. It was like Dario showed me how to tune the dial on a radio. At first the reception was staticky, and I only caught every other word, but eventually meanings came through crystal clear. He also taught me the key to surviving San Vitor, understanding the different factions. You already know about my business acquaintances, the Cosa Nostra, Dario said as we strolled through the yard. Originally from Sicily, they spread to America in the late 1800s and took over New York City in the 1920s. From there, their influence spread across the United States. The Cosa Nostra also gained a bigger foothold throughout Italy over the last 50 years, Rome, Venice, Florence. That's not widely known, by the way. Most outsiders think that the Cosa Nostra is still largely confined to Sicily. In reality, they expanded quite a bit over the last half-century. They just managed to keep it secret from the authorities. For the most part, the Cosa Nostra families ruling the different regions coexist in peace. But you can never be entirely certain that another family isn't plotting to take your territory. However, out of all of the factions inside San Vitor, the Cosa Nostra are the closest thing we have to reliable allies. The day you got attacked, I saw you speaking to an older man on the bleachers. Was he Cosa Nostra? Yes, Don Gadino. He's the head of a smaller family based in San Rimini on the eastern coast of Italy. I've known him ever since. Well, I've known him a long time. I noticed that occasionally Dario would catch himself, as though he'd almost slipped up and told me something I shouldn't know. I was pretty sure his connection to the Cosa Nostra went far deeper than he let on, but his lack of transparency didn't bother me. After all, I had never been completely honest with him about why I was in San Vitor. I had certainly never told him about MI6 or why I had been visiting Italy when I got arrested. Dario continued. You also know about the Camorra from our first encounter in the yard. They've traditionally controlled Naples and the surrounding areas, although the Cosa Nostra has fought an invisible war with them over the last 40 years to try to break their hold over the region. Because of the situation in Naples, the Camorra hates the entire Cosa Nostra. And that's why they're the ones we truly have to watch out for in here. Dario gestured towards a group of tattooed thugs surrounding a 40-something man with close-cropped gray hair and a vicious scowl. That man is Aristide Caproni. He is the highest-ranking member of the Camorra in San Vitor. If I had to bet, I would say he's the one who ordered the hit on me. Beware him and his lieutenants. Then you have the Ndrangheta. Dario pronounced it Drangheta, with just a hint of an N at the beginning. They're based in Calabria, the toe of the boot of Italy, and right next door to Sicily. Ndrangheta is Greek, which is still spoken in pockets in the south of Italy. It means men of honor or manly virtue. I don't know if I'd agree with those translations, Dario said dryly, but that's how they think of themselves. They're originally descended from bandits forced out of Sicily in the 1800s. Actually, there's an old Ndrangheta myth that says the Cosa Nostra, the Camorra, and the Ndrangheta were started by 3 Spanish knights who arrived in Italy in the 1500s. I think they just like attaching themselves to the Cosa Nostra, the way some people brag about being related to Pope so-and-so from the 19th century. It's bullshit, but it makes them feel better about themselves. What's not in dispute is that the Ndrangheta are probably the most powerful of the 3 groups today. Not so much in Italy, but internationally. They've spread throughout much of Europe and into parts of Asia. Drugs are their most lucrative trade, and they are to Europe what the Mexican cartels are to North America. They are no friends to the Cosa Nostra, but they generally don't bite unless provoked. Dario talked about the smaller criminal organizations that were also represented in San Vitor. The Basilischi, La Stida, the Sacra Corona Unita, the Societa Fagiana, the Nuova Mala del Brenta, the Banda della Magliana, the Banda della Comicina. The sheer number of organizations rivaled the many tribal warlords that made Afghanistan so difficult to control. And that wasn't even counting the various crime operations based in Albania, Romania, and Serbia that conducted business in rural pockets of Italy. It was a lot to wrap my head around, but at least now I knew where the landmines were buried. I just had to make sure not to step on them. 98. Besides avoiding getting murdered, the hardest thing about prison was how much I missed Rachel. At night, I would lie awake for hours, my heart aching as I thought about her. I was worried that she might think I was dead, or worse, that I'd ghosted her after our fight. The thought made me sick to my stomach. I called Gunnar every week, desperate for an update on his search. But no matter how hard he looked, he never found a trace of her. I considered asking him to go to London and visit MI6 headquarters, but I was worried he would raise too many alarms by poking around. If Alistair made the connection between me and Gunnar, then Rachel's professional life would be ruined. Gunnar might get disappeared, and Alistair might send someone to San Vitor to make sure my mouth stayed shut permanently. So I kept quiet and prayed Gunnar would find something eventually. I waited a long, long time. As the months wore on, What began as an alliance of convenience with Dario became a real friendship. Partly, it was because we spent nearly every waking hour together. He somehow got me released from my job in the laundry, and we spent the time training instead. Him in combat, me in Italian. Dario never told me exactly what his connection was to the Cosa Nostra, only that he was in prison for financial crimes. And I kept quiet about my deal with Alistair and MI6. But the more we got to know each other, the more we talked about everything else. He told me all sorts of stories about his brothers. The older ones came to visit him occasionally in San Vitor. I never met them, but I came to feel as though I knew them. Adriano was the hothead, quick-tempered but fearless. Massimo had the kindest heart until someone crossed the people he loved. Then he could become a raging bull. Valentino was the baby of the family. According to Dario, Valentino was the best-looking of the brothers and a real Casanova. Dario looked like a movie star, so if he had a brother who was more attractive than him, the kid must have been a real heartbreaker. Niccolo was the plotter and schemer, a trickster, and possibly the most charismatic of them all. He was also the funniest of the brothers. Niccolo's twin Roberto, though, was an enigma. Quiet and studious, he was a financial genius, but he was the most secretive of Dario's brothers, like he was hiding something. "Do you think he might be gay?" I asked. "No, but it wouldn't matter to me if he was." Old-school Italians look down on homosexuality as a weakness, a lack of manliness, but not me and my brothers. None of us would give a shit as long as he's happy. I think it's something else, something he's afraid to tell us for whatever reason. Maybe someday he'll reveal what it is, but for now, he keeps his cards close to his vest. Dario smiled. "That's fine by me. Being good at keeping secrets is a huge asset in our line of work." Dario was vague about what that line of work was. He would only say that his family was involved in importing and exporting. From the deference everyone in San Vitor paid him, though it was easy to read between the lines, he was involved in organized crime. I didn't really care. I was a government assassin who'd gotten caught on my second outing, so it wasn't like I could cast stones. And in San Vitor, having a friend who was connected to the Mafia had real benefits. But family wasn't all we talked about. Women were a frequent topic, but always in Italian, which forced me to practice. I knew from gossip in the prison yard that prostitutes visited the richest gangsters, posing as girlfriends or wives for conjugal visits. The warden and prison guards knew it was all bullshit, but they were willing to look the other way for a price. I asked Dario once if he had ever considered hiring an escort to come to the prison. "No," he said decisively, then gave me an amused look. "Why? You want me to arrange something for you?" All I could think about was Rachel. The thought of sex with another woman, especially a stranger who was only fucking me for money, turned my stomach. "No, I'm good," I said. Dario went back to punching the mattress on the wall. "I'm done with all that. I've had my fun. Once I get out of here, it's time to get serious and settle down." "Why?" "Because a man's got to think about the long term. That's why. I've waited long enough as it is. I don't want to have my first child when I'm too old to pick him up." I laughed. He frowned at me. "What's so funny?" "You're 26 years old. It's a little early to talk about being too old to pick up your kids." "I'll be 30 when I get out of here." "Yeah, but..." "My father didn't marry until he was almost 30, and he always says it was the biggest regret of his life. If he'd married earlier, he would have had more time to raise a family and maybe have a daughter. He always wanted a little girl, but never got the chance." "Why not?" "My mother got cancer when I was 12, Dario said solemnly. "She underwent chemotherapy, and the cancer went into remission for years, but she couldn't have any more children. Then it came back, more aggressive than before. She died a few years ago." "I'm sorry, I know how that feels." "Do you?" Dario said darkly, like I had no fucking clue. "My mother was diagnosed with cancer when I was in the military, right when I deployed overseas," I said quietly. A couple months later, My Aunt Ingrid was driving her back home from chemotherapy when they got into a car accident. They both died, and I didn't even get to go to their funerals. Dario stared at me in horror. I'm truly sorry to hear that. Thank you. I didn't want to talk about it anymore, so I said, if your father had married your mother earlier, he might not have had you and your brothers. Or at least, you wouldn't have turned out the same. Dario knew I was trying to lighten the mood, and he obliged. Sperma diverso, he said dryly. Different sperm. Exactly. Dario laughed. What Papa doesn't say is that no matter what age he would have liked to have gotten married, he didn't meet my mother until he was in his late 20s, and he wouldn't have changed a single thing. My mother was his life, his entire world. He never so much as looked at another woman after she passed. I think what he really means when he tells us to get married early is that he wishes he could have had more time with her. He'd have given anything for that. Dario chuckled. Plus, he wants grandchildren as soon as possible. Would you marry any of the women you dated? I asked. Fuck no. They were fine for having fun, but they would have made terrible wives and even worse mothers. I raised an eyebrow. And that's on me, he conceded. I'm the one responsible for wasting my time with them, the folly of a misspent youth. So what kind of a woman do you want? That's the problem. I come from a certain amount of money. I gathered as much, I said in a deadpan voice. Dario laughed, then shook his head. It's not just money, but power. The problem with the women I chased was they all wanted the money and the power. They didn't really want me. That seems a little, I said, then paused because I didn't know the Italian word I was searching for. What? He asked. He sounded offended. You're a very good-looking guy. I can't imagine a woman not wanting you. Okay, yes, it's true. They wanted to fuck me. But what they really wanted was what they could get from me. Didn't you want them because of what you could get from them, too? Calling me out on all my shit, aren't you? He said good-naturedly. Yes, I did. I went after models with big tits and great asses, when I should have been looking for a woman I could build a life with. So, what does that kind of woman look like? Dario peered at the wall like he had slipped into a daydream. Someone innocent, kind, loyal. A girl who loves her family and would do anything for them, because in the end, it's all about family. But one who's still beautiful, I said sardonically. Dario laughed. True, I do still want a pretty wife, someone who makes my blood run hot. He shook his head ruefully. But I've probably ruined myself with all the women I chased after in the past. Sounds like you have a Madonna whore complex. Dario looked at me with a flash of irritation. I wondered if I'd overstepped, but I figured our friendship wasn't worth much if I couldn't speak my mind. Innocent, but makes your blood run hot, I continued. Tits and ass and a lovely face, but loyal and kind, and loves her family above everything else. A good girl and a bad girl, a virgin and a whore. He glared at me, then broke into a rueful smile and shook his finger at me jokingly. You need to stop calling me out on my shit. I don't like it. I pointed at the wall. Get back to your training. He sighed and started punching the wall again. And I should have never agreed to teach you Italian. It makes it that much worse to hear all my faults in my native tongue. Well, there's a simple solution. What's that? He said dryly. Avoid the type of woman you dated in the past and start looking for the ones you say you want. That's the problem. I don't run into many good women in the circles I travel in. Maybe you've just been looking in the wrong places. I know I've been looking in the wrong places. Nightclubs, strip clubs, Ibiza. Sounds like you need to go to church more often. He burst out laughing. We're in Italy, my friend. Even the women I've been dating go to church. I don't, so I think that's the wrong place to look. And even if it was the right place to look, there's still one problem. What's that? There was an old American actor named Groucho Marx. Ever heard of him? Sure, the Marx Brothers. Guy with the glasses and cigar. That's the one. He had a saying, I refuse to join any club that would have me as a member. That more or less sums up my situation. These women you say you want, why wouldn't they want you? Dario gave me a sad smile, one that implied there was something he couldn't tell me. Let's just say I have a past that any good woman would want no part of. I was about to ask him more when he turned the interrogation back on me. What about you? Is there a good woman on the outside waiting for you? I immediately felt depressed as I thought about Rachel. She's a good woman, yes, but I don't know if she'll wait. Does she love you? Yes. And do you love her? Absolutely. Dario stopped punching the wall and looked at me searchingly. Is she? And he used a phrase I didn't understand. Say that again. Il solo e unico, he said in Italian, then switched to English. The one and only. I believe in English they simply say, the one. Yes, she is. Dario grinned and waggled his finger at me. I can tell, I can see it in your eyes. He shook his head like he envied me. I would give my right arm to feel for a woman how you feel about her. I was going to propose to her before all this happened, I said, gesturing around us. Why didn't you? I bought a ring, but we had a fight, so I waited. And then I left town and wound up here. Dario winced. Ah, you still have the ring. I had it on me when I got arrested, I said bitterly. Now it's sitting in prison storage if somebody didn't steal it yet. They put it with the rest of your belongings when you came to San Vitor. Yeah. I'll have a word with the prison staff. No one will take it, and if they have, they'll put it back. I frowned. Why would they listen to you? Don't worry, just know that once you leave, it will still be there. Dario chuckled. We have to make sure you can propose to her as soon as you get out. I doubt she'll wait for me. If she's the one, she'll wait. I'm not so sure about that. Why not? He asked. He almost sounded incensed that I was doubting Rachel. Because she doesn't know I'm in here. Dario stared at me in shock. What? How is that even possible? There are some things I can't go into, but she had to change her phone number, and I didn't have it when I got arrested. So I wasn't able to call her to tell her. He looked at me like I was absolutely insane. What about her email? That got changed too. Didn't you write her then? I don't know where she lives. The look of utter disbelief he gave me was almost comical. What the fuck, man? This girl is the one, and you don't know her phone number, email, or where she lives. I know, I said gruffly. He heard the implicit warning in my voice not to go any further, so he backed off, but he still shook his head. You're a very complicated man, Lars, and I say that coming from a long line of complicated men myself. He didn't know the half of it. What's her name? He asked. Rachel Bauer, although that's not her real last name. Dario cocked an eyebrow. You don't even know her name. I didn't get to choose who I fell in love with, I said in irritation. True. He stroked his beard for a few seconds, then said, Maybe I can help you find this girl. I have certain resources on the outside. I suppressed a smile. If Gunnar couldn't find her with all his hacking skills and homies in MI6, I doubted some small-time gangster in an Italian prison would have much luck. Not to mention, I didn't want a bunch of shady mafia types poking around and asking questions. If they did get lucky and somehow find her, they would probably blow her cover, and there was no way she could continue in MI6 if a bunch of gangsters knew all her secrets. Secrets she'd taken such care to hide from me. Plus, Dario's resources might tip off my old boss, and I didn't like to think about what Alistair might do if he thought I was talking about him to Italian gangsters. Thank you, I said, but I have a friend looking into it. But he hasn't found her yet. Not yet, but he's very well connected and he's still looking. Trust me, whoever this friend is, he might not have all the resources I can tap into. Thank you, but I'm good, I said firmly. Dario looked at me for a long moment, then nodded once. As you wish. Just know that the offer stands if you change your mind. Thanks, I appreciate that. A word of advice. What? I said impatiently. I didn't want to talk about it anymore. If this girl is the one, once you get out of here, go after her. Find her. Let nothing stand in your way. You go to her and lay your heart on the line, and you do everything in your power to get her back. And if she is the one, she'll say yes. If she is the one, she won't have been able to move on without you. The day you come back to her is the day she can finally breathe again. You two will start your life over together, and it will be like nothing ever changed. The passion and conviction in Dario's voice were so real, so raw, that I couldn't make a joke or say what I really thought, which was, it's a lot more complicated than that. He spoke with the fervor of a true believer, a man totally convinced of true love. He wouldn't be swayed by logic or common sense, so I just nodded. Dario shook his head. What I wouldn't give to have a woman I love like you love her. If you change your mind, just tell me, and I'll do everything I can to help you find her. Thank you, I murmured, touched by the real concern in his voice. What's her name again? Rachel. Rachel, Dario repeated, then smiled. A good name for a good woman. Then he turned and started punching the wall again. What I didn't know at the time was that one day I would take Dario up on his offer. And he would deliver where Gunnar had failed. But by then, it would be too late. 99. A year passed. I called Gunnar Collect every week on the prison pay phones. I'd assumed Dario would have access to contraband cell phones, but he explained that Sandvitter used jammers to make sure there was no reception. It was so the Mafia bosses couldn't run their businesses from prison. You could bribe the staff to shut the jammers off late at night, but unless you were discussing illegal activities, it was too expensive and not worth the trouble. No matter how many times I called Gunnar, there was still no sign of Rachel. He assured me he was doing everything he could to find her and promised to keep trying. It was cold consolation. Every day increased the risk of her writing me off completely, if she hadn't done so already. And every day brought me one step closer to losing her forever if she wasn't already gone. I thought of her every night when I went to bed, and it took me hours to fall asleep. When I finally did, I usually had the same recurring dream. We were arguing, and I turned away in anger. When I looked back, she was gone, and no matter how hard I looked, there was no trace of her. I searched everywhere in a panic, but I could never find her. Day and night, waking or sleeping, it hurt when I thought of her because all I could feel was her absence. And the only thing I could do was pray that Gunnar came through for me. At least other parts of my time in prison had a silver lining. My Italian was becoming quite good, and Dario was turning into a master of hand-to-hand combat. Our friendship was quite strong, but not as deep as it could have been. There was still an element of distrust between us, or at least a lack of total and complete trust anyway. I continued to hold back on my past with MI6, and he remained vague about his connections to organized crime. We had told each other as much as we were willing, and neither of us wanted to take the next step. All of that changed after the riot. Sandvitter had a sinister past. I found out from Dario that the prison was originally built for political prisoners under Mussolini's regime, then was used by the Nazis during WWII. Sometimes it felt like the evil from 80 years ago still infected the walls. It didn't help that the inmates were all dangerous criminals, and that there were far too many of them shoved into one place. The prison's original capacity was meant to be 750 men, but it was well over 1,000 when I got there. There were cycles to prison life. Sometimes things would be relatively peaceful, or as peaceful as you could get in a place where attempted murder was a regular occurrence. And then the mood would turn ugly. Usually it was because the guards were overly sadistic towards an inmate, putting him in the infirmary for a minor transgression. The guards didn't fuck with inmates who belonged to the Cosa Nostra, the Camorra, and the Ndrangheta. But it was open season on the smaller gangs without any real power. I was just thankful that whatever connections Dario had to the Cosa Nostra, those protections seemed to extend to both of us, like an invisible shield against the guards' brutality. The more powerful criminals would chalk up the guards' actions to at least it wasn't me or my men. But when shepherds kill a wild dog, the wolves take notice and resent them for it. After all, the wolves have far more in common with the dogs than they do with the shepherds. And eventually, those resentments festered and boiled over. A strange pall had settled over the prison in the last few days. Things were seemingly calm, but there was a tension beneath the surface. Summer had just started, and a heat wave had made San Vitor more unbearable than usual. Dario had ice delivered and kept it in a cooler in our cell so we could dip rags in the water and wrap them around our necks, but the vast majority of other prisoners were living in sweaty discomfort. Then the prison's air conditioning system broke completely. The temperatures inside the prison went from 85 degrees Fahrenheit to the high 90s, and the inmates' tempers soared accordingly. Everything reeked of sewage and body odor, and the air was so stifling you could hardly breathe. "We're sitting on a powder keg," Dario said grimly. "All it will take is one spark to ignite it." The spark came in the form of another beating by the guards. It was something stupid. The guards, who were as on edge as the inmates, apparently yelled at a prisoner. He told them to fuck off, and the guards decided to make an example out of him. Only problem was the guy was part of the Camorra. We found out later that when the guards started beating him, his gangster buddies jumped in and started kicking the shit out of the guards. Minutes later, the entire prison exploded into a free-for-all as inmates attacked guards and then turned on each other. Dario and I were outside when the violence erupted. We heard shouting inside, then inmates started running across the yard. Crack, a gunshot rang out and an inmate's head erupted in a spray of blood. The guards weren't even giving warning shots, they were going straight for the kill. I grabbed Dario and rushed him back towards the prison. Crack, crack, crack. Before we got inside, 3 other men were shot down like dogs. "Why did they kill them?" I asked when we got inside to safety. The area we were in had an open atrium surrounded by 3 levels of prison cells. "The men they just killed were all Camorra," Dario said. "Which means the Camorra did something to the guards, or the guards did something first, and the Camorra are fighting back. Whoever started it, this is bad." As though to underscore his words, a guard was thrown over the railing of the 3rd story. There was a sickening thud as his body hit the concrete floor. Whether he was still alive or not, it didn't matter. Inmates immediately swarmed him and began stomping and kicking. "Jesus," I said in shock. "Shit," Dario said in alarm. "If the guards pull out, we're fucked." "Why would the guards pull out?" "They would rather lock us down and wait us out than have to come in and clear out the prison floor by floor." "Why would we be fucked if they do that?" "Because if the guards aren't around, the Camorra will kill every single one of their enemies, including you and me." That was extremely bad news. "Should we go back to our room?" I asked. "No, that's the first place they'll look for us. We need to hide." We ran down several corridors and went deeper and deeper into the bowels of the prison, amongst the heating and water pipes. We were looking for shelter from the chaos, when the worst of the chaos found us. "Dario Rossellini," a voice sneered. We turned to see 5 heavily tattooed men and a 6th with close-cropped silver hair. It was Aristide Caproni, the highest-ranking Camorra boss inside San Vitor. "Aristide," Dario said calmly. "Don Caproni to you, you Tuscan piece of shit," Aristide snarled. "Ah, so you were promoted," Dario said as though this was just an ordinary conversation. "Congratulations." "Fuck your congratulations." "No need for violence, Don Caproni," Dario said. "Whatever the issue, I'm sure we can reach an accommodation." "How about this? Your head served to me on a platter." Dario smiled. "Maybe we can't come to an accommodation after all." "Kill him," Aristide barked, "and his Swedish butt boy too." The 5 men advanced. Several of them carried shivs in their hands. Dario and I squared up side by side. "You take the two on the right," I whispered. "I'll handle the rest." "All right." Dario and I had spent the last 3 months practicing fighting as a team against imaginary opponents. Today, we were going to face real ones. Before Aristide's men could attack, I lunged at the nearest man holding a shiv. I surprised all of them, Dario included. But none more so than my target. I feinted as though I was aiming for his face, and then kneed him in the balls as hard as I could. When he doubled over, I broke his arm and stole his shiv. As he screamed, the others came after me. But Dario punched one in the side of the neck. There is a tiny bone at the top of the spine called the atlas. Like the Greek figure from mythology who carried the world on his shoulders, this single vertebra supports the weight of the entire skull. However, a well-placed strike to the side of the neck can separate the vertebra from the skull, instantly paralyzing the victim and effectively decapitating him. Not by removing the head from the body, but by severing its connection to the rest of the spine. I'd made Dario practice this maneuver for months, and he executed flawlessly. The second man went down like a sack of potatoes. Now it was 4 against 2. In reality, it was more like 3 against 2, since Aristide had just come along to watch. Our odds had increased dramatically in only a matter of seconds. The third guy swiped at my neck with a razor blade embedded in a toothbrush handle. I leaned back just in time. As he overcompensated and stumbled forward, I kicked against the outside of his knee, which bent in a direction nature never intended. As he fell to the ground, I drove my shiv into his right eye. His scream reverberated in the tunnel like a damned soul in hell. The fourth guy saw what I'd done and hesitated. That was it for him. I drove my elbow into his throat and crushed his windpipe. He fell to his knees, gasping for breath. He might not die immediately, but he was out of commission. Dario was in a full-on fist fight with brute number 5. My friend was a big guy at 64 and 220 pounds, but the Kimura asshole was a monster with an 80-pound advantage. Still, Dario gave better than he got, with several bruising jabs and a shot to the fucker's chin. I turned to help him. "Getaristide," Dario yelled at me. The Kimura boss's face went pale. He had watched 4 of his best soldiers get destroyed in a mere 15 seconds. So when he heard Dario's order, he ran for it. Unfortunately for him, I was faster. I tackled him to the concrete floor, then scrambled on top of him and put my knee in his back, pinning him to the ground. "Stop," he shrieked. "I'll pay you anything you want." I looked back at Dario just as he delivered the knockout punch. The last Kimura thug went over like a log and slammed into the concrete. 3 million, Aristide screamed. 3 million euros if you kill him and let me go. I looked at Aristide in surprise, then over at Dario. He'd obviously heard Aristide's offer. "It's a lot of money," he said. I made a face and shook my head like nah. Not enough. Dario smiled at me and started walking over. 4 million, Aristide screamed. 4 million euros. Dario stooped and picked up the toothbrush handle with the razor blade embedded in it. "All right, god damn it, 5 million euros, Aristide pleaded. As Dario walked over, I asked, "What do you want to do with Hai?" Without saying a word, Dario reached down with his left hand, lifted Aristide's head, and slit his throat with the razor blade. "Jesus Christ," I yelled as I jumped up from Aristide's back. The gray-haired gangster lay on the ground, gurgling and clutching his throat as a pool of blood spread across the concrete. Dario looked at me, the murder weapon in his hand dripping blood. If I let him go, he'd just come after us again. I stared at Dario in horror, then down at the dying man. Dario gestured towards Aristide's men. "The others can't be allowed to live, either. You know that." "What the fuck is wrong with you?" I shouted. "They were going to kill us." "But we beat them. Hell, a couple of them are already dead. But the ones that aren't will go back to the Kimura. and tell them what I did to Aristide, and they'll come after us twice as hard. US, I raged. I'm sorry, Lars, I truly am, but you're in this all the way now. The Camorra will never let you live once they know you were involved, which is why we can't let the others go. I shook my head in panic. No. Look, I know I haven't told you everything about me and my family. No fucking shit. But I will, just not here, not now, later. Dario pointed down the hallway. Walk away, I'll finish it. Why can't we just turn them over to the prison guards? Number 1, because I just killed a man in cold blood. Number 2, because the Camorra will pay anything to get revenge. No guard will pass up that amount of money. But, do you really think anyone in charge cares about this? Dario asked, gesturing towards the bodies on the floor. We just took out the trash for them, made their lives that much easier. I looked at the 3 men who were either unconscious or barely hanging onto life. You think you can execute them, and the authorities will just let you get away with it. Yes, Dario said simply. No, they'll investigate and find out who did it. No, they won't, and I'll tell you why. Listen. When Dario stopped talking, I focused on the shouting far away in the cell block. There was even a muffled gunshot. An ocean of blood is about to swallow them up, Dario said as he gestured at Aristide and his men. No one will ask questions because no one will care. They're just 6 more bodies amongst dozens. I looked at him in horror. It's the only way, my friend, Dario said. Just go back to the cell. I'll handle it and I'll explain everything later. You know, if I fought you, I could stop you, I said. I know, but you'd be fighting to save a couple of assholes. They'll thank you by ratting you out to men who will kill you. Trust me, Lars, just walk away. I stood there, my conscience tormenting me. But I knew he was right. I hated it, but I knew he was right. If we spared them, the men would just go tell their Camorra bosses, and soon we'd have an entire fucking army coming after us. San Vitor wasn't like the outside world. It wasn't even like Afghanistan. At least there, the enemy didn't live 5 feet away from you in peace and quiet, that is, until he saw a chance to murder you. In Afghanistan, the Taliban were upfront about their intentions from the very start. San Vitor was a madhouse, and the only way to save yourself was to do the unthinkable. What was I going to do, murder my friend to stop him? All to save a couple of worthless pieces of shit who had just tried to murder me and would tell their friends to try again tomorrow. Walk away, Dario said softly, and I'll tell you everything. If you want to turn me in after that, I'll abide by your choice. But right now, I have to take care of business. I stared at him, nodded once, and walked away. Behind me, I heard wet gurgling and choking sounds that were quickly drowned out by the thunderous roar of the riot. In hell, all the screams of the damned bleed into one, and I was most definitely in hell. 100. The riot was eventually put down. Guards stormed the cell blocks with shields and nightsticks. Anyone foolish enough to stand up to them got their brains bashed in. By that point, I was already back in my cell. I listened to the shrieks of pain out in the prison. And then Dario walked in. He calmly sat down on the chair opposite me as though he hadn't just cut 3 men's throats in cold blood. As screams echoed all around us, I asked, "Is it done?" "There will be no reprisals," he answered. We looked at each other in silence until he finally sighed. "I said I would give you an explanation for what just happened. I owe you that much. As I'm sure you've guessed all along, I'm not just a business associate of the Cosa Nostra. I belong to it. My father rules Tuscany, and we share control of Florence with another family. I'm in San Vitor because our main source of income is political influence. We control hundreds of politicians and even more judges and cops. Recently, a bunch of police detectives not on our payroll came after us for bribing judges. The cops weren't going to be satisfied with a bunch of lower-level go-betweens. They were out for blood, so someone in the family had to take the fall. As the oldest son and the heir apparent, it was my duty to protect my father and my brothers, so I volunteered. I stared at Dario as I remembered something my lawyer had said. There was recently a scandal where a member of the Cosa Nostra pled guilty to bribing judges. "It was you," I said, stunned. "What was me?" "My lawyer said somebody in the Cosa Nostra was bribing judges. Was that you?" "Yes," Dario said with an amused smile. "So you bribed a judge?" "No." I frowned, but one of our employees did. He was following orders that went through a chain of command originating with my father and uncle. When the police caught one of the judges in a sting operation, he gave up the man who had given him the money, our employee. The cops basically tortured him into confessing. We have protections in place to prevent our people from ratting us out, but it became clear the police were going to rip through all of that and take down our entire operation if the damage was not contained. So I stepped forward and agreed to plead guilty in exchange for a reduced sentence. There were highly placed people who didn't want the prosecutor to cut me a deal, and they fought hard against it. But most of the politicians and judges just wanted to go back to how things used to be. After all, they made a lot of money from the prior arrangement. If they pursued the court case, it would be a long, protracted legal battle costing both my family and the taxpayers tens of millions in legal fees, not to mention millions more that otherwise would have gone directly into their pockets. It was in everyone's best interest that the matter be handled as quickly as possible. So, I pled guilty, and here I am. "Even though you had nothing to do with it," I said in amazement. "Not directly, no. But it would be inaccurate to say I had nothing to do with it, since my family controls the judges." "Why didn't you just let your father and uncle take the fall? They were the ones responsible." Dario looked at me like I was insane. My father and uncle are in their 50s. The chances they would survive a prison sentence in here are much, much lower than mine. "So," he looked at me with even more disbelief, "would you let your father die in a place like this, knowing you could have saved him?" "I haven't seen my father since I was 4 years old, and he was beating up my mother," I said. Dario nodded like he understood. "Then, what about her? Wouldn't you take the fall for your mother so she wouldn't have to endure this place?" "Yes," I admitted, "if she were still alive." "Now you understand why I did it." "Yes," I said grudgingly. "But why are you telling me all of this? You didn't need to. You could have just said you were a member of the Cosa Nostra and that the Camorra want you dead. So why did you tell me all that?" Dario looked at me for a long time before answering. I felt like he was not only weighing whether he should tell me, but that he was weighing me as well. "You saved my life," Dario said. "You were a complete stranger when you yelled at me that day out in the yard, yet you inserted yourself into a fight you knew nothing about. From that moment forward, I owed you as a matter of honor. Since then, I've come to regard you as a good friend. A close friend, someone I trust. I don't have many people like that in my life. Besides my brothers and my father, there's no one I trust with my life except you. I don't even trust my uncle and cousin the way I trust you and their family. You stood by me today, shoulder to shoulder, when Aristide's men attacked us. Not only that, you turned down a large amount of money to betray me." I scoffed. "What that bullshit about millions of euros?" Dario looked at me as though he was waiting for me to figure something out. I stared at him in shock. He was serious. He would have really paid that much if I killed you. "Beginning to rethink your answer?" Dario asked coolly. I looked him straight in the eye. "No, I don't sell out my friends." "Is that what we are?" Dario asked softly. "Friends?" "You just spent the last 60 seconds telling me that's what we are," I snapped. "That's what I believe. What I want to know is what you believe." I sighed. "You're my friend, you are. I'm a little afraid of who I've befriended, that's all." "A monster," Dario suggested. "A murderer at the very least." "You were in the special forces. Haven't you killed men in times of war?" I didn't say anything, but I was thinking about how I'd killed Hans Salner and his bodyguard in Norway. I've killed at least 2 men I wasn't at war with, and who never did anything to me. Dario continued talking. Make no mistake, the Camorra is at war with the Cosa Nostra, which means that Aristide Caproni was at war with me. If he or his men had lived, they would have told their superiors what happened, and I would have to fight even more Camorra thugs. Next time, I might not have been so lucky. What I did was brutal, yes, but it was necessary. You're still going to have to fight the Camorra in the future, though, right? Yes, but not against Aristide. Any future clashes between me and the Camorra will hopefully be at reduced levels of conflict, more like the Cold War than World War II. But if I had let any of those men walk away, it would have become a full-blown war for revenge. I considered what he'd said for a moment and finally decided he was right. I didn't like that he was right, but it didn't change the fact that he was. When your own survival is on the line, the rules change. Especially when you didn't start the fight, but you know it will go on forever unless you finish it. You still didn't say why you told me all that. What, he said in amusement, owing you my life isn't good enough. You went to prison for your family, I said. It sounds like you'd do anything for them, but you just admitted to me that they're criminals and... We're not criminals, Dario interrupted with an edge of irritation in his voice. We're businessmen. And your business is breaking the law, I snarled. You can lie to yourself, but don't try to get me to swallow your bullshit. Dario's eyes narrowed in anger. And then he relaxed, like he was giving me a pass on insulting his family. By your standards, yes, we're criminals. And yet you just admitted everything to me. Why? Dario seemed to stare into the depths of my soul before he answered. I pride myself on being an excellent judge of character. Many times, I knew that men would betray my family, even though I couldn't logically explain why. He looked off to the side, as though he couldn't bear to look me in the eyes as he said the next part. It pains me to say this, but I don't entirely trust my uncle. He's my father's consigliere, his counselor and right-hand man. My uncle is supposed to be the last link in the chain, the firewall protecting my father against the authorities. A good consigliere will fall on his sword to protect his don, but I have my doubts. I volunteered to take the deal because I was afraid if the cops put pressure on my uncle, he might sell my father out. I can't prove it, and my father would be horrified if I told him, but it was something I felt very strongly, deep in my gut. Dario looked back at me. When I look at you, I don't know why exactly, but I feel I can trust you no matter what, with my life and with my family's lives. I see the same loyalty in you that I see in my brothers, but there's a sense of honor in you that I'm not sure even they possess. Not all of them, anyway. But you're a soldier. And you're the best friend, the most trusted friend I've ever had. I would be lying if I said I didn't feel a swell of emotion inside my chest. When I get out of here, Dario continued, I won't take over my family's operations for many years, God willing. Not until my father dies or is incapable of leading us anymore. I hope that day is decades away. But when I do take over, I desperately need someone like you. Someone I can trust with my life. I need a soldier beside me. And so I'm telling you all these things now. Hoping that one day you might agree to be that man. To be that soldier, to be that friend. To stand by my side and help me protect my family. I stared at him for a long time. He waited for some kind of a reaction. When I finally spoke, it wasn't to give him an answer. At least not the kind of answer he was probably expecting. Over a year ago, a highly placed operative in MI6, British intelligence, offered me a deal. He wanted me to work for him as an assassin and kill enemies of the United Kingdom and NATO. In return, he would get me out of the 2 years I still had left with the Swedish military. I wanted out because I wanted to be with Rachel in London. I was going to be deployed back to Afghanistan, and I was afraid I wouldn't see her for a year. Even worse, I might be killed or wounded. so I took the deal. I killed 2 men on my first mission. One was a traitor who sold secrets to the Chinese. The second guy was his bodyguard, who just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. I was on my second mission here in Italy when I got stopped by the police and they found guns in my car. And here I am. Dario frowned. MI6 knows you're here. The guy who hired me does. And he didn't do anything to get you out. That was part of the deal, plausible deniability. If I got caught, I was on my own. And you held up your end of the bargain, Dario said in amazement. I knew the rules when I took the mission, and I keep my word. I leaned forward. What I just told you about MI6 has to stay between you and me. You can tell anybody you want about special forces, but my involvement with MI6 has to remain a secret. Dario nodded. I swear on my father's life that I will never tell anyone without your permission. Your father's life? I asked, confused. In the Cosa Nostra, when we make a promise, we swear on things that are holy to us. There is nothing more precious to me than my father's life. I will never tell anyone, I promise you. I nodded, deeply touched. Thank you. Dario looked at me searchingly. Why are you telling me all of this? You didn't need to, and yet you did. He was repeating what I'd asked him just a few minutes earlier. You were honest with me, I replied, about everything. I figured it was only right for me to be honest with you. He nodded like he approved. So you have some familiarity with the role I'm offering you. Yes, but it's not the same thing. How is it not the same thing? I only agreed to the deal with MI6 because I was going to kill traitors and rogue arms dealers. Dario looked unconvinced. No, you agreed to it because you wanted to be with the woman you loved. The rest was merely justification so you could sleep better at night. That made me angry. No. Dario barely suppressed a smile as he said, a perceptive man once said to me, you can lie to yourself, but don't try to get me to swallow your bullshit. I ask you the same courtesy. I glared at him, and then burst out laughing. He'd nailed me. Yes, okay, I admitted. I agreed to work for them because I wanted to be with the woman I loved, and the rest was just to make it easier for me to stomach. That I can understand. By the way, doing something for the woman you love is a very good reason, one of the best. Maybe the best. But I think you left something out about why you told me all of this. And what's that? I think you wanted to let me down gently. I frowned. What do you mean? I think you were trying to tell me that when you get out of here, you'll have no need of my offer because you'll be going back to Rachel. I don't even know if she'll, I said, then stopped in despair. She could have moved on by then. Dario shook his head. No, if it was meant to be, it will happen. As much as I want you to work with me and my family, I tell you this, honestly and truthfully, Rachel is far more important. You must go to her. You must get her back. That should be your only goal when you leave San Vitor. But if it doesn't work out, God forbid, remember my offer. It will always be open to you. Dario. I really appreciated what he was trying to do for me, but I'd only agreed to Alistair's offer because I would be taking out bad guys. There was no way in hell I was going to join the Mafia so I could go around telling shop owners, nice little business you have here. Be a shame if something happened to it. Dario put a hand up to stop me. No, we don't need to talk about it anymore today. Just keep it in the back of your mind. I sighed and nodded. He stood up and walked towards me, his arms wide open. Thank you for what you did, for fighting alongside me, for trusting me enough to walk away, even though I know it hurt you to do so, and for telling me everything you did. Again, I am in your debt for the rest of my life. When I stood up, he hugged me fiercely and slapped me on my back. When he pulled back, he was smiling. Come, let's have a little wine while we wait out the end of the world. And that was how we spent the final hours of the riot. Drinking wine as he told me everything he hoped to accomplish when he eventually took over the family business. In Dario's version of things, his family was a force for order and stability in Tuscany. There would always be illegal activities. It would be better for them to be conducted by level-headed businessmen instead of brutes who would prey on the community like vampires. But Dario wanted to change the way things were done, to do away with some of the darker sides of the family business. He wanted to end the family's involvement in drugs, sex trafficking, and prostitution. He fought with his father and uncle repeatedly over those issues, to no avail. The older men saw them as business, nothing more. But once Dario took over, he planned to outlaw them completely within his organization. Women who wanted to be sex workers could do so on their own, but they wouldn't owe a cut of their earnings to the Rossellinis. Dario would also discourage, and, if need be, forcibly remove any pimps who tried to exploit those women through violence. It all sounded admirable, if you could call men who made themselves rich through crime admirable. But I didn't care about Dario's plans other than admitting he had some good ideas. I only had one priority: to survive San Vitor so I could get back to Rachel. That was all I cared about. Little did I know, I would be sorely tempted to betray Dario in the days ahead, and they would do it by offering me the only things I cared about: my freedom. And Rachel. 101. After the riot was over, the inmates were forced at gunpoint to clean up the mess. Besides the trashed commons areas, there was a lot of blood, and over 24 dead bodies. Some of them had been killed by the guards, others had been murdered because of bad blood or gang rivalries. Then there were the ones Dario and I were responsible for. We weren't part of the group that handled Aristide and his underlings' corpses, but I watched from a distance as other inmates carried their bodies to the morgue. Surprisingly, there were no accusations, no questions, no investigations. Nobody asked us about the blood on our clothes, although, to be fair, there were a lot of inmates with blood on their clothes. The warden and prison guards just acted like it was over and done, no need to discuss it. Nothing to see here, move along. Then, a week after the riot, someone came to see me. A guard came to the cell to fetch me. "Hey, Anderson, you got a visitor." Dario glanced over at me. "You expecting anyone?" "No," I said, mystified. No one knew I was here besides my lawyer and Gunnar, and I seriously doubted either one of them would have visited without informing me beforehand. The guard escorted me to the administrative part of the building and led me into a room where inmates conferred with their lawyers. Except the man waiting inside the room wasn't a lawyer. He was dressed in a cheap navy blue suit. The rest was inexpensive, too: shirt, tie, shoes, haircut. Add to that the cynical look on his face, and everything about him screamed cop. He was sitting on one side of a battered table. I sat down opposite him. The guard was about to handcuff me to the chair when the stranger shook his head. "Non si è bisogno." No need. The guard shrugged and left the two of us alone. The man looked at me and said in heavily accented English, "I am here to talk to." "Parlo abbastanza bene l'italiano," I interrupted. "I speak Italian fairly well." He raised one eyebrow and continued in Italian. "Court records indicate you didn't know Italian at your trial." "I've had some time on my hands," I said dryly. "I picked up a few things since then." He smirked at my answer, then got a serious look on his face. "I'm Detective Vincent Bernardi with the Milan Questura, the police department. I'm here about some of the deaths that happened during the riot." I didn't say anything. He opened up a battered briefcase and took out a mugshot. In particular, Aristide Caproni, a made man in the Camorra Mafia. I looked at the black and white photograph in silence. "You know him?" Bernardi asked. "I know of him," I said. "I saw him around." "You know what happened to him?" "I heard he met an unfortunate end." "That's one way of putting it," Bernardi said. "Another way of putting it is he was murdered. A lot of men were killed in the riot. We're interested in Caproni in particular." "Can't help you." "I think you can." Bernardi laid down another mug shot. I understand you're pretty close to this guy. Shit, it was a mugshot of Dario. He's my cellmate, I said casually. Just your cellmate. What's that supposed to mean? Maybe he's your buddy. Not particularly. That's interesting, because I have testimony from several inmates who say they saw you walk out of a hallway where Caproni and 5 other men were found dead. And that Dario Rossellini came out a few minutes later with blood on his clothes. What do you have to say about that? I'd say your sources are trying to pin shit that they did on innocent people. Innocent? That's cute. Bernardy narrowed his eyes. I heard your buddy gets a lot of nice things because of his connections. Wine, better food than the shit in the cafeteria. When I didn't say anything, Bernardy snapped, well, yes or no. I didn't realize you were asking a question, I replied coolly. Yes, he gets some wine and food from the outside. But you probably want to talk to the guards about that, since they're the ones who let it into the prison. Bernardy smirked. Does he share it with you, the food and wine? Sometimes. And you're not his friend, huh? Like I said, I'm his cellmate. What do you know about Caproni and the 5 other dead guys? Nothing. Nothing at all, Bernardy said sarcastically. Nope. What if I told you I don't give a shit about you, that I only want Rossellini? I'd ask you why. Bernardy grew more animated the longer he talked. He got off easy on a plea deal when he and his fucking family should be in here for the rest of their lives. You give me something I can hang him with, anything, and I'll get you out of Sandvitter as a cooperating witness. My heart sped up. Anything, I repeated in disbelief. I don't give a damn about Caproni. He was a murdering piece of shit. But I do give a damn about Rossellini because he's a murdering piece of shit, too. If you agree to testify that Rossellini offed Caproni, or any of the others, I can pull you out of here right now and get the magistrate to vacate your sentence. You'd stay in protective custody until we taped your testimony and got it to the judge, but then you'd be free. You can leave Italy, go back to Sweden, whatever you want. When I didn't say anything, Bernardy interpreted my silence as hesitance. He leaned forward and said in a low voice, Look, I don't care if you offed Caproni or any of the other guys, we'll give you immunity. I just need something on Rossellini. A murder, a confession to any other criminal activity, anything we can use to invalidate his plea deal and keep him in here for life. My heart was beating wildly, but I stayed still. I could get out of here, I could see Rachel again. But, at what cost? Bernardy stared at me like a wolf sizing up its prey. You give me anything on Rossellini, and you walk out of here right now. 2 weeks, 3 weeks max, and you're a free man. What do you say? I stared at him for a long time. And I made my decision. Sorry, I said, can't help you. He stared at me in disbelief. You're saying you don't know anything about Rossellini. That's right. Bernardy got a crafty look on his face. You know, you could just tell me some shit. It doesn't have to be 100% accurate. I could even suggest some things we already know. I just need you to testify that Rossellini told you. I stared him straight in the eyes. But that would be a lie, detective, and you're not suggesting I lie, are you? Bernardy clenched his jaw in anger before he spoke again. You realize that you're in here for another 4 years. This is your only ticket out. I held up my hands like, what can I do? I'd help you if I could, but as far as I know, Dario wasn't anywhere near Caproni during the riot, and he hasn't told me jack shit about his life outside prison. Bernardy smirked in disbelief. You're cellmates with this guy, and he hasn't told you anything. He keeps his cards close to his vest. Bernardy leaned back. That's an interesting phrase, keeps his cards close to his vest. A wadiacolate. An idiomatic phrase? I suggested. Yeah, an idiomatic phrase. Bernardy fixed me with a look like he was trying to pin me to the wall. I wouldn't expect a Swedish guy just learning Italian to know what it means. Well, like I said, I picked up a few things while I was in here. Uh-huh, not like your cellmate helped you or anything. I smiled. Nope. Bernardy bared his teeth. You know, I can get you out of here, or I can make your life a living hell. I can tell the guards to make sure you get beatings on the regular. They'd be more than happy to comply. Hell, I could tell my sources, the ones I talk to spread the word that you're a snitch. You know what they do to snitches in here? The guards'll find you with your dick cut off and your balls in your mouth. So, you can have it easy, or you can have it hard. What's it gonna be, Anderson? I stared at him for a long moment. Then I said, like I told you, I can't give you anything on Dario because I don't know anything. And I'm not going to lie for you. So if that's it, I'd like to go back to my cell now. Bernardy got a vicious look on his face. This is your last chance, Anderson. Well, I said hesitantly, there is one thing I can tell you. The detective almost licked his chops as he leaned across the table. Yeah, I leaned in too and whispered, Va farty fodder pezzo di merda. Go fuck yourself, you piece of shit. Bernardy looked at me with murderous rage, then yelled at the top of his voice, Guard. The guard opened the door. Everything okay? We're through in here, Bernardy snarled. Take this piece of shit back to the sewer where he belongs. The guard gestured to me, and I stood up and walked over to the door. You just signed your death warrant, Anderson, Bernardy said with an ugly laugh. You know what, I changed my mind, I said. Bernardy looked startled. Yeah. Don't go fuck yourself, go fuck your mother. If the guard hadn't been there, I think Bernardy would have tried to beat me to death. As I walked down the hall, the detective screamed out behind me, I hope you enjoy having your rectum resized, you fucking piece of shit. As I walked away, I just raised one hand in the air and flipped him the bird. The guard chuckled behind me. You're dumb as shit, Anderson, but I gotta give it to you, you got balls. No, I replied. I'm just not a fucking rat is all. 102. When I walked back into the cell, Dario was sitting in a chair reading a recent bestseller on economics, something he got smuggled in from outside, not from the prison library. He looked up. Who was it? I sighed and sat down. I need a drink first. He poured 2 glasses of wine and handed one to me. Well, it was a cop from Milan. He was looking for dirt on you, and he offered to spring me from prison if I'd testify against you. Dario's eyes widened. Really? Yeah, he wanted me to hang Caproni on you, or anything, really. He just wanted you to never get out of San Vitor. Dario was very still. What did you tell him? I told him to go fuck himself. Then I told him, no, wait, go fuck your mother instead. Dario burst out laughing. Are you kidding me right now? No, I said. He stopped laughing. You really told him that? Yeah. If you'd cooperated, Dario said quietly, you could get out and see Rachel. Yeah, well, it's not worth selling my soul. Dario grinned like the cat who ate the canary. I frowned. What? He set aside the book. I told them you wouldn't sell me out, and I was right. I frowned even more. Told who? My father and uncle. I stared at him, not comprehending until it clicked. Wait, that was a test, I shouted. He held up his hands as though to ward me off. I apologize, it wasn't my idea, and I argued against it, but it was the only way to make sure. To make sure of what? That you wouldn't turn on us. If I wanted to turn on you, I could have gone to the warden any time I wanted. I know, Dario said calmly, but my father and uncle demanded assurances. This was the only way to get them on your side. Why the fuck did you tell them anything in the first place? Because the offer I made you, it wouldn't be binding without their approval. Now I understood, the offer to come work for my family if things don't work out with Rachel. I groaned, Dario. I'm not trying to dissuade you from going after her. You absolutely should go after her. I just want you to consider this as a backup option. I sighed. Look, I appreciate it, I do, but you don't want to go around collecting extortion money or breaking legs. He'd nailed it on the head. No, I don't, I admitted. You wouldn't be doing that, he said. We don't deal with that sort of shit. I also don't want to kill anybody who doesn't deserve it. I would never ask you to do that. I gave him a sour look. Great, but who exactly decides who deserves it? Here's what I propose. I want you to train our men to fight. Not just hand-to-hand combat like you taught me, but to be soldiers. The men who work for us have no training. They were handed a gun, and they fired it once or twice. Most of them have been in a few fistfights, and that's it. I want you to transform them into a force to be reckoned with. And not to hurt civilians or hassle shop owners, but because there's a war coming, and I want our family to be ready for it. A war with who? I asked. The Camorra. The Camorra, maybe the Ndrangheta, I don't know exactly, but I know it's coming, and I want my family to be ready. If you take me up on the offer, I would also ask you to handle important tasks. I might even ask you to kill someone, but I swear it will only be people who are a threat to my family and who deserve it. And you would always have the option to say no. I looked at him doubtfully. You're saying I could refuse to follow orders? At any time, about anything. Is that normal in your line of work? No, Dario said. It's unprecedented. In the Cosa Nostra, when your superior tells you to do something, you do it, no questions asked. Like a good soldier, I said quietly. He nodded. Like a good soldier. But you'd let me disobey orders. I'd let you refrain from taking certain actions. Obviously, you couldn't countermand orders I give my other men, but if there's something you didn't want to do, I would not insist you do it. I thought for a long moment. What he was promising me was a luxury I'd sure as hell never been given in the military or by Alistair. I would have certain conditions, I said. Name them. I would never harm any women or children. I would never ask you to. What about your father or uncle? I asked dubiously. Would they tell me too? That was the reason for the test, Dario explained. You would be reporting directly to me, not them. This was sounding more and more unbelievable by the minute. You're saying if your father, the Mafia Don of your family, ordered me to do something, that I could say no. That's correct, because you would answer to me, not him. Hence the test to make absolutely sure of your loyalty. I looked at Dario sideways. I can't see your father and uncle being willing to go along with that situation. He smiled. I reminded them that I took the fall so they didn't have to be here. This was my one request in exchange. I stared at him in shock. You said that to them? Yes. Why? Because I have a good feeling about you. I looked at him in disbelief, then sighed. Look, I can't make any promises. Nor do I expect you to. This was just me planting a seed. If I brought the matter to my father and uncle a week before your release, they would have said no. This way, they have some time to get used to it. Several years, I said dryly. He gave a rueful smile. It might take them that long to be comfortable with the arrangement. So that guy wasn't a cop. Bernardy, oh, he's a cop, all right, but he's on our payroll. In Florence, not in Milan. He's one of our most loyal men in law enforcement. I stared at Dario in disbelief. Wait, so he knows stuff about you. You mean things that could keep me in prison for another 20 years? Absolutely. If he wanted to fuck us, he knows far worse things than you do. But he also knows that if he rats, he'll be killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Plus, he'll spend the rest of his very short life looking over his shoulder, day and night. I got a sour look on my face. So if I went to work for you, and Bernardy turned on you, is he somebody you'd order me to kill? I would ask you to kill him, Dario said gently. But per our agreement, you would have the right to refuse. I settled back in my chair uneasily. But it wasn't the idea of killing a corrupt cop that bothered me. It was the fact that I wasn't bothered by it. That was the part that unsettled me. I can promise you far more money than your arrangement with MI6, Dario said, although I don't sense money is a big motivator for you. It's not, it's nice, but it's not the most important thing. Dario nodded. So I promise to give you what no one else in the Cosa Nostra has ever been given before, the right to say no. The right to refuse orders. And I can promise you something that your British bastard of a boss was never willing to give you either. What's that? If things go badly with a mission, and you're trapped or imprisoned, we will never, ever leave you behind, Dario said. We will always come to get you, even at the cost of our own lives. That I swear to you on my father's life. I believed him. Dario sat back in his chair. Look, if I'm being completely honest, I selfishly want to keep you here with me in San Vitter, because you're a good friend, and because I'm far safer if you stay with me. But as a gesture of goodwill, I want to make you another offer. One I can't refuse, I joked. He smiled at the Godfather reference. Remember, you can always refuse. That's part of the deal. No, I want my brother Roberto to hire new legal counsel to look at your case. There may be a way to vacate your sentence, an irregularity or a flaw that your lawyer overlooked. Maybe something in the arrest or the paperwork. I'm touched. I really am, I said. But my lawyer was good. I started off with a public defender, but when I found out his English was horrible, I got my friend to find a better lawyer out of Milan. She spoke English fluently and handled everything as well as could be expected. But she didn't take your case to trial, correct? No, but that was because they caught me with the guns red-handed. She said there was no way out of a prison sentence. There's always a way out. I arched an eyebrow. Then what are you doing here? He smiled. I was the way out. Otherwise, it would have meant prison for my father and uncle. I felt bad for acting like a smartass, especially considering the gigantic sacrifice he had made for his family. It had just been irritating to hear that you thought you did the smart thing, but you didn't. Because if I hadn't done the smart thing, then I'd well and truly fucked myself, and that was a hard pill to swallow. Dario seemed to know what I was thinking because he said, I'm sure your lawyer was very good, but I'm talking about someone outstanding. One of the best in Italy. Like you said, your lawyer handled the plea deal. I'm talking about someone who can go back over your case with a microscope to find a loophole that could set you free. I can't afford that kind of a lawyer. He waved my objection away. Don't worry about it. Dario, you've saved my life on more than one occasion. I can never repay that, but my family has enough money that hiring the best lawyer in Italy would be a pittance. Allow me to do the very least that is in my power to make things right. I stared at him. Was it true? Was it even possible? I wanted to believe, but there was one more problem. Thank you. I mean it, thank you. But my situation could actually get worse if a new lawyer starts stirring things up. Why is that? My name is Lars Anderson. It's Lars Henriksen. I had a fake passport when I was arrested. That's who I pretended to be, and that's the name they convicted me under. I think they didn't look at me too closely because they had me dead to rights with the guns. But if they think I might get out of jail, well, they might start poking around again. Lars Henriksen, eh? I nodded. Your fingerprints aren't in a military database somewhere, Dario asked. From what I understand, MI6 deleted them. Dario whistled. What my family wouldn't pay to be able to do that. I smiled, then grew serious. Look, I came to terms with serving my sentence a long time ago. I figured I made my bed, so I had to lie in it. I don't like it, but I've learned to live with it. Even if it means not seeing Rachel for another 3 years. I clenched my jaw. That's the part that hurts. At least let me have Roberto look into it, Dario said. will specify that it has to be handled with the utmost delicacy. He won't allow the lawyer to advance the case without you signing off on it. Seriously, though, it wouldn't hurt to try. Really? I asked, daring to hope. Really? Okay, thank you. Dario got up from his chair and hugged me. Believe me when I tell you, it is the least I can do for you, my friend. Dario was as good as his word. His brother Roberto hired one of the most expensive defense lawyers in all of Italy to look at my case. I didn't know it at the time, but the lawyer had worked for the Rossellinis many times in the past. That's why he agreed to do it. If I'd called him up out of the blue, he never would have taken me on as a client. And even if he had, his fee would have equaled half a year's pay at MI6. 3 weeks later, an answer finally came back. There weren't any flaws the lawyer could exploit. Not easily, anyway, and not without drawing undue attention to my identity. I had to turn down Dario's offer. If the Italian authorities found out, I was using a fake passport, and if it could even potentially lead back to MI6. I couldn't take that chance. Thanks, but I can't, I said weeks later when Dario told me the news. He nodded. I'm sorry, Lars. It was hard, like I had been given a tiny scrap of hope, and then it was taken away from me. But the one thing I never forgot. That Dario had offered, then come through for me, even though it would have meant losing his only real ally in San Vitor. I never forgot what he had been willing to give up so I could potentially go free. 103. Time passes differently in prison. It feels like the same endless loop over and over because it is. You get up, do your routine, go to bed, then get up and do it all over again. There are fights, there are riots, there are attempts on your life, but they become part of the endless loop, too. The unending sameness of your day-to-day existence. Then one day you wake up. And 3.5 years have passed. I only realized it because I got a visit from my attorney. Not the expensive one that Dario's brother had hired, but Silvia Altamura, the woman who had handled my plea deal. I saw her in the same room where I'd met Bernardi, the crooked cop who had tested my loyalty to Dario. As soon as the guard left, she said in English, "Congratulations, your sentence has been commuted." I stared at her. What? They've decided to let you go a 1.5 years early. Why? San Vitor has serious overcrowding. They reviewed potential cases for parole, and your offense was the least serious. There wasn't any bad behavior in your record, so they decided you were one of the lucky candidates. The only reason there was no bad behavior in my record was because I'd never been caught, and because no one in power in San Vitor ever asked any questions. They just disposed of the bodies and went along like nothing had ever happened. Silvia frowned. You don't seem too happy. She was right, I was mostly shocked. Numb, half of me wondered if this wasn't another test from Dario's family. It's just, I never expected this, I said. When do I get out? It'll take about a week to process the paperwork, but then you're a free man. 1 week. After 3.5 years, all I had left was 1 week. Are you all right? Silvia asked, her brow crinkling. I've never delivered better news to a client before, and yet I've never gotten a more subdued reaction. No, I'm fine. Thank you for coming to let me know. You're very welcome. Well, that's all I came for, so if there's nothing else. No, thank you. She rapped on the door for the guard to take me back. When he came to collect me, Silvia gave me a little smile. Good luck, Lars. Stay out of trouble. I don't want to see you as a client again. I nodded and walked out into the hall with the guard. He escorted me back to my cell block and then walked away. Once I was on my own, the enormity of everything finally hit. Rachel. I could finally go search for Rachel. Gunnar still hadn't found her, but now I could go look. I would stake out MI6 in London if I had to. Find Alistair and beg him to tell her I was back. Whatever it took to see her again, I walked back into my cell in a daze. Dario glanced up from the book he was reading. What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. I just found out I'm getting out in a week. What, are you certain? Yeah, that was my lawyer. She said they shortened my sentence to 3.5 years. Dario leapt up from his chair, in overwhelming joy. It was like I'd just told him my wife had had a baby. Meraviglioso, he shouted with a huge grin. Bravissimo. Marvelous, well done. Then he gave me a bear hug. When he finally pulled away, I looked at him strangely. That lawyer you hired didn't have anything to do with this, did he? Not that I'm aware of. I can ask, but that was years ago. Why did they give you a reason? My lawyer said Sandvitter is too overcrowded. Well, THATS certainly true. I'm just glad you're the beneficiary. Then he stopped, stepped back to look at me and frowned. What's wrong, Lars? You should be celebrating. But you still have another 6 months left on your sentence. So, I won't be in here to watch your back. Dario grinned. You're the best friend I've ever had, do you know that? You should be leaping with joy, yet you're thinking of me. Don't worry about that. You've taught me well. I'll be fine. Dario. SHHH. This is a time to celebrate, not worry. You're going to go find Rachel. I nodded, still in shock. Dario frowned again. What's wrong? I thought for a moment, then finally said, when I still had 1.5 years to go, it didn't feel real. But now that I have to go find her, I guess part of me is terrified she moved on. Dario shook his head. No, if she's the one, she didn't move on. She'll be waiting for you, or she'll drop everything else to be with you. Trust me, my friend, if it's meant to be, it will be. Si è grave destinato a succedere, lo sarà. In Italian, it sounded quite beautiful. Hearing him say it, I finally broke out of the fear and allowed myself to feel joy. I'm going to see her again, I said, a smile appearing on my face for the first time. Goddamn right you are, Dario said with an even bigger grin than mine. This is stupendous news. We need to have a drink. As he poured 2 glasses of wine, he asked, did your friend ever find her? He meant Gunnar. No. Let me help, Dario said as he gave me a glass. I'm telling you, my family might be able to find her. Look, I really appreciate it. But you don't want the Cosa Nostra sniffing around MI6 and accidentally tipping them off, Dario said with a sly smile. Yeah, I admitted. He waved his hand. I wasn't thinking of that. I was thinking more about her family. You said she was half Italian, which half? Her mother's. Do you know her mother's maiden name? No, Rachel never told me. What about her father? He's British, but she never told me his name either. What do you know about her mother? Just that she worked in a beach town as a waitress. She met Rachel's father while he was on holiday and she was serving him drinks. He was good-looking, one thing led to another, and they had a fling while he was in town. He left to go back home, and then Rachel's mom found out she was pregnant. She let Rachel's father know, and he brought her to London. They got married, and then he walked out on them when Rachel was 7 years old. Dario looked angry. Bastardo. He meant Rachel's father for leaving her. Then he asked, the mother, do you know what beach town she was from? I remember it sounded like a fish Pisces. Peas something. Pescara, Dario asked. Yes, that's it, Pescara. I know Pescara, Dario said thoughtfully. It's not too big a place, and this happened how many years ago? Rachel is a year younger than me, so about 27 years ago, plus 9 months when her mother was pregnant. I might be able to work with that, Dario murmured. What are you thinking? Never mind, I don't want to get your hopes up. For now, we drink. Dario gave me a huge smile and lifted his wine glass. To freedom and the one. To freedom, I said, a smile on my face as I clinked my glass against his. And to the one. 104. Dario found her. Well, his men did, or at least they found a clue. But it was more information than I'd had in 3.5 years. And he did it in only 4 days. Lars, Dario grinned as he walked back into the cell. He'd just come back from a phone call with his brothers. I have good news. What? I asked as I looked up from the book I was reading. An Italian translation of one of the Jack Reacher books. Niccolo found Rachel's mother, and if you can get to her, you should be able to find her daughter. I stared in shock. What? How? Dario laughed and collapsed in the chair opposite me. Niccolo had a couple of our best men drive out to Pescara. When you told me what happened, I knew exactly who they should talk to. Older women still working in the hotels. Pescara's big, but not that big, 100,000 people maybe. But you gave me enough information to go on. Roughly 30 years ago, a young waitress got in trouble with a handsome British man on vacation. There had to be people who were around when it happened. Knowing Italian women, I figured they've probably been gossiping about it ever since. And I was right. It took Niccolo's men 3 days of snooping, but they finally found a group of women in their 50s who had worked in the hotel where it happened. They remembered, all right. The mother's name was Camilla Abendando. She was very young at the time, about 20. No reflection on Rachel, but the women said Camilla was unpleasant. She was a very pretty girl, but vain and arrogant. After she got pregnant, she bragged incessantly about how she was going to marry her rich Englishman and how he was flying her to London. Then, they never heard from her again. The part about her mother being unpleasant certainly fit what Rachel had told me. Camilla Abendando, I repeated. Yes, the women had no idea what Camilla's married name was, but there should be some sort of marriage license from 28 years ago. Maybe even a birth certificate for Rachel. Either way, you should be able to find the mother. I stood up in a trance. Dario, I. He laughed as he grabbed me by the shoulders. Go talk to your friend. Maybe he can use the information Niccolo found. Thank you for everything. You're welcome, he said and slapped me on the back as I left the cell. Just be sure to name your firstborn son after me, he joked. That's all I ask. 105. I'd already called Gunnar 3 days ago and told him I was getting out of prison. The news had surprised and overjoyed him. But this new piece of information absolutely floored him. Dude, are you sure? That's what Dario said. Look, I know your Italian buddy is connected. I could hear the air quotes in his voice. But can you really? Just look for Camilla Abendando, please. Okay, hold on. I kept the pay phone receiver next to my ear and my back to the wall. Getting shivved while talking on the phone was a disturbingly common occurrence, so I kept an eye out while I waited. I could hear Gunnar typing in the background. Then I heard him swear in surprise. Holy shit. My heart skipped a beat. What? Camilla Abendando, marriage license to a Lawrence Grantham 30 years ago, changed her name to Camilla Grantham, and had a little girl at St. Bartholomew's Hospital named Rachel Francesca Grantham. My blood froze in my veins. Can you do a search on Rachel Gra? Already on it. There was more clacking on the keyboard. Then Gunnar said in a hushed tone, there aren't any records for a Rachel Grantham or Rachel Abendando, but there's a company called RFG Holding 7 Limited. I figure RFG is for Rachel Francesca Grantham. It's basically a shell corporation, but it lists Camilla Grantham as a contact. The company is also the holder of a house at 19 Coates Avenue in London. Could it be the mother's house? I don't think so, she's listed at another address. More clacking. Dude, according to Google Maps, Coates Avenue is only 4 miles from from Rachel's, work headquarters. That was it. It had to be. After 3.5 years of looking, I finally knew where she was. There's a phone number for Camilla Grantham. Do you want it? Yeah, I don't know if I'll use it, but just in case. He gave me the number, and I wrote it down on a piece of paper. And Coates is spelled Coates, 19 Coates Avenue. Thanks, Gunnar, I murmured. Dude, I'm so sorry I couldn't find this before. It's okay. You had no idea Rachel's name isn't on it, and we had no idea what her mother's name was. Still, I feel like I should have been able to. It doesn't matter, it's all in the past. It's going to be okay now. Lars, do you want me to contact her first, bro? He asked hesitantly. You know, just in case. Get her, prepared for it. No, I want to see her. I want to explain it myself. Okay. Thanks, Gunnar, I mean it. For everything. For paying for the lawyer, for searching for Rachel all this time, for always being there for me. I'm just sorry I couldn't have done more. You did a huge amount, more than I can ever repay. Will you come see me once you get out? He asked excitedly. Or I could come see you in London. Absolutely, just let me talk to her first. Sure, I can't wait to see you, bro. Same here, man, same here. 106. The day finally came. The day I left San Vitor. The guard was scheduled to come get me at noon sharp. While we waited, Dario and I said our final goodbyes. Dario smiled. Good luck with Rachel. Thank you, I said nervously. It'll be fine, he reassured me. I just exhaled noisily and nodded. You remember Nicolo's number? He asked. Dario. Not just for the job offer. If you need any money, call him. I warned the prison staff years ago, so whatever you had when you came in here should still be there when you get out, but if you need anything else, call Nicolo. Then he prodded me gently. What's his number? I rattled it off from memory. Good. After I get out of here, you and Rachel should come see me in Tuscany. I promise you the vacation of a lifetime. It would also make a beautiful wedding location, if you're so inclined. Thanks, I smiled, and my eyes misted up a bit. For everything. Dario grinned. You're my best friend, Lars. There's nothing I wouldn't do for you. The guard arrived right on time. You ready, Anderson? Yes, hold on. I looked at Dario. You gonna be okay? We both knew what I was asking. Are you going to be able to stay alive? I'll be fine, he said. I had the best teacher in the world. Dario and I hugged one last time, then he slapped me on the back. Go find your woman and live a beautiful life. I nodded, then went out to join the guard in the hall. Before I completely passed the bars of the cell, I looked back at Dario one last time. He was standing there, a sad smile on his face. Our eyes met, and he gave me one last nod before he passed out of sight. When I got to the discharge office, the clerk gave me a cardboard box and the same manila envelope from 3.5 years before. Shockingly, it was all still there. My wallet, burner phone, passport, 5,000 euros, all the clothes from my duffel bag. And the necklace and diamond ring. I stared at the sparkling stone in amazement as I held it between my fingers. No one had taken it. Just like Dario had said. I glanced at the envelope. The handwritten phrase Anelo di Diamanti was circled 3 times, the angry gesture I'd made when I'd thought someone would steal the ring. But something else was written on the envelope, too, in red ink, all caps and different handwriting. NONTOCARI, ILDOLORIDLLAMORT, Do not touch on pain of death, D. Rossellini. I smiled. Dario's warning to the staff, so many years ago, had been received loud and clear. Now I had the ring back. And finally, after so many years, I was going to take my shot. 107. The first thing I did after I walked out of San Vitor was get a cab to the Milan airport. I bought a ticket to London in cash. My fake credit card had expired a year before, so cash was my only method of payment. Then I went into a gift shop to buy a charging cord for my burner phone. After 3.5 years in storage, it was beyond dead. While I waited for the flight, I charged my phone and ate a meal in a restaurant. Much better than the shit from the prison cafeteria, but not quite as good as the food Dario had fixed in our prison cell. I realized at that moment just how charmed my life had been since I'd met him. Within another hour, I was airborne. I nervously tried to figure out the first thing I would say when I saw her. "Sorry I'm late." "You won't believe what happened." Traffic was awful. No matter what I imagined, though, it ended with her flinging herself into my arms and kissing me passionately. Once I landed at Heathrow, I took a taxi to 19 Coates Avenue, a 2-story house with a lawn out front, nestled amongst a lot of trees. Similar houses lined the street. It wasn't that dissimilar from the fantasy I'd always had of me and Rachel with our daughter playing out back in the garden. My heart thudded against my ribs as I walked up the driveway to the front door. My right hand was in my pocket with the ring between my fingers. I held onto it like a drowning man holds onto a life preserver. I told myself that there was a good chance she wasn't even home. It was 6 o'clock in the evening. She could still be at work or out to dinner with friends. She could be on a mission in a foreign country. Hell, this might not even be her house. She could have sold it or rented it or... I forced all that out of my head and slowly walked up the front steps. My heart was beating so fast I thought I might have a heart attack. I actually felt more afraid than during firefights in Afghanistan. This is it. Here we go. I pressed the doorbell and heard a chime inside the house. I waited, forcing myself to breathe. No answer. After 30 seconds, I pushed the doorbell again, heard the chime again. Waited. Nothing. Fuck, she's not home. She probably doesn't even live here. I turned to go. Which is when I heard the door open behind me. I turned back, hope and joy and expectation in my heart. And all of it died the second I saw her face. She looked at me like she was stricken, like she was staring at the dead body of a loved one in the morgue. The blood and color had all drained from her face like she just had the worst shock of her life. Other than that, though, she was as beautiful as before. She wore a blouse and skirt suitable for an office. The only thing that had really changed was her hair was shorter, but otherwise it was like no time had passed. We stood like that in shocked silence for a long, long moment. "Rachel," I finally said, my voice a raspy croak. "What are you doing here?" she hissed in a low voice like she was afraid someone might overhear us. I frowned. "I came to." And then a glint of light caught my eye. It was from her hand, which was still gripping the doorknob. A ring, a diamond ring. I froze as I stared at it. And I felt like I might vomit. She realized what I was looking at and hurriedly put her hand behind her. "What do you want?" she hissed again. I looked up into her eyes. No trace of love or warmth. Just pain and grief. "You're engaged?" I asked, completely stunned. "Not that it's any business of yours," she said angrily, "but yes." "Do I know Hyde?" "Where have you been?" she hissed again, and her whole body began to tremble. "I was in prison. In Milan. I tried to find you. I had Gunnar looking for you for the last 3.5 years, but your phone number had changed. So had your email address, and I didn't where you lived." By now her eyes were full of tears. A single teardrop spilled down her cheek. The sight of it was too much to bear. "Rachel," I said as I moved towards her. "Stop," she cried out and backed away from me. I froze in my tracks. "If Gunnar couldn't find me, then how did you find this house?" she snapped. "I made a friend in prison. He has connections on the outside. I told him about your mother and how she met your father, so my friend sent people to Pescara to ask around. They found some women who remembered your mother. Once we had her name, Gunnar was finally able to find you." "And it took you 3.5 years to do that?" she asked accusingly. I felt sick. I could have found her years ago if I'd agreed when Dario first offered his help. That was my fault. I didn't trust my friend at first. But I found you, that's the important thing. "You said you were in prison. Did they arrest you when you went on that mission?" she asked, her voice quavering. "Yes." "And what did you do? Why did they put you in jail? They found me with guns, unregistered guns that didn't belong to me. Italy's really strict about that, so. I trailed off lamely. What were you doing on that mission? She demanded. It doesn't matter. It matters to me, she snapped. Who were you working for? I remembered Alistair's warning. No one can know what you do. No one, not even Rachel. If I revealed the truth, it could cost her her job. And she'd already lost so much. Like our future together. I can't tell you that, I said quietly. She just nodded angrily, like figures. Then she looked away as more tears spilled down her cheeks. You need to go. Rachel, please. Her eyes snapped over to mine and she hissed with rage. I said you need to go. Now. Rachel, it's been 3.5 years. That's right, 3.5 years. I thought you were dead, or you left me. There was nothing I could do, I shouted. Well, there's nothing I can do now. Rachel, we have to talk. No, we don't. Who are you marrying? She glared at me. No one you know. I met him after you left. Rachel, please. While you were gone, I moved on. You should too, she said, then backed away and slammed the door in my face. I stood there in complete shock. I thought about pounding on her door, about screaming for her. But I remembered the diamond ring on her finger. While you were gone, I moved on. You should too. I eventually turned away from her house. Walked down the driveway. And left, never to return. 108. I don't remember much of what happened after I left Rachel's house. I know I stumbled along in a daze until I found a pub. I know I paid for a bottle of Grey Goose and took shot after shot at the bar. And then everything went a little fuzzy. At one point, I was on a bridge overlooking the Thames. I don't remember how I got there, and I don't remember much of what happened in the hours afterwards. But what happened on the bridge is seared into my memory. I was enraged with Rachel, with Sandvitter, with Alistair, with the entire world, and I was about to throw the ring into the water. Fuck her, fuck this. When a quiet voice in the back of my head said, she would have said yes if you'd asked her 3.5 years ago. You had the shot, you just didn't take it. My hand was pulled back in the air, ready to throw the ring away, but when I heard the voice, I froze. Back in the military, we sat down after every mission and figured out what had gone right, what had gone wrong, and what we could have done better. It was the best way to understand your mistakes, so you hopefully didn't repeat them. For snipers, it was an especially helpful process. Unlike soldiers, who had to deal with random occurrences like lucky shots from the enemy, or twisting your ankle as you ran for cover, snipers didn't have nearly as many variables to deal with. Sure, there were variables. Wind speed, whether your target was walking behind other people, the window of time you had to take the shot. But the variables were minuscule compared to what other soldiers had to deal with. With snipers, it almost always came down to one thing: the choices you made, the calibrations on your scope, whether you took a break to eat, whether you gave in to scratch that itch, because as soon as your hand was off the trigger, your target might appear and just as quickly be gone. And the most important choice of all. Did you hesitate? You had the opening, but you waited, and then the shot was gone. Did you have the shot, and you just didn't take it? I realized that the voice was telling me I made a bad choice 3.5 years ago. And I had no one to blame for it but myself. It was no use blaming Rachel or the Italian judicial system or Alistair. Actually, the jury was still out about Alistair. I would figure that one out soon enough. But if I blamed anybody other than the person who was ultimately responsible, I would fail to learn the lesson. You had the shot, and you didn't take it. I held the ring in my open palm and stared at it. If I didn't remember this lesson, I was doomed to repeat it. So I swore I would carry the ring with me everywhere to remind me. When you have the shot, take the fucking shot. I'm sure it was a lot more dramatic in my memory because I was drunk off my fucking ass. But there was a moment of crystal clarity where I knew who was to blame. And I saw the only way forward that made any sense to me at that moment. I shoved the ring in my pocket and walked away from the river. I don't remember the rest of that evening. All I know is I woke up in a shitty hotel with an empty bottle of vodka and the worst hangover I'd ever had. And then I remembered why I'd gotten drunk, and I was overwhelmed with the worst grief I'd ever had. Even worse than losing my mother. But I remembered the ring. I panicked as I shoved my hand in my pocket. It was still there. I pulled it out, looked at it for a long moment, then searched for the necklace, which was in the other pocket. With unsteady fingers from my hangover, I threaded the necklace through the ring and put it back around my neck. I felt the cold metal against my skin like a reminder of what I had to remember. Never forget. When you have the shot, take the shot. 109. After I got some greasy diner food and was feeling about 25% human again, I called Gunnar. "How did it go?" he asked excitedly. "Oh, it didn't." There was a long silence, followed by, "Oh shit, oh man, Lars, I'm so sorry." I thought about not telling him the next thing because it hurt like hell to say it, but I needed to accept it and move on. "She's engaged to somebody else." Fuck. I thought about saying, "You were right, Gunnar. You should have contacted her first." Or maybe, I never should have looked her up in the first place. But I knew those thoughts were bullshit. They were the coward's way out and a lie. The truth was, I would have never been able to stay away from her. As long as there was a chance, then I would have taken it. I would have had to know for sure. It hurt like hell finding out like I did, but it was over. The bullet had been cut out of the wound. I could heal now. But I did have one request. "Do me a favor," I said, "and never mention her name to me again." "Okay," Gunnar said mournfully. "Are you still going to come see me?" "Yeah, I'll let you know when I get my ticket, but I need to take care of a couple of things first." "Okay, I'm really, really sorry, Lars." "Yeah," I said as I felt the ring against my skin. "Me too." 110. Once I felt about 60% human, I figured it was time to meet the other person on my itinerary. I didn't want to waste any more time, so I went directly to the MI6 building. From far away, MI6 headquarters looked like a combination of a medieval fortress, a glass skyscraper, and a multi-tiered cake. But from the ground level, when you couldn't see any of the ornamental flourishes several stories above your head, it looked like any other fancy office building. I didn't even bother going into the lobby. I just stood directly in front of one of the surveillance cameras outside and held up a piece of paper with Alistair Webb written on it in black Sharpie. I stared at the camera for about 15 seconds, then turned and walked away. I went to the cafe, where this whole mess had started, and waited 20 minutes until Alistair finally arrived. He was not happy to see me. "What the fuck are you doing here?" he snarled as he walked up to me. "Good, you got my message." I'd figured that by calling him out on camera, the news would eventually reach him. Guess I'd been right. "Yes, I got your message," he snapped. "I repeat, what the fuck are you doing here?" "I was in town. I'm closing the books on everything that happened, so I thought we should have a little chat." Alistair looked furious, but he sat down opposite me. "What do you want?" "I wanted to see your face when I asked you a question." "Which is?" "What the fuck happened in Italy?" He relaxed a little, but he still looked dour. "Bad fucking luck is what happened." "Why did that cop stop me?" "A mansion in Lake Como got hit while the owner was away. The staff found a couple of Picassos and Rembrandts missing the next morning. When they checked the security footage, the man's face couldn't be seen, but a little bit of hair peeked out of his mask, and they could tell he was blonde. The servants notified the police, who were ordered to stop every car going in or out of Lake Como and compare the drivers against a mugshot of the prime suspect. If they couldn't see the burglar, how did they even have a mugshot? He'd been caught in Lake Como 8 years ago after a similar robbery. I looked nothing like the guy in the photograph, You were both blonde, Alistair said dryly. To an Italian who sees dark-haired men all day long, you were close enough. And that's it? I asked angrily. If you're asking if you were set up, or if there was a mole, or Van der Linden somehow arranged it, no. None of that. It was just bad fucking luck. I peered into his face long and hard, and decided I believed him. Which sucked, because I would have loved to have gotten revenge for everything that had been taken from me. Like the woman I loved, had loved. What happened to Van der Linden? I asked. That's classified. After everything I've been through, I snarled, I think you can indulge me. Let's just say we couldn't accomplish what we wanted you to do, so we had to pay out of pocket to get his wares off the market. Sounds expensive. Very, he said with a touch of humor. You were the far more economical option. That is, if you'd been able to pull it off. I stared at him with full-blown hatred. I just lost the love of my life, and this fucker was making jokes. When he saw my expression, Alistair hastily added, I'm sorry it happened. Obviously, I wish it hadn't, but I told you repeatedly about the dangers if you were caught. You agreed to the terms. For the first time since all this shit had started, I realized I was furious with him. Not just for his glibness, but because of the ease with which he brushed it off and made it all my fault. Before that moment, I'd tried to be professional and rationalize it all away. I'm a soldier. I knew the risks. Shit happens. I'd accepted that not proposing to Rachel was my fault and my fault alone, but hearing Alistair talk was infuriating. He was a bureaucrat who'd probably never taken any real risks his entire life. The night I'd gotten caught, he'd probably eaten at some fancy restaurant, bitched about a tough day, and then gone home and slept like a baby. And in that moment, I remembered another person. Someone else who would have never let me rot away in jail, who would have done everything possible to get me out, who'd had my back in San Vitter through thick and thin, and who had offered me a whole new life if I wanted it. If you're looking for a job, it's out of the question, Alistair continued. I could recommend you to some independent contractors. I don't need a fucking job, I snarled as I stood up. Alistair looked slightly alarmed as I towered over him. He reached for his wallet. I can't authorize agency funds, but if you need some money, I could. I don't need your fucking money, either. Then why did you come here? Like I said, to close the books. And true to my word, I walked away. And I never looked back, not at him. Or the past. Or Rachel. As far as I was concerned, it was over. Dead and gone. Now it was time to move on. 111. I figured it would be a bad idea to call a member of the Cosa Nostra from a phone MI6 had given me. There might have been some sort of surveillance software on it, so I tossed it in the trash and bought a burner from a cell phone shop. Only then did I dial the number I had memorized, the one Dario had given to me in San Vitter. After a few rings, a man's voice answered. Hello. I replied in Italian, This is Lars. Dario gave me your number. Ah, the estimable Lars, the voice said, suddenly chipper. I've heard quite a bit about you. I'm Niccolo, by the way, but I'm sure you already knew that. Nice to meet you. Is Dario okay? Have you talked to him? He's fine. I talked to him earlier this morning. He more or less implied it would be better for you if I never heard from you, so I'm assuming it's not necessarily good news that we're talking right now. I thought of Rachel standing in the doorway of her house, the diamond ring glinting on her finger. No, but that was the past. I'm ready to move on. I'm sorry to hear things didn't work out, but I'm glad you're looking forwards instead of backwards. What can I do for you? Do you need any funds? Actually, I'm interested in the job Dario mentioned. Ah, Niccolo paused for a second. You understand that my father and uncle will need to meet with you first? Yes, sort of a job interview, and the job is contingent upon their approval. Dario hadn't mentioned that, but it sounded reasonable. I understand. Good, you know we're in Tuscany, out in the countryside. Yes. Do you have the necessary funds to fly to Florence? Yes. How about first class? We want you to be comfortable. Economy is fine. No, no, Dario would thrash me, and deservedly so, if I made you ride coach. Get a first-class ticket, and if it happens not to work out, the job, we'll reimburse you. If you get the job, money won't be an issue. I can arrange to have someone pick you up at the Florence airport, or you can get a taxi and we'll pay the driver when you arrive. Which would you prefer? I can just get a taxi if it's all the same to you. Part of me wanted to give myself the option to bail if I changed my mind and didn't want to go through with it. However, I'd like to stop over in Amsterdam to see an old friend. Of course, the job isn't going anywhere. If you want to take a week or two. No, just a couple of days will be fine. Whatever you like. Whenever you decide to leave Amsterdam, text me your arrival time in Florence so I can schedule a meeting with my father and uncle. Will do. I look forward to meeting you, the famous Lars from San Vitter. We've heard quite a bit about you, you know. I've heard about you as well. God only knows what Dario has told you, Niccolo said with a chuckle. If you have any problems, any issues with money, let me know and I'll take care of them. Thank you. No problem. Did Dario tell you our address? No. Niccolo gave me the address, which I jotted down in the notes app of the burner phone. Once I'd repeated the street and number back to him, he said, "Excellent. Well, I'll see you soon, Lars. Safe travels." Thanks, see you soon. I hung up the phone, struck by how friendly Niccolo had been. Quite a contrast with Alistair. And not at all what I'd expected from the son of the mobster, who ran all of Tuscany. 112. When I flew into Amsterdam, Gunnar was waiting for me at the airport. He was in even worse shape than when I'd last seen him, 20 pounds heavier, a far shaggier beard, and a badly stained tracksuit. But the grin on his face was pure joy. He wrapped me up in a bear hug as soon as I walked out of customs. "My dude," he shouted in Swedish. "It's good to see you, man," I said with a smile, though I tried not to breathe in too deeply. He reeked of marijuana. Gunnar pulled back to look at me. "You look great." "I don't feel great," I said dourly. I was still under a dark cloud from everything that had happened with Rachel. Part of me wanted to go drown myself in an endless row of liquor bottles. "I meant you're in tip-top shape. But yeah, your expression looks like you've been put through the ringer." "I feel like it." "That's all right," Gunnar said as he put his arm around me and guided me out of the airport. "Now that you're a single man, we'll hit the red light district, smoke some weed, and—" No, why not? The truth was, the idea of sex with a woman besides Rachel revolted me. I just wanted her, as much as I hated that fact. I wasn't about to go fuck some random sex worker. And I'd always hated weed. No need to pretend I liked it now. "I have a job lined up," I said, telling him a little white lie. A job like the kind that put you in prison." "Not exactly." "My dude, what do you mean, not exactly?" "It's working for the Italian guy's family, the one I met in prison." Gunnar stared at me like I was insane. "Bro, you wanna go work for the fucking Mafia?" I glared at him and looked around to see if anyone had heard. Thankfully, no one appeared to be paying any attention. "Sorry," Gunnar said apologetically, "but dude. Look, I know it's hard for you to understand this, but other than you, Dario's the only friend I have. He had my back the entire time we were in prison. He did everything he could to get me out early, even though it meant putting himself in danger. I trust him with my life. You're the only other person I trust as much." I didn't add, although your drug habit tends to make me trust Dario more. "So yeah," I finished, "I'm going to give it a try." Gunnar looked at me sideways. Are you sure? Yeah. Okay, he said sadly. Then, congratulations, I guess. Thank you. You know, you can stay here with me as long as you want, he offered. I got a bigger place. I've even got a guest bedroom you could crash in. Thank you, but I just want to go and start my life again. I hear you, so you just came to Amsterdam to see me. Yeah, why else would I come? Gunnar smiled and teared up a little, then grabbed me around the shoulder in a sideways hug. My dude. 113. I stayed overnight in Amsterdam and went out drinking with Gunnar. I didn't get drunk, though. My bender in London had cured me of ever wanting to get trashed again. At least, until whatever heartbreaking bullshit came next. Gunnar asked me about prison and what Dario was like. I told him everything I could within the bounds of what I knew Dario would want to be kept secret. After our third beer, I called it a night. Before I caught a taxi to my hotel, Gunnar said, "You know, if it doesn't work out with the Italians, you can always come back here. I'll help you out no matter what. You're always gonna be my brother." Thanks, man, I said and got a little choked up. I hugged him goodnight and promised to keep him in the loop about what happened. And then, the next morning, it was time to go. I caught a 10 a.m. flight out of Amsterdam. As I boarded the plane, I texted Niccolo that I would arrive in Florence around noon. The airline didn't have first-class tickets, but they had business class, so I flew that. I wouldn't have ordinarily. Business class was 3 times the price for just a 2-hour flight, which seemed ridiculous to me. But I didn't want to admit to Niccolo that I'd defied him from the very beginning. As a civilian, I'd never flown anything other than economy before. As a soldier, I'd flown a lot of missions, crammed into the cargo hold of a C-130 with a dozen other guys. But since that was far worse than economy seats on an airline, I didn't count it. I had to admit, business class was very nice. The way the flight attendants greeted you, then brought you a cocktail before liftoff, the entire experience was top shelf. I thought to myself on several occasions I could get used to this. When I got off the plane, I checked my texts and saw one from Niccolo. Wonderful, we'll be expecting you for lunch around 1 p.m. Safe travels. I texted back, just landed. See you soon. Then I went through customs and immediately got a taxi. The drive into Tuscany was beautiful. Rolling hills, vineyards, and olive groves. I stared out the window the entire time and watched the countryside go by. About an hour outside Florence, the taxi driver turned off a small 2-lane road onto a private drive. We drove through rows of thin cedar trees for a couple of minutes until we came to a 10-foot-tall stone wall with a massive iron gate. "Is this the place?" the driver asked in Italian. "It's the address you gave me." "I think so. What should I do?" "Hang on, let me." Just then, my phone rang with a call from Niccolo. "Hello. Welcome, we can see you on the camera. I'm sending Adriano and Massimo down to get you. They'll pay the driver, so don't worry about that." "Okay. See you at the house in just a moment. Ciao." And then he hung up. "They're sending someone to pick me up," I told the driver. "They'll pay you when they get here. How much do I owe you?" 295 euros. I was glad the Rossellinis were paying. After buying the business class ticket, I didn't even have enough to cover the taxi fare. 3 minutes later, the iron gates parted, revealing a sleek black Mercedes sedan. 2 men were already standing outside the car. I could see the resemblance to Dario in their faces, but the men couldn't have been more different. The one by the passenger door was 62, trim and muscular under a flashy suit. He had stylishly cut hair and about 3 days' worth of scruff. The most notable thing about him was the angry scowl on his face. He looked like somebody had just stolen a large amount of money from him, and he was going to murder whoever did it. From what Dario had told me, I was guessing that was Adriano. The guy by the driver's door was a giant, at least 67. He stood a little taller than Gunnar, but whereas Gunnar was all fat these days, this guy looked like he was 100% muscle. Not like a bodybuilder, but in an old-time circus strongman kind of way. He wore an expensive but far more conservative suit than Adriano and had a short, neatly trimmed beard. Other than his height, his most conspicuous difference from Adriano was his placid expression. He wasn't joyful like Gunnar, but definitely calm and unruffled. Everything that Dario had told me suggested this was Massimo. I got out of the car, making sure to keep my hands on the top of the door so the two brothers could see them at all times. It's not that they looked particularly dangerous, but I was fully aware that I was walking into a Mafia compound, which meant they were probably both armed. And I didn't want to make anybody jumpy. "You Lars," Adriano called out. He sounded pissed off just saying my name. That's me. As he walked over, I glimpsed a gun holster under his jacket. "Turn around." I did as ordered, and Adriano gave me a quick pat-down for weapons. Then he walked over to the taxi driver's door. The guy rolled down his window and looked out nervously. "Why, yes." "How much do we owe you?" Adriano barked. 295 euros, the guy stammered. Adriano pulled out a money roll at least 2 inches in diameter and peeled off a single note he handed to the driver. I figured it was 500 euros since that was the smallest denomination that could cover the entire bill. The driver reached into his jacket to make change. "Keep it," Adriano ordered. "Back out and turn around, there's a big enough spot about 50 feet back." "Okay," the driver said happily. "Thank you." Adriano just nodded, then met my gaze and gestured with his head as he walked back towards the sedan. I followed Adriano inside the iron gates, which closed behind me with an electric hum. "I'm Massimo," the giant said pleasantly as I approached the car. He held out his hand and we shook. "Lars," I said. "I'm a tall guy with pretty big hands, but Massimo's dwarfed mine." "That's Adriano," Massimo said with a slight smile. "You'll have to forgive his manners." "Fuck you," Adriano said, though it felt more like banter than an insult. "Have a nice trip?" Massimo asked. "Excellent, thank you." "Good, get in the back with Adriano, and I'll drive us up to the house." I got in the back behind Massimo. Adriano got in on the passenger side and sat with his back against the door, watching me like a cobra watches a mongoose. Massimo turned the car around, and we headed up a gently sloping road through more cedars. "So," Adriano said, "you're the special forces guy." "That's me." Massimo peered at me in the rearview mirror. "Dario said you saved his life at least twice." "We had each other's backs," I said diplomatically. "How?" Adriano asked. He sounded almost confrontational. "How'd we have each other's backs?" "No, how'd you save his life?" "He was exaggerating a little," I said modestly. "The first time was when I saw a guy about to shiv him. I yelled out and ran over, but he had body armor on, so I didn't do much more than just alert him to the danger." "Body armor?" Massimo asked in surprise. "Makeshift body armor," I clarified. "Phone books duct-taped around the abdomen, enough to stop a blade." "That's ingenious," Massimo said. "Yeah, I thought so too," I agreed. I liked the gentle giant. He was pleasant and affable, his brother not so much. "What was the second time?" Adriano asked like he was interrogating me. "There was a riot. Dario and I got jumped by a guy in the Camorra and 5 of his goons. I took care of 3 of them, Dario took care of the other 2, and I paused as I remembered Dario slashing the guy's throat. Then he took care of the boss." "Aristide Caproni," Massimo murmured. I hadn't heard that name in over 2 years. "Yeah, him." Massimo whistled. Adriano just nodded slightly, like he approved. "Thank you for taking care of our brother," Massimo said. His gratitude was real and heartfelt. "You're welcome, but truthfully, he took care of me just as much. I would have crossed the wrong person and been dead in a few months if he hadn't befriended me and shown me the ropes." As Massimo and I chatted, I watched the cedars give way to olive groves and vineyards. Then we reached an open space amongst the trees and gardens, and my eyes nearly bugged out of my head. I'd assumed Dario's family was wealthy, but I hadn't been expecting this. At the top of the hill was a gigantic mansion, 3 stories tall with 2 large wings. It looked like something out of a movie. Massimo pulled the car around a circular drive in front of the house. 2 guys in black suits were standing outside. One was young, maybe 25. The other was middle-aged, around 45. The young guy at least looked alert. The older guy was puffing on a cigarette like he was on a break. When Massimo, Adriano, and I exited the car, the young guy raced over and got behind the wheel like a valet. He steered the car down the driveway and headed for a humongous building in the distance, what looked like a garage. The 45-year-old nodded at Adriano and Massimo as they walked past. He eyed me curiously as he continued to puff on his cigarette. Massive marble steps led up to a pair of bronze doors at the front of the mansion. Before we reached them, the doors opened, and a clean-shaven guy in a white shirt walked out with a mischievous grin. "The international man of mystery has arrived. I'm Niccolo, good to finally meet you," he said as he took my hand and shook vigorously. "Lunch will be a little delayed. My uncle and father wanted to meet you first, but we'll eat afterwards." "Are you starving?" "No, I'm fine." Good, come right this way." We entered a magnificent foyer with an enormous crystal chandelier. Niccolo turned right and headed towards a pair of closed wooden doors. "See you later," Massimo said as he and Adriano continued through the foyer and out of sight. "They're not coming with us?" I asked Niccolo. "No, this will be a private meeting," Niccolo said as he opened the wooden doors and walked through. "We have business to discuss." 114. He walked into a parlor that reeked of money. The walls were made of dark wood paneling, black leather chairs sat in a circle around a central coffee table, and large windows had dark red curtains drawn back to let in the sunlight. At the far end of the room was a massive wooden desk. Behind it sat a man in an exquisitely tailored suit jacket and an open-necked shirt. He looked very similar to Dario, except his hair and mustache were iron gray, and his wrinkled face suggested a life of stress. Beside him stood another man, a few years younger and less worn down by time. He was solidly built but had a small gut beneath his three-piece suit. His hair was streaked gray at the temples, although some flecked his mustache and goatee. The eyes beneath his heavy brows were sharp and piercing, and they were always roving, always searching. As I walked into the room, the older man stood, and a look of sublime happiness came over his face. "You're Lars?" he asked in a gravelly voice. "Yes, sir." He walked around the desk, arms open wide, and clasped my face tenderly like Dario had on many occasions back in San Vitor. "You saved my son's life," he said with a huge smile and misty eyes. "I owe you a debt I can never repay." And he embraced me warmly. I was surprised at the show of affection, but I hugged him back until he released me. "I am Leonardo Rossellini," he said, then gestured to the man in the three-piece suit. "This is my brother Fausto." "A pleasure to meet you both," I said. "Your Italian is quite good," Leonardo complimented me. "You sound almost like you were born in Tuscany." "Your son is a good teacher, and he had 3.5 years to teach me." Leonardo laughed. "An Italian teacher, now there's something I never thought Dario would go on to do. Niccolo, pour us a drink." The older man turned to me. "What'll you have?" "Scotch, please." "Excellent, we have a very nice Macallan." "Niccolo, I'll have grappa." I knew grappa was an old country Italian liquor. Leonardo was apparently a traditionalist. "Uncle," Niccolo said as he walked over to a sideboard filled with crystal glasses and expensive bottles. "Nothing for me," Fausto replied. "There's a lesson for you, Niccolo," Leonardo said. "A good consigliere always stays sharp so he can see what his don might miss." The older man turned back to me. "You're familiar with the term consigliere." Dario explained the concept to me. "Niccolo's a born consigliere, but he has much to learn, so we let him sit in and listen. He picks up little bits of wisdom here and there. Sit, please." I sat in a leather chair as the 2 older men lowered themselves into seats opposite me. "I know it's been several days since you've seen him, but Dario's doing well?" Leonardo asked, a hint of worry in his voice. We've talked to him on the phone since then, but that's not the same as seeing him. He's doing quite well. He's in good health and good spirits. Very much so. Niccolo brought us our drinks. I sipped mine and was astounded. It was the smoothest scotch I'd ever tasted. I immediately wondered how old that nice Macallan was, 30 years maybe, which would make it at least $5,000 a bottle. I looked over at Niccolo, who was sitting in a chair to my side without a drink of his own. He saw my expression and grinned like he knew exactly what I was thinking. I talk to my son every other day, sometimes every third day, Leonardo said. I knew that to be accurate from being Dario's cellmate for years. I'd like to go see him in person, but my consigliere here won't let me. Probably prudent, I said diplomatically. God only knows what the Camorra might do if they knew Leonardo would be inside San Vitor. Leonardo sighed. Probably so. Dario says he's well, but I wonder sometimes if he's just telling his old man what he wants to hear so I won't worry. He's doing well, I said. I promise you. I'm sure that was because he had such a good friend to be there for him, Leonardo said with a smile. I was sorry I had to leave him. Really? Fausto said in a tone that indicated he didn't believe me at all. Well, obviously I was happy to get out early, but yes, I was worried about him. Worried? Fausto asked. You just said he was doing well. San Vitor isn't quite as refined as your house here, Signor Rossellini. Fausto smiled in amusement. I'm sure. You think he'll be all right, though? Leonardo asked, his forehead creased with worry. Yes, I taught him everything I know about hand-to-hand combat over the last 3.5 years. He's the best fighter in San Vitor. Now that you've left, Fausto said coolly. I looked Fausto straight in the eyes. Yes, he's the best fighter in San Vitor now that I've left. Stop harassing him, Leonardo ordered his brother. He's our guest. Niccolo addressed his uncle. Lars was the one who requested Iannelli not make too much noise, so he obviously wasn't trying too hard to get out of San Vitor. I recalled that Iannelli was the name of the expensive lawyer who'd looked into my case 3 years before. Yes, why was that, exactly? Fausto asked me. Why didn't you want Iannelli to probe too deeply? First, I said, addressing Leonardo, thank you for doing that. From what Dario said, I know Signor Iannelli wasn't cheap. It's nothing at all, Leonardo said, waving my comment away with his hand. The very least we could do. Still, mil grazie. 1,000 thanks. Then I looked at Fausto. Second, the reason I asked that Signor Iannelli not probe too deeply into my case is because my last name is Anderson. I was afraid that if he tripped any alarms, it might make the government look closer at my case and unearth some things I didn't want brought to light. Benny, Leonardo said. Good. Neither he nor anyone else seemed particularly surprised at my revelation. Did Dario already tell you? I asked, slightly perturbed. The prison telephone line was recorded and listened to by the authorities, but Dario knew that, so he shouldn't have said anything. No, he was discreet, Fausto said. But when we checked up on you, we couldn't find anyone matching your background with the name of Lars Anderson. What is your real last name? Henriksen, with a K and 2 S's. I assumed they would check up on me, so I made sure they knew the correct spelling. Honestly, though, I'm not sure you'll find too much under that name either. Why? I sighed. If they were going to hire me for a job, it was better the truth come out now than later, and from me, not someone else. I was in Swedish Special Forces, which I'm pretty sure Dario told you. What he couldn't tell you, what I asked him not to tell anybody, was that I briefly worked for British intelligence. MI6. I was told they wiped any identifying details off my record. The mood in the room shifted perceptibly. Leonardo sat up straight, Niccolo looked stunned, and Fausto went from relaxed to high alert. I was on a mission for them in Lake Como when I got stopped with unregistered guns and silencers in my trunk. The condition for MI6 hiring me was that if I ever got captured, I couldn't tell my captors who I worked for. So I went to jail instead. Leonardo and Fausto exchanged a look. I'm not working with them anymore, if that's what you're worried about, I said. They burned me, and I walked away. You'll understand if we're still a little alarmed, Fausto said. I understand. We're going to have to check out everything thoroughly. I'll provide you with any details I can. Dario's trust in you means a great deal to me, Leonardo said reassuringly. But we do have to proceed with caution. Of course. You really are an international man of mystery, Niccolo said impishly. I gave him a half-hearted smile. Dario mentioned there was a woman, Fausto said. Yes. What happened? I was in prison for 3.5 years, I said, stony-faced. She moved on. She wouldn't wait for you, Leonardo asked sympathetically. She didn't know. She didn't know? Niccolo asked in astonishment. I didn't have her phone number. It changed right before I got arrested. And I didn't have her address or an email. All 3 men looked at me like this was the most insane thing they'd ever heard. I sighed again. Her contact information changed constantly because she worked for MI6 too. That's how I met her. We worked on a mission together in Afghanistan while I was still in Special Forces. Fausto's frown became even deeper. What's her name? It won't do you any good. I had a hacker friend of mine look for her while I was in prison so I could let her know what happened. He never found her. She's a ghost. I don't care, Fausto said curtly. What's her name? Rachel Bauer. That's Bauer. But it's most likely an alias. But you found her when you got out, did you not? Dario found her mother, I said quietly. I gave him what little information I had, and he sent some men and tracked her down. Niccolo said. That was that business about Pescara, wasn't it? I gave him a warning look, and he clammed up. I need to know everything you know about her, Fausto said. Respectfully, no, I replied. Fausto's eyes opened wide in shock. Excuse me. I looked over at Leonardo. She doesn't know I'm here. She's no threat to you. I'll be the judge of that, Fausto said coldly. I ignored him and focused on Leonardo. I'm grateful for your hospitality and any offer of employment. I am. But if the price of a job with your family is information about her, then I'm going to have to ask that your men take me back to the airport. Leonardo watched me like he was weighing my soul. He reminded me very much of Dario at that moment. And why is that? Why won't you tell us about her? Because, despite it not working out, I still love her. Admitting that felt like a needle slowly pushing through my heart. And, no disrespect intended, I don't want her to be tracked down by men in the Cosa Nostra. The temperature in the room immediately dropped a couple of degrees. Not from Leonardo, who continued to look at me neutrally, but from Fausto. The consigliere stood up. Well, Signor Anderson or Henriksen, whichever you prefer, thank you for coming. Niccolo, if you'll show him to the door. No, Leonardo said. Fausto looked at his older brother in shock. No. Leonardo ignored Fausto and focused on me. You loved her deeply, didn't you? Yes, sir. I can see it in your eyes. Leonardo nodded almost absent-mindedly. I greatly admire a man who protects the woman he loves, even if she's ended things with him. And Dario is an excellent judge of character. If he says you are to be trusted, then I don't require any further information about this woman. Leo, Fausto growled, like, come on. I am your Don in this matter, not your brother. And your Don has spoken, consigliere, Leonardo said simply. Fausto looked irritated, but he sat back down in his chair. Now that we've broached the subject, Leonardo said as he gazed at me, tell me what Dario said to you. About the job, I mean. Well, I said hesitantly, I had some reservations about working for your family. No disrespect intended. Leonardo smiled like he was amused. None taken. I would like to be placed in a position where I'm not required to break any of my personal rules of conduct, I said. Oh, Fausto sneered. And what would those rules of conduct be, exactly? I never hurt women or children. Never. Leonardo dipped his head in respect. Good rules. Thank you. I'm assuming you killed men in the military, though, Leonardo said. I did. How many, if I might ask? When I was a sniper in Afghanistan, I had 31 confirmed kills. Probably another 6 on top of that couldn't be verified. Niccolo glanced over at his father and uncle. Leonardo looked at me with increased respect. Even Fausto's attitude changed considerably. Plus, there were probably another 5 men in San Vitor I had to kill over the last 3.5 years, including 2 of Aristide Caproni's men when he attacked me and Dario. Leonardo looked over at Fausto in amusement, still questioning his qualifications. Well, there's a caveat, I said. Leonardo looked back at me. Oh. There's a term we use in the military, righteous kill. It's where you don't kill an enemy combatant unless he's an immediate threat to you, to one of your men, or to a civilian. Usually, that means he drew a weapon with the intent to use it. I would prefer not to be put in a situation within your organization where I would have to not make a righteous kill. A killer with morals, Fausto said sarcastically. Fausto, Leonardo reproached him. What? He only wants to do what he's told if a priest blesses it, Fausto asked indignantly. Then he turned to me. You realize your moral qualms somewhat limit your usefulness. Actually, not at all, I replied. Is that so? Fausto sneered. When I was in Afghanistan, one of my biggest responsibilities was to train the Afghan armed forces to fight against the Taliban, I explained. I was an instructor, and a damn good one. As I recall, Fausto snarled, the Afghanis didn't stand up to the Taliban very well when the Americans pulled out. You're right, but not because they weren't trained. It was because they lacked a reason to fight. They weren't going to die for a corrupt government that didn't give a shit about them, so they ran instead. Fausto and I got into a staring match, but Leonardo ended it. What would you train our men to do? The Mafia Don asked. Things like better shooting, hand-to-hand combat, physical conditioning, how to clear a building occupied by enemy combatants. But frankly, first I would address security. You need to run a tighter ship around here. No disrespect intended. How do you mean? Leonardo asked. Adriano frisked me for weapons, which was good, but he didn't check my legs. I could have been carrying a knife in a boot, and he wouldn't have found it. I realize you trust me, and I appreciate that, but really, you shouldn't have trusted me. No one here verified who I was when I showed up. No one asked for my passport, and I'm assuming Dario didn't send you a picture to confirm my identity. He described you to us, Niccolo said defensively. What, that I was blonde with a beard? I asked. I got popped in Lake Como because they had a mugshot of a thief who was also blonde with a beard and looked nothing like me. No offense to you or Adriano, but there should have been more stringent verification of who I was. Niccolo and Fausto looked annoyed, but Leonardo gestured with his hand. Go on. I'm also highly trained in hand-to-hand combat. Without any false modesty, I'm deadly in close quarters. To be clear, I'm not threatening you, but if I wanted, I could kill all 3 of you before someone got here to stop me. Fausto sat up straight, as did Niccolo. Leonardo just smiled. Simmer down, you two. If he wanted us dead, we'd already be dead. I nodded at him. Thank you. But just to be clear, from now on, any stranger who gets within 50 feet of you should be assumed to be an assassin, and they should be guarded accordingly. Continue. Adriano should have had a gun on me at all times while we were in the car. I saw he had a pistol under his jacket. I could have killed him, taken his weapon, and shot Massimo before either of them could have stopped me. Better yet, I should have been in the front seat with Adriano in the back seat, pointing a gun at the back of my head. When we drove up to your house, there were only 2 guards. One of them looked like he was out there on a smoke break, and the other one, a young guy, was acting more like a valet. There should have been 4 men out there, minimum, and even if they didn't have a gun on me, their guns should have been out so they could kill me if I made the slightest move. Those are just my observations. I believe your men should be trained to anticipate threats and respond accordingly, and I think your security detail could be immensely improved. I could help you with all of those things. Leonardo smiled and looked over at Fausto, who shrugged and made a face like, he's got a point. Niccolo seemed fairly impressed. Then Leonardo looked at me and said, barring any issues that pop up with your past, which we'll still have to look into, I would like to hire you to do exactly what you suggested. To train my men and turn them into a world-class operation. I bowed my head slightly. It would be my honor. Leonardo grinned. Good, business is settled, now it's time for lunch. Come, we've set the table on the back porch. It's a beautiful day, and it's time for you to meet the rest of the family. 115. Lunch was behind the mansion on a patio. We had a magnificent view of a vast lawn, an enormous swimming pool, and beautiful topiary gardens. All 9 of us sat around a large stone table. Me, Adriano, Massimo, Niccolo, Leonardo, Fausto, and 3 other men I hadn't met, but whom I'd heard plenty about from Dario. Roberto sat to my right. He was the spitting image of Niccolo, except he wore a 3-piece suit without a tie, and his hair was slicked back from his forehead. He was just like Dario had described him. Pleasant, affable, looked like a banker, and was completely enigmatic. Then there was Valentino, the youngest of the lot. All the brothers were handsome, but Valentino had the pretty boy look of a pop singer or movie star. He was by far the most carefree of the younger men, and he joked with the servants as they brought out platters of food and refilled our wine glasses. I noticed he joked more with the female servants, especially the youngest and prettiest, a buxom girl with a pixie cut. Whenever he flirted with her, she blushed and barely managed to suppress a grin. Then there was Aurelio, Fausto's son, who was about the same age as Niccolo and Roberto. He had an air of bitterness about him and watched me like a hawk the entire time. The food was excellent, platters of cold cuts, cheeses, and olives, followed by pasta side dishes and the most succulent, flavorful lamb chops I'd ever eaten. And the wine was magnificent, a delicious red with hints of cloves and cinnamon. Leonardo sat at the head of the table and made me tell stories about my time with Dario in San Vitor. It was clear he wanted adventures, stories of camaraderie in the face of overwhelming odds. I didn't consider them adventures so much as survival stories set in a hellhole of squalor and violence, but I did my best to make them more entertaining and not quite as grim as I remembered. "Did you really kill Aristide Caproni?" Valentino asked at one point, his eyes wide. He looked like a kid talking to a fighter pilot or astronaut. "How do you think he got the job?" Fausto said with a smile. Fausto might have been rude and sarcastic back in the parlor, but I noticed that he was now more complimentary and respectful. I chalked up his earlier antagonism to his role as consigliere, which probably included being a devil's advocate. "Actually, no," I said. "It was your brother who killed Aristide." My stomach turned as I remembered Dario slitting the gangster's throat and his blood pouring out over the concrete. Nobody noticed my unease, least of all Valentino. "Dario did it?" he exclaimed. "Holy shit." "Lars is being modest," Leonardo said. "He took down 3 of Aristide's goons. Dario took down the other 2 and Aristide, but he couldn't have done it without Lars." "Why didn't you handle Aristide?" Aurelio asked me. There was something snide in his tone, as though he was insinuating I was incompetent or a coward. "Careful, son," Fausto warned with a smile. "Our guest has killed over 40 men. I'd use a more deferential tone if I were you." That got the table's attention. Both Adriano and Massimo looked at me wide-eyed like, what the fuck? 40 GUIS? Valentino exclaimed with both laughter and astonishment. I was a sniper in Afghanistan, I explained. You tend to rack up a lot of numbers in an environment like that. So you killed 40 men from a distance, Aurelia sneered. Hey, Stronzo, Adriano snapped at his cousin. When you've done something besides shoot some prick when he was tied up and couldn't fight back, then you can talk. Until then, show some respect and shut the fuck up. Most of the brothers, Niccolo, Massimo, and Valentino, erupted into ooh-oohs and amused laughter. But Aurelio turned scarlet with rage, and his eyes fixed murderously on Adriano. Adriano stared back, his expression a challenge. What are you gonna do? Come over here and try it, you piece of shit. Roberto was the only one of the younger generation who didn't react at all. Boys, Leonardo shouted over the chatter and laughter. Cut it out. Ignore him, Aurelio. And you, he said, pointing at Adriano, you keep that tongue of yours in your mouth, or you're gonna start something you don't wanna finish. Oh, I'll finish it all right, Adriano said as he stared at Aurelio. More laughter from his brothers. And then Leonardo exploded. He banged his fist on the table, making all the plates and glasses jump. Everyone went silent as the Mafia Don shouted at Adriano. You're embarrassing me in front of our guest, carrying on like you're some Paíso de Murda Camorra gangster while your brother, S, in prison fighting for his life, and the man who stood by him 3.5 years has to sit here in silence and listen to you show your ass. Your mother raised you better than that, God rest her soul, and I sure as hell taught you better. Sorry, Papa, Adriano said quietly, all his bravado gone. He had long since dropped his gaze to the plate in front of him. Apologize to your cousin, now. Adriano flicked his eyes up to Aurelio, though his gaze was still full of venom. Sorry, Aurelio. When Aurelio didn't say anything in return, Fausto gave him a raised eyebrow and a warning look. Do it. I'm sorry too, Aurelio said coldly, although it was clear he was anything but. You too, Leonardo said in disgust, shaking his head. One day, when Fausto and I are gone. Papa, Adriano said imploringly, like don't say that. Not for many years, God willing, Leonardo said, but it's gonna happen, you know it, I know it, we all know it. When I do go and join your sainted mother, it's gonna be up to your generation to carry on the family name. To work together to keep what your grandfather built when he came over here from Sicily. And you're not gonna be able to do it with all this childish bickering and fuckin', dick-measuring cappage. Yes, sir, Adriano murmured, still looking down at his plate. Aurelio stayed silent. Which is why I hired Lars here to whip you into shape. To turn you boys into men. Into soldiers with the discipline of soldiers. Got it? Because not only did Lars cut his fucking teeth in the special forces in Afghanistan, where it's kill or be killed, he proved his loyalty by standing side by side with your brother in prison. You remember that when he gives you an order. And if anyone, here Leonardo glared at Aurelio, treats him with disrespect, from this moment forward, I'm gonna have something to fucking say about it. Understood. There were a chorus of yes, papas from around the table. Aurelio nodded. Si, zio. Yes, uncle. All right, Leonardo said, settling back into his chair. Then he looked at me. Lars, I ask your pardon for my son and nephew's foolishness. I shook my head slightly. Not necessary at all. Actually, it feels a lot like being back with my squad members in the military. That cut the tension a little. Everybody knew I was lying, but Adriano and his brothers appreciated it anyway. I could tell by their barely suppressed smiles. Yeah, Leonardo said, except in the military, you mouth off, they throw your ass in the brig. Here they just pop a cap in your ass, Roberto said nonchalantly. That brought the house down. The quietest guy, the one in the three-piece suit, who looked like he had to stick up his ass, was the one with the most Mafia line of all. All the other brothers howled with laughter. Fausto chuckled, and even Aurelio cracked a smile. That's my boy, Leonardo said with a grin as he pointed at Roberto. Listen to him, he'll set you straight." As the rest of the group went back to good-natured chatter and laughter, I looked over at Roberto. "Well played," I said. He gave me a modest smile. Conflict mediation was something I had to learn early living in this family. Then he leaned over towards me and spoke softly enough that only I could hear him. "By the way, did my father broach the topic of pay?" "No." I conferred with my uncle. We were thinking 30 grand a month to start. Would that be agreeable to you? 360,000 euros a year, almost $400,000 US. That was more than twice what Alistair had offered me for my work with MI6, and almost 8 times what the Swedish military had paid me. I stared at him in shock. Roberto mistook my silence for disappointment. "That's just to start," he said as though to reassure me. "We can reassess after the first month or two." No, that's very generous, thank you." Roberto shrugged modestly. "We pay new recruits with zero training 50,000 a year. I figure a man with years of experience in special forces who will be training those new recruits is worth significantly more." "Well, thank you again. Although, if I could ask you a favor." "Name it." "Could you advance me some money? Maybe half a month's salary." "Of course. Might I ask for what if it's not too personal?" "I just need some cash to buy new clothes. Basically, I've only got the ones on my back, and I'll need to rent an apartment and lease a car." Roberto looked puzzled. "All that's included." "What?" I said, stunned. "You'll be staying in the main house with the family. No one told you." "No." "I'm sorry, that was an oversight. We already have your room picked out. It's very nice, there's a beautiful view of the gardens. We'll also have a tailor take your measurements tonight and get you a week's worth of suits. If you need anything else, say, t-shirts or sweats for training purposes, just let me know. And we have a garage full of vehicles, from sports cars to sedans. Feel free to take any of them out whenever you want, or we can have someone drive you if you prefer." Again, I think he misinterpreted my silence because he added hastily, "I mean, unless you want to stay somewhere else. I think we could probably find you a nice house for rent somewhere." "No, this is wonderful. It's beyond generous." Roberto smiled. "It's the least we could do for the man who saved Dario's life." Then he continued eating lunch, as though nothing out of the ordinary had been discussed. 116. After lunch, Niccolo took me to my new room. As we walked through the mansion's halls, I stared in wonder at the opulence all around me. I was beginning to realize just how much Dario had sacrificed by taking the fall for his family. He had traded paradise for the open sewer that was San Vitter, all so his father could be safe. I'd always thought Dario was smart and capable, but in the last 2 hours, my respect for him had tripled. Niccolo interrupted my thoughts as we walked up the stairs to the 3rd floor. "So, what did you think of my father?" If ever there was a loaded question, Niccolo S. was one of them. "I liked him," I said truthfully. "He's authentic, very warm and welcoming, and us kind of a character." Niccolo laughed. My appraisal had apparently gone over well. "My father is definitely a character," he agreed. "He's a bit more old world, rougher, less polished, but don't let that fool you. He's very clever. The enemies you underestimate are usually the ones who kill you." Niccolo looked at me. "I like that I'm stealing that." "It's all yours," I said with a grin. "Mil grazie, and here we are." I followed Niccolo into an absolutely opulent room decorated in old-world, masculine style. Dark mahogany furniture, centuries-old paintings of battles and soldiers, and a navy blue comforter on a king-size bed. Glass doors opened onto a balcony that looked out at a gorgeous view of the topiary gardens, just like Roberto had said. "Given your background, we went with a military theme," Niccolo said as he gestured at the paintings. "I hope it's to your satisfaction." "It's amazing," I said in awe. "There's just one thing." "What?" "The windows and balcony doors," I said. "Is the glass bulletproof?" Ah, no, Niccolo admitted. How about the rest of the house? No. Is there a reason? Niccolo snorted. Mostly because my father's view of the family business is frozen at some point in the mid-20th century. Look, I don't want to make waves on my first day here. No, you're absolutely right. It's a problem. I'll talk to Roberto and see about getting everything changed out as soon as possible. It'll be expensive. It would be far worse to get assassinated, Niccolo said with a wry smile. True. If you can, get level 8 protection. It's made to withstand up to 5 shots from a 7.6 Tomb rifle. If level 8 isn't feasible, then get level 5 at the very least. We'll go with level 8, Niccolo reassured me. When you get it installed, start with your father's room first. Then any common areas where he spends a lot of his time, sitting rooms, the parlor we spoke in earlier, any place he eats, dining rooms. The kitchen, Niccolo said. He likes his late-night snacks. Do you have an alarm system? No, and it might be a challenge installing one, Niccolo said. Too big a house, too many entrances and exits, too many people coming and going. Then we should install a camera-based security system as soon as possible. Glass first, then the cameras. Any reason for doing the glass first? Because if I were going to kill someone, my first choice wouldn't be to break into the house. It would be to shoot them from 1,000 feet away. Niccolo muttered. Anything else you need? I want to start training your men as soon as possible. Is tomorrow good? That'll be fine. How many men do you have on staff? Foot soldiers, basically. Men with guns, about 55. We have another 20 or so younger guys who run errands and drive the cars, but haven't picked up a gun yet. I want them all, I said. Have them meet me on the lawn by the pool, dressed to exercise. I'll train half from 7 a.m. until noon and the other half from 1 to 6. Wow, Niccolo said, a little taken aback. 5 hours each. Will that interfere with the household schedule? No, it's just, that's 10 hours for you. I didn't tell him that I would basically be running a basic training camp, and basic training in the military was 24/7 for weeks on end. I'll be fine. I want to hit the ground running. I'll also need guns, by the way, pistols and rifles. No live ammunition at first, but I want them to get used to handling actual weapons. We'll do target practice in the weeks to come. Okay. We also need a structure to train in. Something where we can practice clearing a building like a SWAT team, preferably multiple stories with a lot of smaller rooms. There's an old 3-story building out by the winery. As far as I know, they only use it to store supplies. Would that be all right? Sounds good. Excellent. In the meantime, rest up, walk the grounds, whatever you like. Can I go see the building, the one by the winery? Sure. Niccolo pointed out the glass balcony doors and gave me directions. Then he said, the tailor doing your suits should arrive around 5 p.m. Dinner at 7. If you need anything in the meantime, just ask one of the servants or have them fetch me or Roberto. One of us will make sure you get anything you need. Thanks. Niccolo turned to go, then paused at the door and looked back. I initially resisted hiring you. I thought Dario was just trying to help out a friend, but now I can see I was wrong. I think you're going to be very, very good for the family. Thank you. I'm going to do my very best. Niccolo nodded, then walked away down the hall. 117. Training the next morning was a shit show. Niccolo sent me a group of 40 men, half young, half old, and they were abysmally out of shape. Even the young guys with good physiques had no stamina. They might have been gym rats able to deadlift 400 pounds, but they couldn't run a quarter mile without collapsing afterwards. The worst were the older guys, the 40 and 50-somethings who'd worked for the family for decades. The young guys at least wanted to get better. They had an eagerness to learn and a competitive spirit. The old guys had nothing but bad attitudes. Why the fuck we gotta do this? Nobody runs in the Cosa Nostra. If you're running, you look guilty. I ignored them and continued to put them through their paces. After an hour, 5 of the old-timers walked off and went back to the house. This is bullshit, one of them sneered. I'm paid to guard Fausto, not train for the fucking Olympics. I let them go without comment. After another 30 minutes of calisthenics, I took the remaining men to grab some unloaded assault rifles and pistols in the garage, after which we sprinted to the building by the winery. They needed the exercise. During the run, I lost another 3 old-timers who walked out. The building was an old concrete structure filled with wine-making casks and 1,000 odds and ends that nobody had ever thrown away. Lots of shadows, lots of clutter. Lots of places to hide. Perfect. I started them with the basics, making sure their guns were unloaded, keeping their fingers off the triggers unless they were about to shoot. Otherwise, it was too easy to get startled and kill a teammate by accident. Then we covered how to handle assault rifles versus pistols, how to enter a room with guns drawn, how to cover your teammates to make sure nobody could get the drop on them, where to look, and how to make sure there were no threats in a room. How to go up a stairwell with at least one person watching the group's back. We drilled for 2 hours. I followed groups around and yelled at them whenever they made a mistake. Then I turned it into a game of hide and seek. Half the men were seekers, and the other half hid throughout the building. The goal was for the seekers to clear the structure using the principles I'd taught them and find all the hiders. If a hider could sneak up and tag a seeker before he'd realized it, then the seeker was dead. At the end, we tallied up the living versus the dead, and the winners got bragging rights. They seemed to like that, if for no other reason than they didn't have to run, so I made them run back to the house. By the time we got back at noon, they were exhausted, but the younger guys were excited and talkative. The older ones were sullen and pissed off. I went and found Niccolo. "How did it go?" he asked. "They need a lot of work." "Great," he said sardonically. "We have a bigger problem, though. The older guys have a bad attitude." "The older guys?" "Everybody 40 and up, basically." I had 8 of them walk out. "Ah, the old guard," Niccolo muttered darkly. "I'll have my father let them know what's what." "I have a better idea." "Oh, yeah, I want you and your brothers to train with us." Niccolo stared at me in shock. "Us?" "Yeah." "Why?" "What, being the Mafia Don's son, exempts you from getting shot at?" He looked irritated. "No, but you need to train, all of you. You never know when you'll need it. Plus, it will have the added benefit of being a good example for the guys with bad attitudes. They won't dare say shit if they see the Don's sons out there sweating next to them." "I'm a consigliere in training," Niccolo said, as though that were an excuse. "I'm supposed to use my brain, not my brawn." "Uh-huh, does that make you bulletproof?" He glared at me. "You know, I'm beginning to regret what I said about you being good for the family." I grinned. "I don't care, as long as you show up for training." "All right," he grumbled. "Let me talk to the others." Massimo, Valentino, and Roberto showed up for afternoon practice. Massimo and Valentino were in better shape than the foot soldiers, but there was a lot of room for improvement. Their gun handling skills were sloppy, and Roberto's were practically non-existent, but all 3 brothers had a good attitude. Even better, the younger foot soldiers were absolutely thrilled to have the Don's sons training alongside them, and the old guys didn't say jack shit. They looked like they might have a heart attack, but not a single person walked out. As everyone trudged wearily back to the house at the end of the day, Roberto said, "That was actually kind of fun." "That was a lot of fun," Valentino enthused. "Glad you liked it," I said. "See you again at 1 o'clock tomorrow, and we'll do it all over again." Even better was what happened the next morning. Niccolo and Adriano showed up at 7 a.m. All the old guys who had walked out yesterday were back. They'd clearly been given a talking to, and I could see the resentment on their faces. Adriano needled me with jokes as we started exercising. "This all you got? army boy, to the point where he started to annoy me. But then he proved himself invaluable. When I started having everybody do wind sprints, one of the old-timers, the prime instigator from yesterday, started to walk away. "This is fucking bullshit," he said. "I'm going back to the—" "Hey, Savino," Adriano roared. The old guy, Savino, apparently froze in his tracks. Every man, young and old, went deathly quiet as they waited to see what happened next. Adriano walked up to the old guy and got right in his face. "What does my father fucking pay you for, Savino?" "To guard him," the old guy said sullenly. "And," Adriano snapped, "to guard your uncle. And to guard you and your brothers. And—" Savino looked afraid. He clearly didn't know what Adriano was looking for. "He pays you to fucking follow orders. And right now, your orders are to do whatever the fuck that man tells you to do," Adriano screamed as he pointed at me. Savino whined. "He's trying to kill us with this runnin' bullshit." "Yeah," Adriano said, his voice suddenly low and menacing. "Yeah," the old guy muttered, clearly worried by the drop in Adriano's voice. "Well, here's your choice, Savino. You can either do his running bullshit and maybe you die, or I can beat the fuck out of you right here and now, and you can definitely die. What's it gonna be?" Savino lowered his head like a whipped dog. "I'll follow orders." "Good," Adriano hissed, then turned back to me. "All right, army man, let's go." Niccolo tried to hide his grin behind his hand. I managed to keep a poker face, but it was difficult. The best thing? I didn't hear one more complaint from the old-timers after that. Not a single one. They might have looked like they were going to keel over from a heart attack. But nobody said shit. They just kept on training. One notable absence throughout the whole thing, Aurelio. I was secretly glad he didn't come, and was even happier when he never showed up in the future. 118. Little by little, the men began to get better. Better physical shape, certainly, but they were also getting better at handling their guns, clearing the building, and acting like a team. As we worked, I took note of their individual strengths and weaknesses, including the brothers. Adriano was a born leader, fearless and clever, but he tended to rule with an iron fist, using fear rather than inspiration. However, he was willing to endure 10 times as much pain as anyone else, and that usually meant others looked up to him and wanted to impress him. When they did put forth a big effort, Adriano would slap them on the back and give a nod, which was insanely high praise from him and something all the younger men craved. Massimo was a beast, one of the strongest men I'd ever seen. But he was not the best strategist. More of a barrel into the room and take them head-on kind of guy. Valentino was enthusiastic and willing to take risks, but he was more of a follower than a leader. Not a huge surprise, he was the youngest man there, even amongst the foot soldiers. Roberto was quiet. He took forever to learn a physical skill or tactic, but once he had it down cold. He followed orders like a robot and rarely deviated from them. Niccolo was a strategist. I could always see the wheels turning in his head, dissecting what I told him and trying to figure out why. On more than one occasion, he would take vague orders and put his own spin on them, improving the outcome with a clever change. Not the strongest soldier, but definitely the smartest. I worked them all hard, and they improved by leaps and bounds. I began to feel like I'd made the right choice by coming here. And gradually, the heartbreak of losing Rachel began to fade. At least to the point where I didn't think about her every 5 minutes. I was just about to start the afternoon training when Niccolo walked out of the house with a phone in his hand. He was still dressed in his sweats from the morning session. "Hey, international man of mystery, my brother wants to talk to you," he said as he handed me the phone. "Dario," I said, a big smile on my face. "International man of mystery, indeed," he chuckled. "How's it going?" "It's going great, thank you for the job." "Thank you for taking it. Niccolo says you're a regular taskmaster." "Only because he's out of shape." I heard that, Niccolo yelled from inside the house. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Dario said, and then his voice grew somber. I'm sorry that it didn't work out with Rachel. I'm assuming it didn't work out. No, I said, feeling that old familiar pain I tried so hard to avoid. She moved on. Shit, now I feel like a fool for everything I told you. No, you were right. If it was meant to be, it would have worked out. It didn't, so I guess it wasn't meant to be. I'm sorry. Thank you, how are you doing? I'm good. Your father and brothers aren't nearby. You don't have to bullshit me. How are you really? He paused, then sighed. It's hard. There was an attempt on my life yesterday. I froze, fear seeping into my guts. Are you all right? I'm fine. All your training saved my life. That's why I'm so happy you're doing it for my brothers and our men. But I've got to admit, I sorely miss having you watch my back. Just a few more months, I said, more to reassure myself than him. All you have to do is make it a few more months. I know. I could get myself thrown back in San Vitter if it would help. He laughed. You do that, and I'll kick your ass myself. I grinned, like that's even an option. What, you getting thrown back in San Vitter? No, you kicking my ass. He laughed again, then grew serious. All I need to know is that you'll be there when I get out. You, me, and my brothers, we're going to build something together. Something new, something big. I'll be here, I promised. Good. That's all I needed to hear. I can do the next 4 months standing on my head. We talked some more, and then I eventually gave the phone back to Niccolo. Dario sounded in good spirits, but I still said a silent prayer for his safety. Help him stay alive. Please. 119. Weeks passed. I talked to Dario every few days when he called his family from prison, and his spirits remained high despite the dangers he faced. Since his release was only a few months away, no one was planning to physically go see him.